the university graduate Luo Ping'an, who fell into debt due to overdue online loans, unexpectedly collided with fate while delivering food, finding himself transported to a devouring parallel world. In the midst of the Great Nirvana period, Luo Feng's uncle, Luo Ping'an, bound to a system that grants explosive enemy-killing attributes during a beast-tide assault on the city. He awakened the top-tier psychic talent of the realm and gained insights from Huyan Bo's cultivation, elevating his power to that of a war god, driving the beast-tide out of Jiangnan City. Awarded the honorary title of general by the military, he established the Ping'an Martial Arts School and married Vinina, rising from Earth and ultimately becoming a superpower. Chapter 1. Luo Ping'an. The shattered screen of his phone suddenly illuminated, followed by a ringing tone. Clad in a yellow uniform, Luo Ping'an frowned slightly and hung up the call. "Damn, persistent nuisance, isn't it?" he roared in anger. Reflecting on the hardships his family faced after he entered university, he realized they could no longer support him financially, forcing him to resort to online loans. Initially, he managed to repay the minimum monthly payments through part-time work, but as debts accumulated, he could only rely on borrowing to pay off previous loans. After 4 years, he owed over 10,000 across various online platforms. Left with no choice, after graduating from college, he opted for factory work that provided meals and accommodation, barely preventing his debts from spiraling further, yet living in constant frugality. He began dating a girlfriend who understood his struggles, leading him to resolutely ride in a wealthy heir's Land Rover. Misfortune finds those who are already suffering. After 2 years, the factory shut down, leaving Luo Ping'an unemployed. He submitted countless resumes across major platforms, yet no one responded. With life becoming unbearable, he reluctantly chose to default on his loans and joined the Yellow Alliance, commencing a specialized delivery service. "You have an order about to expire." The crackling phone reminder interrupted Luo Ping'an's thoughts. "Damn!" Luo Ping'an twisted the throttle of his electric bike to the max, rain fiercely striking his face, droplets blurring his vision. Beep, beep, beep. The sharp, urgent horn of a heavy truck suddenly blared, painfully jolting his eardrums. In an instant, the steel beast was upon him, leaving no time for thought. A loud crash echoed, and Luo Ping'an's consciousness plunged into an abyss of darkness. After an unknown duration, excruciating pain jolted him awake. Shaking his head, he slowly opened his eyes and surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was not in a hospital but amidst ruins, further aggravating his discontent. "Where the hell am I? That bastard truck driver didn't take me to the hospital and dumped me in this wasteland, treating me like I'm from an island nation." Suddenly, a wave of intense pain surged through him, and Luo Ping'an lost consciousness once more. After some time, an earth-shattering roar of beasts awakened him. Did I just travel through time? Into a devouring parallel world during the Great Nirvana period, in the body of someone named Luo Ping'an, who happens to be Luo Feng's uncle and the biological brother of Luo Hongwa. Once Luo Feng awakens, won't I just coast to victory? Luo Ping'an pondered. Roar! The beast's roar interrupted his daydreaming, pulling him back to reality. Damn, the world is falling apart. The beast tide is attacking. The base city hasn't even been constructed, and the human warrior cultivation system hasn't developed rapidly. The original body is merely a recent college graduate about to endure the 996 work culture, utterly powerless. If I'm discovered by a monster, it'll be an instant demise. What to do? My previous life was already miserable. Is this reincarnation merely to experience a more tragic version? Right, where's my system buddy? Luo Ping'an finally recalled the essential golden finger every traveler possesses, the system. Ding! Suitable host detected. Binding explosive enemy-killing attribute system. As the cold mechanical voice resounded in his mind, Luo Ping'an beheld a pale blue system panel manifest before him. System binding in progress. In a mere instant, the progress shifted from 1 to 100. Ding! Congratulations, host. The system has been successfully bound. Now issuing the beginner's gift package. 1. Top-tier psychic talent of the realm. 2. Huyan Bo's complete cultivation insights. 3. Psychic weapon 9-fold soul, celestial transformation, can be recognized by blood. 4. Fire god set. 5. Can automatically shield against probing entities above the host level. System rewards have been deposited into the infinite system space for the host to claim. Open the infinite system space. With a mere thought, Luo Ping'an entered the infinite system space. His gaze swept over the treasures within, and the system panel lit up. System notification 1. Top-tier psychic talent of the realm can awaken upon fusion. The host will directly break through to beginner war god, body refinement stage 7. System notification 2. Huyan Bo's cultivation insights can enhance with the host's strength, imparting relevant cultivation experiences at corresponding stages, including all martial arts, secret methods, manuals, realm breakthroughs, and rule comprehensions. Upon reaching apprentice level, the host can utilize the martial arts manual Sky-Rending Fist, which can amplify the host's punching power by tenfold. The available martial arts technique is Mournful Star Warrior Secret Tome, accelerating the host's original force cultivation and recovery. The available psychic secret method is Mournful Star Psychic Secret Tome, expediting the host's psychic cultivation and recovery speed while enhancing mastery over psychic weapons. System Notification 3. Psychic Weapon Ninefold Soul Celestial Transformation, also known as the Transformation God Weapon, composed of 10,086 golden small swords, embodies the laws of gold in space, a top-tier psychic weapon of the realm. Once recognized by blood, the host, in conjunction with Huyan Bo's insights, can wield a single golden small sword. System Notification 4. Fire God Set, crafted from special materials of the realm, a Tier 3 original force defensive treasure that can envelop the entire body, increasing defense by 90, while remaining remarkably lightweight and agile. These are all exceptional treasures. First, I shall awaken my psychic power, then integrate the insights from Huyan Bo's cultivation, and finally, establish a bond with my equipment. With determination, Luo Ping'an seated himself in meditation, entering a state of awakening. As time passed, he felt as if his mind might explode, yet he persevered through sheer will. Heaven rewards the diligent. Having endured the most challenging period, as the expanse of my spiritual consciousness broadened, a sensation of ethereal lightness enveloped me. With a sigh of relief, Luo Ping'an finally succeeded in his awakening. Now, onward to integration. This time, the fusion of Huyan Bo's insights was remarkably smooth. Such quality can only be produced by the system. Truly remarkable. Thank you, system. Luo Ping'an laughed heartily. Haha. Next comes the bond with the psychic weapon. Yin Shinbing, come to me. With a mere thought, Yin Shinbing was drawn through the air into Luo Ping'an's grasp. Fortunately, the system is exceptional. Otherwise, my current strength would not suffice to claim this treasure. Luo Ping'an smiled slightly. He proceeded to perform blood bonding, and in an instant, he felt a profound connection of mind and blood with Yin Shinbing. Exhaling a breath of stale air, the bond with Yin Shinbing was successfully established. Following the same method, the Huashan set was also claimed, only to be met with a wave of weakness that washed over him. Luo Ping'an sat cross-legged and began to cultivate the Yun Moshing Spiritual Psychic Secret Manual. After approximately a quarter of an hour, Luo Ping'an sensed that the feeling of weakness had dissipated. With a flicker of thought, he exited the infinite system space, reappearing in the ruins of Jiangnan City, where he had previously been. Truly, the cultivation method of this dimension is remarkable. The recovery is swift. Luo Ping'an murmured, "Open the system panel." With another thought, a pale blue system interface materialized before him. Host, Luo Ping'an. Martial Artist Realm, Body Refinement Stage 1. Punching Power, 2,000 kilograms. Punch Attack Range, 5 m. Speed, 50 meters per second. Psychic Master Level, Body Refinement Stage 7. Psychic Attack Range, 300 m. Original Force Treasure, Huashan Set. Psychic Weapon, Jiuchong Huan Tianyan. Cultivation Techniques, Liek Kong Chuan. Yun Moshing Martial Artist Secret Manual, Yun Moshing Spiritual Psychic Secret Manual. Attribute Points, 0. Undoubtedly, this is a top-tier psychic talent of the dimension. Awakening at Body Refinement Stage 7 heralds a promising future. Vinina, await my arrival. Ha 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 ha. In this life, I, Luo Ping'an, shall punch the nursing home on Nanshan and kick the kindergarten in Beihai. Tremble, little beasts. Luo Ping'an laughed with a boisterous guffaw. Boom, rat-a-tat-tat, roar, roar, roar. The distant sounds of gunfire and the roars of monstrous beasts intertwined, interrupting Luo Ping'an's daydreaming. It sounds like the battle is extraordinarily intense. Currently, during the mid-stage of the Great Nirvana, the number of awakened humans and martial artists is sparse, and their strength remains feeble, relying on firearms to resist with great difficulty. If nothing unexpected occurs, the population of Jiangnan City will drastically diminish during this beast tide. Luo Ping'an lamented, "It is time for me, Luo Ping'an, to save the masses from peril. Little beasts, I am coming for you." With a shield of psychic energy manifested, Luo Ping'an soared towards the direction of the battle. Chapter 2. We are saved. As Luo Ping'an approached, he discovered 10 venomous rats voraciously gnawing at a nearby structure. These venomous rodents, classified as low-level beast soldiers, presented an excellent opportunity for practice. Crack the sky fist. With a swift motion, Luo Ping'an directed a powerful punch at the head of the nearest rat. Bang! Before it could emit a shriek, its skull exploded, showering the surroundings with blood and brain matter. Luo Ping'an promptly summoned a telekinetic shield to shield himself from the gruesome splatter. How feeble they are, he mused. Yet, in the early stages of martial arts, close combat lacks area damage, making monster hunting a slow endeavor. Fortunately, I am still a god-level mentalist. Divine weapon, go? With that command, a sharp whistle pierced the air as a golden little sword gleamed coldly, effortlessly piercing through the head of another venomous rat. The creature had no time to scream before it collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In the next instant, the remaining 8 rats also fell heavily, their corpses hitting the earth with a dull thud. This divine weapon is truly a treasure. It sliced through the rats as easily as cutting through tofu. Soon, a system notification chimed. Ding! You have slain 10 low-level beast soldiers, venomous rats, earning 110 attribute points. System notification, with 90 more attribute points. The host's martial artist level can be elevated to intermediate warrior. Let us go, he exclaimed, eager to clear the nearby beast soldiers and elevate his martial artist level to intermediate warrior. He charged towards the group of venomous rats not far away. Ding! You have slain 40 low-level beast soldiers, venomous rats, earning 140 attribute points. Continuing his hunt, Luo Ping'an aimed to enhance his strength. In this realm, he still felt weak. Even a high-tier planetary being could easily eliminate him. He needed to survive and develop cautiously. He swiftly entered a nearby residential complex that had yet to collapse. Upon his arrival, he spotted a horde of venomous rats fighting over human corpses. The grotesque scene made Luo Ping'an's blood boil. Die, you beasts! With a flick of his mental energy, he commanded the divine weapon to attack the vile creatures. And within a minute, the battle was concluded. Phew! Luo Ping'an exhaled, feeling slightly relieved. Ding! You have slain 80 low-level beast soldiers, venomous rats, earning 180 attribute points. System notification, current attribute points, 130. The mentalist level cannot be surpassed at this time. System notification, current attribute points, 130, with 100 available. The martial artist level can be upgraded to intermediate warrior. Would you like to proceed? Upgrade. With a mere thought, he felt a surge of genetic energy coursing through his dantian, and his physical strength and overall power doubled. Continue. He swept his mental energy into a nearby building, discovering several shadow cats attacking survivors. Die, you beasts! Luo Ping'an roared, his voice amplified by his mental prowess, causing the entire building to tremble. The beast soldiers assaulting the survivors momentarily froze in shock. Luo Ping'an swiftly dashed into the corridor, his mental prowess manifesting as a divine sword, launching indiscriminate assaults. Wherever the golden blade struck, a mist of crimson erupted. After a quarter of an hour of relentless slaughter, he had eradicated all the beasts within the community. The martial artist levels were still too low, proving to be a hindrance. However, the spoils of this endeavor were substantial, as he had rescued numerous individuals. Ding! Slain 100 junior beast soldiers, poison rats, earning 1100 attribute points. Ding! Slain 70 junior beast soldiers, shadow cats, earning 170 attribute points. System notification, current attribute points 200, 1000, cannot be upgraded. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Survivors, do not panic. Find a safe place to take cover. Military support has arrived and will swiftly eliminate these beasts. Trust that victory shall be ours. Luo Ping'an conveyed telepathically, his words resonating within the minds of each survivor, injecting a surge of hope into their despair. At last, reinforcements from our great Xian nation have arrived. We are saved. The once despondent hearts of the community's survivors reignited with hope. Luo Ping'an concentrated his mental energy to form a shield, leaping upon it and soaring into the skies above Jiangnan City to survey the situation. With a sweep of his mind, he discerned that the military was engaged in fierce combat with the horde of poison rats. Due to their overwhelming numbers and exceptional agility, they could only be countered with heavy artillery and a plethora of suicide drones to slow the tide of rats. Missiles and bombers had been extensively deployed outside the city before the rat swarm siege, yet the poison rats appeared inexhaustible, relentlessly surging from the rear. The front line was retreating further and further. Those injured or slow to withdraw among the martial artists and soldiers were on the verge of being engulfed by the tide of rats, and the situation was dire. The third-tier rat swarm posed a moderate threat among beast hordes, characterized by their vast numbers and destructive group tactics, capable of demolishing reinforced concrete structures. However, they possessed weak defenses and lacked intelligence, making them susceptible to powerful mental attacks. With a thought, Luo Ping'an rapidly flew toward the heart of the rat swarm. reaching an altitude of 300 meters above it in the blink of an eye. His current mental reach extended 300 meters, making it a trivial task to deal with these poison rats, whose highest rank was merely that of a senior beast general. Capturing the leader first would scatter the remaining beast soldiers in disarray. Divine Sword go? With a whoosh, the divine sword pierced through the heads of thousands of poison rats, its momentum unabated as it continued toward the cranium of the senior beast general rat. A spray of blood erupted from the head of the senior beast general, and the once advancing tide of rats halted abruptly, realizing that their mightiest king had been slain. With a resounding cacophony of over 100 piercing sounds, countless venomous rodents and several beastly rodent kings fell, akin to wheat being reaped. This bizarre spectacle instilled a profound terror within the souls of the remaining venomous rats, prompting them to flee in haste beyond the city's boundaries. As Luo Ping'an soared through the air, he deftly maneuvered his divine weapon, the small sword, to eliminate those sluggish rodents. This relentless pursuit continued for half an hour, ultimately driving the remaining horde to the monstrous mountains, 200 kilometers outside the city. Panting heavily, Luo Ping'an felt as though his very essence had been drained. The toll of this endeavor was significant, while the lethality of his mental energy was substantial. Its consumption was equally rapid. Subsequently, he sought refuge in an unoccupied cave, swiftly dispatching a few low-level beast soldiers within, before entering a state of meditation. Chapter 3. Jiangnan Base City. Luo Ping'an began to cultivate the Huyan Bo Star Mental Energy Secret Tome, rejuvenating his nearly depleted sea of consciousness, which gradually began to replenish. After half an hour, he restored 70% of his mental energy. Activating the system panel with a thought, a soft blue interface materialized before him. Host, Luo Ping'an. Warrior Realm, Body Refinement Stage 2. Fist Power, 5,000 kilograms. Fist Attack Range, 10 m. Speed, 100 ms. Mental Energy Master Level, Body Refinement Stage 7. Mental Attack Range, 300 m. Origin Force Treasure, Fire God Set. Mental Weapon, 9-fold Soul Heavenly Transformation. Cultivation Techniques, Cracking Sky Fist, Huyan Bo Star Warrior Secret Tome. Huyan Bo Star Mental Energy Secret Tome. Attribute Points, 1547W. How splendid. The rodent tide is indeed a bountiful source for accumulating attribute points, promising a significant elevation in my warrior level. System, elevate my warrior level. Ding. Consuming 11111W attribute points to raise the host's warrior level to Body Refinement Stage 7. With a mere thought, an energetic wave surged from his dantian, as the genetic primal energy coursed through his meridians and bones, amplifying his strength and physical fortitude with each iteration. This process persisted for 3 hours before culminating in a complete breakthrough. Luo Ping'an gradually opened his eyes, reveling in the overwhelming power coursing through him, a smile that he could hardly suppress gracing his lips. He activated the system panel once more. Host, Luo Ping'an. Warrior Realm, Body Refinement Stage 7. Fist Power, 105 WKG. Fist Attack Range, 50 m. Speed, 600 ms. Mental Energy Master Level, Body Refinement Stage 7. Mental Attack Range, 300 m. Origin Force Treasure, Fire God Set. Mental Weapon, 9-fold Soul Heavenly Transformation. Cultivation Techniques, Cracking Sky Fist, Huyan Bo Star Warrior Secret Tome. Huyan Bo Star Mental Energy Secret Tome. Attribute Points, 4359W. The martial artist's rank has significantly risen, and with the tenfold amplitude of the sky-splitting fist, he is capable of delivering a punch with a force of 1.05 million kilograms, which is 3 to 4 times that of an ordinary advanced battle goddess strength. His effective attack range has also expanded to 50 meters, rendering him both resilient and formidable. It is time to seek out my esteemed brother. He should be encountering sister-in-law Gong Xinlan by now, barring any unforeseen circumstances. With a single thought, he hastened towards the city gate of Jiangnan, opting not to utilize his mental powers. With his current prowess as a novice battle god, he raced forth with all his might and appeared near the city gate in mere minutes. At this moment, the city walls lay in ruins. The entire city reduced to rubble, an apocalyptic scene with shattered walls and debris scattered everywhere. Outside the broken city gate, a contingent of armed soldiers from the Great Xia nation stood vigilantly at the entrance. As many noticed Luo Ping'an's return, they cast grateful glances in his direction. He approached slowly, and among the soldiers, a mid-level battle general stepped forward from the crowd. Salute. Instantly, all the soldiers stood tall and saluted Luo Ping'an, who returned the gesture. Greetings, hero. Thank you for driving away the beast tide and saving countless lives. I am Colonel Zhou Weigua of the Jiangnan Military District. Furthermore, our commander wishes to meet you. Please follow me. Luo Ping'an nodded slightly and accompanied Zhou Weigua until they arrived at a temporary military command post within the city. Inside a tent, an elderly man with slightly graying hair, yet a vigorous demeanor and piercing gaze observed the young man with intrigue. Li Jian, Level 7 Body Refinement Martial Artist. A system notification echoed in Luo Ping'an's consciousness. Young friend Luo Ping'an, greetings. I am Commander Li Jian of the Jiangnan Military District. Hello, Commander Li. Indeed, the Yangtze River's rear waves push the front waves forward. What a young hero you are. Reversing a dire situation and supporting a crumbling edifice, saving the populace from calamity. That Rat King is exceedingly cunning. Our aircraft cannot lock onto its position, and the sheer number of poisonous rats makes it impossible to effectively curtail their actions without a battle god-level mental master or an invincible battle god. Coincidentally, our great Xia nation has a special operation of immense significance for the entire human race on Earth. All intermediate battle gods and above in Jiangnan City have been dispatched and cannot return for support in the short term. Without your timely intervention, casualties could have multiplied several times over. On behalf of the military and civilians of Jiangnan City, I extend our deepest gratitude to you. Upon concluding his words, Li Jian rendered a military salute to Luo Ping'an, who reciprocated the gesture. Commander Li, there is no need for such formalities. Defending our homeland is the duty of martial artists like us. Ha ha, well said. You truly are a man of great virtue. After thorough consideration among the leadership, it has been decided to award you a special merit. The corpses of the beasts you have slain are of great importance to our nation, and we shall purchase them at market value. The payment and military merit will be transferred to your bank account within 2 days. Additionally, I sincerely extend an invitation for you to join our military, whereupon you shall be awarded the rank of general. In ordinary times, you will be relieved of mundane responsibilities, only required to lend your hand in defense during the siege of monsters. We are on the brink of establishing a base city in Jiangnan. I wonder what your thoughts are on this proposition. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ping'an acquiesced. Ha ha ha, splendid. General Luo, we welcome you to our ranks. With your inclusion, I can finally lay my anxieties to rest. Should you have any needs, do not hesitate to express them. Li Jian stepped forward, exuberantly grasping Luo Ping'an's hand. Thank you, Commander Li. I do have a few matters requiring your assistance. Please, speak freely. Luo Ping'an then articulated his desire for help in locating his family and his aspiration to establish a martial arts academy upon the completion of the Jiangnan base city, which he intended to name the Ping'an Martial Arts Academy. Li Jian readily agreed, assuring him that he would dispatch personnel to search for Luo Ping'an's relatives and would ensure the construction of the largest martial arts academy in the heart of the city. Subsequently, Luo Ping'an was escorted by guards to a military air raid shelter to rest and await the outcome. As he surveyed the rudimentary shelter, furnished with merely a table and a bed, an overwhelming sense of relief washed over him, and he promptly closed the door. Having finally resolved the beast tide, he could now anticipate a period of tranquility. As he reclined on the bed, the tension that had previously gripped him began to dissipate, and he soon drifted into a deep slumber. Approximately 3 hours later, a guard knocked on his door. General Luo, greetings. Commander Li requests your presence. Your family has been located. With a creak, the door swung open, and Luo Ping'an followed the guard back to the makeshift command center he had visited earlier. Chapter 4. The Astonishment of Luo Honghua. Inside the tent, 2 young individuals were curiously surveying their surroundings. Upon entering, Luo Ping'an immediately recognized the young man as his elder brother, Luo Honghua. Elder brother, Luo Ping'an exclaimed. Second brother, it is truly you. I feared I would never see you again. Luo Honghua, filled with emotion, rushed forward and embraced Luo Ping'an. Elder brother, it is I. Are you uninjured? No. My wife and I have been sheltering in an abandoned basement and remained unharmed. We only emerged upon hearing the voices of the rescue personnel, and subsequently, we were brought here. Alan, come here. This is my second brother, Luo Ping'an. Greetings, sister-in-law. Luo Ping'an nodded at Gong Xinlan. Hello. Gong Xinlan shyly returned the gesture. Elder brother, the city is currently undergoing reconstruction. For now, let us reside here together. By the way, I Haven T mentioned that I have joined the military of the Great Xia Kingdom. That is wonderful, second brother. Joining the military has always been your dream, and now it has come to fruition. I am genuinely happy for you. Thank you, elder brother. Let us proceed to our lodging, and afterward, we shall celebrate with a hearty meal. He then led the 2 of them toward the air raid shelter where they would rest. Shortly thereafter, the guards arranged accommodations for the 2 individuals in a room close to Luo Ping'an. They enjoyed a rejuvenating hot bath, and the guards promptly brought forth an array of food and drink. What a sumptuous feast, Luo Honghua exclaimed, reflecting on the recent days of peril during the onslaught of monstrous rodents, where mere survival felt like a stroke of fortune. The prospect of savoring a warm dish made his stomach growl in anticipation. Elder brother, sister-in-law, please sit down and feast. If it's insufficient, I shall summon more. Luo Ping'an, feeling a twinge of hunger himself, despite his current status as a martial artist, joined them at the table. The trio began to dine and converse, and the atmosphere soon blossomed with liveliness. "Second brother, on my way here, I heard that the person who expelled the beast from the city shares our surname, Luo, and is an exceptionally formidable martial artist who can even fly. Those fearsome creatures fell before him like chicks, effortlessly dispatched. I aspire to cultivate diligently and attain his prowess." Luo Hongwa chuckled. "Really? I've heard of him too." After exchanging tales and laughter, the two brothers managed to shake off the lingering fear that the beasts had instilled in them. The following day, Luo Ping'an received a text notification informing him of a deposit of 500 billion Great Xia currency and 500 billion points of military merit. The enormity of this transfer stirred a sense of excitement within him. However, upon reflection, he realized it bore little immediate utility for him, as neither his elder brother nor sister-in-law possessed martial talents, and thus had no need for cultivation resources at the moment. Consequently, he decided to transfer 10 billion to Luo Hongwa, allowing him the freedom to spend as he wished, with a gentle reminder to inform him when the funds were depleted. Upon receiving the notification of the 10 billion deposit, Luo Hongwa was instantly elated, bouncing about like a child, reveling in the delightful experience of effortless victory. The trio spent a month in the air raid shelter, indulging in delectable food and drink, having once been suffocated by the burdens of life in his previous existence. Luo Ping'an finally relished the rare opportunity to embrace a life of leisure, savoring the sweet taste of freedom from toil. One morning, Li Jian arrived with a contingent of subordinates to invite Luo Ping'an to the inauguration ceremony of the Jiangnan City, informing him that following the ceremony, there would be a conferral of honors and awards, to which he could bring his family. After a month of reconstruction, Jiangnan City had undergone a remarkable transformation, evolving from ruins into a bustling metropolis. Survivors from surrounding cities had been relocated to Jiangnan, which now thrived with an increased population and vibrancy. In the aftermath of the HH virus, many survivors had awakened their martial talents, facilitating a remarkably smooth post-disaster rebuilding process due to the contributions of martial artists. The forthcoming ceremony was of high prestige, attracting prominent figures from within Jiangnan City. Luo Hongwa and Gong Xinlan felt a twinge of nervousness attending such a distinguished event for the first time. Sensing their apprehension, Luo Ping'an offered them a reassuring glance, silently conveying that all would be well. The host of the press conference was an exceptionally stunning woman, her gaze often drifting towards Luo Ping'an, much to the delight of Luo Hongwa, who felt a surge of joy for his younger brother. However, Luo Ping'an remained unfazed, considering it quite natural for a young and handsome man like himself to attract the attention of a few young ladies. As the meeting commenced, General Li Jian of the Jiangnan military region delivered a speech. He began by lowering the flag to half-mast in remembrance of the unfortunate compatriots who perished in the recent beast-tide assault, leading a moment of silence lasting 3 minutes. He then announced the amalgamation of 8 nearby cities into the Jiangnan City, which would encompass the entire Yangtze River Delta region, ensuring every citizen would enjoy free housing, education, and partial medical care. Plans were laid to establish underground base cities for refuge during monster attacks, fortified with walls and heavily guarded by troops. A firepower coverage network and radar detection for monster movements would be instituted, alongside the formation of martial artist patrol groups to oversee the city's defenses. Incentives for martial artists to enlist in the army were also announced, with their benefits tripling. Following the meeting, the ceremony for awards and honors began. "Next, we invite our battle hero from Jiangnan City, the god of war, Luo Ping'an," exclaimed the enthusiastic female host. Under the astonished gaze of Luo Hongwa and Gong Xinlan, Luo Ping'an ascended the podium. In the presence of numerous leaders, General Li Jian bestowed upon him the rank of general and a personal distinguished service medal. The applause was thunderous, and countless survivors shed tears of gratitude upon witnessing the young hero who had expelled the terrifying beast tide from Jiangnan City, saving innumerable lives. Luo Ping'an offered a gentle smile to the crowd before gracefully descending from the podium and returning to his original seat. Luo Hongwa leaned in close to Luo Ping'an's ear and whispered, "Brother, you are unrivaled in this world." The ceremony continued, recognizing those who had made significant contributions during the beast tide, with some martial artists having sacrificed their lives, necessitating their families to accept the honors on their behalf, an unyielding reality in the apocalypse. The event lasted a full 3 hours, concluding at noon. Luo Ping'an and his companions were ushered into the newly constructed military banquet hall. After a series of toasts from the attendees, the gathering finally came to an end due to the overwhelming amount of alcohol consumed. During the festivities, they encountered many prominent figures, with several military commanders eager to introduce their daughters to Luo Ping'an upon learning he was still unmarried. However, Luo Ping'an politely declined, citing his focus on cultivation and a temporary disinterest in romantic matters. After the banquet, General Li Jian arranged for a helicopter to take Luo Ping'an and his companions above the Ping'an Martial Arts School for an aerial tour. Wow, this martial arts school is enormous. The entrance alone exceeds 500 meters, and the total area must cover at least 1,000 hectares. The rock formations, the parks, the training grounds, the clusters of villas, the skyscrapers, the warehouses, and the airfield. It's simply overwhelming, marveled Luo Honghua. Gong Xinlan, too, found herself in awe for the first time before such an opulent architectural ensemble, reflecting on her previously tragic existence that was now destined to fade into oblivion. Yet, she felt a sense of gratitude for the profound bond she had forged with Luo Honghua amidst adversity. Commander Li has shown great consideration, Luo Ping'an remarked. It was also his inaugural experience residing in such luxurious surroundings. The hardships of his former life had been so arduous that now even the simplest of pleasures tasted sweet. The villa complex boasted a total of 20 villas, numbered from 01 to 20, each equipped with a vast independent training room and comprehensive facilities. The skyscrapers, 2 in number, sprawled widely and soared to a height of 600 meters. One served as a training area, while the other catered to relaxation. Both outfitted with the most advanced amenities available globally, imbued with a palpable sense of technological sophistication. Behind the skyscrapers lay a massive storage warehouse, occupying approximately 1/3 of the entire martial arts academy's area. The guards positioned a helicopter at the helipad, while the commander of the guard, accompanied by dozens of military officers and martial artists, stood on either side to welcome Luo Ping'an and his companions. As they disembarked from the aircraft, the commander led the contingent in saluting Luo Ping'an. General Luo, on the orders of Commander Li, I, Zhou Weigua, the commander of the 20th Regiment of the 6th Military District of Jiangnan, bring the entirety of the regiment to report to you. From now on, the safety of General Luo and his family shall be our responsibility. We shall not betray the trust placed in us by Commander Li and General Luo. Luo Ping'an returned the salute, acknowledging their presence and indicating that he would notify them of any necessary arrangements, instructing them to continue their duties as previously outlined. He then guided Luo Honghua and the others toward the villa complex. Elder brother, you and sister-in-law should reside in Villa 01. I will take Villa 02, which is not far. If anything arises, just call me. I will retreat to my training for now. That works. After all, they are quite similar. Come, Elon. Let us explore inside, said Luo Ping'an. The three separated, each proceeding to their designated villas, where a group of caretakers and the steward, old Lu, awaited their arrival. Hello everyone, I am Luo Ping'an. From this day forth, we are all family. As long as we adhere to the rules, everything shall be manageable. Old Lu, please show me around. The rest may tend to their respective tasks. Yes, General Luo. Under old Lu's guidance, Luo Ping'an swiftly acquainted himself with the surroundings before returning to his training room. Upon closing the door, he approached the computer. It is time to investigate the Belena's family and ascertain the current situation regarding Weina. I must ensure that Li Yao does not pilfer the family estate. Luo Ping'an murmured to himself. Chapter 5, Weina. Luo Ping'an powered on the computer and accessed the military's information-sharing query interface, inputting Belena's family. Instantly, the screen displayed all pertinent information related to the Belena's family, among which one particular detail piqued Luo Ping'an's interest. The eldest daughter of the Belena's family, Weina, is currently seeking a suitable and capable partner in the Great Xia Kingdom to enhance the family's influence within the RH Alliance. Weina, age, 20, height, 170 centimeters, weight, 55 kilograms. Strength, 6-stage body refinement warrior. After a moment of contemplation, Luo Ping'an dialed Weina's satellite phone. As the call connected, a chillingly elegant voice resonated through the line. Hello, I am Weina from Belena's. Who is this? Greetings, Ms. Weina. I am Luo Ping'an from the Jiangnan base city. I would like to invite you to discuss our collaboration between the Ping'an Martial Arts Hall and the HR Alliance tomorrow at 3 p.m. Are you the legendary Luo battle god who resolved the beast tide in Jiangnan? Indeed. Thank you for accepting my invitation, Battle God Luo. I shall arrive punctually at the Ping'an Martial Arts Hall tomorrow afternoon. The RH Alliance will present a proposal that will surely satisfy you. Very well, Ms. Weina. I look forward to our meeting tomorrow. Luo Ping'an concluded the call without waiting for a response, his heart brimming with excitement. Ha ha ha, Weina, you are mine now. Even the arrival of Jesus would not change that. Luo Ping'an laughed heartily, reminiscent of a pig's squeal. In his previous life, he perceived Weina as a divine goddess, only to see her fall into the hands of the useless Li Yao. The more he thought about it, the more infuriated he became. This time, he vowed not to let the tragedy repeat itself. He must rescue her from peril. With his current strength, aside from Hong and the Thunder God, no one else posed a threat. Once he ascended to planetary level, he would unleash the first form of the divine weapon's illusory sword, and at that moment, he would be invincible on Earth. However, before that, he resolved to eradicate the previous rodent swarm to surprise Wayna. He purchased a set of SS-level combat attire, a pair of SS-level alloy boots, an SS-level shield, and 20 SS-level throwing knives from the military systems marketplace, spending a total of 300 billion military merit points. Additionally, he acquired a military-grade camping tent along with a portable bed and chair, costing less than 300,000 military merit points, ensuring he could rest comfortably in the wilderness. After all, with his infinite system space, convenience was guaranteed. He instructed his butler, Old Luo, to prepare a gourmet feast for 100 people, along with an assortment of fine red and white wines, to be delivered to the training room. With a mere thought, he stored all the food and drink into his infinite system space. The provisions would retain their pristine state upon entry, negating any concerns about taste or quality. He then visited the martial arts hall's reservoir, collecting 1,000 tons of purified water into his infinite system space. Subsequently, he messaged Luo Hongwa, informing him of his outing and that he would return the following day. He advised him to consult Zhou Weigua and Old Luo for any pressing matters. After claiming ownership of all his newly acquired equipment, he donned the SS combat attire and alloy boots, storing the throwing knives and shield into his infinite system space. Ready to embark on his journey, he acknowledged that he had rested for a month and must exert himself to win his bride. In a previous life, he remained a solitary figure until death. In this life, with new conditions, he vowed to persuade Vina to bear him 10 or 8 children. At his current pace, without the aid of mental powers for flight, Luo Ping'an arrived at the Monster Mountain range in less than 10 minutes. Annoying rodents, prepare to meet your fate. Standing before a rat hole, he swept his mental energy inside and discovered a cluster of venomous rats resting within. With a mighty splitting sky fist, he unleashed his strength, obliterating the entrance of the cave within a mere 50 meters. A thunderous roar echoed as the entrance collapsed, shortly followed by the piercing cries of the enraged rats. Notification: 50,000 beast soldier-level venomous rats killed, earning 100,000 attribute points. As the system's alert resonated, the furious horde of rats surged from the cave, their eyes ablaze with wrath as they charged at the audacious human before them. Yet, awaiting them was another splitting sky fist from Luo Ping'an. Bang! The sound of shattering space rang out as his formidable punch sent all the approaching venomous rats flying backward. Notification: 900,000 beast soldier-level venomous rats killed, earning 1,800,000 attribute points. Notification: 100,000 beast general-level venomous rats killed, earning 200,000 attribute points. Exhilarating. I wonder how many venomous rats I can annihilate with my full power. His actions had thoroughly enraged a newly emerged primary Lord-level Rat King. Indeed, after a month of development, a new Lord-level Rat King had arisen from the venomous rat swarm, accompanied by numerous general-level rat warriors. This primary Lord-level Rat King possessed considerable intelligence and directed the rat horde from within the cave, orchestrating their assault from all directions. Luo Ping'an leaped high into the air and delivered a heavy splitting sky fist, creating a vacuum zone within a 50-meter radius. However, the relentless swarm continued to charge fearlessly. As time progressed, Luo Ping'an unleashed 300 splitting sky fists, yet the rats appeared inexhaustible, with their carcasses forming several towering mounds around him. With a thought, an SS-level shield emerged from the infinite system space, lifting him rapidly, soaring to a height of 200 meters above the ground. With another mental command, he summoned the infinite system space to collect all the monster corpses. At this moment, Luo Ping'an felt a wave of fatigue wash over him, his body drenched in sweat. The intensity and pace of his full-powered strikes had pushed his stamina to its limits. No wonder the god of war, Lu Gang, perished under the rat tide. Fortunately, as a mental energy master, he could fly. Otherwise, he too would meet his end here. With a heavy sigh, Luo Ping'an exhaled a breath of relief. First, he needed to find a place to recuperate before returning to deal with them. With a swift sound of slicing air, the SS-level shield whisked Luo Ping'an away, leaving behind a swarm of enraged and helpless venomous rats, who continued to howl in frustration. After approximately flying 100 kilometers, Luo Ping'an found a deserted cave, established a mental protection barrier, and sat cross-legged, commencing the operation of the basic martial arts secret scripture of the fallen star to restore the original force within his body. 2 hours elapsed, and Luo Ping'an perceived that the original force within him had returned to its peak state. Nodding in satisfaction, he acknowledged the efficacy of the fallen star scripture, which indeed facilitated a swift recovery of vitality. He opened the system panel, host, Luo Ping'an Martial Artist Realm, Body Refinement Stage, Level 7 Punching Power, 1050. 000 kg Speed, 600 ms Mentalist Level, Body Refinement Stage, Level 7 Telekinetic Attack Range, 300 Original Force Treasures, Fire God Set, SS Level Combat Suit, SS Level Shield, SS Level Alloy Combat Boots Telekinetic Weapon, Ninefold Soul Heaven's Transformation, SS Level Flying Dagger Cultivation Techniques, Rift Fist, Basic Martial Arts Secret Scripture of the Fallen Star, Basic Mentalist Secret Scripture of the Fallen Star Attribute Points, 126, 063, 000. Wow. Let's take off. The rodent swarm is truly an excellent place for racking up attribute points. With this wave of extermination of 300 million venomous rodents, I've accumulated over 1.2 billion attribute points, allowing for a substantial elevation in both my martial artist and mentalist levels. System, upgrade my martial artist level. Beep. Consuming 600 million attribute points elevates the host's martial artist level to body refinement stage, level 9. Immediately, a tremendous energy surged from his dantian, continuously washing through his meridians while simultaneously fortifying his body. Under the nourishment of this cosmic energy, the activity of his cells increased significantly, and all his internal organs were enhanced tenfold. This energy, after transforming his body, did not dissipate but began to liquefy from its gaseous state, ultimately forming a vast energy reservoir within his dantian. Sensing the profound changes throughout his body, Luo Ping'an felt an exhilarating thrill, which took him some time to calm. System, elevate my mentalist level. Beep. Consuming 600 million attribute points elevates the host's mental power level to body refinement stage, level 9. With the system's notification, Luo Ping'an felt as though his mind were about to explode. At that moment, a violent wave of energy surged through his mental sea. The originally small mental sea began to swell wildly, as countless energy particles converged to rapidly fill it, relentlessly battering against the mental sea's barriers. In mere moments, a thunderous crash echoed as the barriers of the mental sea were shattered, and the area of the lake expanded tenfold before finally stabilizing. At this moment, Luo Ping'an was drenched in sweat, exhaling heavily. Fortunately, he had previously elevated his martial artist level to that of a high-tier warrior. Otherwise, there was a significant chance he would have succumbed to unconsciousness under such energy impact. Given his current wilderness surroundings, losing consciousness would pose a considerable danger. Luo Ping'an silently expressed his gratitude. With a thought, he released his telekinetic power, allowing an infinite wave of mental energy to spread outward like a tide. 50 meters, 200 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters, exactly 1 kilometer, left Luo Ping'an utterly astonished, his mouth agape. Is this truly the pinnacle of mental prowess in this realm? My current psychic attack range rivals that of an ordinary planetary-level warrior. Moreover, I can now flawlessly command 6 golden swords from the divine weapon. Often employing flying daggers to masquerade as a harmless fool, he chuckled mischievously. With that, he rose from the cave and continued towards the direction of the rodent horde. Indeed, with his newfound strength, Luo Ping'an was eager to test how many venomous rodents he could slay. In less than 2 minutes, he arrived at the site of his previous battle with the rodent swarm. Chapter 6. Breaking through to planetary level. Luo Ping'an leaped high, channeling the primal force of the realm within him, executing the sky-rending fist with all his might against the already ravaged cave of the rodent horde. Boom. A sound akin to a nuclear explosion reverberated as the mountain crumbled like tofu under the might of the sky-rending fist. Roar, roar, roar. The earth-shattering roars of beasts erupted, mingling with the piercing cries of the rodents. Ding. Slayed 1. 9 million beast soldier-level venomous rodents, earning 3.8 million attribute points. Ding. Slayed 200. 000 beast general-level venomous rodent kings, earning 4 million attribute points. As the system notifications chimed, a new round of battle commenced. This time, the entire rodent horde surged forth. Devoid of the mountain's protection, with the Lord-level rodent king leading the charge alongside beast general-level rodent kings directly towards Luo Ping'an. The rodent king was utterly enraged. This detestable human had repeatedly slaughtered its kin without remorse. The audacity of demolishing its home was intolerable. While the rodents themselves might endure, the rodent king could not. Its fury extinguished all reason, forgetting the immense power of this human before it. Yet, what awaited them was a terrifying sky-rending fist. Thud. Blood erupted from the mouths of the rodent kings as the tremendous force instantly sent all venomous rodents within a 90-meter radius of Luo Ping'an flying. Ding. Slayed 1 primary Lord-level venomous rodent king, earning 10,000 attribute points. Ding. Slayed 500,000 beast general-level venomous rodent kings, earning 10 million attribute points. Ding. Slade 2. 5 million beast soldier-level venomous rodents, earning 5 million attribute points. However, the loss of numerous rodent kings did not scatter the horde. Instead, it ignited their ferocity. This was their home. Where else could they flee? The rodents cared little for their own lives. This accursed invader must perish. The horde surged at Luo Ping'an from all directions, yet he remained composed, unleashing successive sky-rending fists to meet the oncoming tide. A vacuum of space consistently surrounded Luo Ping'an, while the rodent horde seemed inexhaustible, continuously erupting from the ground. Just as he dispatched one wave, another relentless onslaught of venomous rodents charged forth without fear of death. As time passed, Luo Ping'an had unleashed 500 sky-rending fists, while the swarming rats appeared to be inexhaustible. The surrounding corpses had accumulated into towering mountains. At this moment, a wave of fatigue washed over Luo Ping'an once more. He was rapidly losing his strength. It was time to retreat. The ferocity of this rat horde was overwhelming, exhilarating even. With a flicker of thought, an SS-level shield materialized beneath him, propelling him swiftly to an altitude of 200 meters above the ground. He summoned the infinite system space, drawing in all the corpses of the beasts. With a whoosh, the SS-level shield whisked Luo Ping'an away into the horizon, leaving behind a throng of furious yet helpless poisoned rats, howling in frustration. After flying approximately 100 kilometers, Luo Ping'an located a previously deserted cave. He set up a telekinetic barrier and sat cross-legged, commencing the operation of the secret manual of the Fallen Star Warriors to restore the dimensional force within him. 6 full hours passed before Luo Ping'an sensed that his internal dimensional force had returned to its peak condition. He promptly opened his eyes, emerging from his meditative state. It was reasonable that recovery for a high-tier battle god would be comparatively slow, as the reservoir of force within him had indeed expanded several-fold since before. He accessed the system panel, and a pale blue screen materialized before his eyes. Host, Luo Ping'an. Warrior rank, body refinement stage, level 9. Fist strength, 850,000 kg. Fist attack range, 90 m. Speed, 900 ms. Mental mastery level, body refinement stage, level 9. Mental attack range, 1000 m. Dimensional treasures, fire god set, SS level combat suit. SS level shield, SS level alloy combat boots. Telekinetic weapons, 9-fold soul heaven transformation, SS level flying daggers. Cultivation techniques, sky-rending fist, secret manual of the Fallen Star Warriors. Secret manual of the Fallen Star mental force. Attribute points, 3 billion. This rat horde truly served as my experience treasure. I may have been a bit too ruthless this time, nearly uprooting them entirely. I shall return after some time. With their reproductive capabilities, they will undoubtedly recover within a year. System, enhance warrior rank. Ding, consuming 1 billion attribute points to elevate host warrior rank to planetary level, stage 1. Immediately, an overwhelming surge of energy enveloped Luo Ping'an's dantian, followed by an incessant accumulation of energy in the reservoir of force. This energy then coalesced into a liquid form, filling the entire reservoir, which expanded continually until it occupied the entire dantian, relentlessly pressing against its barriers. After enduring for a full 2 hours, the dantian could no longer withstand the onslaught. Boom! A tremendous explosion resounded. Subsequently, the dantian collapsed, and a torrent of liquid force surged into the core of the collapsed dantian, generating an extraordinarily potent suction within its center. In a fleeting moment, the once surging energy and primordial essence were entirely consumed by the core of his dantian. A radiant light emanated from this core, rapidly rotating and expanding, ultimately forming a resplendent miniature celestial body. This colorful orb was composed of 7 distinct crystalline hues, continuously rotating in the original location of the dantian. As the sphere spun, streams of pale golden energy radiated throughout his entire being, creating an invisible and unique magnetic field around him. Under the influence of this magnetic field, Luo Ping'an felt an extraordinary lightness in his body, completely oblivious to the gravitational pull of Earth. At that moment, he found himself effortlessly suspended in midair without the aid of mental force. This was the hallmark of a planetary-level warrior, flight through the skies. Luo Ping'an exclaimed in awe. Suddenly, his previously tranquil form began to undergo a tumultuous transformation. His physical strength, cellular vitality, organ density, bone mass, and regenerative capabilities experienced an enhancement of over 100-fold, marking a monumental leap in his life level. As he sensed the immense changes wrought by this elevation and beheld the power displayed on the system panel, 800 tons, Luo Ping'an was astounded. With my current strength of 800 tons, coupled with the 10-fold amplitude of the sky-rending fist, I could unleash a staggering force of 380 0.000 tons, rivaling that of a 5th-tier planetary warrior. If I were to engage the rat swarm, a single strike would likely annihilate millions of venomous rodents, he marveled. System, enhance my mental practitioner level. Ding. Consumed 1 billion attribute points, elevating the host's mental practitioner level to 1st-tier planetary level. Chapter 7. The System Marketplace unveiled. As the system notification resonated, an overwhelming surge of energy enveloped Luo Ping'an's consciousness. Subsequently, countless energies began to coalesce within the mental force lake, forming a liquid essence that filled the entire lake. The area of the mental force lake expanded continuously until it occupied the entirety of his consciousness, relentlessly battering against its barriers for a full 4 hours. Finally, the barriers of the consciousness could no longer withstand the onslaught. Boom. A tremendous explosion reverberated, and then the consciousness collapsed. As torrents of mental force liquid surged into the core of the crumbling consciousness, generating an extraordinarily potent suction at its center. In mere moments, the once tumultuous energies and mental force liquid were entirely devoured by the core of consciousness. A beam of light then emerged from the core, rapidly rotating and expanding, ultimately forming a magnificent golden microcosmic celestial body. This golden sphere was composed entirely of golden crystals, perpetually rotating in the location of the former consciousness. As this luminous orb spun, waves of pale golden energy coursed through Luo Ping'an's entire being, continuously fortifying his corporeal form. His previously serene body once more erupted into profound transformation, with his physical strength, cellular vitality, organ density, bone mass, and regenerative abilities experiencing yet another 100-fold enhancement, signifying yet another leap in his life level. Open the system panel. Host, Luo Ping'an. Warrior Realm, 1st-tier planetary level. Original energy attack power, 5,000 tons. Original energy attack range, 1 kilometer. Speed, 3 kilometers per second. Mental mastery level, planetary level 1. Mental attack power, 5,000 tons. Psychic attack range, 10 kilometers. Speed, 5 kilometers per second. Original force treasures, Fire God set, SS level combat suit, SS level shield, SS level alloy boots. Psychic weapons, 9-fold soul heaven transformation, SS level flying blade. Cultivation techniques, rift breaking fist, basic warrior secret manual of the fallen star, basic mental force secret manual of the fallen star. Attribute points, 1 billion. Ding. Detected that the host's power has reached the planetary level. The system will now upgrade. After the upgrade, the host's level will have no limitations. As long as there are sufficient attribute points, an instantaneous elevation will occur, with no side effects. Additionally, the system shop has been opened, allowing the host to exchange attribute points for all planetary level items available in the shop, with corresponding items unlocking as the host's level increases. Ding. System upgrade loading, 199. Ding. System upgrade complete. The system shop is officially open. Please explore at your leisure. Open the system shop. Immediately, a pale blue light screen appeared before Luo Ping'an, displaying a variety of treasures. Moya crystal, a common catalytic resource from the dimension, suitable for breakthroughs from apprentice level 7 to planetary level 9. Unit price, 2 billion. The host warrior talent typically requires 3 times the resources of an ordinary warrior for a breakthrough. Fire God set, a dimensional level 3 original force set, capable of protecting the entire body and negating 90 of attacks below cosmic level. Unit price, 10 billion. Black Cloud Vine, a special life form from the dimension. Upon recognizing its master, it can transform into battle attire, symbiotically growing with its owner while consuming energy resources. Unit price, 50 billion. Thousand Herb Dew, a spirit of ordinary vegetation, effective for detoxification, recovery, and body enhancement for ordinary people. It can elevate an ordinary person to apprentice level 1. Unit price, 500 million. Star Rift Gauntlet, a commonly found level 1 original force weapon from the dimension, increasing planetary level warriors' original force attack amplitude by 3-fold. Unit price, 200 million. Solar Rift Gauntlet, a commonly found level 2 original force weapon from the dimension, increasing the original force attack amplitude of planetary and stellar level warriors 10-fold. Unit price, 700 million. Dragon Blood, Royal Grade Dragon Blood, when used by apprentice level warriors, it can double their strength and provide a slight enhancement to their physical form. Unit price, 200 million. Crimson Fruit, a peculiar fruit from Earth, containing unique energy. When consumed by apprentice-level warriors, it can elevate their strength by 1 level with no side effects. Unit price, 500 million. Royal Intelligent War Machine, a product of royal-grade monster materials combined with technology, capable of resisting attacks from any monster below royal level. With a speed of 10 Mach, 3,400 ms. Unit price, 500 million. Heaven and Earth-grade intelligent war machine, a product of Imperial-grade monster materials combined with technology. Capable of resisting attacks from any monster below Imperial level, with a speed of 15 Mach, unit price, 1 billion. Cosmic-level intelligent fighter, a product of the fusion of planetary-grade monster materials and technology, capable of withstanding attacks from any creature below planetary level, with a speed of 20 Mach and a price of 200 million. Gazing upon this plethora of treasures, Luo Ping'an suddenly felt that the 3 billion attribute points he had just acquired from defeating the mouse seemed rather insufficient. Currently, my telekinetic weapon is the Yinshin weapon, and combined with the insights gained from my training with Huyan Bo regarding the principles of gold, I can unleash an attack power comparable to that of a first-tier star. However, I have yet to acquire a martial artist's primal energy weapon. I should first purchase a Liang gauntlet. When paired with the Liang fist, it can unleash 100-fold amplitude, equating to 1 million tons, sufficient to rival the full-force strike of a 9th-tier ordinary martial artist at planetary level. Moreover, I should procure 2 portions of Qianqiao Dew and 2 vials of dragon's blood for my elder brother and sister-in-law, enabling them to cultivate. Additionally, I shall acquire 1 vial of dragon's blood and 2 zhu fruits for my wife. That should suffice. Alas, it truly is costly, sighed Luo Ping'an. System. Purchase 1 Liang gauntlet, 2 portions of Qianqiao Dew, 2 zhu fruits, and 3 vials of dragon's blood. Ding, 9, 6 billion attribute points expended, purchasing 1 Liang gauntlet, 2 Qianqiao Dew, 2 zhu fruits, and 3 dragon's blood. All items have been allocated to the infinite system space. Please retrieve them at your convenience. The cosmic-level intelligent fighter is merely 200 million. Perhaps I should seek out the mouse again. No, that is not permissible. Exploiting those routes is absolutely out of the question. Yet, I do long for a striking fighter. Sigh. I shall look for other beast herds to seek alms. Times are tough for the mouse as well. With a mere thought, I soared into the air, the magnetic fields generated by the 2 miniature planets propelling Luo Ping'an to extraordinary speeds. In the blink of an eye, he arrived deep within the monster mountain range, discovering a plethora of beasts densely clustered atop a mountain. Luo Ping'an ascended to the summit of a central peak, gazing down at the myriad monsters below, both in variety and quantity. This will do, little beasts, heed my warning in your next life. Encountering me this time, you have drawn the short straw. Liang fist. In an instant, a resounding boom reverberated through the air. The mountain, originally at an altitude of 450 meters, was instantly transformed into a basin, with numerous monsters being obliterated by this unimaginably terrifying force. Truly, the martial profession is a brutish one. How much monster material has been wasted? Luo Ping'an lamented. Ding, monster horde defeated, earning 1 billion attribute points. System. Purchase the cosmic-level intelligent fighter. Ding. 200 million attribute points expended, purchasing 1 cosmic-level intelligent fighter. Item has been allocated to infinite system space. Please retrieve it at your convenience. With a mere thought, a silver-white triangular winged fighter, its fuselage sharp as a blade, appeared before Luo Ping'an. The wings and body formed a perfect obtuse angle, exuding a sense of advanced technology and an imposing appearance. The massive cockpit door swung open, and Luo Ping'an flew inside, after which the door closed instantly. A gentle female mechanical voice resonated. Esteemed Master Luo Ping'an, I am the intelligent core Xiao E of the 001 Primordial Intelligent Fighter. Please feel free to issue any commands you may have. The interior of the spacecraft is adorned with luxurious furnishings, expansive space, a dining area, a cinema, and various rooms, all meticulously designed to reflect the opulence of a top-tier villa. Xiao E returns to the Ping and Martial Arts Academy, stating, "Understood, Master. We will arrive in approximately 5 minutes." At this moment, Luo Ping'an, filled with curiosity, eagerly examines every facet of the cosmic intelligent aircraft. With Xiao Yi's assistance, he swiftly acclimatizes to his surroundings. Gazing out the window at the passing scenery, the 5 minutes pass in the blink of an eye, and the cosmic-grade intelligent aircraft gracefully lands at the Academy's helipad. The appearance of the spacecraft above the Jiangnan City creates quite a stir. Upon exiting the aircraft, Luo Ping'an notices Zhou Weiguo, who stands at attention alongside the guarding officers, flanking the entrance of the spacecraft. As Zhou Weiguo salutes, all the officers in the vicinity promptly return the gesture towards Luo Ping'an. He reciprocates the salute, glancing at the clock which indicates noon. There is still time for him to enjoy a meal, take a shower, and rest for a while. Zhou Weiguo, this afternoon, Vinina will bring representatives from the Berlina's family to discuss collaboration with me. Please direct them to Villa number 002 when they arrive. Understood, General Luo. You all may continue with your duties. I will notify you if needed. Very well, sir. Luo Ping'an proceeds directly to Villa number 001, where he finds Luo Hongguo and Gong Xianlan. The two are preparing to dine with the assistance of a housekeeper, and upon seeing Luo Ping'an return, they greet him enthusiastically. "You're back, little brother. Come join us for a meal. How did everything go?" "Elder brother, sister-in-law, it went quite smoothly. I've brought you a surprise, which I will reveal after our meal." "That is wonderful. Please sit down and enjoy. You must try your sister-in-law's culinary skills. She personally prepared these delectable dishes." "Sister-in-law, you possess such remarkable culinary talent. Elder brother is truly fortunate." Gong Xianlong blushes slightly, replying, "I just hope you all enjoy it." Thus, the three engage in lively conversation as they dine. After the meal, Luo Ping'an leads Luo Hongguo and Gong Xianlong to the training room, presenting them with 2 vials of Qian Chao Lu and 2 vials of dragon blood. He instructs them to take 1 drop of Qian Chao Lu daily, diluted in water, assuring them that within a month they will become martial artists. Once they achieve that status, he will impart the cultivation guidance technique to them, and they should then soak their bodies in water infused with dragon blood daily to expedite their breakthroughs. "Little brother, these treasures must be quite valuable. Given our lack of talent, you should focus on your own cultivation resources and not worry about us." "Elder brother, these are merely rewards from my recent mission and are not particularly precious. The Martial Arts Academy is about to officially open, and you both must grow quickly to assist me with various matters. After all, with such a vast academy, I cannot manage everything alone." Upon hearing Luo Ping'an's words, Luo Hongguo and Gong Xianlong readily accept the surprise he has bestowed upon them. Chapter 8. The Choice of the Berlina's Family. At 2:40 p.m., Luo Ping'an, having just finished his bath, sat languidly on the sofa in the main hall of Villa 002 at the Ping'an Martial Arts Center, scrolling through videos. Suddenly, he heard the sound of the main gate opening, followed by the approach of footsteps drawing nearer to Villa 002. They arrived rather early. I can hardly contain my anticipation. Luo Ping'an mused with a faint smile. Before long, Zhou Weiguo entered the main hall of Villa 002, leading a group of individuals. "Reporting, sir. The Bolanis family has arrived. Please advise. I shall receive them. You may leave for now. I will inform you if needed," Luo Ping'an replied. "Understood, sir." Zhou Weiguo acknowledged before departing. "Welcome, esteemed members of the Bolanis family, to my Ping'an Martial Arts Center. Please, take a seat." "Hello, Mr. Luo. I am Vinina. It is a pleasure to meet you." Stepped forward a young woman with flowing blonde hair and striking blue eyes, clad in an SS-class white combat suit. Her fair skin, long legs, and regal presence exuded an air of elegance. "Ms. Vinina, it is a delight to meet you. You are truly stunning," Luo Ping'an remarked, his gaze fixed intently upon her. "Thank you for your kind words, Mr. Luo. I am fully responsible for this collaboration. Feel free to discuss any conditions with me," she replied. "Let us not rush into matters of collaboration just yet. I have a question for you first, Ms. Vinina." "Oh, what would you like to ask, Mr. Luo?" "I have heard that you are currently seeking a partner. To be candid, I have long admired you and wonder how you perceive me." "Mr. Luo, at such a young age, you have already attained the status of a god of war-level psychic master and possess striking features, though perhaps a shade less than some of the other distinguished gentlemen here. I do admire you, truly. However, regrettably, compared to Liao, your background falls short. For the Bolanis family to thrive in the great Xia kingdom, we require support that surpasses even the god of war level, planetary level. Liao has Mr. Yan Hai backing him, who is poised to become the foremost elder of the Earth's War God Hall. Therefore, I must apologize, Mr. Luo. Haha, on this planet, there is yet to be anyone who can refuse me. Ms. Vinina, would you reconsider?" Luo Ping'an laughed heartily, unleashing a formidable psychic pressure that compelled all members of the Bolanis family, save for Vinina, to kneel, rendered immobile by the overwhelming force. Among them were 2 high-ranking gods of war, drenched in sweat. Impossible. How could someone so young possess power beyond the god of war level? The Bolanis family exclaimed in terror. After a brief moment of shock, Vinina clenched her jaw, seemingly making a difficult decision. "Mr. Luo, I am willing to marry you. I ask that you release my family." With a hearty laugh, Luo Ping'an reigned in his aura, causing all members of the Bolanis family, who had been kneeling in abject terror, to collapse onto the ground, gasping for breath. They could swear that in that fleeting moment, they had experienced the most harrowing event of their lives, a sensation they had never felt even in the presence of a royal-level beast. "Vinina, you have made an exceedingly wise decision. The others may rest here. Come with me," he instructed. Vinina cast a glance at her family, signaling them to wait, before hastily following in Luo Ping'an's stride. Initially, she assumed he would lead her to a private chamber, and a twinge of nervousness fluttered within her. Despite her innocence, the proliferation of information in the digital age had imparted her with some understanding. However, much to her surprise, Luo Ping'an directed her towards the landing strip. As they approached, she noticed a colossal and imposing warplane gracefully descending from the sky, halting at an altitude of 200 meters above the ground. Vinina, we shall ascend, hold on to me. Before she could fully process his words, he encircled her from behind and soared into the air. Initially startled, Vinina soon felt the warmth emanating from him, her ears flushing crimson as she realized they were climbing higher. Instinctively, her delicate hands clutched tightly to Luo Ping'an's robust arm. A mischievous grin curled at the corner of his lips as he inhaled the delightful fragrance of the enchanting woman before him, basking in the softness of her presence with a deeply satisfied smile. Alas, such blissful moments are fleeting. Although Luo Ping'an intentionally slowed their ascent, 200 meters was still a brief distance, and soon they found themselves inside the cosmic-class intelligent warplane. Welcome, Master. Xiao Yi is at your service. Upon entering, the cabin door sealed shut, and a gentle feminine mechanical voice resonated. At that moment, Vinina emerged from her earlier panic. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the interior of the intelligent warplane. She marveled at its opulence and advanced technology, realizing that her family's aircraft paled in comparison. Xiao Yi, grant Vinina the status of second master. Understood, Master. Initiating identification for Master Vinina. Successful binding. Instantly, a surge of exhilaration coursed through Vinina. She was genuinely enamored with this intelligent warplane, which boasted both striking aesthetics and formidable presence. She imagined the envy it would incite among her younger relatives if she were to bring it home. Vinina, this is a cosmic-class intelligent warplane, a treasure I acquired from a relic. It is capable of withstanding any assault from beasts of planetary level and is equipped with a high-powered electromagnetic cannon that can vanquish any royal-level monster, boasting a maximum speed of 20 Mach. This is my first gift to you. This is exceedingly precious. At this moment, Vinina suddenly perceived the man before her as both domineering and handsome. Marrying him might not be such a bad idea. With such youth and remarkable prowess, he possessed both strength and wealth, and he treated her with such kindness. Surely, their future offspring would boast exceptional talents. Wait, why was she contemplating children? Vinina hastily shook her head, attempting to dispel those peculiar thoughts. Luo Ping'an waved his hand dismissively, signaling it was a trifling matter, and then, as if performing a magic trick, produced a vial of dragon blood and 2 crimson fruits, presenting them to Vinina. Vinina, this is a vial of royal-grade dragon blood. Pour it into the intelligent battle machine's pool and immerse yourself. It will enable you to ascend to the initial level of a war god. As for these 2 crimson fruits, once you achieve that level, consume one, and you will directly transcend to the advanced war god level. Vinina's mouth fell agape in astonishment. When did breakthroughs become so effortless? As the daughter of the Bolanis family, she considered herself well-equipped with resources, believing she was unmatched on this planet. At such a young age, she had already attained the status of an advanced war general. Yet, before Luo Ping'an, she felt like an unsophisticated pauper, her identity and background providing no reassurance in this moment. How could she accept such generosity? Initially intent on declining, her hands, betraying her thoughts, respectfully accepted the treasures. Go. Make haste to break through. I will be waiting for you in room 001 of the cosmic-class intelligent battle machine. All right. In that moment, Vinina resolved to marry this man for life. He was simply too captivating, and she yearned for advancement. Approaching the pool, she poured the dragon blood into the water, which immediately began to bubble violently, releasing a copious amount of steam. After a while, the temperature settled to a level acceptable for a war general. Without hesitation, Vinina shed her combat suit and leaped into the pool, channeling her martial arts to absorb the dragon blood into her body. After 5 hours of absorption, the once crimson water had transformed into crystal clarity. At that moment, Vinina had ascended to the initial level of a war god. Opening her eyes, she felt a surge of power within her, significantly stronger than before, and a charming smile graced her lips. Without a moment's hesitation, she consumed a crimson fruit. This breakthrough was far swifter than the previous absorption of dragon blood. Within just 2 hours, Vinina had ascended to the advanced war god level. Emerging from her training state, she reveled in the enhanced capabilities of her body, her eyes sparkling with wisdom. This endeavor proved worthwhile. Her strength had increased tremendously, and she recognized that the man truly loved her. A man who could satisfy both her material and emotional needs was precisely what she desired. Rising, she entered the adjacent bathroom to cleanse herself of the impurities accumulated from her breakthrough. Channeling her vital energy, she dried the moisture from her skin and hair, then picked up her satellite phone and dialed her father's number, the patriarch of the Bolanis family. Father, I have decided to marry Luo Ping'an. Subsequently, the current situation was briefly outlined. Upon hearing his daughter's words, the patriarch of the Bolanis clan pondered for a moment before expressing his support for her decision to stand by Luo Ping'an, promising to accompany her in this endeavor. He also encouraged Vinina to bring Luo Ping'an to visit their family when time permitted. After concluding the call with her father, she sent a message to the clan's adept who had accompanied her to Ping'an's martial arts school, assuring them of her safety and that the family had consented to her union with Luo Ping'an, instructing them to settle in at the martial arts school for the time being. Having accomplished this, she entered the room of the Cosmic Class Intelligent Warplane No. 001 and closed the door behind her. Chapter 9. The first meeting of the War God Hall. At this moment, Luo Ping'an was reclining on his bed, recuperating and awaiting the next battle. Upon seeing Weina enter and shut the door, he instantly grasped the situation. Recently having ascended to the rank of a high-level war god, Weina was brimming with confidence and directly approached Luo Ping'an for a friendly spar. After a night of amicable dueling, Luo Ping'an exerted 80% of his strength to narrowly triumph over Weina, who had absorbed dragon blood and advanced to a high-level war god. Once the battle concluded, both were utterly exhausted and breathless. They then proceeded to the bathroom for a refreshing shower before returning to their room to rest, while the Cosmic Class Intelligent Warplane, under the control of Xiao Yi, slowly circled the skies above Jiangnan City. During this time, no unwelcome flying beasts interrupted them, as the military had received Luo Ping'an's message the previous day, confirming that the aircraft was acquired from ancient civilization ruins, thus refraining from sending anyone to investigate. It was not until noon that Luo Ping'an finally awoke, gazing at Weina, who lay nestled in his arms, his mood exceptionally high. He felt as though he had achieved his first small goal, and now sought ways to accrue more attribute points. With the limited number of beasts on Earth, he knew he could not eradicate them all at once. A strategic approach was necessary. He resolved to survive until he reached the nebula level, ensuring a safer existence. After a while, Weina stirred awake, reflecting on the wild events of the previous night. She concluded that her impulsiveness, fueled by her recent level breakthrough and the enhancement from dragon blood, had led her to become overly confident. Luo Ping'an had sensed her awakening and gently kissed her forehead. "Nana, how is your recovery progressing?" he inquired. "I was on the verge of falling apart yesterday, but thankfully, your transmission of the martial arts cultivation secret manual allowed me to enhance my physical recovery capabilities significantly. I am almost fully recovered now. Let us return, for the family is waiting for us." Unin and Nana are the affectionate names they had decided upon the previous night. "Whatever you say. I have instructed the butler to prepare a grand feast for our families to share a meal together and get acquainted." "That sounds good. Please wait while I apply some makeup." With that, she rose and began to get ready. "Xiao Yi, please make your way back to Ping'an's martial arts school slowly." "Understood, Master." Estimated arrival at Ping'an's martial arts school in 10 minutes. Luo Ping'an also proceeded to freshen up. 10 minutes later, hand in hand, the two walked back to Villa 002 amidst the astonished gazes of Zhou Weigua and the others, having departed from the helipad of the Ping'an martial arts school. Inside the grand hall of Villa 002, Luo Hongguo was engaged in light banter with the members of the Bolanas family. He had received a notification from Luo Ping'an the previous evening, requesting his assistance in hosting the Bolanas family at Villa 002 alongside Gong Xinlan. Upon learning that his younger brother was to wed the esteemed daughter of the Bolanas family, Luo Hongguo could not suppress a smile of delight. With his own family having perished due to the RR virus, only he and his younger brother remained. He had already found a girlfriend and planned to marry soon. Now, with his brother also set to marry, it seemed that their family was on the verge of revitalization. As Luo Ping'an and Weina returned hand in hand, a wave of excitement rippled through the gathering, particularly among the Bolanas family, who had already recognized Luo Ping'an's formidable prowess the previous day. It appeared that the Bolanas family's standing within the HR alliance would significantly improve. "Esteemed guests, I apologize for the wait. Let us proceed to the dining hall," Luo Hongguo announced. "I hope you will forgive any shortcomings in our hospitality. Mr. Luo, you are too kind. We are all family now, and our stay here has been quite pleasant." The members of the Bolanas family replied with respectful demeanor. Reality often dictates behavior. Their attitude had shifted drastically from the previous day, as one must show respect to the powerful to endure in this world. "Then let us all head to the dining hall and enjoy a meal while we converse," suggested Luo Hongguo. The group made their way to the opulent dining room of Villa 002, where the maids had already laid out a delectable array of dishes. As they took their seats and began to dine, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively. The Bolanas family, indeed one of the 9 prominent families of the RH Alliance, was well informed. When Luo Ping'an inquired about the Temple of War, they readily shared all they knew. A month prior, just days before Luo Ping'an arrived in this world, individuals from the Wujin Martial Arts School had discovered the remnants of an ancient civilization deep within the Kunlun Mountains of the Great Xia Kingdom. However, the area was rife with monstrous creatures, including several king-level beasts. After reporting to the martial arts school's higher-ups, Hong personally led all mid-level warriors and above in the Great Xia Kingdom to clear the area of beasts. allowing them to access the ancient relics where they acquired considerable extraterrestrial technology and the remains of an alien spacecraft. Hong communicated their findings with Thor, and together they utilized this newfound alien technology to establish the Temple of War. Any warrior of war god level and above could enter this virtual consciousness space via consciousness helmet, facilitating communication among war god level warriors and consolidating humanity's strength against the beasts. Ping'an. The inaugural meeting of the Temple of War is scheduled for 3 p.m. tomorrow at the headquarters of the Wujin Martial Arts School in Hongning Base City. All warriors who reach the war god level will receive invitations this afternoon. Would you accompany me to the Bolanas family later? My father wishes to meet you, and conveniently. The Bolanas headquarters is located in Hongning Base City. We can attend the Temple of War meeting together tomorrow, Weina inquired of Luo Ping'an. Of course, my dear Weina. He replied. Luo Ping'an nodded without hesitation. Elder brother, elder sister-in-law, let us all go together. Consider it a trip. That sounds good, second brother. Your sister-in-law and I have discussed it and decided to hold our wedding next month. When do you plan to have yours? Elder brother, congratulations. Nana and I have also decided to hold our wedding next month. How about we do it together for a more festive atmosphere? I think that's splendid, Alon. What do you think? Honghua, I defer to your judgment. Gong Xinlan shyly lowered her head and murmured. Then we shall heed the second brother's suggestion and celebrate together. After the meal, the group boarded a state-of-the-art interstellar fighter jet, setting off for Hongning Base City. Inside the craft, apart from Luo Ping'an and Vinina, the others were awestruck by the jet's opulence, sophistication, and technological marvel, their mouths agape as they swallowed in astonishment. Second brother, this intelligent fighter jet is quite impressive. Isn't it? Mr. Luo, what class of fighter jet is this? Surely Earth does not possess such advanced technology, inquired a high-ranking warrior from the Bolanas family, astonished. This is an interstellar intelligent fighter jet, which I acquired from a relic. It can withstand attacks from any royal-grade beast and serves adequately for transportation. I have already gifted it to Vinina, Luo Ping'an replied with a wave of his hand and a smile. What? An intelligent fighter jet capable of resisting attacks from any royal-grade beast, simply given to Miss Vinina? The members of the Bolanas family were left speechless, stunned by Luo Ping'an's extravagant generosity. Simultaneously, they envied Vinina for winning the favor of such a formidable young man. If only their own daughters could compare in beauty to Vinina, they would surely introduce them to Luo Ping'an and secure his favor. Feeling the envious gazes of her kin, Vinina beamed with a captivating smile. As the conversation unfolded, the outline of Hongning Base City became distinctly visible. Indeed, the interstellar intelligent fighter jet had soared above Hongning Base City, reaching speeds of up to 20 Mach, covering the distance in a mere 3 minutes. What remarkable speed! We have arrived at Hongning Base City, the group marveled. In the blink of an eye, the interstellar fighter jet had landed on the helipad of the Bolanas family headquarters in the Xia Kingdom. The citizens of Hongning Base City were in a frenzy. Having never witnessed such a colossal and technologically advanced aircraft, they eagerly speculated about its origins. At the helipad of the Bolanas family headquarters, the clan leader and all senior members hurried to greet the visitors. Prior to their departure, Vinina had informed the family of Luo Ping'an and his family's visit. A being surpassing the warrior level was enough to warrant serious attention from the Bolanas family, especially considering he was to be Vinina's future husband. This occasion presented a potential opportunity for the Bolanas family to ascend to a position of influence within the HR alliance. They understood the necessity of treating their guests with utmost respect, and the family's wayward youth had been cautioned to behave during this period to avoid offending them. As Luo Ping'an and his companions emerged from the cosmic-grade intelligent warplane, a muscular middle-aged European man with golden hair and blue eyes approached them, leading a group of individuals. Father, Ping'an, he is my father, exclaimed Wininga excitedly. Greetings, uncle. I am Luo Ping'an, he said, stepping forward to extend his right hand towards the middle-aged man. Hello, Mr. Luo. I am Albert Bolanas. Welcome to the Bolanas family. Albert warmly grasped Luo Ping'an's hand, then greeted Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan, expressing his hospitality. Under Wininga's introduction, the members of the Bolanas family cordially acknowledged Luo Ping'an and his companions. After a round of pleasantries, they proceeded to the reception room of the Bolanas family. Chapter 10. The enraged Li Yao. While Luo Ping'an engaged in delightful conversation with the Bolanas family, Li Yao, situated in a luxurious mansion within Hongning Base City, received the news that Wininga was to wed Luo Ping'an and that the patriarch of the Bolanas family had consented to this union. At that moment, the old man was enthusiastically welcoming Luo Ping'an at the Bolanas headquarters. An overwhelming fury surged within Li Yao. Wininga, why? Just last time we were so amicable together. How could you betray me? That old man Albert, he had promised Yin. Why has he gone back on his word? I refuse to accept this. Wininga must be mine. No one can take her from me. In a fit of rage, Liao shattered everything in his vicinity. An orphan from a young age, his parents were low-ranking members of the RH Alliance, devoured by a monster during a mission. Although the RH Alliance provided some resources and monetary compensation, no amount could replace the lives of his parents. He felt a deep-seated hatred and a sense of helplessness, trapped in the lower echelons of society. Determined, he dedicated himself to relentless training, quickly exhausting the meager resources left by his parents after breaking through to become a martial artist. At a tender age, he joined the Alliance's martial squad, unrelenting against enemies and even harsher on himself. Through numerous perilous battles, he earned the moniker of Lone Eagle and continued to advance, ultimately breaking through to the junior war god level by the age of 23. During a mission, he encountered Yan Hai, who recognized his potential, thus beginning a turn in his fortunes. At 16, during another mission, he laid eyes on the captivating Weininga and found himself irrevocably in love. Her enchanting figure etched in his mind. However, his lowly status compelled him to bury his feelings deep within. It was only after Yan Hai's intervention that Li Yao mustered the courage to express his affection. He even knelt, pleading with Yan Hai to advocate for him. Hoping to be adopted into the Belena's family, he believed that once integrated, the resources of the Belena's family would enable him to ascend step by step, surpassing even the war god level, ultimately becoming the most esteemed being within the RH Alliance, a revered servant of the Alliance. However, now, everything he was on the verge of obtaining was about to be seized by that scoundrel named Luo Ping'an. He was truly enraged, shattering everything in the room, his nails digging into his flesh, causing his hands to bleed profusely. After venting his fury, he finally regained a semblance of rationality. He resolved to seek out Senior Yan, who would undoubtedly have a solution. He dashed out of the door and arrived at a grand villa. The guard, upon recognizing Li Yao, ushered him inside, and soon he was led to the entrance of an opulent chamber. The guard entered to report, and shortly thereafter, he emerged, granting Li Yao permission to enter. As Li Yao stepped inside, he beheld Yan Hai frolicking with a group of maidens. Little Lone Eagle, what brings you here in such a hurry? Senior Yan, I implore you to assist me. Li Yao, disregarding the presence of others, knelt down. Observing this scene, Yan Hai sighed, waved his hand to dismiss the others, and approached to help Li Yao to his feet. Rise and speak slowly. Yes, Senior Yan. Thus, he recounted the events in their entirety. Luo Ping'an, 21 years old, from Jiangnan City, a novice war god level psychic. How come I've never heard of him before? Yan Hai furrowed his brow. He proceeded to make several satellite calls. Before long, all information regarding Luo Ping'an arrived on his computer, and he opened it, scrutinizing the details. A graduate of an ordinary university, he had previously shown no martial prowess, but during last month's beast-tide siege on Jiangnan City, he suddenly revealed his strength as a novice war god level psychic, driving off a level 3 rat tide and acquiring a remarkably advanced fighter jet from the ruins. Senior, there is definitely something amiss with this Luo Ping'an. A normal person could not conceal their psychic talents, Li Yao fervently analyzed. I too believe this individual harbors significant secrets. He is currently in Huyan City, with the Belena's family. Should we send someone to apprehend him? Once we do, he won't dare remain silent. No, we cannot send someone. I will go with you to capture him personally. I trust the Belena's family would not dare disregard my request. The two then wasted no time and swiftly made their way to the Belena's family's headquarters. Meanwhile, at the Belena's family's headquarters reception hall, Luo Ping'an was engaged in discussions with high-ranking members of the RH Alliance. Just 3 minutes prior, the senior officials of the RH Alliance had come to confer on strategies for the upcoming War God Hall meeting and to discern the identity of the owner of the fighter jet that had captivated the citizens of Huyan City. A total of 10 individuals from the RH Alliance were present, including the heads of the other 8 families and 2 esteemed elders. They learned from the Belena's patriarch that the owner of the intelligent fighter jet was Luo Ping'an, the fiancé of Weina, and a being surpassing the war god level. The assembly was astounded, envious of the Belena's family's fortuitous luck. Under the leadership of the patriarch of the Belena's family, the members of the RH Alliance entered the main hall, where a young and handsome man from the Great Xia Kingdom curiously scrutinized them. Hello, Mr. Luo. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Ivanka Marie, a newly appointed worshipper of the RH Alliance. I never expected someone as young as you to have surpassed the level of a war god. A captivating, alluring woman with a curvaceous figure approached Luo Ping'an, capturing his attention. If Vina represented ice, then at that moment, Ivanka appeared to Luo Ping'an as a blazing fire. Ivanka Marie, a planetary-level first-tier warrior. A system notification echoed in Luo Ping'an's mind. Greetings, Ms. Ivanka, I am Luo Ping'an. It is a pleasure to meet you. Luo Ping'an stood up and politely shook Ivanka's hand. Observing Ivanka's initiative to greet Luo Ping'an, another worshipper of the RH Alliance felt a chill. as he realized he needed to compose himself before stepping forward to shake Luo Ping'an's hand. There was no way he could allow Ivanka's hand to be held by this insufferable man from the Great Xia for too long. Hello, Mr. Luo, I am Athican, a worshipper of the RH Alliance. Welcome to our esteemed alliance. Athican, a planetary-level initial second-tier warrior. A system notification resonated in Luo Ping'an's mind. Hello, Mr. Athican. Luo Ping'an gently shook Athican's hand, while a thought crossed his mind. Wasn't he Athican the notorious sixth brother? The other clan leaders also greeted Luo Ping'an, to which he responded with a slight nod. Just as everyone was preparing to proceed, Yin Hai, accompanied by Li Yao, burst into the hall. Having just joined the RH Alliance as a worshipper, the guards of the Bolanis family did not obstruct them, assuming they were there to discuss matters like the previous members of the RH Alliance, thus leading them into the main hall. The sudden arrival of Yin Hai and Li Yao drew everyone's attention. Yin Hai, a planetary-level peak second-tier warrior. Li Yao, a junior war god warrior. A system notification resonated in Luo Ping'an's mind. Hey, brother Yin Hai. Athican greeted Yin Hai warmly, indicating their familiarity. Worshipper Yin Hai. The other clan leaders also greeted Yin Hai enthusiastically. Everyone, I have come to seek an explanation regarding the young lone eagle. I hope you will grant me this favor and refrain from intervening in matters concerning Luo Ping'an. Indeed, this rascal Luo Ping'an had the audacity to deceive Lady Vina. We must capture him and teach him a severe lesson. Li Yao roared in fury. Chapter 11. The Power of Luo Ping'an. Witnessing the aggressive exchange between Yin Hai and Li Yao, the crowd felt a mix of surprise, realizing they had stumbled into a dramatic situation. At that moment, Vina and Albert stepped forward, positioning themselves between the two parties. Mr. Yin Hai, could this be a misunderstanding? Albert inquired. There is no misunderstanding. I intend to take Luo Ping'an with me now. Will you stop me? Mr. Yin Hai, Luo Ping'an is my husband. And this is the Bolanis family. No one can take him away. Miss Weina exclaimed passionately. Miss Weina, you must have been deceived by this scoundrel. Please step aside. We do not wish to harm you, Li Yao urged anxiously. Impossible. This is the Bolanis family. You all must leave, or you shall face dire consequences. Weina's eyes sparkled with madness as she produced a nuclear detonator from her pocket, her finger poised dangerously over the button, ready to press it at any moment. Weina, why? What kind of sorcery has this rascal cast upon you that you protect him so fiercely? Li Yao shouted in fury. Silence. You are unworthy to speak his name. You are merely a dog raised by my RH Alliance, colluding with outsiders to bully your master, Weina retorted coldly. You. Li Yao was so enraged he could scarcely articulate a response. Enough, Weina. At such a close distance, do you truly believe you can activate the detonator? As soon as Yin Hai finished speaking, he communicated telepathically with Atek Jean. Atek Jean, assist me in seizing the detonator from her grasp. I shall reward you handsomely afterward. Without hesitation, Atek Jean appeared behind Weina, ready to snatch the detonator, only to discover it had already found its way into Luo Ping'an's possession. Suddenly, he and Yin Hai, along with Li Yao, felt their bodies lifted into the air as invisible hands constricted around their throats, rendering them breathless. This farce must come to an end, Weina. You have not disappointed me. These individuals shall henceforth serve you as your subordinates, Luo Ping'an remarked indifferently. From the very beginning, it was this troop of clowns cavorting about. And though Luo Ping'an had initially not wished to engage, their audacity had grown intolerable. With a mere thought, a golden dagger materialized from the void, swiftly slicing through the air, executing a precise, surgical strike on the groins of Li Yao and his companions. How is this possible? My fire god suit could not withstand this golden dagger. Yin Hai and Atek Jean were filled with dread. With no time for further contemplation, they were struck by an overwhelming pressure on their souls. Control soul. A voice resonated within the minds of the three, akin to the decree of a divine being, causing them to collapse to the ground like defeated dogs. Their eyes, which had widened in agony, soon turned murky, but within mere seconds, clarity returned. We pay homage to our master. Ignoring their pain, Li Yao and his companions scrambled to their knees, bowing deeply. Uncle Albert, please have someone escort these three to be cleaned up. Certainly, Mr. Luo. Thus, they were taken away to be cleansed. And the bloodstains in the main hall were also attended to. Soon, the three returned to the main hall, for they were all formidable warriors of god-level strength. Aside from a slight pallor, they bore no significant harm. Upon entering the grand hall, three individuals knelt before Luo Ping'an. Master, without my consent, you are not permitted to restore what I have just excised. Go to the corner and kneel there. Rise only when Lady Weina's temper has cooled. Yes, master. The three then rose and moved to a secluded corner of the hall, kneeling down. Meanwhile, the onlookers in the hall were left speechless, their mouths agape in shock, as the events unfolded with astonishing rapidity. From Yin Hai and Li Yao's brazen entry intent on seizing Luo Ping'an, to their immediate submission, calling him master. The reversal was swift and staggering. Dear guests, I implore you to keep today's events confidential. The consequences are clear. Luo Ping'an's gaze fell upon the 8 clan leaders of RH and Ivanka Marie, and an overwhelming pressure of soul-wrenching terror forced all 9 to kneel. They began to sweat profusely, repeatedly bowing their heads to vow their silence and obedience. Rise. I trust you would not dare to defy. From now on, the RH alliance shall be governed by the Bolanos family. My words have been spoken. Who supports this, and who opposes? Instantly, the assembly knelt once more, affirming their unwavering support for the Bolanos leadership. Ha ha ha, splendid. Henceforth, we are all kin. A harmonious existence is what we all aspire to. Uncle Albert, please share a few words. Lady Wayna, my elder brother and sister-in-law, and I shall explore Jiangnan City. Subsequently, the 4 departed the Bolanos family's reception room amidst envious gazes. At this moment, all members of the Bolanos clan were exuberantly animated. Just moments prior, they had questioned whether Lady Wayna's impulsiveness was worth risking their lives for this individual from the Xia country. Yet now, they perceived her decision as remarkably astute. The Bolanos family was poised for ascendancy. Albert's smile radiated like a blossoming chrysanthemum. The long-held dreams of the Bolanos family were miraculously coming to fruition, all thanks to his beloved daughter's discerning judgment. The sensation of effortlessly winning was delightful. Indeed, Mr. Luo is correct. We are all family now. As long as we adhere to the regulations of the RH Alliance and support me earnestly, I will not impose hardship upon anyone. Together, we shall prosper. Consequently, the crowd resumed their enthusiastic exchanges. Meanwhile, Luo Ping'an and his companions exited the Bolanos estate, boarding 2 limited-edition luxury sports cars to explore Jiangnan City. Thank you, Ping'an. I am so grateful to have you. I was truly frightened at the thought of losing you. Luo Ping'an embraced Wayna, cradling her in his arms, gently caressing her silky hair as he reassured her. Silly girl, did I not tell you that no one on this planet can harm me? Yanhai and Adajin have long surpassed the level of a war god. I feared you might suffer in a confrontation with them. But who knew you would prove so formidable? Haha, am I impressive or what? You have already witnessed it. How annoying. Just now, I was genuinely worried. Wayna raised her small fists and playfully pounded on Luo Ping'an's chest, who did not flinch but allowed her to vent in his embrace. Nana, after the God of War Hall meeting concludes, will you accompany me back to the Ping'an Martial Arts Academy? Of course. Previously, my dream was to see the Bolanos family become the rulers of the RH Alliance, and that has now been realized. My current goal is to take good care of you. Nana, you are truly wonderful. Luo Ping'an, moved, offered his immature French kiss, and Wayna responded enthusiastically to his clumsy gesture. After a brief drive, the 4 arrived at the RH Alliance Mall in the city center. Luo Hongwa purchased numerous limited edition clothing, bags, jewelry, and watches for Gong Xinlan. Having never received such lavish gifts before, Gong Xinlan was overwhelmed with emotion, her eyes welling with tears. Once adorned in exquisite attire, her entire demeanor transformed significantly. Elan, you are stunning. I am truly fortunate. Hongwa, you are so kind to me. The 2 embraced in excitement. After some more shopping, they received a call from Luo Ping'an, elder brother and sister-in-law. Wayna mentioned that there is a wedding dress shop on the 3rd floor with the finest styles in the world. Shall we go take a look? All right. We are on our way. Thus, the 4 proceeded to the Prolanavis wedding dress design store. Upon seeing the Bolanos heiress, the manager promptly notified the world's most renowned designer to attend to them. After a thorough discussion, they settled on 2 wedding gowns with a total price amounting to an astounding $500 million, with a promise that they would be delivered to the Ping'an Martial Arts Academy next month. Chapter 12, The 6 Great Speakers. After purchasing the wedding dresses, Luo Ping'an and his companions returned to the Bolanos family. Now it was already 6 p.m. and dusk had fallen. As they entered the reception room, the lively discussion among the attendees suddenly ceased. Mr. Luo, Ms. Wayna, everyone greeted them in unison. Luo Ping'an waved his hand, signaling them to continue, and found a seat. The attendees exchanged glances, mutually understanding to refrain from speaking. At this moment, Albert, sensing the atmosphere was somewhat chilly, stood up. Ladies and gentlemen, it is getting late. Let us move to the dining room for a meal. Luo Ping'an was the first to rise, with everyone following suit as they proceeded to the luxurious dining room of the Bolanos family to enjoy a delightful dinner. As they indulged in some wine, the atmosphere gradually became more animated. After the meal, Luo Ping'an led everyone back to the reception room, where he observed Li Yao and the other 2 kneeling in the corner. You 3, return and arrange the family affairs. Report back here by tomorrow morning at the latest. Thank you, master. The 3 knelt and bowed in gratitude. Luo Ping'an waved his hand, signaling them to leave, for they would soon be his subordinates, and a suitable reward could motivate them to work even harder. 3 individuals withdrew to arrange subsequent matters. Luo Ping'an refrained from further communication with the RH Alliance members and instructed the butler of the Belena's family to secure accommodations for Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan. He then accompanied Weina to her residence. This abode resembled a grand palace, vast and opulent. After bathing together, they returned to their chambers for a friendly sparring session. Here, a lengthy narrative is omitted. The following morning, Luo Ping'an remained in slumber, having engaged in a spirited exchange with Weina until dawn, and did not awaken until 2 p.m. After refreshing themselves, they summoned the butler to bring meals to the villa's dining area. Once they finished their repast, they leisurely made their way to the helipad. At that moment, Albert, accompanied by 22 formidable warriors from the Belena's family and 3 others, awaited beside the cosmic intelligent aircraft. However, none displayed signs of impatience. As Luo Ping'an and Weina approached, greetings were exchanged, and Luo Ping'an waved in acknowledgement. With a mere thought, the hatch of the cosmic intelligent aircraft swung open, and he effortlessly lifted Weina inside, followed closely by the Belena's family members who boarded the vessel. Xiao Yi, set course for the headquarters of the Wujin Martial Arts Hall. Understood, Master. We shall arrive at the Wujin Martial Arts Hall headquarters in 30 seconds. The Belena's family members gazed with curiosity at the cosmic intelligent aircraft. In the blink of an eye, they reached the helipad of the Wujin Martial Arts Hall headquarters. Upon disembarking, they were escorted to a prominent position at the plaza. At this moment, all warriors of God level and above from Earth had gathered, and the atmosphere grew fervent. Han and Thor were the first to ascend the stage. We express our gratitude for your presence at this God level assembly amidst your busy schedules. On behalf of all our fellow Earthlings, we thank you for your contributions. Since the outbreak of the RR virus, the war between humanity and the monsters has persisted unabated. Although we have established base cities, the number and strength of the monsters far surpass our own, posing a constant threat to our homeland. For the survival of our race, we must unite and establish the Hall of Gods. We propose to elect the 6 strongest individuals among humanity to serve as the 6 chairpersons of the Hall of Gods, overseeing its operations and defending against the monster invasion. Now, we invite everyone to cast their votes. Those in favor of forming the Hall of Gods and selecting the 6 mightiest human experts as chairpersons, please raise your affirmative votes. Those opposed, cast your dissenting votes. Following a brief voting period, the proposal passed unanimously. Next, all warriors surpassing the God level were invited to the stage. Amidst applause, Luo Ping'an, accompanied by Yan Hai and Athican, emerged onto the stage, discovering that, including themselves, 13 individuals had attained the God level threshold. Among them were 4 from the HR Alliance, 3 from the Wujin Martial Arts Hall, 3 from the Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, 2 from the Great Xia Kingdom, and 1 from the United States of America. Hong Xing, a Tier 4 initial stage warrior. Planetary level peak warrior of the 4th Order, Thor. Planetary level peak warrior of the 2nd Order, Mo Hanshin. Planetary level peak warrior of the 2nd Order, Jia Yi. Planetary level peak warrior of the 2nd Order, Yan Hai. Planetary level initial warrior of the 2nd Order, Athigen. Planetary level peak mentalist of the 1st Order, Ister. With a sweep of his intent, Luo Ping'an immediately displayed detailed information about those with strengths above planetary level 2nd Order on the system panel. Those who do not wish to participate in the council elections beyond the War God level may withdraw for now. Henceforth, you will all be members of the War God Hall. Han's voice resonated once more. Instantly, those martial artists who had reached planetary level 1st Order withdrew, with Yan Hai and Athigen following suit at Luo Ping'an's gesture. At this moment, only 6 individuals remained, including Luo Ping'an. The onlookers began to murmur about the remarkably youthful Luo Ping'an. Aside from the RH Alliance, which learned of his terrifying prowess from the Belena's family yesterday, no one else comprehended the extent of his might. Both Hong and Thor sensed an unprecedented pressure emanating from Luo Ping'an. Let us ascend to the skies and engage in battle there, to avoid endangering others, proposed Hong. Following his suggestion, the 6 soared upwards, halting 3 kilometers above the ground. At this juncture, Luo Ping'an, who had remained silent, finally spoke. All of you may come at once. Let us see who can endure the longest against me. Arrogant. Mo Hanshin and Ister were instantly incensed by Luo Ping'an's words. This youthful man from Xia was utterly dismissive. After all, who among those who had cultivated beyond the War God level was not a genius? Did he not value his reputation? Consequently, Mo Hanshin unleashed an icy assault upon Luo Ping'an. In an instant, the previously clear sky was blanketed in snow, with temperatures plummeting below freezing. Yet, before the ice could approach Luo Ping'an, he declared, "Begone, sky-rending fist." Originally inclined to toy with them, Luo Ping'an felt a surge of irritation. While combat was one thing, summoning snow was another. What if Vinina caught a cold? Nevertheless, despite his anger, Luo Ping'an refrained from exerting his full power, fearing he might inadvertently harm those he had earmarked as his subordinates. In a heartbeat, the five within a kilometer were engulfed by the brilliance of the sky-rending fist. How is this possible? What kind of attack is this? They gasped in disbelief, witnessing the fist's radiance pierce through the fire god armor. With a series of coughs, blood mist erupted from the mouths of Jia Yi, Ister, and Mo Henshin. In the next moment, the three figures plummeted from the sky. The planetary-level warriors below hurriedly caught them, preventing further injury as the trio succumbed to unconsciousness. Meanwhile, Hong and Thor had also sustained minor injuries, despite the fire god armor mitigating 90% of the damage. The explosive force of a higher-tier planetary warrior had still managed to inflict harm upon them. At this moment, Hong was but a fraction away from achieving the sublime state of unity with his inner martial art, while the Thunder God too was on the brink of comprehending the 8th level of the tenfold Thunder Seal. This assault could only be withstood due to the resilience of their physical forms. How could you possibly be this formidable? Hong and the Thunder God exchanged bewildered glances, convinced of their exceptional genius on Earth, and unable to fathom that anyone could surpass their rapid ascension in strength. Both had acquired substantial resources from numerous ancient civilization ruins to reach their current level, making the opponent's prowess utterly astonishing. If you two can withstand my full-powered strike together, you may become my most formidable subordinates, Luo Ping'an remarked with a smile. Chapter 13. Subduing Hong and the Thunder God. Be cautious, sky-rending fist, Luo Ping'an warned. In an instant, a fist radiating terrifying energy, magnitudes greater than before, flickered with black light in the void. With a resounding boom, the surrounding space began to fracture, and an immense rift in the void swiftly advanced towards Hong and the Thunder God. As they sensed the overwhelming threat of this attack, both the Thunder God and Hong unexpectedly closed their eyes, suspended quietly in the air before the impending force of annihilation. Amidst the gasps of those below, the void rift loomed a mere 100 meters from them. It was only then that Hong and the Thunder God slowly opened their eyes. Subsequently, two formidable energies erupted from within them. At this moment, Hong wielded a silver spear, shimmering like the stars, surrounded by a black mist that distorted the space within 100 meters. He appeared as a deity within his domain, and then a terrifying spear shadow, akin to a meteor cleaving through the heavens, surged forth with apocalyptic might towards the void rift. World-destroying divine spear, Hong uttered softly. Simultaneously, the Thunder God ignited the essence of his soul, forcibly elevating his cultivation to the 6th tier of planetary level. The lightning seals he conjured at that instant burst forth in resplendent brilliance, enveloping the surroundings in an endless tempest of thunder. The entire space twisted under the unparalleled force, light crackling like lightning, imbued with a domineering ferocity as it surged towards the void rift. 8th level of the tenfold Thunder Seal. The Thunder God growled. The three forces collided in an instant, yet no sound reverberated. What followed was a scene of incredulity. The void rift appeared to devour the energies of the tenfold Thunder Seal and the world-destroying divine spear. However, the rift's expansion began to decelerate, and upon consuming the two formidable forces, its pace dwindled to a mere third of its original speed. At this juncture, both Hong and the Thunder God found themselves at their limits. Sustaining their stance in the void solely through indomitable will, their bodies could no longer evade the encroaching rift. Just as the void rift was about to engulf Hong and the Thunder God, Luo Ping'an raised his palm and gently grasped at the void, instantly causing the fissure in the air to vanish as if it had never existed. At that moment, Hong and Lei Shan, who had resigned themselves to their fate, suddenly gasped in astonishment. You have actually comprehended the laws of space. Indeed, during the recent battle, Luo Ping'an had integrated the laws of space into his being. Upon breaking through to the planetary level, he naturally unlocked the comprehension of the laws of Huyan Bo, which primarily encompassed the laws of gold, space, and soul. Ha ha ha, splendid. You two truly deserve to be recognized as the top talents on Earth, worthy of being my subordinates. Moreover, both of you have performed admirably in this confrontation. One has grasped the domain of darkness, while the other has mastered the 8th level of the tenfold Thunder Seal. Your futures should not be squandered on Earth. They should lie within the boundless dimensions of the cosmos, Luo Ping'an lamented. So, are you both willing to follow me? Hong and Lei Shun exchanged glances, and then, in perfect synchrony, knelt on one knee in the void. We pledge to follow you unto death, they declared in unison. Ha ha ha, excellent. You have made a wise choice. Next month, I shall impart to you the cultivation secrets of the dimensional level, along with the recently demonstrated void-shattering fist. From now on, you may address me as boss. Very well, boss. Hong and Lei Shun responded with palpable excitement. Both were martial enthusiasts, having reached their current heights through unwavering dedication. After witnessing the power of the void-shattering fist, Their eagerness to learn this formidable technique intensified. Good, rise. Let us descend together. From this point forward, the affairs of the War God Hall will be managed by the two of you. Unless there are particularly urgent matters, do not disturb me. I will take action to eradicate all the beasts surrounding the base cities during this period. Your involvement will not be required. Now, issue a command for each faction to gather resources and distribute them to all martial artists for a month of cultivation. Next month, my Ping'an Martial Arts School will officially open, admitting only exceptional geniuses. All may participate in the assessment, and your school may operate normally. Any exceptionally talented prodigies can be recommended to the Ping'an Martial Arts School, for I shall offer generous rewards. Compared to the entire dimension, our Earth's warriors are woefully weak. We must hasten our growth to avoid subjugation and to seize control of our own destinies. Yes, boss. The three of them gradually ascended to the stage, and an enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Many were moved to tears after enduring years of monster invasions, having scarcely lived a day in peace. Countless lives had been lost in the struggle against the beasts, leaving many families shattered. Now, humanity had finally produced a super-strong individual, and the clarion call for a counteroffensive was about to sound. I hereby announce the official establishment of the War God Hall. I, Luo Ping'an, shall serve as the first speaker, Hong as the second, Lei Shun as the third, Mo Hand as the fourth, Isi Te as the fifth, and Jia Yi as the sixth speaker. The matters of the War God Hall will be deliberated and resolved by these 5 individuals, and I shall be notified of significant issues. I ask for everyone's cooperation with their work. Thank you all. The upcoming meeting will be presided over by Hong and Lei Shun. Hong and Thor also announced the matters entrusted to them by Luo Ping'an, sharing some of their previous thoughts for discussion among the group. After Luo Ping'an concluded his announcement, he and Weina departed the headquarters of the Wujin Martial Arts School aboard a cosmic intelligent fighter jet, returning to the Belena's family's villa amidst the envious gazes of the onlookers. Inside the villa, the female housekeeper, having received prior notice, had already prepared everything Weina intended to take with her. With a mere thought, Luo Ping'an stored all the items into the infinite space, and then led Weina to find Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan. At that moment, Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan had just returned from shopping. Elder brother, have you been enjoying yourselves these past few days? Quite well. Huyan City has so many novel things. Your sister-in-law and I went out to procure a few items today, but we have quite a bit, so we plan to ship it back. Elder brother, is this all? Luo Ping'an inquired, gesturing towards the numerous packages strewn across the living room floor. Yes, just these. Elder brother, sister-in-law, Weina and I are preparing to return to the Ping'an Martial Arts School. Will you be joining us? Or would you prefer to stay a few more days and have someone come to fetch you later? Elon, do you wish to continue enjoying your time here? Honghua, we have purchased everything we needed. It is time to prepare for the wedding next month. Very well, second brother, let us return together. Then let us proceed to the helipad. With a thought, Luo Ping'an, under the astonished gazes of Luo Honghua and Gong Xinlan, stored all the items they intended to take into the infinite system space. He then led the 3 of them to the Belena's family's helipad, where they boarded the cosmic intelligent fighter jet, departing from Hongming Base City and returning to Jiangnan Base City's Ping'an Martial Arts School. Chapter 14, Eradicating Monsters. Upon returning to the Ping'an Martial Arts School, Luo Ping'an sent a message to Hong and Thor, requesting them to send him the global monster distribution statistics. Shortly after, Hong and Thor transmitted the global monster distribution map to Luo Ping'an's computer. Gazing at the densely packed monster markers on the map, Luo Ping'an contemplated for a moment before deciding to first eradicate all monsters within a 500-kilometer radius of Jiangnan Base City. Following that, he would address those in Daxia country, the Eurasian continent, the African continent, the Australian continent, the Antarctic continent, the American continent, and the Arctic continent. Aside from the necessity to completely clear the monsters surrounding the base city within a 500-kilometer radius, only 1/3 of the monsters in other regions would be eliminated each year. Mice, you can no longer remain. For the safety of all citizens in Jiangnan Base City, the Chive's plan must be abandoned. Take heed in your next life. Do not be mice again. I shall grant you 1 more day to live. Tomorrow, I will come to collect you, Luo Ping'an said regretfully. He had initially planned to trap the monsters to level up, but found that plans often do not keep pace with changes. Life is truly unpredictable, like a sausage wrapped in intestines. Feeling disheartened, Luo Ping'an sought out Weina, informing her of the monster eradication operation schedule for the following afternoon in Jiangnan Base City, and asked her to contact her father to arrange for RH Alliance personnel to come and prepare to collect monster materials. Weina happily agreed, and this venture with the Belena's family was poised to yield substantial profits. After their dinner, the two returned to Villa 002 for a friendly sparring session. Through numerous rounds of amicable practice, Weina's abilities had significantly improved, enabling her to withstand 90 of Luo Ping'an's formidable output. Thus, their duel continued until dawn. The following afternoon, after a leisurely meal, they strolled from Villa 002 towards the helipad. At that moment, Albert, accompanied by the most elite materials collection team of the RH Alliance, awaited quietly at the landing site. The previous day had been the pinnacle of his life, marked by his ascension to the position of spokesperson for the RH Alliance, followed by the admiration of countless warriors during the meeting at the Hall of Warriors, where they praised his discernment in selecting a son-in-law. Under his leadership, the RH Alliance was destined to surpass its former glories. After the inaugural meeting at the Hall of Warriors concluded, the upper echelons of the RH Alliance celebrated with him at the Belena's family, filling him with unparalleled joy. Upon receiving notification from his daughter, he personally selected the finest monster materials collection team from the RH Alliance and arrived early at the Ping'an Martial Arts Academy helipad to await their arrival. As Weina and Luo Ping'an approached, greetings were exchanged among the crowd. First speaker, Miss Weina. Luo Ping'an waved his hand, signaling them not to stand on ceremony. Uncle Albert, for this monster clearing operation, your team will primarily be responsible for the collection. I will also arrange for personnel from the military of Daxia to assist you with the materials from the monsters I slay. Just follow my lead. Understood, understood. Luo Ping'an embraced Weina and boarded the cosmic intelligent warplane, while Albert led the others onto the ordinary aircraft and transport planes they had brought. 100 ordinary planes, 200 transport planes, and 50 refueling aircraft in total. Weina had cautioned that the number of monsters to be cleared would be substantial, hence their thorough preparations. 1 minute later, the cosmic intelligent warplane appeared at the entrance of the Monster Mountain, 200 kilometers from Jiangnan City. Weina, please wait for me inside the cosmic intelligent warplane. Unan, stay safe. Rest assured, those beasts cannot harm me. After a heartfelt farewell, Luo Ping'an exited the cosmic intelligent warplane as the cabin door closed instantaneously. With a mere thought, he released the toxic rats he had previously stored in the infinite system space, and a colossal mound of rat carcasses emerged in the once blank wilderness below. 3 minutes later, the personnel from the RH Alliance and the Daxia military arrived, deploying a comparable number of forces. The sight of the immense mound of rat carcasses sent shivers down everyone's spine. Please process these materials first. I will handle the monsters in the mountain. Yes, first speaker. The group began to busy themselves. Luo Ping'an flew to the toxic rat's lair, where the previously shattered cave had now been barricaded by the toxic rats using rubble. Luo Ping'an expanded his mental prowess, and instantly, all the monstrous entities within a 10-kilometer radius materialized vividly within his mind. He struck the ground with a casual fist, causing a fissure 20 meters deep to rupture the earth, extending into the subterranean lair of the toxic rodents, thereby unveiling the underground swarm. Before the rodents could react, a voice resonated in their minds, akin to a decree from the heavens. Soul shock. In an instant, all the toxic rodents collapsed, as if their very souls had been wrenched from their bodies. Ding. Rodent swarm exterminated, earning 2 billion attribute points. The system's notification echoed. Luo Ping'an sent a location to the RH Alliance and the military of Xia, then continued deeper into the Monster Mountain range. Wherever he traversed, every beast within a 10-kilometer radius fell as if mown down by an unseen scythe. Soon, he found himself at the heart of the Monster Mountain range. At that moment, a mid-level king-class flame giant bear, flanked by 2 peak lord-class steel dragons and 4 junior lord-class fire spirit boars, glared ominously at Luo Ping'an from a distance. With a thunderous roar, the bear charged, accompanied by the 6 lord-class beasts, causing the very ground to tremble beneath their weight. As they closed in within 5 kilometers of Luo Ping'an, 6 flying daggers materialized before him, followed by a swift whistling sound. In the blink of an eye, the heads of the 6 lord-class monsters were pierced, and torrents of blood erupted, as these once mighty beasts collapsed, raising clouds of dust. Seeing this, the flame giant bear let out a furious roar, and a colossal fireball erupted from its maw, hurtling towards Luo Ping'an with tremendous force. The flames engulfed the surrounding space, distorting reality itself, as if the very fabric of space was melting, creating bizarre ripples. As the fireball approached within 600 meters of Luo Ping'an, a black fist of energy flickered, shattering the surrounding void, and a massive rift consumed the fireball, causing it to vanish inexplicably. Setting fire to the mountains and digging your own grave. Do you not comprehend? Luo Ping'an seethed. With a mere thought, he instantaneously appeared 5 kilometers before the flame giant bear, then commanded 20 SS-grade flying daggers to streak toward the bear's head. The daggers seemed to pierce through the void, and in a heartbeat, they penetrated the bear's skull, causing it to fall in defeat. Ding. Mid-level king-class flame giant bear slain, earning 10 million attribute points. The system's notification chimed again. Luo Ping'an swiftly approached and stored the bear's carcass within the infinite system's space. This pelt is quite decent. Vinina will surely appreciate it, he mused with a slight smile. He then ascended into the air and flew towards a nearby cosmic intelligent battlecraft. After such an extensive battle, it was indeed time for a well-deserved respite. Chapter 15. Vinina awakens her wood elemental talent. After a day of fierce combat, Luo Ping'an had eradicated all monsters within a 500-kilometer radius of the Jiangnan City, except for City 003. Upon concluding the battle, he returned to his cosmic intelligent war machine. Observing Luo Ping'an's pale complexion, Vinina rushed over with concern and embraced him. Luo Ping'an reciprocated her embrace, feeling the warmth of her affection enveloping his weary body. If only he had someone as gentle and caring as Vinina in his previous life. Perhaps he would not have experienced so many regrets. Initially, Luo Ping'an had merely wished to lead a leisurely life after his transmigration, but at that moment, a profound transformation occurred within him. He resolved to rapidly strengthen himself, recognizing that only through power could he protect those dear to him. This world was vast and fraught with uncertainties. He must evolve swiftly to confront whatever challenges lay ahead. Moreover, he worried that his existence might usher in unforeseen changes to this realm. Nana, I'm fine. It's just that my soul energy has been significantly depleted. I will recuperate in the training chamber of the Cosmic Intelligent War Machine. Please wait for me in room 001. Vinina nodded obediently, planting a gentle kiss on his cheek before turning to enter room 001. Luo Ping'an stepped into the training chamber, and the door sealed shut behind him. He wished to keep matters concerning the system private. Seated in a meditative posture, he entered a state of cultivation, practicing the soul refinement technique of the fallen star to restore his soul energy. As he fully activated the technique, the previously depleted energy began to replenish gradually. After 3 hours of rigorous training, his soul energy returned to its peak state. He instructed Xiao Yi to navigate the Honghuang Intelligent War Machine to hover above City 003, facilitating their forthcoming operations. Having recovered sufficiently, he decided to examine his gains by opening the system panel. Host, Luo Ping'an Warrior Rank, Planetary Level 1 Original Energy Attack Power, 5,000 tons Original Energy Attack Range, 1 kilometer Speed, 3 kilometers Second Mentalist Level, Planetary Level 1 Mental Attack Power, 5,000 tons Mental Energy Attack Range, 10 kilometers Speed, 5 kilometers Second Original Energy Artifacts, Fire God Set, SS Level Combat Suit, SS Level Shield, SS Level Alloy Boots Mental Weapons, 9-fold Soul Celestial Blade, SS Level Flying Daggers Cultivation Techniques, Sky-Rending Fist, Glazed Body, Secret Art of the Fallen Star Warrior, Secret Art of the Fallen Star Mentalist, Soul Control, Soul Shield, Soul Refinement Technique of the Fallen Star, Soul Impact. Attribute Points, 12 billion System. Elevate both the Warrior rank and Mentalist rank to Planetary Level 3. Ding. Consumed 5 billion attribute points to elevate the host's Warrior rank to Planetary Level 3. Ding. Consumed 5 billion attribute points to elevate the host's Mentalist rank to Planetary Level 3. Suddenly, a terrifying force surged into the colorful microcosm within Luo Ping'an, causing it to expand fourfold in an instant. Shortly thereafter, another wave of formidable mental energy flowed into his golden microcosm, resulting in a similar fourfold expansion. Indeed, at that moment, Luo Ping'an's foundational strength had quadrupled, yet his overall prowess surged far beyond that mere increase. As he felt the overwhelming power coursing through him, Luo Ping'an was filled with joy. His physical strength and mental acuity had significantly improved, and with 2 billion attribute points remaining, he could purchase a Moya crystal for Weina, enabling her to ascend to the planetary level as well, thus allowing them to engage in friendly sparring more effectively. System, purchase a Moya crystal. Ding. Consumed 2 billion attribute points. Moya crystal X1 purchased. Item has been dispatched to the infinite system space. Please retrieve it, host. With a mere thought. A pristine white crystal, exuding a fragrant aroma reminiscent of freshly cooked rice, floated before Luo Ping'an, emitting a soft glow. He gazed at the Moya crystal with curiosity. Let's surprise Weina. Luo Ping'an sent a mental message, summoning Weina to the training room. Upon entering, Weina was immediately captivated by the glowing white crystal that radiated a rice-like fragrance and eagerly inquired, Anin, what treasure is this? I've never seen it before. This is a Moya crystal, a gift for you. You can use it to cultivate and swiftly break through to the planetary level. Thank you, Anin. You are so kind to me, Weina exclaimed, embracing Luo Ping'an in excitement. Let us begin cultivating. I'll protect you. All right. Weina clasped the Moya crystal in her hands, settling into a meditative position as she commenced her full absorption of its energy. Luo Ping'an watched her intently, anxious that any misstep could be disastrous, for there were tales of beasts that had perished from consuming Moya crystals. Thus, he insisted she undergo her breakthrough in his presence. After a while, sensing Weina's breath stabilize, Luo Ping'an gradually relaxed. The dragon's blood had indeed enhanced her physique, and the Moya crystal, a product of the system, contained a gentle and easily absorbable primordial force. Weina continued her cultivation for a full 6 hours, completely assimilating the primordial energy within the Moya crystal. At that moment, her dantian began to undergo a dramatic transformation, as countless energies coalesced within the primordial lake, forming a liquid essence that filled the entire reservoir. The primordial lake expanded relentlessly until it occupied her entire dantian. Yet, it did not cease. It continued to assault the barriers of her dantian for 2 more hours until, ultimately, it could withstand the pressure no longer. Boom! A thunderous explosion resonated. Following this, her dantian collapsed, and a torrent of primordial liquid surged into the core of the crumbling dantian, generating an immensely powerful suction that emanated from its center. In but a moment, the once turbulent energy and primordial liquid were entirely consumed by the core of her dantian. A radiant light then emanated from the core, swiftly rotating and expanding, ultimately forming a verdant microcosm brimming with vitality. This lush microplanet was composed entirely of emerald-hued crystals, perpetually revolving in the original position of her dantian. As this luminous sphere rotated, streams of vibrant green energy coursed through her entire being, cleansing Vina's corporeal form and creating an intangible magnetic field around her. Under the influence of this magnetic field, Vina found herself levitating in midair. "I have transcended to a planetary-level warrior," she exclaimed, her eyes wide with excitement as she turned to Roy. "Congratulations, Vina," Roy responded, swiftly enveloping her in an embrace. "Roy, I have also awakened my wood affinity," Vina declared, producing a vine in her hand. "Splendid, Vina. The wood affinity is adept at control and healing. Henceforth, we shall fight side by side." Tears of joy welled in her eyes. "At last, I can assist you." After a flurry of exhilaration, they savored a delightful meal before proceeding to room 001 for some friendly sparring. Chapter 16. The King-level beast tide. Following their breakthroughs, both experienced a significant enhancement in strength, engaging in amiable sparring throughout the night. By noon the next day, they remained in high spirits. Vina's awakened wood affinity proved particularly useful, and they had developed several practical new skills together. At 1 p.m., just after finishing their lunch, they received a satellite call from Commander Li Jian of the Jiangnan Military District, directed to Roy. "First speaker, this is Li Jian. We have a grave situation. Satellite radar has detected a massive emergence of marine beasts along the 003 coastline, triggering a large-scale beast tide." "What level of beast tide?" Roy inquired. "A king-level beast tide," Li replied. Roy felt a flicker of surprise. He had only just arrived in City 003 and was already confronted with a beast tide, and one involving king-level beasts at that. "I understand, Commander Li. Vina and I are in City 003. I will handle this matter. Please monitor the beast's movements via satellite and notify everyone to evacuate City 003. "Understood." Roy ended the call and instructed Xiao Yi to position the Cosmic Intelligent Aircraft above the Huangpu River. 2 minutes later, the Cosmic-grade intelligent aircraft appeared nearly 1,000 meters above the Huangpu River. As Roy and Vina surveyed the scene from within the aircraft, they were struck with astonishment. The Huangpu River, being the most significant tributary of the Yangtze River estuary, was now teeming with densely packed marine beasts, as countless creatures invaded City 003 via the river. The diversity and quantity were staggering, with an overwhelming number of plankton, fish, and shrimp. "Vina, board the Cosmic Intelligent Aircraft and deploy walls of vines along the coastline to impede their advance. I will return shortly to deal with them," Roy instructed before exiting the aircraft. With a mere thought, his psychic energy began to spread forth. 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, 20 kilometers, I've found it. The location of the king-level monsters lies 20 kilometers out in the sea. At this moment, 3 formidable king-level monsters are soaring towards Luo Ping'an's direction from the oceanic expanse 20 kilometers away. These 3 creatures possess an incredibly grotesque appearance. 1. A whale-like beast exuding a dark azure hue, stretches nearly 200 meters in length, resembling a colossal nuclear submarine. It is the king of the earthquake-shaking whales, at the late stage of its evolution. Another, a long dragon with scales of teal and eyes glowing a sinister red, boasts a massive physique exceeding 400 meters. This is the peak-level king of the East Sea, the azure dragon. The third, an octopus-like creature shrouded in deep violet, exceeds 350 meters and possesses as many as 50 tentacles. This is the late-stage king of the deep-sea octopuses. Each of these 3 king-level monsters possesses strength far surpassing that of the Flame Bear King, whom Luo Ping'an had previously vanquished. With a hint of challenge, he thought, Let me test the power of the first form of the divine weapon, the illusory sword technique. With a mere thought, 9 golden swords, as delicate as cicada wings, materialized before him, each inscribed with intricate runes, shimmering with golden light, and resonating with the principles of gold. In the next instant, these 9 golden swords coalesced into an enigmatic golden illusory sword, the illusory sword technique. In an instant, countless golden illusory swords pierced through the void, appearing before the 3 king-level monsters, who were caught unawares as their heads were impaled by the golden blades. Ding! Slain the peak-level East Sea Azure Dragon King, earning 50 million attribute points. Ding! Slain the late-stage Earthquake Whale King, earning 30 million attribute points. Ding! Slain the late-stage Deep Sea Octopus King, earning 30 million attribute points. Luo Ping'an swiftly approached the vicinity of the 3 king-level monsters, and with a flick of his mind, he stored the divine weapon swords and the corpses of the monsters into his system space. Subsequently, he began to harness the power of his soul to harvest the monsters within a 20-kilometer radius of the coastline. Soul shock. The once densely packed monsters now fell like chives in a rice paddy, mercilessly reaped. After 3 hours of relentless harvesting, all the monsters at the Yangtze River estuary had been eradicated. Meanwhile, the personnel from the RH Alliance and the military had gathered the monster materials previously collected by Luo Ping'an in the surrounding areas of the Jiangnan Bay City and arrived at City 003. Upon completing the monster clearing, Luo Ping'an returned to the Cosmic Intelligent War Machine and instructed Weina to arrange for the collection of monster materials. He then entered the cultivation chamber of the war machine, as his soul power was nearly depleted. Seated cross-legged, he entered a state of meditation, practicing the Starfall soul forging technique to restore his soul power. With the full force of the technique in operation, his previously diminished soul power began to replenish gradually. After 4 hours of cultivation, his soul power was restored to its peak state. He opened his attribute panel. Host, Luo Ping'an. Martial Artist Realm, Planetary Level, 3rd Stage. Original Energy Attack Power, 20,000 tons. Original Energy Attack Range, 4 kilometers. Speed, 12 kilometers per second. Mentalist Level, Planetary Level 3. Mental Attack Power, 20,000 tons. Mental Energy Attack Range, 40 kilometers. Speed, 20 kilometers per second. Original Force Treasures, Fire God Set, SS Level Combat Suit, SS Level Shield, SS Level Alloy Boots. Psychic Weapon, 9-fold Soul Celestial Transformation, SS Level Flying Dagger. Cultivation Techniques, Void Shattering Fist, Glazed Body, Secret Manual of the Fallen Star Warriors, Secret Manual of the Fallen Star Mentalists. Soul Control, Soul Shield, Fallen Star Soul Forging Technique, Soul Impact. Attribute Points, 40 billion. System, elevate both the Warrior level and Mentalist level to Planetary Level 6. Ding. Consume 20 billion attribute points, elevating the host's Warrior level to Planetary Level 6. Ding. Consume 20 billion attribute points, elevating the host's Mentalist level to Planetary Level 6. Instantly, a terrifying original force surged into Luo Ping'an's body, causing the colorful microplanet within him to expand 8-fold. Subsequently, another wave of formidable mental power flowed into Luo Ping'an's golden microplanet, resulting in a similar 8-fold expansion. Sensing the tremendous surge in his strength, a smile crept across Luo Ping'an's lips. Remarkable, this disaster-level beast tide appears to be tailored for me. The soul impact is simply a dimensional strike against these high-density, low-level monsters. Furthermore, today as beast tide is undoubtedly purposeful. Wait, could it be related to the Moya Crystal? Indeed. The Moya Crystal can enable king-level monsters to ascend to emperor level. No wonder 3 powerful king-level monsters have arrived. It seems I can use the Moya Crystal to lure monsters in the future. I truly am a genius. As Luo Ping'an exited the training room, Weina rushed over upon hearing the door open, embracing him. Unan, you've worked hard. How did it go? Are you hurt? No. Just a bit of soul energy depletion. However, it has its benefits. I feel my soul energy is significantly stronger now. That's good. I've prepared a midnight snack for you in the restaurant. Let us go eat together. Thank you, Weina. You performed admirably today. I've decided to reward you later. My Vine Wall is formidable. Those Lord-level monsters couldn't break through. Ha. You've really made a significant contribution today. What will you reward me with? You'll find out soon. A mischievous smile played on Luo Ping'an's lips. The two enjoyed a midnight snack in the restaurant before returning to rest. Chapter 17. Breaking Through to Stellar Level. After nearly a month of effort, Luo Ping'an finally cleared all monsters within a 500-kilometer radius of all global-based cities. This large-scale purge resulted in a 2/5 reduction in the global monster population, with the reduction being particularly significant among terrestrial monsters, which now only accounted for 1/3 of their original number. In the past month, Luo Ping'an has adeptly utilized the Moya crystal to lure out monstrous creatures, subsequently unleashing a soul shockwave to execute indiscriminate attacks on all beasts below the king level. Complementing this with his telekinetic prowess to manipulate divine weapons, he swiftly eliminated formidable foes. This strategy significantly accelerated the extermination process, resulting in the slaying of over 30 king-level beasts and more than 1,500 lord-level creatures, alongside countless beast generals and soldiers. The decision to refrain from employing primal energy in combat stemmed from a desire to preserve the materials of the beasts, leading to considerable consumption of mental and soul energy during this period. Hence, it became necessary for him to periodically retreat into the cosmic intelligent war machine for recovery. Throughout this time, Weina has steadfastly accompanied Luo Ping'an in battle. Now transformed, Weina, having achieved a breakthrough to the first tier of planetary level and awakened her with elemental talent, has proven to be an invaluable ally to Luo Ping'an. Her abilities, such as the Vine Entanglement and Vine Wall, can swiftly restrain beasts, preventing their escape and facilitating their consolidation, particularly in wilderness and jungle settings, where her wood talent manifests exponentially. With Weina's controls synergizing with Luo Ping'an's soul shock, combat has become considerably more manageable. At this moment, within the training chamber of Villa Number 002 at the Ping'an Martial Arts Academy, Luo Ping'an sits cross-legged on a mat, eyes closed, diligently practicing the Starfall Soul Refinement technique to rejuvenate his soul power. As he fully channels the technique, his previously waning soul energy gradually replenishes. After 6 hours of focused recovery, his soul power returns to its peak state. The frequent utilization of soul energy in battle has significantly augmented his reserves, extending the recovery time from 3 to 6 hours, effectively doubling the total amount of soul energy. The path of the soul is indeed marvelous. It can kill unseen, enabling targeted attacks or wide-scale harvesting, rendering it a perfect match for me, Luo Ping'an mused. He then accesses the system panel. Host, Luo Ping'an. Warrior rank, 6th tier of planetary level. Primal energy attack power, 160,000 tons. Primal energy attack range, 32 kilometers. Speed, 96 kilometers per second. Mental mastery level, 6th tier of planetary level. Mental attack power, 160,000 tons. Mental energy attack range, 320 kilometers. Speed, 160 kilometers per second. Primal energy artifacts, Fire God Set, SS level combat suit, SS level shield, SS level alloy boots. Telekinetic weapons, 9-fold soul, celestial blade, SS level flying knife. Cultivation techniques, Tier Sky Fist, glazed body. Starfall Warrior Secret Cannon, Inkfall Star Mental Energy Secret Cannon, Soul Control, Soul Shield, Starfall Soul Refinement Technique, Soul Shock. Attribute points, 230 billion. System. Elevate both my warrior rank and mental mastery level to the first tier of stellar level. Ding. Consumed 34 billion attribute points to elevate the host's warrior rank to the first tier of stellar level. Ding. Consuming 34 billion attribute points. The host's psychic master level ascended to the first tier of the stellar level. Immediately, 2 exceedingly formidable energies surged into the host's 2 miniature celestial bodies. Under the onslaught of this terrifying energy, the miniature celestial bodies rapidly spun and expanded, ultimately blossoming into 2 miniature stellar systems, one radiating a spectrum of colors, while the other glimmered with a golden hue. Feeling a near 100-fold enhancement of power, the host delicately gestured in the void, causing a fissure the size of a bowl to manifest. With a mere grasp of a hand, the rift vanished instantaneously. Such strength, effortlessly shattering the void. The host mused. With 162 billion attribute points remaining, it was time to inspect the updates in the system shop following the breakthrough to the stellar level. Opening the system shop, a soft azure light curtain materialized before the host, displaying a myriad of treasures. The host searched for the newly updated items. Stellar Essence, a first-tier origin liquid of the realm, containing stellar primal energy. Consuming it allows planetary-level warriors of tiers 1 to 8 to elevate their strength by 1 tier, with no side effects. Price, 1. 5 billion attribute points. Solar Essence, a second-tier origin liquid of the realm, infused with solar primal energy. Consuming it enables stellar-level warriors of tiers 1 to 8 to enhance their strength by 1 tier, with no side effects. Price, 50 billion attribute points. Spirit Fruit, a peculiar second-tier fruit of the realm, containing unique energy. Consuming it allows a 9th-tier planetary-level warrior to break through to the first tier of stellar, with no side effects. Price, 50 billion attribute points. Chaos Soul Refinement Insight Pearl, first level, the pinnacle of soul-related cultivation techniques in the realm, total of 10 levels, suitable for warriors above the stellar level. Integration enhances the user's comprehension of soul laws and accelerates soul power recovery. Price: 500 billion attribute points. Chaos Wood Technique Insight Pearl. First level, a premier wood-based cultivation technique in the realm, total of 10 levels, suitable for warriors above planetary level. Integration deepens the user's understanding of wood laws, enhancing affinity and control over plant life, with a unique effect of healing others' souls. Price: 80 billion attribute points. Chaos Metal Technique Insight Pearl. First level, the foremost metal-based cultivation technique in the realm, total of 10 levels, suitable for warriors above the stellar level. Integration deepens the user's grasp of metal laws, augmenting affinity and control over metals. Price: 300 billion attribute points. Chaos Space Technique Insight Pearl. First level, the supreme spatial cultivation technique in the realm, total of 10 levels, suitable for warriors above the stellar level. Integration enhances the user's understanding of spatial laws, increasing affinity and control over space. Price: 600 billion attribute points. I am so impoverished, the host lamented. I desire to purchase them all. Initially, I felt quite pleased with the 162 billion still resting in my account, but now, with each insight pearl costing several hundred billion, it is truly beyond my means. First, let us elevate Vinina to the stellar rank, and then assimilate the insights of the Chaos Divine Wood technique, which will enhance her capabilities in control and healing. Additionally, I shall procure some resources for my elder brother and sister-in-law, enabling them to ascend to the planetary rank, thereby granting them some means of self-defense. Oh, and I should also present a token to my father-in-law, as I have yet to bestow upon him the customary bridal gifts before our impending nuptials. A Muya crystal would suffice, considering his current oversight of the RH Alliance. His strength is rather insufficient for the role. System: purchase 1 first-level cultivation insight orb of the Chaos Divine Wood technique, 1 spirit origin fruit, 3 Muya crystals, 1 set of fire god armor, and 10 portions of stardust essence. Ding! A total of 161 billion attribute points have been expended to acquire 1 Chaos Divine Wood technique first-level cultivation insight orb, 1 spirit origin fruit, 3 Muya crystals, 1 set of fire god armor, and 10 portions of stardust essence. All items have been delivered to the infinite system space. The host may retrieve them at their convenience. Now that I have attained the first stage of stellar rank, my strength rivals that of a nebula-level warrior. The divine soldier is indeed formidable, Luo Ping'an remarked. He distributed the resources among the group and contacted Hong and Thunder God, instructing them to inform all members of the War God Hall that he and his elder brother would be hosting a wedding at the Ping'an Martial Arts School tomorrow afternoon, inviting everyone to attend. Chapter 18: The Wedding. Upon receiving the notification, Hong and Thunder God immediately convened a meeting of the War God Palace. Within 3 minutes, all War Gods had been informed to attend this assembly. Good afternoon, esteemed members of the War God Hall. I bring you 2 pieces of splendid news. First, just yesterday afternoon, our esteemed first speaker, Mr. Luo Ping'an, has successfully eradicated all monsters within a 500-kilometer radius of every global base city. This monster clearing operation has resulted in a remarkable reduction of the global monster population by 2/5, significantly expanding our human living space and ensuring the safety of the citizens in base cities. This marks the greatest victory in the ongoing war between humanity and monsters since the outbreak of the RR virus. Let us all applaud this monumental achievement, Hong declared, gazing at the assembled crowd. Upon hearing this announcement, the audience erupted in applause, tears of joy welling in their eyes. How long had it been? How many years? Countless countries and regions had been devastated by the invasion of monsters, and the living space for humanity had been relentlessly suppressed. So many individuals had lost loved ones and friends. Too many had sacrificed themselves in this dark struggle for survival, leaving humanity bereft of hope, until that man appeared. Hong and Thunder God were equally moved, tears glistening in their eyes. Previously, they had to exert tireless effort to enhance their strength, bearing the weight of humanity's revival without a moment's respite. Now, a prodigious talent had emerged, alleviating their burdens and granting them a moment to breathe. After a while, as emotions began to settle, Thunder God spoke. The second piece of good news is that our venerable first speaker, Mr. Luo Ping'an, will be holding his wedding tomorrow afternoon at the Ping'an Martial Arts School in Jiangnan City. I encourage everyone to prepare accordingly and attend. Meeting adjourned. Wonderful. Truly wonderful. The wedding of the first speaker necessitated the attendance of my entire family, for the monstrous threats looming over Base City have now been alleviated. It is indeed time to venture out with my loved ones. Indeed, let us all go together. The crowd erupted in cheers, with many engaging in animated discussions. Following the conclusion of the War God Hall meeting, projection screens across cities worldwide, along with major media outlets, broadcasted these 2 significant announcements. Instantly, people around the globe erupted with fervor, embracing one another in jubilant tears, while some rushed through the streets to share the news, celebrating this monumental victory. Citizens of Jiangnan City began to prepare, eager to extend their heartfelt blessings to their cherished hero. As time swiftly progressed, the afternoon of the following day arrived. The skies above Jiangnan City were filled with numerous aircraft, and the streets were thronged with people. Military personnel emerged to maintain order, enveloping the entire city in an atmosphere of joy and laughter. At the Ping'an Martial Arts Hall, all the war gods had gathered, seated among the guests, eagerly awaiting the appearance of the two couples. The sound of cannon fire resonated, and at the end of the red carpet stood two white wedding gowns alongside two black suits, side by side. Then, four figures gracefully ascended towards the altar under the astonished gazes of the crowd. Indeed, it was the newly transformed Luo Ping'an, Weina, Luo Hongwa, and Gongxinlan. Weina had ascended to the first tier of the stellar level, having integrated the first layer of the chaotic divine with Sutra's comprehension pearl. Her appearance and demeanor underwent a remarkable transformation. Her skin, as pristine and delicate as lamb's milk, radiated a soft glow under the sunlight, devoid of any blemish. Her eyes sparkled like emeralds in the deep sea, clear and mysterious, seemingly enveloped in boundless tenderness and compassion, while her gown, adorned with stars, accentuated her graceful figure. At this moment, Luo Ping'an donned a pure black suit, his eyes shimmering with the light of stars, as the surrounding space subtly distorted with each of his unintentional movements, emanating an unparalleled aura of terrifying dominance. Meanwhile, both Luo Hongwa and Gongxinlan had also ascended to the first tier of the planetary level, experiencing a profound metamorphosis in their vitality. What was once frail now brimmed with strength, their temperaments transformed. Luo Hongwa appeared more resolute and upright, while Gongxinlan radiated an even greater beauty. The crowd gazed at the four on the altar, casting admiring and envious glances, particularly the high-ranking officials of the RH Alliance. Fully aware that merely a month prior, Weina was still a high-ranking warrior, and both Luo Hongwa and Gongxinlan were not even martial artists, now observed with envy as all three had transcended into formidable beings beyond the war god level. Hong and Laishan exchanged a glance, both recognizing the astonishment reflected in each other's eyes. Just a month had passed, and their leader had grown stronger, likely having broken through to the stellar level. The aura he exuded was far more terrifying than last month. His sister-in-law had also reached the stellar level, and a sense of danger emanated from her. What kind of genius could achieve such feats? Hong shook his head in confusion. Once, I fancied myself a singular genius among the multitude of Earth, until I encountered him. The blow to my ego was rather profound, lamented the god of thunder. After engaging in conversation for a while, the two ascended the stage to extend the most heartfelt blessings on behalf of all members of the Hall of War Gods. Subsequently, the RH Alliance, the Infinite Martial Arts School, the Thunder God Martial Arts School, the Mercenary Alliance, the Great Xia officials, and the officials of Yamaligia all offered their well wishes. Under the envious gazes of the crowd, the wedding ceremony commenced, ushering in a jubilant celebration. Shortly thereafter, the four completed the formalities and began to toast the guests. Amidst the chorus of blessings, Luo Ping'an and his companions felt an immense joy. Humans are inherently social beings. Occasionally gathering and indulging in hearty libations is the true essence of enjoying life. The grand wedding concluded in this harmonious atmosphere, allowing the earthly warriors to bask in the glow of Luo Ping'an's fortune, savoring exquisite delicacies they had never encountered before. At this moment, Liao, Ate Jin, and Yanhai had become the welcoming trio of Ping'an Martial Arts School. Following the inaugural meeting of the Hall of War Gods a month prior, they had flown in on a warplane to begin their protective duties, while their master ventured out to vanquish monsters. They safeguarded Luo Hongwa and his companion within the Ping'an Martial Arts School. Throughout the wedding, the trio busily attended to the festivities, feeling deeply honored to be in the presence of their master, the strongest being on earth. Nowadays, many greet them warmly, and they reciprocate with equal enthusiasm. Their personalities have subtly improved thanks to the influence of soul control. After the wedding, Luo Ping'an returned to Villa number 002 with Vinina, while Luo Hongwa accompanied Gongxinlan back to Villa number 001. Both pairs had a mission that night, to ensure the continuation of the Luo family's lineage. With the dwindling human population on Earth, they felt the necessity to set an example. Chapter 19. Selection of Disciples at Ping'an Martial Arts School. 3 days later, Luo Ping'an convened a meeting at the Hall of War Gods, summoning all warriors of War God rank and above to attend. During the assembly, he informed the attendees that those surpassing the War God rank are referred to as planetary level within the realm, while the ranks from warrior to war god are known as the 9th tier of body refinement. Achieving a rank above planetary level signifies a true martial artist. Those at this level possess miniature planets within their bodies, enabling them to survive in an oxygen-deprived environment and to soar through the skies, though they can barely sustain themselves within the realm, relegated to the lowest tier. In advanced civilizations or powerful factions, planetary-level warriors primarily serve as ordinary explorers or resource gatherers, tasked with relatively menial assignments. Above the planetary level lies the stellar level, where warriors possess miniature star systems within their bodies and can reign supreme on certain planets. However, within a star system, they remain confined to roles such as ordinary soldiers, cannon fodder, or bodyguards. Ascending beyond the stellar level brings one to the nebula level. Those at this tier harbor a nebula within, often wielding their own domains. When a martial artist attains the 9th tier of nebula level, a miniature black hole forms at the center of their nebula. This enables them to engage in combat on planets with an allure billions of times greater than that of Earth. The corporeal form of a nebula-level expert is exceptionally resilient, capable of traversing entire dimensions and battling interstellar warships in the vastness of space. They possess the ability to annihilate all life on a planet at will, rendering their battles a cataclysmic disaster for any celestial body. Within the realm, nebula-level experts typically occupy managerial roles in smaller factions. As for the ranks beyond nebula level, there are numerous tiers yet to be comprehended by Earth's martial artists. Understanding them will come in due course once a connection between Earth and the realms is established. Upon hearing Luo Ping'an's revelations, the assembly was profoundly astonished. Prior to this, they assumed that planet level was the pinnacle of cultivation. For the inhabitants of Earth, the capacity of a planet-level expert to withstand a nuclear explosion was already an unfathomable feat, leaving them unable to conceive that many levels lay beyond planet level, which is considered the most rudimentary existence within the realms. This revelation shattered the preconceptions of many, with only Hong and the Thunder God having gleaned some knowledge from their encounters with various extraterrestrial civilizations. Subsequently, Luo Ping'an produced his refined versions of the fundamental martial artist cultivation secret, fundamental mentalist secret, and sky-rending fist, among other realm-level cultivation texts, placing them in the War God Palace. The initial tier of all these texts would be freely accessible to all Earthlings, while the second tier would require the exchange of contribution points. Luo Ping'an also drafted a treasure exchange list, which was displayed in the War God Hall, allowing everyone to acquire contribution points through the exchange of treasures. After conveying this information, Luo Ping'an declared the meeting adjourned. Following the meeting, Hong and the Thunder God were summoned to the office of the first speaker in the War God Hall. "Boss, did you call us for something specific?" Thunder God inquired, unable to contain his curiosity. "Nothing particularly urgent. You two may practice with the texts I just presented without needing contribution points. The other speakers may also cultivate freely up to the 3rd tier. From now on, the matter of exchanging contribution points for techniques will be entrusted to you both. The exchange treasures will be delivered periodically to the Ping'an Martial Arts School." "Thank you, boss. We will handle this diligently," Hong and Thunder God assured in unison. In 3 days, the Ping'an Martial Arts School will officially open. You two will serve as the vice principals. Whenever you have time, you are welcome to teach the disciples there, and you will receive contribution points for your efforts. Contribution points can be exchanged for treasures with me. Please inform the other speakers and a few selected leaders to assume the role of instructors at the school. Additionally, I want the top 20 undefeated champions globally to come to the Ping'an Martial Arts School as mentors. Teaching at the school will also yield contribution points, as will recommending and nurturing talents. These contribution points can be exchanged for the techniques I have placed in the War God Hall or for treasures from me. "Understood, boss. We will notify them right away." Luo Ping'an then exited the War God Hall to inform Weina, Luo Honghua, and Gong Xinlan to convene in the main hall of Villa number 002 to discuss the upcoming inauguration of the Ping'an Martial Arts School. Time drifts away like a wisp of smoke, quietly dissipating between one's fingers, and soon 3 days have passed. During these 3 days, people around the globe have received the first level of the dimensional cultivation secret method issued by the Hall of War Gods, a level sufficient for them to ascend to the ranks of War Gods. The populace is profoundly grateful to Luo Ping'an. In the past, these cultivation manuals were strictly controlled by various major factions, rendering them inaccessible to ordinary individuals. Many children from common families, despite possessing commendable aptitude, missed their prime cultivation age simply due to the unavailability of these manuals. It is anticipated that Luo Ping'an's initiative will significantly enhance the likelihood of exceptional warriors and prodigies emerging on Earth in the future. Numerous media outlets and projection screens across major base cities have disseminated the news of the imminent opening of the Ping'an Martial Arts Hall to the global populace. Instantly, inquiries on how to join the Ping'an Martial Arts Hall have become the hottest topic worldwide. On June 8, 2037, A day that originally belonged to the college entrance examinations of the Great Xia Kingdom, the Jiangnan City once again experienced a surge in foot traffic. The open-air training ground of the Ping'an Martial Arts Hall is adorned with 20 extraordinarily unique colossal dragon-shaped arenas and a massive, ancient bronze mirror. Indeed, these 20 arenas and the bronze mirror were acquired by Luo Ping'an at the cost of 1 billion attribute points from the system's marketplace. The arenas, named Panlong Arenas, can withstand attacks below the stellar level, while the bronze mirror, known as the Tianling mirror, can assess the aptitude and cognitive capacity of warriors below the planetary level. At this moment, the training ground is teeming with people. The RH Alliance, Wujia Martial Arts Hall, Thunder God Martial Arts Hall, and the Mercenary Alliance have all brought their most elite talents to the Ping'an Martial Arts Hall. After practicing the manuals imparted by Luo Ping'an, many have experienced significant enhancements in their prowess, gaining a profound understanding of Luo Ping'an's strength, thus encouraging the prodigies within their factions to participate in this selection for disciples at the Ping'an Martial Arts Hall. At this juncture, 20 invincible war god instructors have appeared at each arena, serving as judges. A total of 2,000 war god-level warriors are participating in the selection for the Ping'an Martial Arts Hall. In the 3 days following Luo Ping'an's distribution of the dimensional-level foundational cultivation techniques, numerous individuals who were previously stuck at the advanced martial general stage have successfully broken through. Li Yao, Atei Jin, and Yin Hai are guiding the participants in the aptitude testing, informing everyone of the rules for the disciple recruitment at the Ping'an Martial Arts Hall. The top 10 in aptitude will be exempted from further assessments and can directly become inner disciples of the Ping'an Martial Arts Hall, while others must compete in arena battles for the opportunity to become Ping'an martial artists. The arena battles will determine the top 100, with the leading 10 among them qualifying as inner disciples, and the remaining 90 as outer disciples. Gao Qiangxiang, Martial Artist Aptitude 12, Cognitive Capacity 16, next. Gao Qiangxing, Martial Artist Aptitude 15, Cognitive Capacity 14, next. Li Hongwei, Martial Artist Aptitude 10, Cognitive Capacity 3, next. Su Yanyang, Martial Artist Aptitude 11, Cognitive Capacity 16, next. Qi Tongwei, Martial Artist Aptitude 15, Cognitive Capacity 15, next. Aina, Warrior Aptitude 18, Mental Domain Breadth 12, next. Under the guidance of Li Yao and his companions, the crowd began to queue for the aptitude test, and soon the qualifications of the 2,000 participants were assessed. Subsequently, Luo Hongwa emerged to announce the top 10 names. Chapter 20, Ranking Battle. Amidst the eager anticipation of the crowd, Luo Hongwa ascended the ceremonial platform of the martial arts arena, his powerful voice resonating through the air. Esteemed guests, I am Luo Hongwa, the Vice Master of the Ping'an Martial Arts Academy. The results of the aptitude tests are now available. The top 10 are as follows: Aina, Gao Qiqiang, Su Yanyang, Qi Tongwei, Gao Qixing, Monica Bellucci, and Hathaway, Christiana Yeri, Sophie Marceau, and Savannah Blade. Those whose names have been called, please come forward to the platform. For those whose names were not mentioned, please proceed to draw lots beneath the various arenas for the upcoming battles. In no time, those who did not place in the top 10 gathered below the platforms to draw lots. Once everyone had their respective lots, Luo Hongwa's voice rang out once more. There are 20 dragon pattern arenas, each designated with a number from 1 to 20. Please proceed to the arena corresponding to the number on your lot. You have 3 minutes to find your respective arenas, as the battles will commence promptly thereafter. As the 3 minutes elapsed, everyone had reached their designated platforms. Constructed from special materials, these arenas allowed each participant to showcase their abilities freely. Each arena accommodated 95 competitors, and the rules were straightforward. A chaotic battle ensued, with the final 5 standing on each platform earning the status of disciples at the Ping'an Martial Arts Academy. The rankings of the top 100 will be determined in tomorrow's competition. As Luo Hongwa's words faded, the warriors on the 20 platforms engaged in fierce combat. And as time progressed, the intensity of the battles escalated. Ordinary warriors were swiftly eliminated by those of invincible caliber, and the disparity in strength became glaringly evident. Mentalists soared into the air, attempting to distance themselves from the warriors, who seized the opportunity to close in and strike, denying them any chance to escape. After 5 hours of tumultuous conflict, only 5 individuals remained on each of the 20 platforms. Throughout this process, whenever anyone faced life-threatening peril, Luo Ping'an discreetly employed spatial rules to extricate them from the arenas. At this moment, every participant on the platforms beamed with radiant smiles. They had succeeded in becoming official disciples of the Ping'an Martial Arts Academy, able to return home and proudly declare their accomplishments to friends and family. Emerging victorious from the chaotic battle of 95 participants, they had demonstrated their potential, even if their aptitude tests were not remarkable. In practice, they displayed their true capabilities. successfully enduring until the end. Congratulations to all competitors still standing on the platforms. You are now official disciples of the Ping'an Martial Arts Academy. Please follow your judges down to rest, as they will serve as your instructors moving forward. Tomorrow at 8 a.m., we will hold the top 100 ranking competition here. Please be punctual. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to all who participated in the inaugural disciple selection of the Ping'an Martial Arts Academy. For those who were not chosen, do not despair. Our academy conducts disciple selections every 3 years, and you shall have the opportunity to participate in the next round. Now, I kindly ask everyone to exit in an orderly fashion. Those who are injured may seek treatment at the academy's infirmary, with all expenses waived. Additionally, the academy's restaurant has officially opened, and all present today are welcome to indulge in a complimentary feast. As these words resonated, the crowd began to disperse in an orderly manner. The 10 exceptionally talented disciples were escorted by Gong Xinlan to their designated quarters, where they would soon be guided by their respective instructors. The following morning at 8 o'clock, the top 100 warriors from yesterday's arena battle anxiously awaited Luo Honghua's announcement of the rules. Shortly thereafter, Luo Honghua ascended the ceremonial platform, and a resonant voice filled the air. I hereby declare the rules for the ranking matches. Participants will draw lots to engage in pairwise battles, determining the top 50. The remaining 50 will be escorted by the External Affairs Leader, Ivanka Marie, to rest. Henceforth, you shall be recognized as external disciples, entitled to the privileges associated with this status. The External Division will subsequently arrange further ranking battles for external disciples. This afternoon, the top 50 will draw lots again for pairwise confrontations, leading to the selection of the top 25, whose ranking battle will take place the day after tomorrow. With that, the 100 warriors commenced the drawing of lots, and the battles began. The contest for the top 50 was a true test of one-on-one prowess, contrasting with the chaotic melee of the previous day, which had primarily assessed reflexes. Today's ranking battles would evaluate both luck and overall personal strength. After a day of intense combat, as the last surge of primal energy dissipated, those who remained on the stage exuded a calm demeanor. Despite bearing injuries, their gazes were filled with determination and confidence. The 25 warriors who stood before us were undoubtedly the elite among the 100. At this moment, Luo Honghua reappeared on the ceremonial platform. The ranking battles conclude here today. Each of the top 25 will receive a set of SS-grade combat attire, the second tier of the Sky-Rending Fist, and 7 days of access to the Gravity Training Chamber. The instructors will distribute the rewards shortly. Tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock, we will hold the competition for the top 10, so please be punctual. As his words settled, the 25 individuals on stage erupted into joyous laughter. The SS-grade combat attire requires materials from monsters of the royal tier or higher, and it was only due to Luo Ping'an's recent extermination of numerous royal beasts that such an abundance could be procured for crafting. The Sky-Rending Fist, a martial art cultivated by the Academy's head, had demonstrated its formidable power during the first Divine Warrior Conference, where even the second and third counselors struggled to withstand its might. The prospect of acquiring it elicited sheer elation, for mastering the second tier would significantly enhance their strength. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was 8 o'clock on the following morning. In the eager gaze of the assembled crowd, Luo Honghua made his timely appearance on the ceremonial platform. All participants, please proceed to Arena 1. In no time, everyone entered Arena 1, awaiting Luo Honghua's subsequent instructions. The ranking in this battle is determined by points. Each opponent defeated grants 1 point, and the vanquished are immediately eliminated. The final 10 standing on the arena will be ranked according to their points. Now, I hereby declare the commencement of the battle for the top 10. No sooner had the words left my lips than a formidable warrior, having cultivated the 10th level of Thunder Seal, took the initiative. His aura surged dramatically, and he swiftly coalesced a Thunder Seal in his hand. A terrifying force gathered within the seal, and with a ferocious roar, he dashed into the crowd like a streak of light. In an instant, a surge of electrifying brilliance erupted, engulfing 2 unsuspecting warriors. In the next moment, blood spewed from their mouths, yet a glimmer of relief flickered in their eyes. Fortunately, they had donned the SS-level combat suits they had recognized as their own just yesterday. Otherwise, that brutal strike might have rendered them utterly incapacitated. Seizing the momentum, they quickly distanced themselves from the others. Chaos erupted upon the arena as the combatants, whose powers were closely matched and all equipped with SS-level combat suits, engaged in increasingly fierce battles. After 2 full hours of intense fighting, only 10 individuals remained standing on the arena, each bearing injuries, yet their eyes brimming with determination and confidence. Chapter 21. Breakthrough to the Nebula Level. 2 days prior to the opening of the Ping'an Martial Arts Hall, satellites detected an unprecedented swarm of fire ants erupting in the tropical rainforests of South America. 10 king-level fire ant kings participated in this beast tide, clashing violently with 10 king-level monsters, the abyssal swamp dragon crocs. Upon receiving the news, Hong and Thunder God promptly informed Luo Ping'an. Upon learning of the situation, Luo Ping'an was taken aback and immediately set out for the scene with Vinina. They chose not to board the cosmic intelligent warplane, as their current speed far exceeded that of the aircraft. In less than a minute, they hovered above the South American tropical rainforest, which had transformed into a haven for monsters following a great rebirth, leaving humanity unable to tread upon its grounds. At this moment, the Amazon rainforest was awash in shades of red and green, teeming with a swarm of fire ants that altered the verdant landscape into a riot of color. The sheer number of these fire ants was astonishing. In the face of such a tide, even a mouse swarm would pale in comparison. The emergence of king-level fire ant kings suggested that the queen's power was formidable. If they delayed, this rainforest would likely be devoid of any other beasts in the future. Luo Ping'an marveled, "Nana, it's time for action. Having broken through to the stellar level, I have yet to engage in combat. Let us see what kind of battle prowess we can unleash together now that we have ascended to this level. Anin, watch my move. Domain of wood. Chaotic wood prison." As her voice resonated, a powerful wave of wood loss surged from Vinina's being, unleashing a vibrant green light. A wood domain, nearly a kilometer in radius, unfolded, transforming the surrounding space into a vibrant green world teeming with life. A radiant emerald halo surged forth like a tempest toward the Amazon rainforest. Wherever it touched, countless azure vines burst forth from the earth, ensnaring every beast within its vicinity. In a matter of moments, all creatures of the Amazon rainforest, including 20 formidable monarch-level beasts, found themselves entangled in the ancient vines, their struggles rendered futile. "Wow, Nana, you are truly remarkable. Now behold my power, Soul Tide." As the words left his lips, a terrifying surge of spiritual energy erupted from Luo Ping'an, creating an imperceptible ripple in the void that swiftly enveloped the entire Amazon rainforest. There was no thunderous roar, no tremors. In an instant, the vitality of every beast upon the forest floor was stripped away, as if a pause button had been pressed, plunging the Amazon into a profound silence. Luo Ping'an's complexion grew slightly pale at this moment, and Vinina flew over to embrace him, causing him to feel his previously exhausted spiritual energy rapidly rejuvenating. "Nana, your domain of wood combined with the chaotic divine wood technique is simply miraculous. I can sense my depleted spiritual energy recovering at an astonishing rate," Luo Ping'an marveled. "Of course, I have become quite formidable now," Vinina replied with a laugh. "You are amazing. I must reward you properly tonight." After a brief moment of affection, Luo Ping'an found that his previously drained spiritual energy had restored to a remarkable 90%. He glanced down at the Amazon rainforest, deciding against seeking out the fire ant queen for now, intending to return later for a harvest. He retrieved his satellite phone and contacted Albert from the RH Alliance, requesting assistance in gathering monster materials. With that, Luo Ping'an cradled Vinina and returned to the Peace Martial Arts Hall, Villa number 002. "Nana, I'm heading to the training room to restore my spiritual energy before I find you," he said. "All right, go ahead. I'll prepare some delicious food for you." Vinina replied cheerfully. "You're so wonderful, Nana." Luo Ping'an kissed her gently before stepping into the training room. Once the door closed behind him, Luo Ping'an seated himself on the mat and began to meditate. After an hour, he had fully regained his peak condition. He opened the system panel. Host, Luo Ping'an Warrior Rank, Stellar Level First Stage Original Energy Attack Power, 16 million tons Original Energy Attack Range, 3, 200 kilometers Speed, 9, 600 kilometers per second Mentalist Level, Stellar Level First Stage Mental Attack Power, 16 million tons Mental Power Attack Range, 320,000 kilometers Speed, 160,000 kilometers per second Original Energy Artifacts, Fire God Set, SS Level Combat Suit, SS Level Shield, SS Level Alloy Boots Mental Weapons, Ninefold Soul Heavenly Transformation, SS Level Flying Daggers, Cultivation Techniques, Sky-Rending Fist, Glazed Body, Secret Manual of the Desolate Star Warriors, Secret Manual of the Desolate Star Mental Force, Soul Control, Tower of Souls, Desolate Star Soul Forging Art, Soul Impact, Soul Tide. Attribute Points, 500 billion. The system elevates both the martial artist and mentalist levels to the first stage of Nebula Grade. Ding. Consumed 54 billion attribute points, elevating the host's martial artist level to the first stage of Nebula Grade. Ding. Consumed 54 billion attribute points, elevating the host's mentalist level to the first stage of Nebula Grade. Instantly, two formidable streams of energy surged into the two miniature stellar systems within Luo Ping'an's body. Under the onslaught of this terrifying energy, the mini-stellar systems rapidly spun and expanded, ultimately transforming into two nebulae. One radiated a spectrum of colors while the other shimmered with a golden hue, feeling an unprecedented enhancement of over 1,000 times in his strength. Luo Ping'an hastily restrained his aura, fearing an inadvertent catastrophe that could obliterate the Ping'an Martial Arts Academy, truly worthy of a nebula-grade powerhouse. Even a casual strike from me now possesses a force of 16 billion tons. Luo Ping'an marveled. Ding. Detected that the host has become a nebula-grade powerhouse. The system unlocks the faction function. Members of the host's established faction can earn corresponding attribute points by defeating enemies. We are soaring. No longer will I fear others stealing my kills. As long as I recruit them into the Ping'an Martial Arts Academy and send them out to battle, I can effortlessly accumulate attribute points. Initially, I believed I was on the brink of venturing into new realms and wished to contribute to Earth before my departure. Hence the intention to establish a martial arts academy to leave behind some legacy. It appears the system encourages me to create a faction. I must seize this opportunity to develop the Ping'an Martial Arts Academy diligently. With 392 billion attribute points remaining, I shall first explore the system shop to see what treasures have been updated following my ascension to Nebula Grade. Luo Ping'an reflected. Chapter 22. Rapidly enhancing the overall strength of the academy. Open the system shop. A soft blue light curtain then materialized before Luo Ping'an, displaying a variety of treasures. He quickly searched for the updated items. Panlong Arena, a first-stage arena crafted from special materials, forming a unique space capable of hosting 1,000 planetary-level martial artists in combat. Resilient against attacks below stellar grade. Unit price, 4 billion attribute points. Heavenly Spirit Mirror, a first-stage treasure forged from special materials. Capable of assessing the aptitude and cerebral capacity of martial artists below planetary level. Unit price, 2 billion attribute points. Gravitational Training Room, a first-stage treasure made from special materials. Adjustable gravity within a 3,000 square foot area, accelerating the training speed of apprentices. Unit price, 3 billion attribute points. Star Ring, a first-stage spatial ring crafted from special materials in conjunction with spatial laws, creating a unique storage space of 500 square feet. Unit price, 9 billion attribute points. Celestial Gauntlets, a Tier 3 artifact that, upon being attuned by a celestial-level warrior, amplifies their power by 100-fold. Price, 400 billion attribute points. Celestial Armor Set, a Tier 3 ensemble that, once claimed by a celestial-level warrior, reduces attacks from domain lords and below by 90%. Price, 500 billion attribute points. Celestial Essence, a Tier 3 primordial elixir containing celestial energy, which enhances the strength of warriors from the 1st to the 8th tier by 1 rank without any side effects. Price, 400 billion attribute points. Celestial Fruit, a rare Tier 3 fruit infused with extraordinary energy, allowing stellar-level 9th tier warriors to ascend to the 1st tier of celestial level without any side effects. Price, 400 billion attribute points. Chaos Soul Refinement Scripture. 2nd level Insight Orb, the pinnacle of soul-related cultivation scriptures, comprising 10 levels, suitable for warriors above celestial level. Upon fusion, it deepens the user's comprehension of soul laws and accelerates the recovery of their soul power. Price, 5 trillion attribute points. Chaos Wood Technique. 2nd level Insight Orb, a premier wood-based cultivation scripture, comprising 10 levels, suitable for warriors above stellar level. Upon fusion, it enhances the user's understanding of wood laws, increases their affinity and control over plant life, and possesses unique healing properties for other souls. Price, 300 billion attribute points. Chaos Wood Technique. 3rd level Insight Orb, a premier wood-based cultivation scripture, comprising 10 levels, suitable for warriors above celestial level. Upon fusion, it enhances the user's understanding of wood laws, increases their affinity and control over plant life, and possesses unique healing properties for other souls. Price, 30 trillion attribute points. Chaos Metal Transformation Technique. 2nd level Insight Orb, the apex of metal-related cultivation scriptures, comprising 10 levels, suitable for warriors above celestial level. Upon fusion, it deepens the user's comprehension of metal laws and increases their affinity and control over metals. Price, 30 trillion attribute points. Chaos Spatial Technique. 2nd level Insight Orb, the pinnacle of spatial-related cultivation scriptures, comprising 10 levels, suitable for warriors above celestial level. Upon fusion, it enhances the user's understanding of spatial laws and increases their affinity and control over space. Price, 60 trillion attribute points. Gazing at the myriad of newly updated treasures, Luo Ping'an swallowed hard, his mind racing with strategies on how to utilize this influx of attribute points. The 1st level Insight Orbs of the Chaos Soul Refinement Scripture, the Chaos Metal Transformation Technique, and the Chaos Spatial Technique were essential purchases. The celestial gauntlets and celestial armor set were also within reach. As his equipment had remained unchanged for far too long, he resolved to acquire 8 portions of celestial essence and a single celestial fruit, enabling Wayna to ascend to celestial level as well. The second level Insight Orb of the Chaos Wood technique would also be procured, and he considered exchanging additional resources for the members of the Ping'an Martial Arts Academy, bringing his plans to fruition. The system: procure 1 Chaos Refining Soul Sutra Insight Pearl of the first tier, 1 Chaos Golden Transformation Sutra Insight Pearl of the first tier, 1 Chaos Transformation Void Sutra Insight Pearl of the first tier, 8 portions of Stellar Essence, 1 Star Fruit, 1 Chaos Divine Wood Sutra Insight Pearl of the second tier, 1 Nebula Gauntlet, 1 Complete Nebula Set, for Spirit Fruit, 24 portions of Celestial Essence, 40 Moya Crystals, 20 Fire God Sets, 1 Gravity Training Chamber, 3 Star Rings, 20 Dragon Rock Arenas, and 1 Heavenly Spirit Mirror. Ding, consuming 392 trillion attribute points to purchase. 1 Chaos Refining Soul Sutra Insight Pearl, 1 Chaos Golden Transformation Sutra Insight Pearl, 1 Chaos Transformation Void Sutra Insight Pearl, 8 Stellar Essences, 1 Star Fruit, 1 Chaos Divine Wood Sutra Insight Pearl of the second tier, 1 Nebula Gauntlet, 1 Complete Nebula Set, 4 Spirit Fruits, 24 Celestial Essences, 40 Moya Crystals, 20 Fire God Sets, 1 Gravity Training Chamber, 3 Star Rings, 20 Dragon Rock Arenas, and 1 Heavenly Spirit Mirror. All items have been dispatched to the Infinite System space. Please retrieve them at your convenience. Luo Ping'an extracted 3 Insight Pearls from the Infinite System space, spending 3 hours to successfully fuse them. He discovered that his understanding and affinity for the 3 principles of gold, space, and soul had significantly deepened, further enhancing his already burgeoning power. After an additional 2 hours, he recognized and donned the Nebula Gauntlet and the Nebula Set, feeling an overwhelming strength that could easily vanquish any Nebula-level adversary, and even contend with ordinary Lord-level foes. Next, he produced 3 Star Rings, using his blood to attune one to himself before adorning it on his hand, which concealed the presence of the Infinite System space. He placed the 8 portions of Stellar Essence, 1 Star Fruit, and 1 Chaos Divine with Sutra Insight Pearl of the second tier into one of the Star Rings, ultimately packaging the remaining resources and treasures into the other. Subsequently, he sought out Wayna, placing the Star Ring on her hand, guiding her to attune it with her blood, and instructing her on the functions and usage of these resources and treasures. Under Luo Ping'an's tutelage, Wayna swiftly ascended to the first tier of Nebula level and absorbed the Chaos Divine with Sutra Insight Pearl of the second tier, experiencing a remarkable surge in her strength. Elated by her breakthrough, she eagerly led Luo Ping'an to a room for friendly sparring. The following afternoon, Luo Ping'an approached Luo Honghua, presenting him with the ring containing the remaining resources, and elucidated the purpose and usage of each treasure. Brother, 1 Star Fruit and 8 portions of Celestial Essence will enable you to ascend to stellar level. You and sister-in-law should first reach stellar level. Then provide the remaining Star Fruit and Celestial Essence to Hong and the Thunder God, allowing them to also break through to stellar level. Furthermore, allocate 20 Fire God Sets and 20 Moya Crystals as rewards for the top 10 candidates in this selection for the Ping'an Martial Arts Academy. And give another 20 Moya Crystals to the Invincible War God instructors to help them ascend to planetary level. Understood, second brother. We are at a loss for words to express our gratitude, Luo Honghua replied with excitement. Brother, we are family. There is no need for such formalities. Let us work together to expand and strengthen the academy. Laughter filled the air as my second brother reassured me. Rest assured, my dear brother. My wife and I will manage the Martial Arts Academy with utmost diligence. With the abundance of treasures and resources you have provided, our Peace Martial Arts Academy shall rise swiftly, producing dozens of planetary-level warriors and 4 stellar-level masters, far surpassing other factions on Earth. Ah, brother. Hearing your words brings me great comfort, I replied. After a brief conversation, Luo Ping'an and Luo Honghua parted ways, both eager to witness the future development of the Peace Martial Arts Academy. Chapter 23, A Surprising Reward. As the competition stage dwindled to just 10 standing figures, Luo Honghua appeared out of thin air amidst the astonished gazes of the crowd. At this moment, his aura was far more formidable than on the day the academy opened. Over the past few days, he had completely absorbed the energies of the Star Origin Fruit and Stellar Essence, breaking through to the stellar level, becoming one of the most formidable beings on this planet. Congratulations to you all for becoming the first inner disciples of my Peace Martial Arts Academy. Your efforts have not gone unnoticed. I now declare the final results of this top 10 competition. First place, Guan Yu. Second place, Zhao Zilong. Third place, Dian Wei. Fourth place, Arthur Pendragon. Fifth place, Gaius Caesar. Sixth place, Napoleon Bonaparte. Seventh place, Jiao Chan. Eighth place, Chang'e, 9th place. Freya, 10th place. Athena. I invite all those whose names I have mentioned to step forward to the ceremony platform. Luo Honghua's resonant voice echoed from the platform. And soon the 10 contestants ascended the stage, joined by the top 10 inner disciples from the recent aptitude tests. Once everyone was assembled, Hong and the Thunder God also made their appearance, followed by other council leaders and members from the War God Hall. The 20 invincible warrior instructors, who had also utilized the Moya crystal to break through to the first tier of planetary level, stood alongside the council members on the platform. After Luo Honghua led the instructors of the Peace Martial Arts Academy to form an orderly line, Luo Ping'an and Vinina emerged at the highest point of the platform. Facing the gathered crowd, esteemed guests, today marks a momentous occasion for our Peace Martial Arts Academy. We shall now conduct the Academy's oath ceremony. I ask you all to raise your right fists to your hearts. Luo Ping'an declared solemnly. In an instant, a voice of authority, akin to that of the heavenly decree, resonated in the minds of the attendees, who promptly complied in perfect unison. I pledge. I volunteer to join the Peace Martial Arts Academy, to safeguard the Academy and protect the peace of Earth. As Luo Ping'an's words lingered in the air, the crowd echoed in unison. I pledge. I volunteer to join the Peace Martial Arts Academy, to safeguard the Academy and protect the peace of Earth. Their voices converged, resonating like rolling thunder throughout the martial arts arena. Upon the completion of the oath, a system notification sounded in Luo Ping'an's mind. Ding. Detected that the host has established the first faction, Peace Martial Arts Academy. The system now activates the loyalty display function for faction members. Loyalty is categorized into 5 levels. S level, exceptional loyalty. A level, high loyalty. B level, moderate loyalty. C level, low loyalty. D level, disloyal. At this moment, Luo Ping'an curiously cast his gaze over the crowd below, immediately noticing a multitude of red S rank and A rank indicators, along with a few B rank ones. Fortunately, there were no traitors among the members of my Ping'an martial arts school. Otherwise, I would have had no choice but to let them taste the flavor of soul control. Luo Ping'an mused silently. Taking a moment to steady his emotions, he spoke. Esteemed guests, from this moment forth, you shall be members of the Ping'an martial arts school. I hope you will all firmly remember the oath taken today, diligently cultivate your skills, and protect the Ping'an martial arts school as well as the peace of our planet. Upon finishing his speech, Luo Ping'an returned to Villa 002 of the Ping'an Martial Arts School with Vinina amidst the admiring gazes of the crowd, while Luo Honghua stepped forth to preside over the upcoming award ceremony. Next, the rewards for the top 10 disciples selected in this recruitment were announced. The first place reward included 1 Muyu crystal, 1 set of the Fire God armor, 3 months of training time in the Gravity Training Room, and 200 billion Daxia coins. The second place reward consisted of 1 Muya crystal, 1 set of the Fire God armor, 2 months of training time in the Gravity Training Room, and 150 billion Daxia coins. The third place reward offered 1 Muyu crystal, 1 set of the Fire God armor, 1 month of training time in the Gravity Training Room, and 100 billion Daxia coins. The rewards for the 4th to 10th places included 1 Muyu crystal, 1 set of the Fire God armor, 15 days of training time in the Gravity Training Room, and 80 billion Daxia coins. The 2 vice principals, Hong and Leishan, proceeded to present the rewards to the 20 inner disciples amidst the excited gazes of the audience, encouraging them to cultivate diligently and hasten their path to strength. They further elaborated on the functions and usage of the Muyu crystals, Fire God armor, and Gravity Training Room, suggesting that the disciples utilize their Daxia coins to purchase dragon blood from the RH Alliance's branch within the Ping'an Martial Arts School to enhance their physical bodies before spending time in the Gravity Training Room, ultimately using Muyu crystals to break through to the planetary level. Following this, Luo Honghua clarified the rules and benefits of the inner disciples, informing them that an inner competition would be held annually, with an outer competition preceding it. The top 10 from the outer competition would have the opportunity to challenge them. Should they be successfully challenged, their positions within the inner circle would be replaced, demoting them to outer disciples. He reminded them to cultivate earnestly and not to become complacent. Subsequently, Luo Honghua declared the ceremony concluded, granting everyone the freedom to engage in their activities, while he led the mentors of the martial arts school away. At this moment, the 20 inner disciples who received their rewards were filled with excitement. The prizes were extraordinarily generous. Many invincible warriors had been trapped at their current level for an extended period, unable to find a path to break through. Now, they could finally realize their aspirations of becoming planetary-level martial artists. The Fire God armor had previously been exclusive to those above the planetary level on Earth, with even some planetary-level warriors lacking it. Many God-level warriors were unaware of its existence. The Fire God armor is immensely beneficial for warriors below the nebula level, serving as a life-saving artifact. Its characteristic of reducing 90 of attacks from those below the nebula level significantly enhances human survival capability in battles against monsters. When paired with an SS-level combat suit, it maximizes defense, allowing one to face king-level monsters with confidence. The satisfaction expressed by the crowd regarding the rewards from the martial arts school was immense. Their gratitude and admiration for the master elevated significantly. Some individuals, originally nurtured as prodigies by various influential factions, had not placed much importance on the selection of disciples at the Ping'an martial arts school. However, upon arriving, they found their previous notions rather laughable, realizing the vast disparity between themselves and the upper echelons of the school. Concurrently, they began to strategize on how to leverage these rewards to swiftly enhance their combat prowess in preparation for the upcoming internal competition and external challenges. After a moment of excitement, they returned to their training, for the benefits afforded to disciples at the Ping'an martial arts school were exceptionally generous, and none wished to face elimination. Within Villa number 002, Luo Ping'an sensed the increased loyalty among the individuals and nodded in appreciation, feeling that his investment in attributes had not gone to waste, as he had not merely nurtured a pack of ingrates. He subsequently instructed Luo Honghua to gather the esteemed mentor group for a celebratory feast at the villa's dining hall, marking the successful inauguration of the martial arts school. The array of delectable dishes laid out before them ignited the appetites of the mentors, who, given their current status, had yet to sample many culinary delights. Simultaneously, they silently contemplated ways to rapidly accrue contribution points to exchange for treasures and bolster their abilities. The rewards from this competition were exceedingly generous. Those internal disciples would soon ascend to planetary levels, narrowing the gap between them and the mentors, with the potential of surpassing them at any moment. As if sensing the mentors' concerns, Luo Ping'an later approached Luo Honghua after the meal to discuss arrangements for the following month. He requested that the mentors take both internal and external disciples on expeditions to hunt beasts, and that he confer with Hong and the Thunder God to devise suitable tasks for them to undertake, allowing them to earn contribution points. Chapter 24. Exploring Ancient Civilizational Ruins. After the Ping'an martial arts school established itself, Luo Ping'an was granted a rare reprieve of a few months. During this time, he basked in the sun at Villa No. 002 by day and engaged in friendly sparring with Weina at night, relishing a most delightful existence. On the morning of September 8, 2037, 3 months post-establishment of the school, Luo Honghua rushed to share joyous news with Luo Ping'an. Gong Xinlan was 1 month pregnant, and it was a boy. Congratulations, elder brother, on the impending arrival of your son. Today is a day of joy. Shall we indulge in a few drinks? Ha ha ha, second brother, your words resonate perfectly with me. I shall fetch my finest wine. We shall not return sober today. Indeed, elder brother, we shall not return sober. The two brothers celebrated heartily in the dining hall of Villa number 002, with Luo Honghua's joy reminiscent of a child. The following day, as Luo Ping'an lay basking in the sun at the villa, he began to contemplate the future. If all proceeded as expected, his sister-in-law would give birth to Xiao Feng next year. However, the circumstances surrounding his elder brother and sister-in-law had undergone a dramatic transformation. Would unforeseen complications arise? That was a matter for the future, and the assessment of qualifications would reveal the truth when the time came. In my current state of power, I find myself unmatched on Earth, save for the Ant Queen, Yelena, residing within the ruins of ancient civilization number 30. Speaking of Yelena, I must first investigate the present circumstances surrounding the 30th ruin. My current level of spiritual energy is insufficient to exert control over her. Hence, I shall see if it is possible to incorporate the mother nest into the infinite system space. I reassured Lopin and Weina of my intention to explore all ancient civilization ruins on Earth, urging her not to worry and to await my return at home. In the next moment, I materialized 5,000 meters above the Ant Queen's nest, deep within the Shenangjia Mountains of the Great Xia Kingdom. Gazing down at the nearly 1,000-meter-wide nest, exuding a toxic gas that sent shivers down my spine, I resolutely abandoned the plan to absorb it into the infinite system space. It seems Yelena shows no signs of awakening. Hence, it is prudent not to disturb her. I contacted Hong via satellite phone, instructing him to closely monitor the situation here and to alert others to maintain their distance. I temporarily set aside my exploration of the 30th ruin, turning my attention instead to the 0th ancient civilization ruin, which belonged to the machine race of Huyan Bo, located on the seabed of the Bermuda Triangle. It is possible that Babata has already become aware of my existence through the Earth's network, and I must pay a visit. It is rather pitiable. He has waited beneath Misty Island for 50,000 years for Xiaofeng. Ah, Xiaofeng, dear nephew, I do not intend to usurp your fortune. I shall borrow Babata for a few years until you mature, for I have yet to traverse this vast universe, and I require a guide. Babata is the sole being on Earth who knows the path to other realms and how to obtain identification for their inhabitants. I shall borrow him for now. As Earth has yet to connect with those realms, I will return with additional consciousness sensing helmets, enabling you to engage in battles with various prodigies from those realms from a young age. This will undoubtedly accelerate your growth. Having made this delightful decision, I soon found myself above the Bermuda Triangle, where I extended my spiritual awareness and swiftly located the machine race's spacecraft nestled beneath the ocean's depths. With a mere thought, I appeared before a towering silver pyramid, standing 200 meters high. At that moment, the lights within the pyramid flickered to life, and the hatch of the spacecraft slowly opened. I stepped inside, traversing the hull of the ship, unperturbed by the alien corpses strewn along the way. Though the remnants still radiated a lingering menace, they held no sway over me. A peculiar light shimmered, and a virtual apparition of a child clad in a black robe, with glowing red eyes and horns sprouting from its forehead, materialized. Lopin, you have finally arrived. Greetings, Babata. How do you know my name? Babata appeared utterly astonished at this revelation. I have inherited the legacy of Master Huyan Bo. Thus, I am aware of everything. Fear not. I shall avenge the grievances of my master. This is impossible. Was not the master's legacy contained within this spacecraft? He commanded me to recruit disciples on this planet before his demise. It was only recently that I encountered a fragment of the spirit of Master Huyan Bo, which revealed to me the entirety of this knowledge. Having cultivated to my current realm, I trust you have discerned from the terrestrial networks that the foundational techniques I impart, along with the first tier of the star-shattering fist, bear considerable resemblance to the primary method of the fallen star secret technique. Indeed, your intellectual capacity is exceptionally expansive. Surpassing 50, it is no wonder you have earned the master's recognition. Babater, lead me to pay my respects to Master Huyan Bo. Very well, follow me. Babater walked ahead while Luo Ping'an followed closely behind. They soon arrived before an enormous crystal coffin. With a mere thought, Babater opened the coffin, revealing the lifeless form of an alien man, towering at 4 meters, clad in a shimmering golden black robe, with 2 soft antennae adorning his forehead, before Luo Ping'an's eyes. Master Huyan Bo, I shall avenge your grievances. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Ping'an knelt, bowing his head several times. After all, the insights he had gained from Master Huyan Bo were tantamount to receiving his legacy. Thus, the master's vendetta was now his own. Gratitude and vengeance intertwined through the ages. In this lifetime, Luo Ping'an shall repay kindness with kindness and vengeance with vengeance. Master, Babater grasped the crystal coffin tightly, tears streaming uncontrollably from the corners of his eyes. Witnessing the sorrowful weeping of this intelligent being stirred a profound sadness within Luo Ping'an's heart. This universe is perilously treacherous. Even the most formidable beings, such as the indomitable peak cultivators, can meet their demise. There remains a long journey ahead for Luo Ping'an. Babater, do not despair. I shall resurrect our master in due time, so there is no need for sorrow. Is that truly the case, Luo Ping'an? Babater exclaimed with excitement. Rushing to grasp his hand, Luo Ping'an rose and patted Babater on the shoulder. Indeed, I swear it. Splendid, splendid. Our master shall be saved. You have achieved the nebula level at such a young age. Your future accomplishments are bound to be extraordinary. Suddenly inspired by a thought, Babater began to dance with joy. Enough, Babater, I now command you, as the new master of the fallen star, to depart with me from this place. Yes, master. At that moment, as Luo Ping'an vowed to resurrect Master Huyan Bo, Babater had already resolved to acknowledge this earthly individual as his new master. With a thought, Babater produced a silver ring and a wristband. Luo Ping'an inscribed his spiritual mark upon the 2 items using his mental prowess, and in the next instant, he adorned himself with them. Observing Luo Ping'an's swift actions, Babater nodded in satisfaction. Truly astute. No wonder he was personally chosen by the former master. Babater, enter the core of the wristband. I shall store everything from this place within my spatial inventory. Very well, master. Babater nodded and entered the core of the wristband. Luo Ping'an soared out of the spacecraft, and with a thought, he retrieved the mechanical vessel into the infinite system space. The next moment, he found himself before the colossal wreckage of an interstellar fleet mothership at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Chapter 25, Preparations Before Departure. Before Luo Ping'an lay the wreckage of an interstellar fleet mothership, a remnant of an event that transpired 800,000 years ago. In a bid to conceal the Earth from prying eyes within a 2,000 light-year radius, the ancient sorcerer Huyan Bo had unleashed arcane spatial and spiritual arts, resulting in the annihilation of the fleet's souls and the subsequent crash of this vessel into the depths of the Pacific Ocean, ultimately giving rise to the relic of the ancient civilization known as Site Number 11. The interior of the mothership was largely decayed and rusted. save for one secret compartment that remained remarkably intact. With a mere thought, Luo Ping'an swiftly approached this chamber and beheld a spacecraft within, an elegant, disc-shaped vessel adorned with the emblem of a double-winged dragon. Among the fleet destroyed by the ancient master, there existed a relatively well-preserved X-92 model adventure ship of the White Dragon Empire. "Look at that!" exclaimed Babaju, brimming with excitement. Luo Ping'an, unfazed by Babazu's astonishment, summoned the divine weapon with a flick of his mind, and under his mental control, he precisely dismantled the mothership's laser defense system. In the next instant, he stood before the Y-92 model adventure ship of the White Dragon Empire. A terrifying wave of psychic energy surged through the air, causing the ship's hatch to swing open instantaneously, allowing Luo Ping'an to enter and swiftly arrive at the core control room of the vessel. "Babaju, infiltrate the ship's core and seize control," he commanded. "Understood, Master. Watch me." Babaju responded confidently. Soon, with its exceptional technical prowess, Babaju secured control of the ship, just as three metallic maintenance robots rushed toward the control room entrance. Initially intent on apprehending the intruder, they suddenly halted as the ship's core fell under Babazu's dominion. "Master, these three robots are maintenance units of the vessel, and the three crystalline guardians in the control room have also been brought under my control," Babaju reported. "Well done, Babaju," Luo Ping'an praised. "Thank you for the compliment, Master. Professional matters should be entrusted to professionals," Babaju replied, elated to receive acknowledgement after 50,000 years, a feeling of being needed and validated that was simply exquisite. "Babaju, is this ship operational now?" Luo Ping'an inquired. "Master, the ship has been forcefully commandeered by me and will require some time for repairs," Babaju explained. "Very well, I leave the repairs in your capable hands," Luo Ping'an said. "Of course, Master. I shall restore it promptly," Babaju affirmed. "Let us return, Babaju." As soon as Luo Ping'an's words resonated, he soared out of the ship. Babaju commanded the hatch to close, and with a thought, Luo Ping'an stored the vessel into the storage ring previously entrusted to him. Babaju then returned to the core of the wristband. In the next moment, Luo Ping'an found himself back at Villa number 002 of the Ping'an Martial Arts Academy. The moment Vina sensed his arrival, she rushed out of the training room and leaped into his embrace. "Anun, are you hurt?" Vina inquired with concern. "Do not worry. I am unscathed," he reassured her. Continuing, Luo Ping'an informed Vinina about the acquisition of the Y-92 model adventure spaceship from the ancient civilization ruins on the 11th. "Nana, we have both achieved the status of Nebula-level warriors. There is little room for further development on Earth. Let us embark on an adventure through the dimensions together soon. Anun, I shall follow your lead. As long as I am with you, I am content. Nana, you are truly wonderful." The two engaged in conversation for a while longer before retreating to their rooms for a friendly sparring session. As for Babata, upon entering the room, he was shielded by Luo Ping'an's mental prowess, for he remained but a child. Time passed swiftly, and a month had gone by in the blink of an eye. It was then that Babata reported to Luo Ping'an that the Y-92 model adventure spaceship of the White Dragon Empire had been fully repaired and was ready for use. That afternoon, Luo Ping'an exchanged the attribute points accumulated by the members of the martial arts school for a stockpile of resources in the system mall. During this period, each member had aspired to improve, amassing a considerable number of attribute points. Thus, Luo Ping'an procured numerous resources suitable for their cultivation. He then summoned Luo Hongwa to the main hall of Villa number 002. "Brother, now that Nana and I have reached a plateau in our cultivation on Earth, and with the flourishing development of Ping'an Martial Arts School, we intend to depart for a time to explore the dimensions. Once we have established stability, we shall return to bring you all along. Currently, the monsters on Earth no longer pose a threat to humanity. With a systematic approach to their eradication, we can enhance the overall strength of the martial arts school while eliminating potential dangers. Second brother, I support your decision. Rest assured, I will look after the school. Your sister-in-law and I are now both star-level warriors, and we can manage this responsibility well. Hearing you say that brings me peace of mind. Please take good care of sister-in-law during this time, and delegate tasks to the others as needed." After some discussion, Luo Ping'an presented to Luo Hongwa the two black cloudvine seedlings gifted by Babata, along with the resources exchanged from the system mall. He explained the function and usage of each treasure, advising him and Gong Xinlan to bond with the black cloud vines through blood, nurturing them to star level with the Moya crystal to enhance their survival capabilities. Finally, he handed over 3 glass guardians for him to keep as a trump card. Subsequently, he called upon Hong and Thunder God, candidly sharing his intent to venture into the dimensions with Vinina. "Brother, we wish to accompany you," they implored. "This time, Vinina and I will scout the path. We shall return shortly and bring you along next time. In our absence, Earth still requires your protection." After a moment of contemplation, Hong and Thunder God acknowledged the wisdom in Luo Ping'an's words, nodding in agreement. Do not worry, brother, we will safeguard Earth. Very well. During this time, do not neglect your training, especially your comprehension of laws and domains. When I return, I may bring you to partake in assessments from significant forces within the dimensions to expedite your development. Thank you, my dear brother. We shall strive diligently. Hong and Thunder God exclaimed with excitement. Their pursuit of martial arts is unparalleled, a feat rarely achieved by ordinary individuals. Otherwise, they would not have cultivated to their current level amidst the scarcity of resources on Earth. Once all matters were settled, arrangements were made for the RH Alliance to dispatch a supply of necessities. Although they had ascended to the ranks of Nebula-class powerhouses, they had grown accustomed to the lifestyle on Earth, and storing these items in the infinite system space proved quite convenient. Considering the safety of Earth, Luo Ping'an instructed Baba Zhan to control the planetary network, erasing all information pertaining to him, Weina, and the relics, while restricting everyone from uploading such data. With everything in place, after bidding farewell to the crowd, Luo Ping'an embraced Weina and soared into the skies, departing Earth. With a mere thought, a white, disc-shaped spacecraft adorned with the emblem of a double-winged dragon materialized. The hatch of the ship opened instantaneously, and Luo Ping'an, carrying Weina, entered the control room, with the hatch sealing shut behind them. At this moment, Weina curiously surveyed the technologically advanced control room of the extraterrestrial vessel. Baba Zhan, let's set forth to Silver Dragon Star in the White Dragon Empire. As you wish, Master, Baba Zhan replied. No sooner had the words left Baba Zhan's mouth than the spacecraft began to accelerate. The ship's gravitational adjustment system activated, and soon, its speed reached that of light, causing the surrounding starry expanse to blur into an abyss of darkness. Chapter 26, Arrival at Silver Dragon Star. In the midst of Weina's astonished gaze, a virtual figure materialized within the spacecraft, emitting a wave of mental energy. Nana, this is the intelligent life form Baba Zhan. Baba Zhan, present your respects to your mistress, Weina. I pay my respects to the mistress. Greetings, Baba Zhan, Weina replied. Her curiosity piqued as she examined this unfamiliar intelligent entity. Since Weina had integrated the second level of the Chaos Divine with secret technique and ascended to Nebula class, her mental prowess had significantly enhanced, enabling her to distinctly perceive Baba Zhan's presence. A month prior, when Baba Zhan was first introduced to their home by Luo Ping'an, it had already been aware of Weina's existence, marveling at the fact that such prodigious figures could emerge from their diminutive Earth. Weina communicated with Baba Zhan through her mental energy, and they quickly became acquainted. Subsequently, Baba Zhan began instructing them in the universal language of the realms and various common knowledge, which both Nebula-class powerhouses learned with remarkable speed. During their journey through the Dark Realm, Luo Ping'an silently rejoiced at having Weina by his side, for without her, the voyage would have been exceedingly dull. Beyond admiring the magnificent celestial vistas from the spacecraft together, they often engaged in friendly sparring sessions. 8 days later, Baba Zhan suddenly alerted, Master. The spacecraft will arrive at Silver Dragon Star in 30 minutes. The spacecraft then began to decelerate, and 30 minutes later, it came to a complete halt, transitioning from the Dark Realm back to its original dimension. As the spacecraft's exterior simulation was activated by Babada, Luo Ping'an and Weina observed a distant planet radiating with vibrant hues, its diameter several dozen times that of Earth. The spacecraft began to accelerate, drawing closer to this magnificent planet, and soon they beheld its resplendent atmosphere. Master, we have received the docking signal for the Silver Dragon Star's port. Shall we follow the instructions and proceed to the docking port? Proceed. Although the lord of this planet was a domain lord and Luo Ping'an felt no fear, it was prudent to remain cautious as a newcomer without any credentials. The Y-92 model adventure spacecraft of the White Dragon Empire swiftly traversed the atmosphere, soon arriving at an expansive docking port teeming with an array of vessels. Finding an unoccupied spot, the ship came to a halt, and the hatch opened. Luo Ping'an gently clasped Weina's hand as they stepped outside. At that moment, a staff member from the Silver Dragon Star's docking port, clad in uniform and holding a silver card, approached, evidently there to collect fees. He landed before them, but before he could speak, Luo Ping'an tossed him a Qinghong coin. To the staff member's astonishment, the silver card magically appeared in Luo Ping'an's hand. Withdraw, Luo Ping'an commanded. Yes, senior. Sensing the terrifying aura emanating from Luo Ping'an and glancing at the heavy Qinghong coin in his hand, the staff member joyfully retreated. Luo Ping'an lifted Weina, and in the next instant, they materialized above a colossal city adorned with towering walls intricately carved with silver dragons, located tens of thousands of kilometers away. As they gazed upon the grandeur of Silver Dragon City, they were left in awe. Any structure on Earth paled in comparison to this magnificent metropolis. After a moment of admiration, they proceeded, guided by Babata, to the White Dragon Empire's office on Silver Dragon Star. Upon arrival at the building's entrance, the two guards regarded them with admiration as they made their way directly to the 32nd floor. Sensing the presence of two formidable individuals, the office manager promptly emerged to greet them, ushering them into a VIP room. "Greetings, esteemed guests. How may I assist you?" Luo Ping'an tossed 2 Qinghong coins to him and spoke slowly. "We are practitioners from the hidden market and wish to acquire citizenship in the White Dragon Empire." "Very well. I shall attend to this immediately." Upon hearing Luo Ping'an's request and feeling the weight of the Qinghong coins in his hand, the office manager, beaming with joy, hurriedly exited. 5 minutes later, Luo Ping'an and Weina received their Black Dragon Mountain Empire identification cards, courtesy of the office manager. They marveled at the efficiency with which matters could be resolved with wealth. "Master, we can now visit the Dimensional Star Bank to withdraw the assets left to you by the previous master," Babata timely reminded as they exited the White Dragon Empire's office. "Let us go, Weina. We have just obtained our identification cards. First, we shall withdraw funds and then arrange for a bank card for future convenience." As soon as the words left his lips, Luo Ping'an, accompanied by Weina, made their way to the core area of Silver Dragon City, arriving at the Astral Bank. With the assistance of the female AI and the Babatar, they successfully unlocked the 2 accounts left by Huyan Bo, acquiring a staggering 10 billion Qinghong coins and 3 Hongmeng units. Subsequently, they requested the female AI to assist in opening accounts for both Luo Ping'an and Weina, transferring all the assets from Huyan Bo's accounts into his own, and then transferring 5 billion Qinghong coins to Weina's account. Once the transactions were completed, they began to explore the bustling Silver Dragon City, encountering a myriad of alien races and marveling at the peculiar architecture, indulging in various local delicacies. After a tiring day of exploration, the two settled into the most luxurious hotel on Xiaolong Star for a 3-night stay. The gravitational pull of Silver Dragon Star is several times that of Earth, and its spatial stability surpasses that of their home planet. During these 3 days, Luo Ping'an and Weina engaged in friendly sparring for 2 days, reserving 1 day for rest. On the 4th day, feeling bored, Luo Ping'an, prompted by the Babatar, decided to leave the opulent hotel with Weina and visit the Silver Dragon Star branch of the Astral Virtual Company. With the cooperation of the staff, they each opened an account and purchased 20,000 consciousness sensing helmets along with 20,000 unregistered accounts valid for 100 years, all for less than 40,000 Qinghong coins. After storing the helmets in his spatial storage, they returned to the luxurious hotel, where he arranged for a month-long stay in the most extravagant room. Though costly, it offered a sense of security, free from disturbances. Now that they had access to the internet, the two planned to thoroughly test their current abilities in the virtual realm. After securing the door, Luo Ping'an addressed the Babatar, instructing, "Babatar, enter the virtual realm." "Understood, Master. I am truly excited. It has been many years since I last entered the virtual realm." In the next moment, the 3 of them found themselves on Silver Dragon Street in the virtual realm of the White Dragon Empire. Observing the indistinguishable reality of the virtual space, Luo Ping'an marveled at the ingenuity of the creator of the virtual company, recognizing the prowess of the human race. After wandering the street for a while, they followed Luo Ping'an's suggestion to approach a colossal arena of slaughter, eager to ascertain the extent of their current capabilities. Chapter 27, The Arena of Slaughter. As they arrived at the entrance of the virtual arena, a chilling aura enveloped them, revealing a massive portal suspended in the void, radiating a ghostly blue glow. The surface of the portal was adorned with countless intricate runes swirling about. "Weina, Babatar, this virtual arena appears quite extraordinary. The entrance is, in fact, a teleportation portal. Master, the form of the entrance to this virtual arena can continuously transform. This virtual company truly spares no expense. Let us enter together." A few individuals traversed the portal and arrived in an expansive hall of slaughter, soaring to heights of over 1,000 meters. The ceiling was adorned with countless crimson crystals, shimmering with a blood-red radiance. Luo Ping'an and Vinina found 2 adjacent chambers within the combat zone and entered them separately. Upon entering their respective slaughter rooms, they instructed Babata to set their opponents' levels to the first tier of the nebula rank, with the battle scene configured to the starry skies, and then commenced their individual confrontations. In the next instant, the vista before Luo Ping'an transformed into a cosmic expanse, where a fearsome Mecha giant, towering over 30 meters and classified as a first-tier nebula-level powerhouse, materialized on a nearby planet, wielding a large blade that flickered with flames. "Let us engage in combat using primal force first. I shall resort to mental and soul powers only against formidable adversaries," Luo Ping'an mused internally. Just as he momentarily lost focus, a blade of energy, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers and imbued with the essence of fire, surged toward him. With a mere thought, Luo Ping'an evaded the deadly trajectory of the attack. A dazzling blaze erupted, and the land of the planet he had just occupied was instantly obliterated by the terrifying blade of energy. Sky-splitting fist. A fearsome fist aura swept through, and in an instant, all celestial bodies in proximity to the grotesque Mecha giant were annihilated by the catastrophic force, leaving the giant itself reduced to nothingness. Such brutality, the sheer might of the Nebula Gauntlet and the sky-splitting fist, is truly formidable. Babata. Configure a second-tier ape race adversary while keeping the scene unchanged. Understood, Master. In the blink of an eye, a muscular, nearly 3-meter-tall ape race warrior, adorned in battle armor and wielding a long staff, appeared on a nearby planet. The moment this ape warrior manifested, he unleashed the first form of the transcendent divine weapon, virtual sword style. The staff in his grasp shattered explosively, transforming into 86 gossamer thin golden swords. A resounding battle cry followed. Virtual sword style, commence. In an instant, 9 semi-transparent golden phantom swords hovered around him, radiating an intensely sharp and terrifying sword aura that distorted the surrounding void, producing a resonant hum. The first form of the transcendent divine weapon is quite intriguing. Luo Ping'an chuckled softly. Sky-splitting fist. In the next moment, an overwhelmingly powerful fist aura collided with the 9 sword energies. At the moment of impact, the 9 sword energies were engulfed by the terrifying fist aura, which surged forth, rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it enveloped dozens of planets in the vicinity of the ape warrior, which subsequently detonated like firecrackers, illuminating the vastness of the cosmos. Unsurprisingly, the ape warrior was also reduced to nothingness amidst the terrifying force of the fist. Master, you are truly remarkable. The void-shattering fist is merely an ordinary technique of the doomed star, yet in your hands, it manifests such terrifying power, Babata exclaimed in astonishment. Ha ha ha, Babata. You will gradually come to realize the extent of my strength. There is no need for such surprise. Now, let us proceed to arrange the next opponent. Luo Ping'an replied with a faint smile. As his consecutive victories mounted, the prowess of Luo Ping'an's adversaries also escalated, yet they were effortlessly subdued by his void-shattering fist. Soon, he achieved an astounding streak of 888 victories and was set to confront the formidable Nolanshan, a 9th-tier Nebula-level opponent, standing at a towering height of 19 meters. With slightly pointed ears and eyes gleaming with a hint of crimson, Nolanshan donned a deep green battle attire adorned with a peculiar emblem of a colossal axe on his chest, exuding an aura of cold arrogance. Upon gazing at Nolanshan, Luo Ping'an felt an inexplicable aversion swell within him. Truly, he is the greatest antagonist of the early stages, and his villainous demeanor is utterly detestable. Luo Ping'an remarked with a slight frown. Spatial domain, void-shattering fist. In an instant, a fist ray, terrifyingly more potent than before, flickered with an ominous black light in the void. Bang! A tremendous sound erupted as the surrounding space began to shatter inch by inch, and a colossal rift in the void surged rapidly towards Nolanshan. As he beheld the terrifying rift approaching, Nolanshan squinted his eyes, a raspy voice escaping his lips. Eternal night, soul-devouring slash. With a commanding shout, the dark energy enveloped him like a black tide, completely shrouding the planet he occupied. His eyes gleamed with a blood-red light as the dark force coalesced in his right arm. Slowly, he raised his right arm, countless streams of dark energy rapidly converging and compressing in his palm until they formed a massive black blade of light, radiating an intense aura of darkness that devoured all surrounding illumination. He then swung his arm with ferocity, the black blade shooting forth like a flash of lightning towards the encroaching rift in the void. The two cataclysmic forces collided in a clash witnessed by both combatants. And to Nolanshan's astonishment, the blade he unleashed was swallowed as easily as a small stone cast into a river, revealing the terrifying rift before him like a gaping maw of the void. Curse it! How could this be possible? Nolanshan roared in fury and disbelief as the rift swiftly engulfed him. Luo Ping'an raised his palm and gently grasped at the void, causing the rift to vanish in an instant. Satisfied, he nodded, proclaiming, "The spatial law truly deserves its place alongside the law of time, utterly overwhelming lower-tier laws. Master is indeed formidable. To comprehend the law of space at such a young age, your future holds boundless potential. Ha ha ha, Babata, by following me. You have struck it rich. If you perform well, I may just provide you with a mechanical body. Is that true, Master?" Babata exclaimed excitedly. "Of course it is true. I would never deceive a child," Baba Tua explained with dissatisfaction. "Oh, can you transform into an adult then?" "Indeed. I am an intelligent being without gender and can assume various forms at will. Then show me a female image that I have in mind. In the next instant, Baba Tuo transformed into the appearance of a celestial maiden before Luo Ping'an, dazzling him. Luo Ping'an approached and playfully pinched Baba Tuo's face, finding the sensation rather pleasant. From now on, you shall be called Lu Yifei, and appear before us in this form. Let us temporarily set aside your former, rather juvenile appearance. Understood, master. Although Baba Tuo, or rather Lu Yifei, felt slightly reluctant, the master's command was absolute, and she had no choice but to acquiesce. Lu Yifei, what a lovely name. Rest assured, I will eventually provide you with a body of a cosmic esteemed machine race. Really? Master, that would be wonderful. The once sorrowful Baba Tuo, instantly brimming with excitement. For intelligent beings had long yearned for a machine race body. Let us step outside. The battle on Weina's side should have concluded. We will continue tomorrow. The two exited the virtual realm, their consciousness returning to reality, where Luo Ping'an discovered Weina standing guard beside him. Nana, how did you fare in the arena? Not bad. I achieved a winning streak of 600. I exited early, fearing you might be waiting for me. By the way, where is Baba Tuo? And who is she? Weina curiously inquired, glancing at the woman resembling a person from the great Xia nation of Earth, who had suddenly appeared alongside Luo Ping'an. This is Baba Tuo. She will henceforth be known as Lu Yifei. Her previous appearance did not align with our style. We are pursuing a path of high combat power and striking beauty. So a slight alteration was warranted. Indeed, she looks much better now. Although I have encountered several alien races recently, I still find the human visage of Earth to be more endearing. As long as the mistress is pleased, Lu Yifei responded. After a brief conversation, Luo Ping'an and the others returned to their rooms to rest. Chapter 28. The shock of the high officials in the arena. Just as Luo Ping'an and Weina returned to their room to rest, in the monitoring room of the virtual dimension company overseeing the arena, the high officials were gathered, watching the replay of Luo Ping'an and Weina's battles in the arena. These two first-tier Nebula-class powerhouses from the White Dragon Empire achieved such an impressive winning streak on their first foray into the arena, especially the male, who had comprehended the laws of space and possessed a spatial domain, defeating a 9th-tier Nebula-class powerhouse in a single strike. This matter must be reported to the higher-ups. Such a prodigy must be recruited into our company. After a unanimous discussion, the group promptly reported the matter to the higher-ups. Soon, the executives of the Virtual Dimension Company issued a command to closely monitor the two Nebula-level powerhouses from the White Dragon Empire and to report on their performances in the arena at all times. The next afternoon, after sufficient rest, Luo Ping'an and Weina entered the Virtual Dimension with the assistance of Lu Yifei, and the three found themselves on the bustling Silver Dragon Street of the White Dragon Empire. Every entry into the virtual realm felt enchanting, with the 100-scene simulation rendering it indistinguishable from the real world. As the trio strolled through the street, they encountered a uniquely designed bar, resplendent with lights. Named Forget Worries. Shall we step inside? We haven't dined in the virtual realm yet, and it would be nice to experience it, proposed Luo Ping'an. Let's go take a look. Weina nodded in agreement. Upon entering the bar, they were approached by a uniquely adorned female member of the cult race, dressed as a server. Welcome, esteemed guests. It appears this is your first visit to our Forget Worries bar. Please, do come in, she beckoned, guided by the cult server. The three were led to a pleasantly ambient private booth. The trio spent 10,000 White Dragon coins to order 3 bottles of the signature drink named Forget Worries along with several renowned delicacies. Once their orders arrived, Luo Ping'an and Weina curiously took a sip of the alien beverage. The taste was peculiar, evoking a sensation that penetrated deep into their souls. Master, this drink is intended for martial artists to dull their senses. Nebula-level powerhouses are less affected, but those below Nebula level who consume it will be transported into their own imagined worlds, awakening only after 3 days, Lu Yifei explained. How extraordinary. No wonder it is called Forget Worries. By the way, Yifei, does this drink have any effect on intelligent beings like you? None, master. We can only perceive the flavor of the drink, she replied. All right then, Nana, how does this drink feel to you? Anin, I feel quite similar to you. Let's sample the other delicacies together. Okay, this one seems quite delightful. Just as the three were savoring their food and engaging in conversation, the door to the booth swung open. A splendidly dressed, brooding extraterrestrial gentleman with 2 transparent tendrils on his forehead, exuding a stellar 9th stage power, burst in, accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards at the cosmic 9th stage. They swiftly approached Weina. This beautiful lady, I am Katar, son of Lord Catel of Silver Dragon Star. I admire your beauty and hope you will accompany me. Observing the brazen behavior of this group, Luo Ping'an immediately rose to his feet. With a mere thought, a formidable mental force surged forth, causing several of them to kneel before him. How is this possible? You are merely at Nebula Level 1. How can your mental power be so terrifying? This is Silver Dragon Star. My father will not let this go unpunished. Qatar shouted in disbelief. Master, this is a virtual dimension. Perhaps we should let it go. Luo Feng urged. Consider yourselves fortunate to escape. Now be gone. Luo Ping'an withdrew his mental energy, prompting Qatar to hastily retreat from the Forgetting Worries bar with a few subordinates, their tails between their legs. What a stroke of misfortune to encounter such a farcical situation. Luo Ping'an lamented. Anin, do not be upset. We have eaten sufficiently. Let us depart from this place, Vinina consoled. Indeed, let us go. The trio exited the Forgetting Worries bar, meandering through the streets for a while before arriving at the slaughterhouse they had visited the previous day. The slaughter hall was bustling with numerous individuals entering and exiting. Once they entered the combat zone, Luo Ping'an and Vinina sought out two adjacent slaughter rooms to commence their respective battles. Ife, arrange for the invincible talents of the 9th tier of the Nebula level to engage in combat, set against the backdrop of the cosmos. Luo Ping'an instructed Luo Feng. Understood. Master. In an instant, the scene shifted to the vast expanse of the starry sky. Luo Ping'an gazed at the celestial bodies beneath him, silently awaiting the arrival of his opponent. Before long, a towering figure emerged, an imposing wild man, standing 3 meters tall, with a robust physique, disheveled hair, and barefoot, wielding a colossal axe. Master, this is a wild man of the Slaughterman tribe, renowned for their exceptional combat prowess among the cosmic races. Please exercise caution, Luo Feng warned. What pitiful insects dare to challenge me? The wild man bellowed, baring his jagged teeth in a broad grin. He swung his massive axe, unleashing a dark purple ripple that surged toward Luo Ping'an. Sensing an intense spatial disturbance, a smile crept across Luo Ping'an's face. The laws of space, how intriguing. Spatial domain. Rift-breaking fist. The two titanic forces collided, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion that obliterated dozens of nearby celestial bodies. You have also grasped the laws of space. Quite impressive. You are worthy of being my adversary, the wild man remarked in astonishment. No longer boasting, the wild man unleashed his spatial domain, swinging his axe to emit a blinding yellow radiance before transforming into a streak of light, charging towards Luo Ping'an. In that moment, Luo Ping'an felt as though the surrounding space had been frozen, his movements sluggish. A sudden realization struck him. This was a fusion technique of the Earth's primal laws and the laws of space. Truly, a genius of the Slaughterman tribe. However, my power at the 1st tier of the Nebula level is somewhat lacking. It seems I must resort to my mental energy, Luo Ping'an mused. With a mere thought, a dark golden staff, 2 meters in length and 25 centimeters in diameter, materialized in his hand. Transcendent divine weapon, divine sword form. As the words left his lips, the staff erupted into a myriad of golden blades, each as delicate as a cicada's wing, emanating countless sword auras. 9 golden light swords, each formed from 81 golden blades, instantaneously hovered above Luo Ping'an, each inscribed with swirling runes. Go. In an instant, the previously confined space shattered like glass, and the 9 light swords appeared before the wild man, as if piercing through the void. Before the wild man could react, his head was pierced by a golden light sword. With a look of bewilderment etched across his face, the wild man collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, within the monitoring room of the virtual slaughter arena, the higher-ups were gathered, captivated by the fierce confrontation between Luo Ping'an and the savage beasts. All present were rendered speechless by the astonishing spectacle before them. After a prolonged silence, they gradually regained their composure and began to converse. It was astonishing to discover that he was not only a mentalist, but possessed an exceptionally formidable psychic power. The fusion of the golden source law, the law of space, and the 3rd tier of the divine weapon was sufficient to place him on par with geniuses rarely seen in a millennium. It was imperative to recruit him into the company. I concur. We must urgently report to our superiors. Thus, they hastily uploaded the footage of Luo Ping'an's battle with the wild beasts, collectively penning a recommendation in hopes that the corporate leaders would take action to recruit this prodigy, thereby securing substantial rewards for each of them. Chapter 29. The terrifying Silverhorn Behemoth. As the higher-ups of the virtual slaughter arena reported to their superiors, Luo Ping'an encountered his second opponent of the day. A colossal beast, shrouding the sky and sun, emerged on a nearby planet, its massive form resembling a sprawling mountain range, extending thousands of kilometers in length. Each slight movement of its body sent tremors through the surrounding stars. Its silver-white skin was adorned with patterns that rose like mountain ridges, emanating a mysterious glow, as if harboring the secrets of the dimensions. The enormous silver horns upon its head resembled towering mountains, intricately inscribed with complex runes, while its eyes glimmered like 2 immense red stars, instilling an indescribable sense of overwhelming pressure. Master, This is a young silver-horned behemoth. Please exercise caution. The silver-horned behemoth possesses a peak dimensional bloodline, and its speed, strength, and defense are formidable, Luo Feng cautioned. Rest assured, Fei. Suddenly, the silver-horned behemoth let out a deafening roar, a sound that appeared to resonate from the depths of the cosmos, causing countless stars to tremble violently. An immense energy began to coalesce within its gaping maw. This energy shone with a silver-white hue, flickering with mysterious brilliance, imbued with the power of annihilation. The energy was compressed within its mouth, gradually diminishing in size while its density escalated, ultimately condensing into a dark golden energy sphere. The surface of this sphere was covered in a multitude of tiny lightning bolts, crackling incessantly, and the surrounding space began to warp and distort under the sphere's influence. Then, with a furious roar, the silver-horned behemoth unleashed the energy sphere, which tore through the void at an astonishing speed, creating a massive rift in its wake. Witnessing the swiftly approaching silver energy sphere, Luo Ping'an intoned, "Spatial domain, rift punch." In an instant, a fearsome beam of fist light flickered with dark radiance in the void. Bang! A colossal sound erupted, causing the surrounding void to shatter inch by inch, and a vast rift began to rapidly extend toward the energy sphere. In the next moment, two terrifying forces collided, creating a cataclysmic energy storm. This immense tempest of energy expanded rapidly, causing the very fabric of space to collapse and devouring entire planets in its wake. Luo Ping'an continuously retreated, fearful of being engulfed by this dreadful storm. Just as he was retreating, the silver-horned behemoth sprang into action, its enormous wings propelling it towards Luo Ping'an with astonishing speed. In a moment that left Luo Ping'an in disbelief, the creature executed a sweeping tail attack, sending him hurtling hundreds of thousands of kilometers, shattering space in its path. Luo Ping'an summoned his mental energy to its utmost limit, conjuring countless psychic shields before him, barely managing to halt his flight, though he coughed up blood in the process. His complexion paled slightly. It was the first time he had been wounded in battle. Previously, he had always dominated his opponents. But now he found himself on the receiving end of such overwhelming force. Fortunately, the nebula set had mitigated 90 of the damage. Otherwise, that blow would have undoubtedly shattered him. The silver-horned beast was indeed formidable, reputed to be invincible among its peers, boasting enhanced speed, strength, defense, and soul protection, along with an array of combat techniques. It exhibited a natural affinity for the laws of space and gold, making it a true darling of the realms, Luo Ping'an mused. It seemed he had no choice but to employ his ultimate technique, Field of Gold, activate. As the words left his lips, the void trembled, and a resplendent golden light erupted from Luo Ping'an, enveloping the surrounding space in a sea of gold. Thousands of golden rays transformed into tangible longswords, suspended in the air. With a mere thought, a dark golden staff, 2 meters long and 25 centimeters in diameter, materialized in Luo Ping'an's grasp. Divine weapon, 4th level, returned to simplicity. Before the words could fully escape his lips, the staff exploded into 86 delicate golden swords, radiating countless sword energies. Subsequently, 600 of these golden swords coalesced into a robust golden pillar nearly 10 meters tall, hovering above Luo Ping'an's head, adorned with swirling runes. Go! The colossal golden pillar surged forth with the unstoppable force of a thunderclap, shattering the void as it materialized before the silver-horned beast. The creature roared in fury, preparing to use spatial laws to flee, but it was struck by a powerful shock to its soul. In its stunned gaze, the massive golden pillar obliterated its head. Panting heavily, Luo Ping'an realized this was the first and only time he had utilized all his hidden cards in battle. After a moment, as the slaughter arena system had yet to declare his victory, he frowned slightly. He observed that the silver-horned beast's head was rapidly regenerating. Is it truly this difficult to kill? Of course, the core of the silver-horned beast is indestructible, allowing it to resurrect at will. And the core's location can shift constantly. How can one possibly defeat such a creature? Luo Ping'an lamented. In but a fleeting moment, the silver-horned beast resurrected before Luo Ping'an. Exhausted from his previous effort, he found himself unable to deliver a final blow during its revival. All of his spiritual energy and mental strength had been utterly depleted in that last desperate strike. At this moment, his first-tier stellar force was insufficient to breach the terrifying armor of the silver-horned beast. "Ifei, I concede," he uttered. "Understood, master." Continuing the fight would serve no purpose, only leading to a merciless slaughter at the hands of the silver-horned beast. Feng, true to the role of the protagonist, possessed an almost divine fortune, fortuitously encountering a juvenile silver-horned beast and successfully seizing its essence. Luo Ping'an could not help but feel envious. The disparity between humanity and the cosmic beasts was undeniably vast. Ife, let us step outside and await Weina, he suggested. Of course, master. Thus, the two exited the slaughter room and entered the hall to await Weina. As previously agreed upon, while Luo Ping'an awaited her arrival, a group of high-ranking officials in the virtual slaughter arena stood behind a robust figure clad in golden armor, his face adorned with golden fur, intently watching the playback of Luo Ping'an's battle with the silver-horned beast. After a prolonged silence, they collectively realized they had significantly underestimated the young man's prowess. You have executed this task admirably. The company will duly reward you. I shall personally oversee matters from here. No information regarding this individual is to be disseminated. Adherence to the company's confidentiality protocols is imperative, the robust figure declared. Yes, esteemed Monkey King. The group responded in unison. Luo Ping'an did not wait long in the slaughter hall before Weina emerged. Anan, how did you return so quickly? Weina inquired curiously. Nana, let us exit the virtual realm together and discuss further in a quieter place. It is rather crowded here. Very well, Anan. With Lu Yifei's assistance, they exited the virtual dimension. Upon entering the familiar hotel room, Luo Ping'an could not resist embracing Weina. Nana, I was just defeated by a 9th-tier silver-horned beast. What is a silver-horned beast? Is it truly that formidable? Ife, please display the information on the silver-horned beast for your mistress. Certainly, master. As the words left his lips, a pale blue virtual screen materialized, displaying a video of the silver-horned beast. Is this the silver-horned beast? It is terrifying, even through the screen. I can sense an immense pressure. Indeed, Nana, I used all my cards to vanquish it once, but it resurrected. As long as its core remains intact, it can revive on the spot, and the core can shift its position at will. Such a power is utterly outrageous. Anan, you have done remarkably well. Weina kissed Luo Ping'an gently on the cheek, igniting his fighting spirit anew. Thus, the two commenced a fresh round of friendly sparring. Chapter 30. The One-Star Mercenary Assessment of the Plane. The following noon, Luo Ping'an awoke from his slumber, gazing at the enchanting beauty nestled in his arms. As he reminisced about their wild escapades from the previous night, an overwhelming sense of contentment enveloped him. Soon, he began to strategize in his mind, with his current strength. As long as he did not encounter a high-ranking lord, he could triumph over ordinary ones, and escape from slightly more formidable foes would not pose a problem. Presently, he lacked significant backing, and some individuals of influence were not to be trifled with, underscoring the importance of connections. Among the 5 premier forces of the realm, the Astral Bank and the Supreme Bank were clearly unsuitable for him. The Virtual Plane Company, the Great Axe Combat Arena, and the Mercenary Alliance appeared to be more fitting options. With Weina possessing strength comparable to a 9th-tier nebula level, and having not allocated attribute points for quite some time, he contemplated taking Weina to the Mercenary Alliance. They could first certify as 1-star mercenaries before seeking an appropriate secret realm to enhance their attributes. Having settled on this plan, Luo Ping'an rose from the bed, carefully arranged the covers, and proceeded to freshen up, followed by preparing a sumptuous meal. Shortly thereafter, Weina awoke, completed her morning routine, and entered the dining area. Upon seeing the table laden with her favorite dishes, an enchanting smile graced her lips. Anan, you are truly wonderful, she exclaimed, embracing him from behind with joy. Weina, come sit and eat with me. Afterwards, we shall head to the Mercenary Alliance's Silver Dragon Star branch to certify as 1-star mercenaries. Luo Ping'an replied. Upon hearing this, Weina took a seat opposite him and curiously inquired, what exactly is the Mercenary Alliance? My lady, the Mercenary Alliance is the largest force in the realm, with over 99 of powerful warriors and mentalists choosing to join, Lu Yifei explained. Is it very strict, then? Weina asked, intrigued. Not at all, my lady. The Mercenary Alliance is relatively loose. Upon certification as 1-star mercenaries, one garners the respect of others, can undertake high-difficulty, high-reward missions, and quickly hone their skills while accumulating wealth and acquiring precious resources. That sounds quite appealing. Anan, let us visit it shortly, Weina responded. After finishing their meal, Luo Ping'an led Weina to the Silver Dragon Star branch of the Mercenary Alliance. It wasn't long before they arrived. Upon stepping into the Grand Hall of the Mercenary Alliance's Silver Dragon Star branch, they felt as though they had entered the heart of interstellar trade. The bustling crowd, uniformed staff, and vigilant guards all reflected the status and popularity of the Mercenary Alliance. Esteemed guests, how may I assist you? Approached a striking cat girl, an intelligent life form, who greeted them courteously as they entered the hall. We wish to certify as 1-star mercenaries, Luo Ping'an stated. Certainly, please follow me, she replied, leading them in a specific direction. Luo Ping'an and Weina swiftly followed the cat-like artificial intelligence, who soon guided them to a vast office filled with several staff members and individuals seeking certification as 1-star mercenaries. The feline AI approached the counter, retrieved a scanning device, and after a brief scan of Luo Ping'an and Weina, announced, "Esteemed guests, your identities have been successfully verified. Your applications for the one-star mercenary assessment have been approved. Kindly await here. In 30 minutes, a one-star mercenary will arrive to escort you to the evaluation." Having delivered this message, the AI departed, leaving Luo Ping'an and Weina to settle onto the office sofa, patiently awaiting their turn. Before long, 30 minutes elapsed, and a towering figure, 3 meters tall and adorned with a one-star mercenary medal, entered the office, instantly drawing the attention of all present. "All candidates for the one-star mercenary assessment, please follow me," boomed a deep voice. The crowd rose in unison, trailing behind the mercenary, with Luo Ping'an and Weina among them. Led by the mercenary, they swiftly exited Xiulong City and arrived at a mercenary outpost. "Check your weapons and equipment. In 5 minutes, a spacecraft will arrive. Your assessment task is to enter the Grey Wind secret realm, hunt down the Gale Wolves, and acquire 10 Gale Wolf crystals. The evaluation period is 1 month." As soon as the words were spoken, murmurs erupted among the crowd. The Grey Wind secret realm is perilous. It houses Grey Winds, which pose little threat to us, the Nebula-level warriors, but it also harbors terrifying Black Winds and Stormwing dragons of Nebula level and above. Encountering them could mean certain death. "Indeed, this assessment presents quite a challenge," another voice echoed. "We can form teams, brothers. Anyone at the 3rd tier of the planar level is welcome to join us." "Should we team up with others?" Weina inquired. "Nana, there's no need for such complications. The 2 of us are more than sufficient," Luo Ping'an confidently replied. "As long as we encounter suitably challenging foes, I will only grow stronger." As discussions filled the air, time swiftly passed, and 5 minutes later, a disc-shaped spacecraft descended before them. Without hesitation, the crowd surged into the vessel, with Luo Ping'an and Weina joining the throng. The spacecraft accelerated, swiftly departing Silver Dragon Star. After traveling some distance, it surged to light speed, entering the dark plane. After approximately 2 days of flight in the dark plane, the spacecraft began to decelerate, eventually coming to a halt before transitioning back to the original plane. Upon successfully returning, the vessel continued for half an hour until it reached a colossal entrance to the secret realm. Once the spacecraft settled, everyone disembarked. As they steadied themselves, a group of mercenaries approached from a distance. "All participants in the mercenary assessment, proceed immediately through this entrance to the Grey Wind secret realm. Do not linger here. There are 20 portals within the realm for your exit. Please complete your task within 1 month." Amidst the throng of mercenaries, a towering figure adorned with a 2-star mercenary medal emerged, calling out to the crowd, "Nana, let us venture forth together." With those words, Luo Ping'an embraced Weina and soared into the vast entrance of the Grey Wind secret realm. Their forms vanished in an instant, only to reappear on a bleak and desolate continent. Chapter 31, The Grey Wind Secret Realm. As Luo Ping'an traversed the entrance with Weina in his arms, they were transported to a land thousands of times larger than Earth, shrouded in a somber gray. Before they could touch the ground, they felt the omnipresent Grey Wind assaulting them. Swiftly, Luo Ping'an summoned the 2 nebulas within him, generating an invisible magnetic field that repelled the wind, keeping it at bay for 100 meters. It was then that they beheld the fundamental visage of this world, dominated by a dreary palette. It exuded an aura of death and decay, devoid of vitality. The incessant howling of the wind resonated like the lamentations of the star itself, evoking an indescribable sense of desolation and oppression. Just as they intended to gain a better understanding of this realm, a squad of 10 warriors approached, swiftly encircling them from various directions. "Kid, this girl is quite the catch. With your meager strength at the 1st tier of the Nebula level, you won't be able to handle her. If you know what's good for you, strip off your combat attire and gloves, then kneel and beg for mercy. Perhaps I might spare your life," taunted a man towering over 3 meters, his muscular frame and skin bearing an eerie grayish hue, his eyes glowing red. "What are you planning?" Luo Ping'an feigned fear, inquiring, "Isn't the Mercenary Alliance prohibiting assaults on fellow participants during assessments?" "Haha, boss, this kid is clearly a novice. The Grey Wind secret realm is rife with Grey Wind, and without surveillance, who would know if we acted?" cackled a diminutive man, barely 1.5 meters tall. With 2 pointed horns on his head and a yellowish, greasy complexion, his eyes filled with lewdness. Luo Ping'an exchanged a glance with Weina, who nodded in response. "Domain of Wood, Chaotic Wood Prison." A commanding voice erupted from Weina. As her words echoed, a powerful wave of wood-based energy surged forth from her being, conjuring a vibrant green domain that spanned nearly 100 kilometers, transforming the surrounding space into a lush, thriving world. Following this, a verdant aura radiated outward like a tempest, unleashing countless colossal vines that burst forth from the earth, ensnaring every member of the warrior squad within the vicinity. In mere moments, the once arrogant warriors found themselves completely bound by the ancient vines, their struggles proving futile, even the brawny man at the 8th tier of the nebula level. How is this possible? You are merely at the 1st tier of the nebula level. Please, spare us. They pleaded, desperation flooding their voices. Nana, deal with them. Luo Ping'an commanded coldly. Understood, Anin, Weina replied with a nod. Exterminate. A chilling voice reverberated, and the ancient vines that ensnared the martial artist team instantly revealed countless barbs. These barbs effortlessly pierced their bodies, tightening relentlessly amidst their anguished cries. Ultimately, all were mercilessly strangled by the vines, transforming into a mist of blood, which the vines absorbed as nourishment. Ding. Weina has slain 10 nebula-level martial artists. The host receives 200 billion attribute points. The system notification echoed in Luo Ping'an's mind. Nana, you are truly remarkable. Luo Ping'an smiled, affectionately ruffling Weina's hair in admiration. Hee, I'm no mere ornament. Weina replied playfully. Let us go find the Gale Wolf. With that, she retracted her domain, and Luo Ping'an cradled her as they soared toward a nearby mountain range. Before long, a colossal mountain range, entirely shrouded in gray, loomed before them. This immense range consisted of countless layers of gray rocky peaks, their surfaces riddled with honeycomb-like cavities exuding a viscous gray slurry. Without careful inspection, one could hardly perceive the subtle tremors of the rocky formations. Winding through the mountains was a gray-white river, approximately 10 kilometers wide. Master, this is the Gray Nightmare mountain range. The cavities in the rocky peaks are nests of the Gray Nightmare bees. The most powerful among them is the Gray Nightmare Bee King, reaching the 5th tier of cosmic level, while ordinary adult Gray Nightmare bees can attain the 9th tier of stellar level. The number of nests across these mountains is estimated to be in the billions. It would be prudent not to provoke them, Lu Yifei cautioned timely. Yifei, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. At my current speed, I can evade them. The swarm of Gray Nightmare bees will not hinder me. I can silently eliminate a rocky peak with my soul attack. Nana, expand the wood domain to 20 meters. Ready to heal me at a moment's notice. Once I succeed, I'll whisk you away, Luo Ping'an asserted confidently. All right, and then, wood domain. Upon finishing her words, Weina expanded the wood domain. With a thought, Luo Ping'an summoned his divine weapon beneath his feet. After all, a saturated assault from billions of 9th-tier stellar beings would be insurmountable for anyone below a high-tier lord. Yet, with such a multitude of densely packed foes, the opportunity was too precious to abandon. He was determined to risk it all. Soul tide, Luo Ping'an proclaimed in a low voice. No sooner had he spoken than a terrifying wave of soul power erupted from within him, creating an invisible ripple in the void that rapidly spread towards the nearest gray rocky peak, soon enveloping the entire formation. Nana, let us go? After unleashing the soul tide, Luo Ping'an hesitated not for a moment. With his divine weapon beneath him and Weina in his arms, he swiftly distanced himself from the Gray Nightmare mountain range. There was no thunderous roar, no trembling. In an instant, all vitality of the Gray Nightmare bees on the rocky peak was stripped away, as if a pause button had been pressed, plunging the entire peak into a profound silence. After a brief moment, sensing something amiss, the Gray Nightmare Bee King flew to inspect the rocky peak, releasing a piercing shriek that caused the entire Gray Nightmare mountain range to tremble. Subsequently, the adult Gray Night bees from every gray rock mountain surged forth from their hives, launching a frenzied assault on all other creatures within the vast expanse of 8 million kilometers surrounding the Gray Night Mountains, plunging the entire region into chaos. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of this upheaval, Luo Ping'an, cradling Weina, stood upon the divine weapon of transformation, having already arrived at a vast, uninhabited cavern located 50 million kilometers from the Gray Night Mountains. Utilizing the divine weapon, Luo Ping'an eradicated the hundreds of stellar-class gale rabbits residing within, collecting their remains into the infinite system's space. He then established a mental energy protective barrier around the cavern's entrance before summoning his cosmic intelligent warship from the infinite system. This cavern had previously served as the lair for numerous stellar-class gale rabbits, thus offering ample space to accommodate the warship with ease. With a mere thought, the hatch of the warship opened, and Luo Ping'an, still holding Weina, entered. The hatch sealed instantly. Although the warship was not particularly useful at this moment, it served as a far more comfortable abode than the cavern. Once Weina was gently placed down, the two entered the warship's meditation chamber. Despite the inherent risks, the potential rewards were proportional, as the greater the tempest, the more valuable the catch. This realm was exceedingly perilous, and he must seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. In the meditation chamber of the cosmic intelligent warship, Luo Ping'an and Weina sat cross-legged on cushions, closing their eyes to enter a state of meditation and recover the previously expended soul power, original energy, and mental energy. After an hour, Luo Ping'an returned to his peak condition. Upon opening his eyes, he noticed Weina was still meditating, so he refrained from disturbing her and quietly exited the meditation chamber, making his way to room 001 of the warship. Once the door was closed, Luo Ping'an employed his mental energy to create a barrier around him. He activated the system panel. Host, Luo Ping'an. Warrior rank, Nebula level 1. Original energy attack power, 16 billion tons. Original energy attack range, 320,000 kilometers. Speed, 360,000 kilometers per second. Mental master level, Nebula level 1. Mental attack power, 16 billion tons. Mental power attack range, 320,000 kilometers. Speed, 80,000 kilometers per second. Original energy artifacts, Nebula set, Nebula gauntlets, SS level alloy battle boots. Mental weapons, 9-fold soul heaven transformation. Cultivation techniques, rift piercing fist, glazed body. The secret tome of the fallen star warriors, the secret tome of the fallen star mental power, soul control, soul tower, the soul forging method of the fallen star. Soul shock, soul tide. Attribute points, 500 billion. With 500 billion attribute points, this was a significant windfall. Indeed, gambling all was a form of wisdom. Luo Ping'an mused with excitement. However, it was prudent to note that many would likely have taken notice of their presence during this period, and his current level was not yet suitable for further enhancement. He could afford to wait until danger arose before advancing. Moreover, this level is perfectly calibrated, allowing others to lower their guard. First, one can purchase inside orbs from the system's marketplace to enhance their comprehension of the laws, thereby augmenting their combat efficacy without drawing attention. Luo Ping'an mused inwardly. System, procure 1 Chaos Soul Refinement Orb of the second tier. 1 Chaos Golden Transformation Orb of the second tier. 1 Chaos Transformation Orb of the second tier. 1 Chaos Divine Wood Orb of the third tier. 1 Complete Nebula Set. 1 Nebula Gauntlet, and 8 Nebula Essences. Beep, 211 trillion attribute points consumed. Purchased, 1 Chaos Soul Refinement Orb of the second tier. 1 Chaos Golden Transformation Orb of the second tier. 1 Chaos Transformation Orb of the second tier. 1 Chaos Divine Wood Orb of the third tier. 1 Nebula Gauntlet. 1 Nebula Set, 8 Nebula Essences. All items have been dispatched to the infinite system space. Please retrieve them at your convenience. After indulging in his expenditures, Luo Ping'an returned to the Cosmic Intelligent Battle Aircraft's training chamber. At that moment, Weina had also regained her peak state. She opened her eyes and, upon seeing Luo Ping'an approaching, joyfully leaped up to him. Luo Ping'an, she exclaimed as he caught her in his embrace. Nana, have you fully recovered? I'm back to full strength. Here is a surprise I prepared for you. Let us cultivate together and enhance our powers, Luo Ping'an replied with a smile. As his words faded, the Chaos Divine Wood Orb of the third tier, the Nebula Gauntlet, and the Nebula Set appeared in his hands. You are so wonderful. Weina kissed him on the cheek before eagerly taking the treasures he gifted her to begin her cultivation. Luo Ping'an settled onto a mat, cross-legged, and commenced merging with the Chaos Soul Refinement Orb of the second tier. Weina devoted an entire day to assimilating the Chaos Divine Wood Orb of the third tier and spent half a day recognizing her ownership of the Nebula Gauntlet and Nebula Set. Upon exiting her cultivation, she noticed Luo Ping'an was still engrossed in his practice, undisturbed, as he continued to comprehend the laws of wood. She realized that her understanding of the laws of wood had deepened significantly after merging with the Chaos Divine Wood Orb of the third tier, and her affinity for these laws had greatly improved. It took a full 3 days for Luo Ping'an to complete the fusion of the 3 inside orbs. At this point, he discovered that his grasp of the laws of gold, soul, and space had also deepened considerably. Luo Ping'an opened his eyes, his gaze shimmering with a golden radiance. You've grown stronger again, Weina remarked, sensing his return from cultivation. She beamed at the golden light swirling in his eyes. Nana, you've also become quite formidable. Come, let us engage in a friendly spar, Luo Ping'an invited, unable to resist the allure of the increasingly captivating Weina. Thus, the two joyfully exited the training chamber and made their way to room 001, ready to embark on a new round of amicable sparring. 2 days later, Luo Ping'an, cradling Weina, emerged in a valley on the Grey Wind continent, a realm starkly different from the desolate surroundings outside. Here, the Grey Winds were considerably milder, allowing for the existence of flora. The mercenary assessment required the elimination of Gale wolves, which resided within this valley. Luo Ping'an extended his mental energy and swiftly located the Gale wolves' positions. He refrained from venturing deeper into the valley, as during his mental probe. He sensed an aura that instilled a feeling of danger. Thus, he commanded the divine weapon with his mental prowess, executing a long-range strike to slay 21st-tier Nebula-level Gale Wolves. He subsequently absorbed their cores into the infinite system space through his mental energy. With the core secured, the duo sought out a nearby teleportation portal to exit the Grey Wind secret realm. Upon their exit, they were guided by a mercenary guard to the temporary submission point of the Dimension Mercenary Alliance, where they submitted the cores and each received a 1-star Universe Mercenary Medal. With their newly acquired 1-star mercenary accolades, the two joyfully made their way to the spaceship hull, awaiting their return flight to Chiolong Star. After approximately half an hour, a spaceship bound for Chiolong Star arrived, and Luo Ping'an and Weina boarded together. The journey aboard the spaceship was inevitably monotonous. Thus, they utilized the time in a private chamber to cultivate. Fortunately, the distance was not extensive, and they returned to the Interstellar Wealth Hotel in Silver Dragon City after 2.5 days. Having not sparred for several days, the two, after freshening up, intended to engage in a new round of friendly practice. Just then, a knock echoed at the door. Luo Ping'an immediately halted his actions and expanded his mental energy, discovering a few individuals outside, including one named Qatar. Among them was a second-tier Lord-level powerhouse, accompanied by 5 ninth-tier Nebula-level mentalists. Luo Ping'an furrowed his brow slightly. The Lord-level individual was likely Qatar's father, the Lord of Silver Dragon Star. The Black Dragon Mountain Empire had strict regulations against combat in the affluent district of Jiangnan City, so it was unlikely that this Lord of Silver Dragon Star would resort to violence. Luo Ping'an exchanged a glance with Weina, who nodded in understanding. They donned their gear, and Luo Ping'an approached and opened the door. Upon opening the door, he was greeted by a robust man who bore an 8-part resemblance to Qatar. Mr. Luo, greetings. I am Qatar's father, Kater. I learned that Qatar has offended you at the Forgetting Worries Tavern, and I have brought him here to apologize. Furthermore, I wish to transfer the ownership of Silver Dragon Star to you as compensation. The transfer procedures have been completed, and from this moment forth, you are the new master of Silver Dragon Star. I hope you can find it in your heart to forgive him. Kater's tone was imbued with respect, and he turned back to give Qatar a knowing look. Upon meeting his father's gaze, Qatar knelt down, bowing his head in apology. Mr. Luo, I implore you to pardon my youthful arrogance and my inability to recognize greatness, which has inadvertently led to an offense toward you and the lovely lady accompanying you. I extend my sincerest apologies to both of you. Luo Ping'an disregarded Qatar, his gaze fixed on Carter, and inquired with curiosity, Carter, given your esteemed position, surely you would not deign to apologize to someone like me, a mere first-tier ordinary individual in the Nebula realm? Mr. Luo, you are too modest. You are far from an ordinary person. I am a staff member of the Virtual Dimensions Arena of Slaughter and am well aware that your prowess matches my own. Qatar indeed made an unintentional offense, and I hope that, considering the reputation of the virtual company, you might forgive him this once, Carter said earnestly. Luo Ping'an then turned his attention to the lady behind him, Weina. Nana, how would you like to handle this situation? Unin, perhaps we should simply let it go. They have apologized, and it would suffice to ensure they do not appear before us again. Weina contemplated before speaking. Carter, since Weina has suggested that we overlook this matter, consider yourselves fortunate this time. However, I trust there will be no next time. Depart now, from this day forth. I do not wish to see you on Silver Dragon Star, Luo Ping'an stated coldly. Thank you both for your leniency. We shall leave Silver Dragon Star at once. Carter replied with relief. He then bowed respectfully to Luo Ping'an and Weina before hastily departing with his companions. Once outside the Interstellar Tycoon Hotel, Carter let out a long sigh of relief. Thankfully, these two young prodigies, out of regard for the company, chose not to pursue the matter further. Otherwise, it would have been problematic, as they were favored by the esteemed Monkey King. Qatar, upon your return, focus on your training on your home planet. Do not venture out until you attain the Nebula level. Carter admonished coldly. Understood, father. Qatar replied resignedly. After Carter and his entourage left, Luo Ping'an shut the door once more. Master, Carter truly is generous, offering Silver Dragon Star as compensation. Louis Fei exclaimed excitedly. Indeed, Qatar is fortunate to have such an astute father. I had not considered him a threat and dismissed him as inconsequential. Luo Ping'an replied with a chuckle. Nana, Silver Dragon Star is indeed splendid. In the future, members of the Peace Martial Arts School from Earth can come here to obtain their dimension citizenship. Serving as our first outpost in this realm, he added, as long as you are satisfied, let us return to our room. Luo Ping'an said, lifting Weina as they headed back, ready to engage in a new round of intense, yet friendly sparring. 2 days later, in the afternoon, Luo Ping'an was enjoying hot pot with Weina when a knock sounded at the door. Immediately halting his actions, He extended his mental awareness and detected a fearsome presence outside, the imposing figure of a powerful ape-man. Monkey King, invincible and eternal sovereign. The system notification echoed in Luo Ping'an's mind. How did he arrive here? Has my performance in the virtual dimension slaughter arena drawn his attention? Luo Ping'an pondered inwardly. Luo Ping'an cast a reassuring glance at Vinina, and together they exited the restaurant, making their way to the hotel lobby, where they quickly approached and opened the door. Before them stood a robust figure clad in golden armor, a hulking man with a face adorned with golden fur, who regarded Luo Ping'an and Vinina with curiosity. Ha! You are indeed youthful, and your cultivation talent is quite remarkable. Greetings, Luo Ping'an and Vinina. I am the Monkey King of the Multiverse Virtual Company. I have come primarily to invite you to join our esteemed organization. Greetings, esteemed Monkey King. Both Luo Ping'an and Vinina responded in unison. Luo Ping'an ushered the Monkey King into the hotel lobby, where the three took their seats on the sofa. I would like to know if you two are willing to join my Multiverse Virtual Company as core members? Exchanging glances, Luo Ping'an and Vinina nodded slightly. They had previously deliberated on this matter. The Multiverse Virtual Company was a formidable force dedicated to nurturing the talents of humanity, making it a worthy endeavor. Esteemed Monkey King, we are willing to join the Multiverse Virtual Company, they declared in unison. Splendid. Let us commence the enrollment process. As his words fell, the Monkey King waved his hand, and two beams of pale golden light shot forth, manifesting two enormous golden screens before Luo Ping'an and Vinina. The screens were densely inscribed with peculiar characters written in the universal language of the multiverse, exuding an air of mystery. This is the contract for core members. Once you have verified its contents, simply infuse it with your mental energy, the Monkey King explained. After confirming that all was in order, Luo Ping'an and Vinina gradually infused the screens with their mental energy. In a moment, a brilliant light erupted from the screens, enveloping the two of them. The radiance swiftly dissipated, condensing into a badge that shimmered with golden light, emblazoned with the emblem of the Multiverse Virtual Company, alongside the words core member inscribed in the universal language. The contract is successful. From this moment forth, you are core members of my Multiverse Virtual Company. This badge symbolizes your identity. It not only grants you unrestricted access to various important locations within the company, but also allows you to utilize certain resources. The Monkey King said with a smile, then turned his gaze toward Luo Ping'an. I am aware of your ascension as the Lord of Silver Dragon Star. Now that you have become core members of our company, I shall take you back to the headquarters. I have arranged for the royal family of the Black Dragon Mountain Empire to manage Silver Dragon Star on your behalf. If there are no pressing matters, let us return to the headquarters together. Thank you, esteemed Monkey King. We have no other pressing engagements and are ready to accompany you back to the headquarters. Luo Ping'an expressed gratefully. Very well, I shall now transport you into my heavenly kingdom. Do not resist, I will guide you through the teleportation. Understood, esteemed Monkey King. Luo Ping'an and Vinina spoke in unison. No sooner had their words left their lips than they were enveloped in the celestial realm of the Monkey King. And in the next moment, the Monkey King's form vanished from the hotel room. Chapter 34. Vinina becomes disciple of the Spirit Dawn King. After a brief period of celestial transportation, Luo Ping'an and his companions materialized upon a colossal island, its size many thousands of times greater than that of Earth. The island boasted numerous resplendent palaces, with the grandest of them at its center, shrouded in an ethereal chaos of purple mist. This immense isle was named the Indestructible Island, serving as the headquarters of my dimensional virtual company. You may take some time to familiarize yourselves with this environment. Soon, someone will arrive to guide you to the original secret realm, which will be your abode not far from here, explained the Monkey King. Luo Ping'an, accompanied by Vinina, strolled nearby for a while, only to discover that the weakest here possessed the strength of a realm king. Disheartened, they returned to the Monkey King's side to await further developments. Before long, a bald man clad in an opulent black robe appeared before Luo Ping'an and his companions. This man bore faint silver symbols and scales upon his brow. Greetings, Master Ancestor, Your Highnesses, the bald man slightly bowed, addressing them. Sanzang, no need for such formalities. Luo Ping'an, this Sanzang is a disciple of my apprentice, the fierce Tiger King, and his current prowess approaches the threshold of the indestructible general. Henceforth, he shall serve as the marshal of your estate's guard. The Monkey King laughed heartily. Marshal Sanzang, I look forward to your guidance. Luo Ping'an said, offering a respectful gesture. Your Highness, it is my duty. Sanzang replied with a bow. Esteemed Monkey King, will Vinina reside with me? Luo Ping'an inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. Not precisely. Her estate is in proximity to yours. However, as a married couple, you may choose to dwell together, provided it does not interfere with your cultivation. By the way, I must inform you that my friend, the Spirit Dawn King, has just sent me a message expressing her desire to take Vinina as her disciple. Please wait a moment. She will arrive shortly, the Monkey King elucidated. As soon as he finished speaking, an enchanting woman materialized before them. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall, entwined with verdant vines adorned with golden buds, exuding a soft luminescence. Her eyes were amber, one radiating boundless vitality while the other bore the weight of countless ages. Her skin shimmered with a lustrous, pearl-like sheen, faint veins of leaves tracing their patterns across her form. She wore a gown woven from countless leaves, each brimming with life, and her arms were encased in semi-transparent, vine-like armor, ancient life totems subtly emerging upon its surface. Behind her floated 12 emerald rings, each inscribed with a myriad of mysterious life runes. We pay our respects to the esteemed Spirit Dawn King. Luo Ping'an and his companions bowed deeply. The Spirit Dawn King nodded gracefully. Indeed, you possess a remarkably comforting aura. Vinina, would you be willing to become my disciple? She inquired of Vinina. Vinina did not respond immediately, but turned her gaze toward Luo Ping'an. Nana, the choice is entirely yours. The revered Lingxi Wang is undoubtedly the most esteemed female sovereign of the virtual company within our realm. An indomitable powerhouse and a true goddess of life. Heeding the wise counsel of the Monkey King, Vinina pondered for a moment before acquiescing. Subsequently, Lingxi Wang took Vinina under her wing, having long sought a suitable disciple, and now she was determined to impart her legacy to her. Unin, await my return. I shall seek you out, Vinina conveyed telepathically to Luo Ping'an before her departure. Very well, Nana. Diligently cultivate under the guidance of Senior Lingxi Wang. I will await you in the primal secret realm, Luo Ping'an replied. Once Vinina and Lingxi Wang departed, Luo Ping'an, under the guidance of Sanzong, promptly utilized the divine teleportation to return to the primal secret realm. In the next moment, they found themselves at the grand entrance of the primal zone. An imposing structure hewn from ancient gray rock, which elicited a quiet admiration from Luo Ping'an. Your Highness, welcome to the primal zone, exclaimed a venerable elder clad in white, bowing slightly as he opened the gate for Luo Ping'an. Thank you. Luo Ping'an responded with a nod and a smile. Your Highness, this is Shamor, the overseer of trifling matters in the primal zone, Sanzong informed him. As they entered the grand gate, they soared towards Manor 111 under Sanzang's guidance. Moments later, Sanzong began to decelerate. Your Highness, the expansive Manor 111 ahead is yours, he indicated. Following Sanzang's gesture, Luo Ping'an beheld a manor vast enough to rival any nation on earth, its walls resembling a continuous mountain range, stretching beyond sight. After a brief interval, they descended at the entrance of Manor 111, where stern guards stood vigil. Upon seeing Sanzong and Luo Ping'an arrive, they knelt in unison, reverently proclaiming, We pay homage to your highness and to Marshal Sanzong. The soldiers and servants within the manor, hearing the guards, promptly followed suit, kneeling and expressing their respects. This display left Luo Ping'an momentarily taken aback, and he composed himself, saying, You may rise. With Sanzong leading the way, they began to explore the manor, familiarizing themselves with their surroundings. Meanwhile, Vinina accompanied Lingxi Wang to a vast estate teeming with flora, suffused with the essence of the laws of wood and life. Upon entering, Vinina immediately sensed a profound enhancement of her comprehension of the wood law. As they descended at the estate's entrance, a strikingly beautiful woman, exuding an intense vitality, greeted them with a slight bow. We pay homage to Lingxi Wang, and to your highness. The soldiers and servants within the estate echoed her sentiments, kneeling in reverence and proclaiming, We pay homage to Lingxi Wang, and to your highness. You may all rise. Henceforth, serve your highness well. Lingxi Wang replied with a subtle nod. Yes. Under the guidance of King Lingxi, Vina began to explore the estate, taking her time to become acquainted with it. After half a day, having familiarized herself with the grounds, she was led by King Lingxi to a vast training room, where he presented her with a tome emanating of vital essence. Vina, he said, this book contains the first level of the Life Spirit Classic, which I have cultivated. In the time to come, you must focus on mastering this first level. Once you have achieved that, you may seek out your husband once more. Should you require assistance during this period, you may instruct the estate's marshal of the guard, Monica, to assist you. She is a semi-disciple of mine, having received my guidance. Although her talent is rather ordinary, limiting her to the realm of the mundane. Cherish your own abilities and cultivate diligently. Very well, Master Lingxi. Vina replied with a resigned nod. After imparting his instructions, King Lingxi departed the estate, leaving Vina to immerse herself in the practice of the first level of the Life Spirit Classic, striving to master it swiftly. For they had never been apart since their first meeting, and the separation felt somewhat unsettling. Chapter 35. Bloodline Evolution after becoming acquainted with estate number 111. Luo Ping'an joined Sanzang in the reception hall, where they settled onto the sofa. Marshal Sanzang, could you enlighten me about the four core secret realms of the Dimensional Virtual Company? Luo Ping'an inquired with curiosity. Certainly, Your Highness. Sanzang nodded. The four core secret realms of the Dimensional Virtual Company are Primal, Primordial, Heaven and Earth, and Apocalypse. The names of these realms derive from the four stages of a world's evolution, with the Primal realm holding the highest status as the core of cores, while the Apocalypse realm resides at the outermost layer. I see. Are there many core members in our Dimensional Virtual Company? Our core members are quite scarce, as the criteria for becoming one is quite stringent. What methods are available for one to become a core member? There are 3 methods to attain core member status: selection from the Genius Battle, internal cultivation within the company, and exceptional promotion. Why do you refer to me as Your Highness? In the Apocalypse realm, core members must address members from the 3 preceding realms as Your Highness if their cultivation level is below the immortal grade. How many estates are there in the Primal realm? Currently, there are 112 estates within the entire Primal zone. And what is the level of power among them? There are 100 members at the Realm King level, 10 at the Lord level, and 2 at the Nebula level. Luo Ping'an nodded slightly. Now, tell me about my benefits and privileges. Certainly, Your Highness. As a core member of the Primal realm, you will receive an Immortal Grade Guard Squad, 100,000 points, 100,000 Hongming units of dimensional currency, a Class F dimensional spacecraft, an S-grade Bloodline Evolution Agent, and 1,000 units of high-concentration energy crystals, along with a Class C energy chamber. Wow, this is quite extravagant. By the way, what are the functions of the S-grade Bloodline Evolution Agent, the high-concentration energy crystals, and the Class C energy chamber? The purpose of the Bloodline Evolution Agent is to transform bloodlines. Human bloodlines are classified into 10 tiers based on innate talent and the likelihood of producing formidable individuals. The first tier allows one to achieve the Lord level upon maturity. The second tier enables the attainment of the Nebula level. The third and fourth tiers reach the Stellar level upon maturity. The fifth and sixth tiers can attain the Planetary level. The seventh and eighth tiers reach the Body Refinement realm upon maturity, while the ninth and 10th tiers remain inconsequential upon adulthood. Energy crystals and energy capsules are designed for complementary use. Among them, high-concentration energy crystals serve to accelerate the martial artist's ascension in cultivation levels. These potent energy crystals can mend up to 9,999 ruptures in the genetic chain and can also be absorbed directly by martial artists to elevate their levels. Furthermore, they act as carriers for the Bloodline Evolution Agent, catalyzing its activity and enhancing the efficiency of absorption, significantly reducing the time required for utilizing the Bloodline Evolution Agent. Luo Ping'an slightly nodded. His knowledge expanded once again. How are points utilized? Points can be exchanged for treasures in the treasury. Access to the virtual treasury is expected to be granted to your intelligent life form tomorrow, allowing you to peruse and redeem treasures at your convenience. When can the rewards be claimed? They are still undergoing processing, but it is anticipated that someone will deliver them tomorrow. The two conversed about various cultivation matters, with Sanzong patiently addressing each inquiry. Indeed, Sanzong proved to be a valuable ally, assisting Luo Ping'an in resolving numerous issues in a short span of time. The following morning, an immortal-level powerhouse from the Dimensional Virtual Company delivered the batch of reward materials. Sanzong handed a ring containing these items to Luo Ping'an and informed him of some important usage precautions. Subsequently, Luo Ping'an entered the cultivation chamber of Manor 111, intending to utilize the Bloodline Evolution Agent. He instructed Lu Yifei to message Weina, requesting a rendezvous at the Sacred Mountain of the Virtual Dimension, as the consumption time for the Bloodline Evolution Agent was considerable. Initially, the two shared an intelligent life form, but after separating at the manor, Weina had Monica assist her in acquiring a new intelligent life form for easier navigation within the virtual universe. Before long, the two met at the entrance of the Sacred Mountain's primitive zone in the virtual universe, where Weina approached Luo Ping'an with an adorable fairy-like intelligent life form. They quickly embraced one another, after which Luo Ping'an led Weina back to his personal room in Manor 111. Unin, I miss you so much. Nana, I miss you too. I am currently residing in Manor 111, and you? I am at Manor 112, not far from you. However, Master Lingxi has instructed me to complete the first level of the Life Spirit Canon before I can seek you out. Woe is me. Nana, Master Lingxi is looking out for your best interests. Cultivation is crucial, and with your talent, mastering the first level of the Life Spirit Canon should not be exceedingly difficult. Unin, the first level of the Life Spirit Canon is indeed not too challenging, but the thought of being apart from you for a time brings me sorrow. Nana, my dear, cultivation is vital. By the way, have the materials awarded by the Dimensional Virtual Company reached you? Having received their rewards, They compared their accolades and discovered that Luo Ping'an had amassed 100,000 points, while Vinina had garnered 50,000. The dimensional currency was directly credited to their accounts at the Dimensional Star Bank, and the remaining rewards were identical, already in their possession. Nana, I plan to utilize the S-grade bloodline evolution agent together with the energy chamber and energy crystal. Would you care to join me? Certainly. It would only make sense to use them simultaneously. Otherwise, our time together would be diminished. After a brief conversation, the two exited the virtual dimension. Within the training chamber of Manor 111, Luo Ping'an, with a mere thought, retrieved the S-grade bloodline evolution agent, the high-concentration energy crystal, and the C-grade energy chamber from his ring. Following the instructions provided by Sanzong, he prepared himself and entered the energy chamber, holding the S-grade bloodline evolution agent in hand. The agent appeared as a vibrant, multicolored liquid. After removing the cap, he swiftly inserted the needle into the vein of his left arm. The needle, crafted from a unique material, was exceptionally sharp. Without hesitation, he promptly injected the liquid, which quickly assimilated into his body. Upon infusing the S-grade bloodline evolution agent, Luo Ping'an mentally activated the C-grade energy chamber. By heavens, this pain is unbearable. Without the aid of this energy crystal and chamber, I would likely faint from the agony, he lamented, as the colorful liquid coursed through his veins. It began to voraciously consume the cells within him, prompting a fierce battle between his cells and the liquid. It took a full 10 days for Luo Ping'an to completely refine the S-grade bloodline evolution agent. He realized that his strength had significantly increased. Both his martial artist and mentalist levels had ascended to the 9th tier of the nebula level, and within him, 2 miniature black holes had formed in the 2 nebulae. Chapter 36. The uses of points. The enhancement of his bloodline and level made Luo Ping'an feel as though his current power was nearly 10,000 times greater than before, instilling a sense of invincibility within him. He shook his head, attempting to dispel this unrealistic notion. After all, this was the primordial secret realm, not Earth, where a mere dimensional lord could easily overpower him. It was wise to remain humble. Emerging from the energy chamber, he summoned it back into the infinite system space and seated himself upon a mat. With my current strength, I should be able to effortlessly crush an ordinary 9th-tier lord. However, my nebula equipment is starting to lag behind. Perhaps I should peruse the treasury for suitable treasures, Luo Ping'an mused to himself. Ife, enter the virtual dimension. Yes, master. Soon, the two found themselves in their training chamber within the primal area of the Divine Mountain in the virtual dimension. Ife, open the treasury. Certainly, master. As the words fell, a vast, pale golden screen materialized before Luo Ping'an. Subsequently, the screen displayed 10 categories, including secret arts, treasures, and technological weapons, each with numerous subcategories, amounting to tens of millions of varieties. Heavens! Master, this is simply extravagant. Lu Yifei exclaimed. These treasures, even when summoned by teacher Huyan, are often subject to purchasing limits. Each item, upon appearing at an auction, is driven to exorbitant prices, yet here they are available in abundance, merely requiring some points for exchange. It's utterly insane. Yifei, remain composed and be mindful of our status. Luo Ping'an admonished. Out there, indomitable beings struggle desperately for mere treasures. Yet here, there are no restrictions on supply. Only a modest amount of points needed. The hardships we endured in the past under the old master were so severe. Had he joined the Dimensional Virtual Company as a core member, he might not have perished due to soul control. Oh, how tragic. Lu Yifei wept. Luo Ping'an approached and gently patted Lu Yifei's head. Observing her heart-wrenching sorrow, he felt a surge of emotions. The dimension is indeed a realm where the strong prey upon the weak. The monopolization of resources remains an everlasting agony for those at the bottom. Without resources, one cannot ascend to power, and the weak are destined to be enslaved and trampled by the strong. He felt fortunate to be a core member of the Dimensional Virtual Company. Although possessing a unique advantage, he had yet to fully mature, and the dimension was fraught with peril. Even an indomitable figure like Huyan, on the brink of kingship, was ruthlessly slain due to a single secret art. Who could say if one day his own secrets would be uncovered, leading to his demise? The current situation was far better. Here, surrounded by the greats of the human race, there was a semblance of safety. Yifei, stop crying. Once teacher Huyan is resurrected, I shall invite him to join the Dimensional Virtual Company. Really, master? Of course. Do you doubt your master? I would never doubt you, master. With that, Lu Yifei ceased her tears, her faith in her young master unwavering. In just a few short months, his strength had surged remarkably. And with the Dimensional Virtual Company nurturing him, Lu Yifei believed he could surely step into that legendary realm. Yifei, assist me in searching for divine blood crystals. Master, what are divine blood crystals? They are treasures that can enhance one's power. No sooner had he spoken than relevant information about the divine blood crystals appeared. Divine blood crystal, 1,000 points per crystal, 70 off for original secret realm, Taichu secret realm, Tiandi secret realm, and Apocalypse secret realm are not yet open. These divine blood crystals are indeed exclusive to members of the original secret realm, confirming their rarity. I wonder how many I could integrate into my current physique. I shall first purchase 100, and then explore enhancements for soul-related treasures, secret arts, and equipment. Luo Ping'an mused. Ife, purchase 100 divine blood crystals, and then search for soul enhancement treasures. Master, do you think I have purchased an excessive amount of divine blood crystals? I have spent 70,000 points in one go. Is it truly necessary to acquire so many? Ife, do not hesitate. Secure them for me. Very well, master. Subsequently, she searched for soul-enhancing treasures, and a selection of soul-related artifacts appeared before Luo Ping'an. Spirit fruit, 100,000 points each, 30 discount in the original secret realm, 20 discount in the primordial secret realm, 10 discount in the heavenly secret realm, no discount in the apocalypse secret realm. Destiny fruit, 10,000 points each, 30 discount in the original secret realm, 20 discount in the primordial secret realm, 10 discount in the heavenly secret realm, no discount in the apocalypse secret realm. What an impulsive decision. I purchased the divine blood crystals too hastily, rendering the spirit fruits unattainable. Alas, treasures indeed have the power to cloud one's judgment. Ife had just cautioned me. How unfortunate. Luo Ping'an mused inwardly. Nevertheless, regardless of my regrets, I must not allow Lu Ife to perceive any doubt in my judicious decisions as a master. Ife, procure 2 destiny fruits. Very well, master. The purchase has been successfully completed. Excellent. Switch to the method category. Understood, master. She then transitioned to the method category. Master, these methods that can cultivate to the indestructible king level are remarkably priced at only 10,000 points. This is exceedingly inexpensive. I suspect the previous owner's soul control can only fetch 10,000 points here as well. Quite favorable, and all can be purchased at a 30 discount. Members of the original secret realm indeed enjoy great advantages. Master, this divine motion technique is particularly suited for you. Involving the principles of the soul and the origins of space, priced at merely 10,000 points, reduced to 7,000 points after discount. Ife, well done. Acquire this divine motion technique for me. Very well, master. The purchase has been successfully completed. This world-shattering fist also aligns perfectly with your skills. Encompassing the principles of gold and the origins of space, also priced at 10,000 points, discounted to 7,000 points. Excellent. Procure it for me. Having examined the methods sufficiently, search for gauntlets. Understood, master. Upon viewing the gauntlet interface, Luo Ping'an was taken aback. Wait, these 5th tier force gauntlets are only 20 points? Indeed. Master, all 5th tier force weapons are priced at 20 points. With the discount, they cost merely 14 points. What a bargain. Ife, acquire this universe gauntlet. Very well, master. The purchase has been successfully completed. Additionally, purchase a pair of battle boots. Wearing SS grade alloy boots does not quite align with my current status. Very well, master. These 5th tier force battle boots are only 14 points after the discount. Shall I proceed? Purchase. Now, let us take a look at combat suits. Understood, master. These 5th tier combat suits are priced at 700 points after discount. Shall I buy? Purchase. That will be all. The total expenditure amounts to 98,728 points, leaving me with 1,272 points. A splendid shopping experience indeed. Very well, master. The purchases have been successfully completed, and your strength shall significantly increase. Ife, has Vinina not yet responded? As soon as the words fell, Vinina appeared before the two. Luo Ping'an had already instructed the guards not to obstruct Vinina's approach, so no one came forward to report. Chapter 37. The fusion of divine blood crystals. Upon seeing Vinina's arrival, Luo Ping'an was equally exhilarated. Embracing her and savoring the warmth in his arms, a sense of tranquility washing over him. Nana, we have just finished purchasing treasures from the virtual treasury. How much has your strength increased after your bloodline evolution? Anin, thanks to the bloodline evolution agent, my power has significantly soared, reaching the 9th tier of the nebula level. How about you? Nana, I have also ascended to the 9th tier of the nebula level. By the way, what are your plans for the 50,000 points you have? Not long ago, Teacher Lingxi recommended some items to me. Following her guidance, I have acquired 3 divine fruits that enhance my understanding of the wood element's laws. A secret technique book titled Phantom for Agility, the 1st and 2nd volumes of Life Enlightenment, a spirit control staff, and resources to cultivate the Azure Cloud Vine to the Lord level. Nana, that's quite impressive. Senior Lingxi truly treats you well. Indeed, I am the sole direct disciple of Teacher Lingxi. Her favor is only to be expected. By the way, you have accumulated 100,000 points. What have you purchased? I exchanged for 100 divine blood crystals, and... Wait a moment, what are divine blood crystals? You actually bought 100 of them? Divine blood crystals are similar to dragon blood, but far more potent in effect. However, the fusion process is particularly painful, possibly even more so than bloodline evolution. Nana, would you like to try fusing a few? If it's even more painful than bloodline evolution, how excruciating must that be? The last bloodline evolution was already quite torturous. I think I'll pass for now. I would rather not suffer any further. Very well then, Nana. Now that we have these resources for cultivation, let us retreat for a while. Once you have mastered the first volume of the life spirit canon that Senior Lingxi bestowed upon you, we can live together. Okay, Anin. I will return to my cultivation right away and won't keep you waiting long. Thus, Luo Ping'an and Vinina exited the virtual realm together. Master, Sanzong has informed me that the treasures you purchased from the treasury have been delivered, and the person is waiting in the reception hall. Let us go and take a look. Before long, Luo Ping'an found himself in the reception hall. Greetings, Your Highness. Sanzong and another burly man in a black robe bowed slightly. Your Highness, I am Hilder, the courier of the treasury. All the treasures you purchased are contained within this ring. Please verify your receipt. As his words fell, an ancient black ring appeared before Luo Ping'an. He concentrated, allowing his mental energy to permeate the ring, revealing the treasures he had just acquired. He reached out to take the ring and subsequently imprinted his mental energy upon the ancient storage ring. Thank you for your hard work, Mr. Hilder. I have confirmed the receipt. It is my duty. Since Your Highness has confirmed receipt, I shall not disturb you further. After Hilder finished speaking, he clasped his hands towards Luo Ping'an and departed from Manor 111. Observing Hilder's retreating figure, Luo Ping'an turned to Dylan and inquired, Mr. Sanzo, are the envoys escorting the treasures from the vault all at the indomitable level of strength? Your Highness, it depends on the grade of the treasures being escorted. Naturally, the more precious the item, the stronger the individual assigned for its protection. Treasures of spiritual artifact level and above may even require an envoy of the esteemed level from the plains. Luo Ping'an nodded slightly, acknowledging the validity of this insight. Mr. Sanzo, I shall enter a period of secluded cultivation for a while. During this time, unless there is a matter of great importance, I kindly ask that no one approaches my meditation chamber. Understood, Your Highness. After issuing his instructions, Luo Ping'an rose and returned to his cultivation chamber. Once the door to the chamber was closed, he settled onto a meditation cushion and, with a focused thought, summoned a blood-red crystal into his hand. This was a diamond-shaped, elongated crystal, entirely crimson, radiating an imperceptible wave, akin to the rhythmic beating of a heart. This is the divine blood crystal. It is truly beautiful. Luo Ping'an marveled. Master, this divine blood crystal is extraordinarily stunning. Lu Yifei exclaimed in astonishment. Holding this remarkably enchanting divine blood crystal, Luo Ping'an's mind began to race with thoughts on how to merge with it. It seemed that upon contact with blood, this crystal would transform into energy and integrate into his body. Let us give it a try. With a focused thought, a golden spiritual weapon, a small sword, materialized before Luo Ping'an. Go. Under Luo Ping'an's mental guidance, the spiritual weapon swiftly sliced into his left palm, causing crimson blood to flow from the wound. Without hesitation, he placed the divine blood crystal onto the injury in his palm. As soon as the exquisite crystal came into contact with the blood, a surge of intangible and extraordinary energy erupted from the crystal, akin to a bloodthirsty beast sensing the scent of blood, violently surging into Luo Ping'an's body. Boom. An incredibly ferocious soul plunged into Luo Ping'an's soul sea. Kill, kill, kill. The endless cries of slaughter and roars echoed within his soul sea, as an immensely savage soul collided with Luo Ping'an's essence, leaving him momentarily disoriented. What on earth is this? How can it be so weak, yet so audacious? Soul Hammer. Luo Ping'an's essence transformed into a colossal golden hammer, and in the next instant, this mighty hammer obliterated the ferocious soul into fragments. Boom. Once the fierce soul was shattered by Luo Ping'an, the extraordinary energy of the divine blood crystal began to truly unleash its potential. Countless blood-hued energies began to surge wildly within Luo Ping'an's body. He felt a slight tremor in his form as an intense wave of pain surged through him. As his entire body began to swell, the capillaries on the surface of his skin ruptured, oozing forth a dark, viscous blood. This sanguine essence swiftly coalesced into patches of black scales adorning his skin, enveloping Luo Ping'an entirely. At this moment, the ordinary garments he wore were reduced to mere rags, beneath which his form emitted a wispy vapor. Exhaling a breath of murky air, Luo Ping'an gradually opened his eyes, beholding the obsidian armor that enveloped him. He willed it away with a mere thought. Clenching his fist, he realized he had indeed grown significantly stronger, akin to a leap in his very existence. In comparison to the exhilaration of his newfound power, the slight discomfort from merging with the divine blood crystal seemed trivial. After all, he was a man who had once experienced extraordinary fortune. This divine blood crystal was indeed remarkable. He initially believed that after the evolution of his bloodline, his physical form had become invincible within its tier. Yet, this divine blood crystal had further augmented his prowess. He was eager to continue the fusion and discover the extent of his limits. Chapter 38. A surge in power once more. With a thought, another divine blood crystal materialized in his hand. The wound inflicted by the artifact, the divine sword, had fully healed. He deftly maneuvered the divine sword to draw another incision in his left palm, promptly placing the divine blood crystal atop it. The instant the crystal made contact with his blood, it transformed into an intangible, peculiar energy that surged into Luo Ping'an's being. This energy awakened the latent divine power within each of his cells, causing intricate, mysterious runes to manifest across his body. A fiercely aggressive spirit descended directly into Luo Ping'an's sea of consciousness. Thunderous. Kill, kill, kill. An endless cacophony of battle cries and roars enveloped his soul sea. As a spirit even more ferocious than before charged towards him, crashing into his essence and leaving him momentarily disoriented. How could this entity be twice as potent as the last? Luo Ping'an found it difficult to comprehend. Typically, each divine blood crystal contained an identical essence of soul power. Yet this formidable spirit was undeniably twice as strong as its predecessor. Could it be that the previous spirit had not truly vanished, but rather lay dormant within him? After much contemplation, he remained perplexed. Regardless, he resolved to shatter this spirit first. Though it bore little threat, the insult it posed was significant. Transforming his soul into a colossal golden hammer, he struck down upon the ferocious spirit with a decisive blow. Boom! As the spirit was obliterated by his strike, the extraordinary energy of the divine blood crystal erupted in full force. Luo Ping'an's entire being began to swell, his muscles and bones thickening exponentially. This discomfort was undeniably greater than before. It was, in fact, double the agony. Yet, being a man who had tasted fortune, he was more than capable of enduring this pain. Boom! The peculiar energy of the divine blood crystal transformed into countless crimson energies, swirling chaotically within Luo Ping'an's body, ultimately integrating into every cell, manifesting as a faint crimson mystical pattern upon his chest. With a sigh of relief, his entire being returned to normal, and the delicate crimson pattern vanished. The miraculous power of the divine blood crystal completely subsumed into each of Luo Ping'an's cells. With a mere thought, the faint crimson mystical pattern reappeared on his chest, filling him with immense joy. His sensitivity to the laws of the planes became remarkably clearer, truly astonishing. Furthermore, after assimilating the second blood crystal, his strength surged significantly. The enhancement from 2 divine blood crystals was nearly 50%, a delightful surprise indeed. Onward. As he fused the third crystal, the faint crimson mystical pattern grew more distinct, and his comprehension of the laws doubled. The efficacy of the divine blood crystal was nothing short of extraordinary. Merging 3 crystals conferred the title of Spirit Warrior within the realm of divine blood. A substantial increase in power. Continuing. Upon merging the 4th crystal, the crimson mystical patterns multiplied. With the 5th, they became intricate. By the 6th, they spread to his left hand. The 7th saw them extend to his right hand. The 8th reached his left foot, and the 9th enveloped his right foot. Fortunately, the quantity of divine blood crystals he had procured was ample. Integrating 10 crystals would elevate him to the status of divine warrior in the realm of divine blood. A prospect filled with anticipation. As he merged the 10th crystal, the crimson mystical patterns extended to every corner of his being, and the impact on his soul surged exponentially. With a deep breath, Luo Ping'an exhaled a cloud of murky air. The spiritual impact of these 10 blood crystals was indeed formidable. Fortunately, his primary focus had been on soul power, and he had cultivated the chaotic soul refinement technique to the 2nd level. Otherwise, the assault on his will might have rendered him unconscious. After an arduous 10 days, Luo Ping'an successfully fused all 10 divine blood crystals. Despite the excruciating process, the enhancement to his power was monumental. As he meticulously sensed the changes in his body, he was elated to discover that his perception of the universe's essence, the manifestation of laws, and his overall strength had tripled compared to before. Having grasped the nature of the divine blood crystals, he realized that the stronger the soul, the more crystals one could integrate. The more crystals one assimilated, the greater the leaps in life cycles. Thus, a higher life tier corresponded to a deeper understanding of the laws. Therefore, he could first enhance his soul, consuming 2 soul fruits before merging the divine blood crystals, thereby mitigating the pain caused by the spiritual impact of the crystals. With a thought, a fruit the size of a fist materialized before Luo Ping'an, a seemingly unremarkable pale golden fruit, resembling a pear from earth. However, upon closer contemplation, it emanated a terrifying wave of spiritual energy. He decided to consume one to test its flavor, hoping it would not be too peculiar. Luo Ping'an resembled Zhu Beiji savoring a ginseng fruit for the first time, swallowing it whole without hesitation. Instantly, a terrifying yet pure surge of soul energy surged into Luo Ping'an's soul sea, rapidly filling it. However, this formidable soul energy did not cease. It relentlessly battered against the barriers of the soul sea. Boom! The barriers of the soul sea were incessantly assailed, prompting Luo Ping'an to hastily channel the chaotic soul refinement scripture, striving to refine this overwhelming soul energy. After 3 days, he finally succeeded in completely refining this terrifying force. And at that moment, his soul sea had expanded to twice its original size. Goodness, this soul energy is exceedingly formidable. Fortunately, my soul is robust enough, otherwise, I would have been reduced to a fool. Luo Ping'an sighed. He began to envy Vinina, who had the luxuriant king directly arranging her cultivation plan, while he had to navigate through his own uncertainties. No worries, I am destined for greatness. Onward, he reassured himself internally. Just as he finished his thoughts, a fruit the size of a fist materialized before him once again. Its appearance was undeniably enticing. Luo Ping'an grasped the soul fruit and brought it to his lips. Taking a small bite, instantly, he felt as though he was soaring. It was refreshingly invigorating, a true nourishment for the soul, utterly exhilarating. Luo Ping'an diligently channeled the chaotic soul refinement scripture once more, refining this soul energy. This was indeed the proper method to consume the soul fruit. He vowed never to act hastily like before, learning to take things slow. 3 days later, with great satisfaction, he completely refined the last soul fruit, and his soul sea had doubled in size once again. The 2 soul fruits had collectively enhanced his soul power fourfold. Truly, the importance of choosing the right direction in any endeavor is paramount. Master, your soul power is astonishing. I can sense a terrifying soul pressure emanating from you. Lu Yifei exclaimed in astonishment. Of course, this is a peculiar fruit worth 10,000 points. Would it be so expensive without significant effects? Luo Ping'an replied with a smile. I wonder how many blood crystal fragments I could merge now? How thrilling! Luo Ping'an thought, and with a flick of his mind, a splendid divine blood crystal appeared in his hand. Chapter 39, Preparation. Without hesitation, Luo Ping'an proceeded to merge the divine blood crystal. The 11th crystal merged successfully without difficulty. The process left his body adorned with a slightly more intricate crimson mystical pattern. The 12th crystal merged successfully, the process accompanied by slight discomfort, resulting in a more complex pattern. The 13th crystal merged successfully, with mild pain, and the intricate crimson patterns grew further. The 19th crystal merged successfully. The pain akin to that experienced during the initial merge of the 10th crystal, resulting in a significantly intricate design. The 20th crystal merged successfully. The pain from this merge was twice as intense as that of the 19th, leading to an even more complex array of patterns. Huff! Luo Ping'an exhaled deeply. Although the 20th gem was successfully integrated, the pain experienced during its fusion was twice that of the 19th. Yet, it seemed that the threshold had not yet been reached. Determined, I shall attempt the 21st gem and see if success can be achieved. With a mere thought, a beautiful gem of divine blood materialized in my hand. Continuing on, the ethereal blade, under my mental command, swiftly carved a wound into my left palm, crimson blood gushing forth from the incision. Without hesitation, I placed the divine blood gem upon the open wound. The moment the gem made contact with the blood, an invisible surge of extraordinary energy erupted from the gem, akin to a ravenous beast sensing the scent of blood, rushing violently into my being. Thunderous, an immensely ferocious soul descended directly into the ocean of my spirit. Slay, slay, slay. A cacophony of battle cries and roars resonated within my soul, as the formidable spirit charged like a mountain towards my essence, rendering me unconscious in the process. The terrifying power of the divine blood did not dissipate immediately. Rather, it rampaged within me for a while. With a resounding boom, my chest burst open, blood spraying forth. Master, are you all right? Lu Yifei gasped at the sudden transformation enveloping me. Soon after, I regained consciousness. Yifei, I am unharmed. Please remain calm. No sooner had the words left my lips than torrents of divine blood energy surged from my body, rapidly coalescing into a splendid crimson crystal. Grasping the divine blood gem in my hand, I focused my thoughts, and the wound on my chest began to heal swiftly, returning to its pristine state in no time. Gazing at the gem, unchanged from its state prior to use, I was left in awe. The murderous intent birthed from the fusion of the 21st gem was truly terrifying. Having knocked me unconscious, I reflected deeply, then stored the gem within the infinite system space, alongside the treasures sent by Hild. With a mere thought, the blood-colored mysterious patterns re-emerged across my body. As I attuned to the changes within, I joyfully discovered that my resonance with the origin of the planes, the manifestation of the laws, and my overall strength had all surged by threefold. This divine blood gem is indeed extraordinary, but alas, it can no longer be fused. I now require a substantial amount of points to procure artifacts that can enhance the soul, and a mere 100 gems is far from sufficient. These gems are treasures that greatly aid even the esteemed beings of the planes. Thus, acquiring more is imperative. It appears necessary to undertake missions, specifically those pertaining to the world of divine blood, which are classified as perilous. This perilous mission carries a 50% probability of death, and given my current strength, I estimate a 20% likelihood of demise. No, that is not correct. I possess a powerful master, and when faced with danger, I can directly level up. Currently, I have amassed a significant number of attribute points. As long as I develop cautiously and avoid encounters with indomitable beings, I should be fine. I might even transform a bicycle into a motorcycle. Before embarking on the journey, I can refine my agility and fist techniques to their initial levels, thereby swiftly enhancing my strength, which will ensure a more secure endeavor. After all, wielding original force weapons in the Blood Luo world would attract the attention of the locals, leading to a brutal beating. While employing secret techniques avoid such concerns, Luo Ping'an contemplated. Having made up his mind, Luo Ping'an focused his thoughts, and an ancient tome radiating powerful waves of the laws of gold and space materialized before him. He opened the introduction to the Breaking the Realm Fist. This was a martial arts manual created by an invincible, indestructible sovereign, with the sharpness of gold as its edge and the laws of space as its blade, unleashing an unparalleled fist intent, reputed to be capable of opening the heavens with a single punch and shattering the cosmos with another. The Breaking the Realm Fist consists of 3 levels. 1. Breaking the domain and shattering the void. 2. Rending the realm and collapsing the void. 3. Breaking the nation and opening the heavens. Upon mastering the first level, breaking the domain and shattering the void, one could strike down the 9 layers of domain of a lord-level powerhouse with a single fist. The second level, rending the realm and collapsing the void, allows one to shatter the inner world of a realm king-level being with a punch. The third level, breaking the nation and opening the heavens, enables one to break the inner paradise of an indestructible powerhouse with a single blow. After perusing the introduction, Luo Ping'an marveled at the might of the invincible sovereign, who could create such a terrifying martial art. He swiftly memorized the contents of the first level of the Breaking the Realm Fist and began to close his eyes in contemplation. After merging 20 divine blood crystals, Luo Ping'an's comprehension of the laws of gold had reached an extraordinary level. He quickly became adept at the application of these laws in the first level of the Breaking the Realm Fist. A month later, Luo Ping'an successfully mastered the first level, breaking the domain and shattering the void, without any surprise. Now, I have become a rare genius in this realm, one that appears only once in a billion years. The difficulty of this indestructible secret technique is merely average, Luo Ping'an exclaimed joyfully. The Master's understanding is truly astonishing. He has completely mastered the first level of this immortal level secret technique in just 1 month. His comprehension has far surpassed that of the former master, Lu Yifei remarked in astonishment. Yifei, do you now understand how miraculous the divine blood crystals are? Luo Ping'an said with a proud smile. Indeed, it is remarkable. I, who followed the former master, was unaware of the existence of these divine blood crystals. The virtual company of the realm truly deserves its reputation as one of the 5 great powers of humanity. Its foundation is exceedingly robust, Lu Yifei replied, clicking her tongue in admiration. Indeed, since joining the company, my strength has been rapidly improving in just these few months. It appears that it is indeed better to thrive under a great tree. Luo Ping'an exclaimed with excitement before calming himself, realizing that he still had agility techniques to master and could not afford to waste time. With a thought, an ancient tome radiating strong waves of the laws of space and soul appeared before Luo Ping'an in Chapter 40, Dangerous Level Training Task. Luo Ping'an opened the introduction to the divine movement technique. This tome, a masterpiece crafted by the esteemed Master of Dimensions, serves as a profound manual of movement techniques. It intricately weaves the laws of space as its backbone and the laws of the soul as its essence. Bearing the illustrious title of Phantom Enchantment of the Heavens, an unparalleled secret of movement that allows one to vanish at a mere thought. The divine motion technique is classified into 3 tiers. The first tier, 1,000 souls phantom escape. The second tier, 10,000 souls wandering in emptiness. And the third tier, true spirit returning to the void. In the first tier, 1,000 souls phantom escape. One harnesses the laws of the soul to condense 1,000 soul avatars that perfectly resonate with the essence and soul fluctuations of the original body. Upon execution, these 1,000 soul avatars remain in place, mirroring the actions of the original, while the true body teleports 1 million kilometers away. The second tier, 10,000 souls wandering in emptiness, involves condensing 10,000 soul avatars, again in perfect harmony with the original, resulting in a similar phenomenon. But the original body teleports 1 light year away. The third tier, true spirit returning to the void, requires condensing 10,000 corporeal avatars, which also reflect the true essence of the original. Upon manifestation, these avatars remain stationary, performing the same actions as the original, while the true body teleports into the vastness of space, 100,000 light years away, with the ability to interchange positions with any of the 10,000 corporeal avatars at will. After perusing the summary, Luo Ping'an found himself momentarily stunned, marveling at the formidable prowess of the Master of Dimensions, who could conceive such a terrifying technique. Master, this technique is indeed astonishingly powerful. Yet the prerequisites for cultivation are exceedingly stringent. One must possess profound insights into both the laws of the soul and the laws of space, both of which are superior laws, and those who can comprehend these laws are exceedingly rare within the universe. Indeed, the difficulty is quite formidable for others, yet it aligns perfectly with my capabilities. Without further hesitation, Luo Ping'an swiftly committed the entirety of the first tier of the divine motion technique to memory and commenced his meditative practice. Time flows swiftly during the days of cultivation. After 5 years, Luo Ping'an emerged from this intensive training. He exhaled deeply, realizing that the duration spent mastering the divine motion technique surpassed the sum of all his previous training periods. This technique, no doubt a creation of a dominion-level master, demanded an immense investment of time just to condense the 1,000 soul avatars. Moreover, the process of gathering these soul avatars was immensely challenging, requiring the soul to be divided into 1,001 parts. Had it not been for the prior use of the soul fruit, I would have found this step utterly insurmountable. With a mere thought, 1,000 soul avatars, perfectly resonating with Luo Ping'an's essence and soul fluctuations, manifested instantaneously within the training chamber. Luo Ping'an extended his left hand, and all 1,000 manifestations mirrored his gesture. Master, this is utterly astonishing. I can perceive no distinction between these 1,000 avatars and your true self, Lu Yifei exclaimed in astonishment. Ha ha ha, Yifei. This is the true essence of my soul, crystallized over years of effort. Without reaching the level of immortality, one cannot distinguish the true self, remarked Luo Ping'an with a subtle smile. Master, you are truly remarkable. It is virtually impossible for any being below the immortal tier to capture you. Indeed, by the way, Yifei, has Vinina emerged from her seclusion? The mistress has been out for 2 years. Upon learning that you were still in training, she chose not to disturb you and returned to her meditation. Then I shall not intrude upon her. Please send her a message, informing her that I have undertaken a cultivation task and shall return shortly. This time, Luo Ping'an was reluctant to bring Vinina along to the Blood Luo world, for it housed indomitable beings of immense power, and he felt inadequate to ensure her safety in such an environment. Understood, Master, the message has been dispatched. Let us proceed to the virtual realm and procure some local equipment from the Blood Luo world. Very well, Master. Before long, the pair found themselves in the divine mountain of the virtual realm, specifically in the cultivation chamber of Manor 111 in the primitive zone. Stepping out of the cultivation chamber, they soared from the manor and soon arrived at the living district of the original secret realm. Observing the bustling crowd, Luo Ping'an was struck by the realization that it had been 5 years since he last entered this virtual realm. They sought out a shop named Wanbao Pavilion, where they spent 1,000 mixed yuan units to acquire battle armor suitable for a realm king in the Blood Luo world, including abyssal battle armor, shadow boots, hexagonal shield, and phantom gauntlets, before exiting the virtual realm. Shortly thereafter, an envoy from Wanbao Pavilion delivered the purchased equipment to Manor 111. Luo Ping'an instructed Sanzo to transport the gear to the cultivation chamber, where he quickly performed a blood oath to claim the items as his own. Yifei, access the virtual company's cultivation task. Certainly, Master. As the words left his lips, a pale blue screen materialized before Luo Ping'an, revealing a prompt. Warning level of cultivation tasks. 1 safe level, death rate 0, ordinary level, death rate 10, difficult level, death rate 30, dangerous level, death rate 50, desperate level, death rate 90. Yifei, display the list of dangerous cultivation tasks. Of course, Master. Immediately, the screen unveiled a list of dangerous cultivation tasks. 1. Waika Star, within the original secret realm of the virtual company. 2. Sunfire Palace, within the primordial secret realm of the virtual company. 3. Troll Realm, within the heaven and earth secret realm of the virtual company. 4. Dragon City, within the apocalypse secret realm of the virtual company. 27. Chaotic Star Sea, Great Axe Combat Arena within the Great Axe secret realm. 39. Purgatory Battlefield, within the Mercenary Alliance's King's secret realm. 43. Blood Luo World, within the primordial secret realm of the virtual company. 185. Icebound Realm, within the Diamond secret realm of the Star Control Bank. Wow, Master. There are so many secret realms. These must have been modified and controlled by the 5 great human factions for the training of their members, Luo Yifei speculated. Indeed, Yifei. Initiate the training task in the Blood God world. Certainly, Master. A prompt materialized on the pale blue screen. 1. The indigenous people of the Blood God world harbor a profound animosity towards outsiders. 2. No technological weapons are permitted. 3. No specialized psychic or force weapons are allowed. 4. One's appearance must be altered to resemble that of the local inhabitants of the Blood God world. 5. Mastery of 20 languages of the Blood God world is required. Luo Yifei transmitted the 20 languages of the Blood God world to Luo Ping'an, who mastered them thoroughly within half an hour. Luo Yifei dismissed the prompt, and the content of the training task appeared. The training task for the Blood God world consisted of 1. Acquire the Spirit Blood Medal and obtain 10 Spirit Blood Crystals, a local specialty of the Blood God world, rewarded with 100,000 points. 2. Acquire the Spirit Blood Medal and obtain 100 Spirit Blood Crystals, rewarded with 10 million points. Completion of either task suffices, but completing both grants an additional reward of 5 million points. Wow, 10 million points. That's enough to purchase 10 soul fruits. No, if I complete everything, I could earn 1 million points. Luo Ping'an exclaimed, as he was in dire need of points to acquire soul-related treasures. This training task must be completed. Yifei, accept the task. Understood, Master. Task accepted successfully. With that, Luo Ping'an, accompanied by Luo Yifei, exited the training room and appeared in the reception hall of Manor 111. Your Highness. Sanzo, who was in the reception hall, stood and slightly bowed. Marshal Sanzo, I have accepted the training task in the Blood God world. I would appreciate your guidance to the Devouring Heaven Palace. Of course, Your Highness. Please step into my heavenly domain. In the next moment, Luo Ping'an entered Sanzo's heavenly domain, and Sanzo's form vanished from Manor 111. Chapter 41. The Blood God world. After a period of travel through the heavenly domain, the two found themselves before a magnificent palace. Your Highness, this is the Devouring Heaven Palace, presided over by the esteemed master of the palace, a respected figure from our company's dimensional realm. The grandeur of the Devouring Heaven Palace, suspended in the void, astonished Luo Ping'an. Indeed, it is quite spectacular to behold. And the guardian of this palace is a being of the dimensional realm. Yes, Your Highness. The master of the Devouring Heaven Palace ranks among the most formidable beings within the dimensional realm. His power is truly terrifying, rivaling that of ordinary realm lords, making him a core figure in our virtual company. Given the master of the Devouring Heaven Palace's immense strength, it is evident that the company holds the Spirit Blood Crystals in high regard. Indeed, Your Highness, the company places significant emphasis on the Spirit Blood Crystals, categorizing them as a controlled level treasure. The responsibility of the Devouring Heaven Palace is to monitor the Blood God world. Monitor? Luo Ping'an inquired, taken aback. Yes, Your Highness. Should anyone attempt to leave the Blood God world, they will be detected by the Devouring Heaven Guards. If the individual is associated with our company, they will be escorted safely. If they are indigenous to the Blood God world, they will be eradicated by the guards. Indeed, Commander Sanzang, let us venture inside. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Shurtian Palace, Luo Ping'an and his companion were promptly escorted by a guard into the mission hall. The staff at the Shurtian Palace, upon noticing the core original badge of the dimensional virtual company that adorned Luo Ping'an, bowed in respect. With the assistance of the personnel, Luo Ping'an completed the task registration, transforming his appearance to that of a native of the Divine Blood world, and donned the exclusive equipment acquired from the Wanbao Pavilion. After numerous verifications confirming that he bore no distinction from the natives of the Divine Blood world, he was granted permission to enter. After all, each core member of the original secret realm holds immense significance for the dimensional virtual company. After bidding farewell to Sanzang, Luo Ping'an proceeded to a nearby open space, where, with a mere thought, the F-grade spaceship rewarded by the dimensional virtual company materialized before him. Yifei, we shall set off, he declared. Understood, Master. With those words, Luo Ping'an, accompanied by Luo Yifei, found themselves within the control room of the ancient-looking yet uniquely crafted spaceship. Shortly thereafter, under Luo Feng's adept control, the vessel disguised itself as an ordinary meteorite and descended into the divine blood world. After a 10-hour period of free fall, the ship finally traversed the atmosphere of the divine blood world, which was astonishingly composed of 30 distinct layers. Indeed, Master, the divine blood world is a supercontinent with a diameter of 10,000 light-years, home to numerous indomitable beings, Luo Feng explained. It is undeniably larger than Earth, which explains the existence of such formidable entities. However, while these indomitable beings possess immense power, they are forever bound to this continent, unable to roam the dimensions. For them, ascension is but a ruse. They have been ensnared, and it is truly pitiable. Ife, the indigenous inhabitants of the divine blood world are indeed quite unfortunate. They have been domesticated. Despite having achieved the level of indomitable divine beings, they remain confined within this realm. What fault lies with them? None. The law of survival in the dimensions is one of the strong devouring the weak. Weakness is the original sin. To obliterate you, what concern is it of theirs? Luo Feng lamented. I am grateful to have departed Earth early and fortuitously joined the dimensional virtual company. Otherwise, I too might have ended up like the prodigies of the divine blood world, one day discovered by a powerful being and subsequently domesticated and enslaved. Indeed, Master, your decision was exceedingly astute. Although the former Master concealed the coordinates of Earth, the dimensions are vast, and the next moment is unknown. Perhaps one day, Earth will be uncovered by a formidable entity, and its inhabitants will face a fate akin to that of the denizens of the divine blood continent. Thus, it is imperative to grow stronger swiftly to seize one's own destiny. Let us proceed, Ife. Technology must not manifest in this divine blood world. Henceforth, we shall communicate mentally. Understood, Master. As soon as the words left his lips, Luo Feng entered the crystalline core of the wristband worn by Luo Ping'an. Instantly, the wristband began to morph in shape, soon resembling a style commonly found in the realm of divine blood. Luo Ping'an soared from the F-class spacecraft, and with a mere thought, he stored the vessel within his storage ring. He suppressed his aura to the utmost, and in the next moment, his body plummeted like a shooting star. The gravitational force here was indeed formidable, nearly tens of thousands of times that of Earth. No wonder the indigenous people of this world reached stellar level upon adulthood, Luo Ping'an mused. As time passed, Luo Ping'an's descent accelerated, and after 2 minutes, he found himself suspended 5,000 meters above the primordial forest below. With a concentrated thought, his figure vanished, only to reappear within the heart of that ancient wilderness. The stench was unbearable, Luo Ping'an exclaimed. This venerable primeval forest exuded an overwhelmingly pungent odor. At that moment, he sensed a violent surge of battle not far away. With a flick of his mind, his mental energy spread swiftly, revealing the entire situation. Not far off, a hunting party composed of the local denizens of the divine blood world was engaged in combat with a horde of native beasts. The strength of these creatures was quite impressive. Each beast possessed the prowess of a 6th-tier stellar entity. What a fortunate encounter indeed, Luo Ping'an thought, suppressing his own power to the 9th tier of stellar level, rapidly approaching the battlefield. On that battlefield, 20 robust locals emanated the aura of high-tier stellar beings. Particularly a brawny middle-aged man donned in the garb of a leader, whose strength reached the 9th tier of stellar level. However, their situation was dire. They were completely surrounded by a pack of nearly 100 ferocious wolves. Damn it, this is utterly disastrous. How did we encounter this terrifying pack of wild wolves? The leader, Aoki, cursed. Aoki, what should we do? There are far too many wolves, and their speed is exceptional. We cannot escape. Moreover, the strength of that wolf king is likely approaching the level of a cloud spirit. A young man, slightly less imposing than the leader, anxiously inquired. Everyone prepare. In a moment, I will do my utmost to contain this pack of wolves. You must seize the opportunity to break free. I will endeavor to hold these beasts at bay. Especially you. Qingyun, promise me you will escape. Should I fail to return, you shall become the next leader of the tribe, Aoki bellowed. No, leader, I will stay and fight alongside you, the young man declared passionately. Do you wish to defy my command? But, Qingyun, follow orders. In my absence, the tribe depends on you. For the sake of the tribe, you must survive. The young man named Qingyun, unwilling yet resolute, nodded slightly, no longer hesitating. He adjusted his breathing, tensed every muscle in his body, ready to spring forth at a moment's notice, while the other members of the hunting team had also readied themselves. Chapter 42, The Domain of the Crimson Sun. A terrifying energy coalesced within the body of the leader, Qingmu. Suddenly, a green light burst forth from the palm of his hand, rapidly expanding in all directions. Wherever the verdant light reached, countless green vines erupted from the earth, swiftly ensnaring the 100 savage wolves within the vicinity. Run now, roared Qingmu. The members of the hunting team quickly fled in various directions. Meanwhile, the Wolf King, ensnared by the green vines, was filled with rage. With a deafening roar, the Wolf King unleashed a beam of golden light from its mouth, instantly severing the green vines that bound it. Gathering its strength, it lunged towards Qingmu with ferocity. At that moment, Qingmu's original energy was nearly depleted, rendering him unable to evade the Wolf King's onslaught. Yet, there was no panic upon his face, only a resolute determination. His body began to expand as a terrifying aura brewed within him. Indeed, he intended to self-destruct to create an opportunity for his clan to escape. No, leader. The hunting team members, who were fleeing, had sensed something amiss with Qingmu and immediately understood his intention, an overwhelming sorrow flooding their hearts. Quickly for the tribe, Qingmu bellowed, hastening the accumulation of energy within himself. At that moment of despair for the hunting team, a dark figure materialized behind Qingmu. With a gentle tap on Qingmu's back, the energy he had amassed was dispersed. Then, in the astonished gaze of Qingmu, the shadowy figure unleashed a punch towards the rapidly approaching Wolf King. Boom! A golden fist flashed, sending the Wolf King soaring backward like a kite severed from its string. The savage wolves, previously ensnared by Qingmu's green vines, collapsed to the ground like cut wheat, lifeless. The astonished group could hardly comprehend the scene before them. After a brief moment of astonishment, joy surged forth. The members of the hunting team, who had earlier fled, flew back to Qingmu's side. Emerging from his shock, Qingmu finally beheld the figure before him. It was a remarkably young man, his features resolute yet handsome, clad in abyssal battle armor, wearing shadowy boots, and wielding a hexagonal shield, exuding an aura of terror. Qingmu surmised that such a young individual, possessing such formidable strength and exquisite equipment, must be a scion from a prestigious family out on a trial of experience. Thank you, young sir, for your rescue. The leader Aoki, accompanied by his hunting team, expressed his gratitude to the young man. Please, there is no need for such formality. The bodies of these savage wolves are a gift to you, but I require your assistance with a small task, Luo Ping'an said nonchalantly. The young man was none other than Luo Ping'an, who had hastened from a short distance away. Please, speak, young master. Aoki replied eagerly. Guide me to the nearest lord's city. Certainly, young master. The closest is the Qiang territory, approximately 1 million kilometers from here. Excellent. Please prepare the bodies of these savage wolves, and we shall set off. Understood, young master. Aoki and the others swiftly dealt with the 100 corpses of the savage wolves, retaining only the valuable tusks, claws, and pelts, with the Wolf King being carried by Qingyun. The group then soared towards the Qiang territory. At this point, each member of the hunting team had transformed from despair to elation. The materials from the 100 savage wolves would sustain their tribe for an extended period. Luo Ping'an reduced his flying speed to match that of the hunting team, feeling no urgency, as he had just arrived in this unfamiliar world. Having local guides would undoubtedly lessen suspicion. According to the information provided by the Dimensional Virtual Company, in this divine blood world, the cultivation levels are categorized as Earth Spirit Level, Heaven Spirit Level, Cloud Spirit Level, Spiritual Domain Level, Realm Spirit Level, and Indestructible Divine Spirit Level. The cities within the divine blood world are primarily divided into Regional Lord Cities and Realm Lord Cities. A Regional Lord City serves as the heart of a territory, each presided over by a spiritual lord of spiritual domain level. A Realm Lord City, on the other hand, is the core of a world, governed by a lord of realm spirit level. Each regional lord city can command a radius of several 100 million kilometers, while each realm lord city is the absolute core within a span of several billion kilometers. Above the realm lord cities lies the exalted indestructible temple. However, under normal circumstances, the indestructible temple does not directly intervene in the governance of the various realm lord cities within the divine blood world. Divine blood crystals are exceedingly rare and precious in the blood Luo world, with significant challenges in fusion. Fusing 3 divine blood crystals grants extraordinary abilities, and such warriors are known as spiritual warriors. Blood warriors can receive a spiritual blood medal from any city in the world. Each recipient is considered an unparalleled genius, a source of pride for the continent. Those who fuse 10 divine blood crystals are deemed divine warriors and can obtain the illustrious divine blood medal from the indestructible temple. Spiritual warriors are regarded as legendary geniuses in the divine blood continent, appearing only once in countless eons. 3 hours later, Luo Ping'an and his companions found themselves before an ancient city gate towering thousands of feet into the sky. As Luo Ping'an raised his gaze, he beheld the city gate of the old city, inscribed with the local dialect of the blood-soaked world, declaring the territory of Qiang. This grand city, serving as the nucleus of a vast expanse spanning billions of kilometers, was immensely colossal. Outside the gate, a contingent of armored soldiers stood sentinel, collecting entrance fees from those wishing to enter the city. As Luo Ping'an and his companions approached the entrance, Qingmu reached into his pocket to retrieve the necessary funds, only to witness the previously arrogant soldiers bowing respectfully to Luo Ping'an. "Greetings, young master. Please enter." Luo Ping'an nodded in acknowledgement and proceeded into the city with his entourage. These city guards, although accustomed to exhibiting their arrogance towards common folk, were well aware of the hierarchy. They knew precisely whom they could provoke and whom they could not. The equipment adorning Luo Ping'an was of such quality that even the esteemed lord of the realm might find it unattainable. Such armaments were a rarity, typically only seen on the lords of major domain cities, leading the guards to conclude that Luo Ping'an's status was indeed extraordinary, beyond their capacity to challenge. Thus, they honored him with their respectful bows. Upon entering the city, Luo Ping'an parted ways with the hunting party, as the matters ahead were beyond their involvement. Chapter 43, The Establishment of the Blood Alliance Plan. After separating from the hunting party, Luo Ping'an made his way directly to the Spirit Lord's residence in the Qiyang territory. The Qiyang Spirit Lord's estate sprawled over thousands of kilometers, standing as the largest and most opulent dwelling within the Jiangnan City. As Luo Ping'an expanded his mental faculties, the layout of the Qiyang Spirit Lord's estate vividly materialized in his mind. 1 5th-tier lord, 2 3rd-tier lords, and 109th-tier stellar beings indicated a formidable strength within this estate. The venerable elder residing in the study, a 5th-tier lord, was undoubtedly the Spirit Lord of Qiyang. With my current capabilities, employing soul control should enable me to subjugate this Spirit Lord directly. Given the relatively primitive state of technology and equipment in this world, it is likely that the Spirit Lord possesses no soul defense treasures. I shall enslave him first and gradually extract the whereabouts of the divine blood crystal. With a thought, Luo Ping'an vanished from his original position, reappearing in the study of the Qiyang Spirit Lord's estate. The Spirit Lord, sensing an anomaly, was abruptly struck by a voice resonating in his mind, akin to the decree of the heavens. Soul control. Grasping his head in agony, the Spirit Lord collapsed to the ground as Luo Ping'an had preemptively shielded the room from external perception with his mental prowess. Before long, the Spirit Lord emerged from his torment, and upon recognizing Luo Ping'an, he immediately knelt in utmost reverence. "I, the old servant Qiyang, pay my respects to my master." "Rise," commanded Luo Ping'an. "Yes, my master," replied Qiyang, standing before Luo Ping'an. Observing the red S-level loyalty rating emanating from Qiyang's head, Luo Ping'an felt a sense of relief. After all, this was his first time employing soul control against a domain-level powerhouse. Luo Ping'an did not directly probe the soul of the Lord of Qiyang, for his current ability to delve into souls was insufficient to extract memories without inflicting harm. Feel free to inquire directly. Those under the influence of soul control harbor no secrets from their master. "Qiyang, how many Dominion cities exist within the Divine Blood Continent?" Replying to my master, "There are presently 3,000 world cities within the Divine Blood Continent." "Qiyang, how many divine blood crystals do you possess?" Replying to my master, "I currently possess 15 divine blood crystals." "Excellent. Hand over all the divine blood crystals to me." Without hesitation, the Lord of Qiyang promptly surrendered the 15 divine blood crystals to Luo Ping'an, who, with a mere thought, stored them within his spatial ring. "Qiyang, how did you acquire these divine blood crystals?" Replying to my master, 10 of the crystals were obtained during my youth while exploring the ruins of the divine, and 5 were distributed by the indestructible temple over the years. Elaborate on these divine ruins. Certainly, my master. The divine ruins are the remnants of a battlefield from ancient times, where the indomitable warriors of the Blood Luo continent clashed with extraterrestrial tribes. Following a cataclysmic divine war, the battleground was reduced to ruins, hence its name. How does the indestructible temple distribute divine blood crystals? They are distributed periodically by envoys of the temple. What is the strength of these envoys? Envoys are typically formidable beings at the peak of the spirit domain level. Where is the indestructible temple located? It is situated in the core region of the Divine Blood Continent, at the very heart of the divine ruins. How far is the indestructible temple from here? Replying to my master, the Qiyang domain lies at the periphery of the Divine Blood Continent, quite distant from the indestructible temple. To which Dominion City does the Qiyang domain belong? It belongs to the Flame Domain City. What is the strength of the Flame City Lord? The Flame City Lord is a formidable being at the initial stage of the Domain King level. Luo Ping'an nodded slightly, his mind beginning to strategize. This divine blood world is a splendid place. Establishing a force here would alleviate my concerns regarding attribute points. I shall first gauge the strength of the Flame City Lord, to ascertain if I can subdue him, thus sparing myself the need to wander. With 3,000 world cities in this realm, If I can secure 10 first or second-tier domain king-level servants from this peripheral region and create a faction, I shall name it the Blood Alliance. Subsequently, I will instruct these 10 domain king-level servants to recruit for me. This plan is nothing short of perfect, Luo Ping'an mused. With the plan set, there was no need to waste time lingering here. He instructed Qiyang to procure an identification proof for the Divine Blood World on his behalf and to acquire some of the universally accepted currency. Before long, Qiyang presented Luo Ping'an with his identification proof for the Qiyang domain, along with a chest of ingots. Luo Ping'an accepted them, nodding in satisfaction towards Qiyang. Qiyang, you have done exceptionally well. Thank you for your praise, my master. Qiyang, please bring me the map of the Divine Blood Continent. Certainly, master. Qiyang swiftly presented a map crafted from enormous beast hide to Luo Ping'an. Upon unfurling the map, Luo Ping'an was struck by the exquisite clarity with which the terrain of the Divine Blood Continent was depicted, along with annotations indicating the approximate strength of the various domain lords. It was no surprise that Qiyang, a seasoned spiritual lord who had once roamed the divine realm, possessed such comprehensive knowledge. Very well, Qiyang, you may retire now. I shall summon you should the need arise. Understood, master. With that, Qiyang exited the study and closed the door behind him. Luo Ping'an, with a mere thought, stored the beast hide map within the wristband belonging to Lu Yifei, while also placing his identification and a box of ingots into his storage ring. Soon after, a spatial ripple emanated from the study, and Luo Ping'an vanished. 1,000,000 kilometers above Qiyang's spiritual lord city, Luo Ping'an suddenly materialized. He continued to ascend, and before long, he found himself at the 29th layer of the atmosphere above the Blood Luo world. With another thought, he released an F-class spaceship from his storage ring, and in the next instant, he stepped into the control room of the ship. Yifei, please record the contents of that beast hide map and determine the most direct route from here to the 29th layer above Luo City. Understood, master. Analysis is complete. Shall we depart? Let us set forth. The F-class spaceship transformed into a meteorite and began to accelerate. The inhabitants of the Divine Blood Continent were already aware that extraterrestrial beings resided beyond the 30th layer of the Divine Blood World's atmosphere. Hence there was no one flying above the 20th layer. The F-class spaceship traveled swiftly. After 3 hours of travel, Luo Ping'an arrived at the gates of Luo City. This was a vast and ancient city, significantly larger and more majestic than Qiyang's spiritual lord city. The ancient city gates towered to great heights, exuding an aura of antiquity and gravitas, while the serpentine city walls stretched endlessly, resembling a continuous mountain range. Not far outside the city gates, 2 battalions of soldiers were stationed, radiating a palpable aura of lethality. Even the weakest among them boasted a strength reaching the 9th tier of the nebula level, while the commanding general surpassed even that, attaining the 9th tier of the lord level. At the entrance to the city gates, 2 lines of soldiers were meticulously inspecting the identification of all individuals entering or exiting the city. Luo City, truly a formidable domain-level city, vastly outclassed Qiyang's domain in terms of strength. Fortuitously, I had Qihua prepare my identification, otherwise, I might have faced considerable difficulties. I hope my soul control can directly subdue the lord of Luo City, otherwise, I shall have no choice but to flee, Luo Ping'an lamented inwardly. Without further hesitation, he advanced toward the gates of Luo City. Chapter 44. The Strength of the Lord of Luo City. At the entrance of Luo City, a soldier examined Luo Ping'an's identification and, without uttering a word, allowed him to pass. Upon entering the city, Luo Ping'an did not make his way directly to the Lord's mansion to seek out the Lord of the Fiery City. Instead, he first visited the most renowned tavern within the city. It was still daylight, and the patrolling guards were numerous. Waiting until nightfall might prove more advantageous. The Qingyang Tower was the most famous tavern in the Fiery City and also a property of the Lord's mansion. Those who could afford to dine here were individuals of notable standing in the vicinity. Luo Ping'an retrieved a gold ingot, prepared for him by the Qiyang gang, and tossed it to the waiter, instructing him to arrange for the finest room and the best delicacies and wines. Upon seeing the gold ingot, the waiter's eyes gleamed with excitement. Another affluent patron had arrived, and he was determined to provide exceptional service. Consequently, the waiter escorted Luo Ping'an to the top-tier room in Qingyang Tower. Luo Ping'an surveyed the room's layout, which was quite satisfactory, adorned with luxurious decorations. He nodded in approval, prompting the waiter to withdraw. Before long, the waiter returned, presenting the signature dishes and finest wines of Qingyang Tower. Luo Ping'an acknowledged him with a nod, and the waiter discreetly exited, closing the door behind him. Seated at the table, Luo Ping'an began to indulge in the culinary delights before him. The flavors of this world were quite commendable. Each dish was delectable, albeit a touch spicy, and the wine had a substantial potency. Having satisfied his hunger and thirst, Luo Ping'an set up a mental barrier for protection within the room. Once prepared, he reclined to rest. As night fell, he released his mental energy, discovering that the patrols outside had diminished. With a thought, he exited Qingyang Tower and swiftly made his way toward the Lord's mansion. Before long, Luo Ping'an found himself near the Lord's estate. Without hesitation, he unfurled his invisible mental domain, which rapidly expanded, enveloping the mansion in a terrifying wave of psychic energy. 30 level 9 lords and 50 level 8 lords were present. However, he sensed no presence of a king-level expert. Was the Lord of the Fiery City not within the estate? Upon further inspection, he noted that one room maintained a mental barrier, preventing his psychic energy from penetrating. This was alarming. The Lord of the Fiery City was indeed a psychic master. Who dares to spy on the mansion of the Lord of the Fiery City? A chilling voice echoed. Imbued with formidable world power, resonating throughout the entire realm of the Fiery City. Just as Luo Ping'an retracted his mental energy, 10 terrifying gusts of wind surged forth, carrying immense world and psychic power, hurtling towards him at an astonishing speed. Cursed be the Lord of the Fiery City, a psychic master whose strength rivaled his own. I have been compromised. I must flee. With a decisive thought, Luo Ping'an vanished from his position. In the next moment, the very spot where he had just stood was obliterated by the overwhelming force, reduced to rubble, as a robust figure materialized above the debris. It is the fluctuation of spatial laws. The thief has surprisingly comprehended the laws of space, and in such a brief span of time. He has already evaded my spiritual perception. Moreover, his mental strength rivals my own. This matter is surely not trivial. I must inform the Immortal Temple and request their assistance in investigating this incident, the robust man murmured. He promptly retrieved a communication device and reported the matter to the Immortal Temple. Upon returning to the Lord's mansion, he commanded the city guards to investigate any suspicious individuals who may have recently entered the Fire Domain's main city. 1 million kilometers above the Fire City, Luo Ping'an's figure materialized out of thin air. Without a moment's hesitation, he moved swiftly upwards, soon reaching the 29th layer of the atmosphere. With a mere thought, he summoned an F-class spaceship from his storage ring, and in the next instant, his form appeared within the control room of the vessel. Ife, set course for Jiangnan City. He commanded. Understood, Master. The F-class spaceship morphed into the likeness of a meteorite and began accelerating. Within the control room, Luo Ping'an commenced an analysis of the reasons behind the failure of his recent expedition. The Lord of Fire City was indeed formidable, likely at the late stage of the Realm King level. Yet, I was indeed reckless. I should have conducted a thorough investigation beforehand. Thankfully, I possessed the divine movement technique, or else I would have surely faced dire consequences. The 5 years I dedicated to its cultivation have not been in vain. It is indeed an essential skill for escape and rapid travel, Luo Ping'an reflected. The spaceship continued its swift advance toward its destination, while Luo Ping'an sat cross-legged in meditation. After 3 hours, he arrived at the gates of Jiangnan City. Unlike Fire City, Jiangnan City resembled a newly established town, with its gates and walls appearing nearly pristine, bearing little evidence of the passage of time. Numerous young soldiers were stationed at the gates, each with strength no less than the first tier of the Nebula level. And the leader, though youthful, had already reached the 5th tier of the Lord level. If Fire City emanated an aura of ancient solemnity, Jiangnan City exuded a sense of youthful vigor. Although 2 squads of young soldiers guarded the city gates, they neither collected fees from those entering or exiting nor checked identities. They simply stood quietly at either side of the entrance. Jiangnan City is truly unique. The Lord must be an intriguing individual. I shall stroll through this city first and seek someone to learn more about its master, Luo Ping'an mused as he entered. Upon entering Jiangnan City, he noticed the streets were particularly spacious and flat, with buildings on either side exhibiting distinctive characteristics. The faces of the passers-by were filled with joy, devoid of any signs of distress. It seems the happiness quotient of the citizens here is remarkably high. My curiosity about how the Lord of Jiangnan City has achieved this continues to grow, Luo Ping'an murmured, guided by a kind-hearted passerby. He soon arrived at the largest tavern in Jiangnan City, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion. Just as he reached the entrance, a young and beautiful woman approached him. Young master, please come inside, she greeted with a melodious voice. Under her guidance, Luo Ping'an arrived at a luxurious private room on the 2nd floor. He found a chair to sit down and, from his pocket, retrieved a gold ingot, placing it on the table. Bring me your signature dishes and fine wines, he commanded. Of course, esteemed guest, please wait a moment, and I shall arrange it for you, the young woman replied, joyfully taking the gold ingot before retreating. Before long, a sumptuous array of delicacies and exquisite wines was presented. Young master, please enjoy, said the young woman, bowing gracefully before departing. Luo Ping'an gazed at the tantalizing feast before him, ready to indulge. At that moment, A gentle and ethereal voice floated in as someone knocked on the door. "Young master, may I enter?" "Come in," Luo Ping'an replied, his curiosity piqued. Everything has been served, yet someone else approaches. Chapter 45, Lu Rian. The door swung open to reveal a figure draped in crimson, exuding the fragrance of dragon's saliva. She cradled an instrument resembling a sandalwood pipa, her silver-threaded shawl adorned with embroidered lotus flowers cascading gracefully as she moved. The delicate cloud-like strands of her hair framed her porcelain skin, while a golden phoenix hairpin trembled with each step, the pearl tassels brushing against her elegant profile. Her captivating phoenix eyes were slightly raised, and her complexion was as smooth as congealed fat. Her figure, voluptuous like a peony adorned with morning dew, bore shoulders as delicate as new willows and a waist soft yet supportive of her lush curves. "I am Lu Rian, at your service, young master." She curtsied before Luo Ping'an, her melodious voice enchanting his ears. Luo Ping'an found himself momentarily entranced by Lu Rian's beauty. He marveled at how such exquisite individuals could exist in this world, their voices so delightful. This drunken immortal pavilion is indeed remarkable to have arranged such a performance. How much must that detestable little waiter from Qingyang Tower have pocketed? He mused internally. Indeed, beautiful individuals can cater to anyone's aesthetic appreciation. Luo Ping'an nodded slightly, prompting Lu Rian to begin her performance on the pipa. With graceful plucks of her fingers, the music resonated like celestial sounds breaking through the heavens. Each note enveloped in the clarity of morning dew, flowing like a sacred spring from a snow-capped peak, cleansing the clamor of the mundane world. Just as Luo Ping'an closed his eyes to lose himself in the melody, the door was suddenly kicked open, and the music abruptly ceased, causing him to snap his eyes open. A flamboyantly dressed young man, exuding a domain master-level power, swaggered in, flanked by 10 ninth-tier, lord-level guards. "Rian, I summoned you. Why have you not come? You truly disrespect me. And now, you dare to play for this insignificant 9th-tier ant?" The young man bellowed. "Young Master Lin, I apologize. I will join you in your private room as soon as I finish playing for this esteemed guest," Lu Rian hastily pleaded. "Humph, does this ant even deserve to hear your music? Go and teach that ant a lesson, then have him taken to Qijin Mountain as a mind slave." Young Master Lin commanded furiously. "Yes, young master." The strongest among the 10 lord-level 9th-tier guards stepped forward. Just as he was about to strike Luo Ping'an, Lu Rian suddenly stepped in front of him. "Esteemed young master, I apologize for the trouble I have caused you. You must flee. He is the son of Lord Lin Tianqing, and we cannot afford to provoke him," Lu Rian said anxiously to Luo Ping'an behind her. "Humph, young man. How enviable you are. Miss Rian is so protective of you. That only makes it more imperative for me to deal with you," young Master Lin seethed. "Young master, I implore you, I will accompany you now. Please spare this gentleman," Lu Rian pleaded. "TSK, TSK, TSK. So you realize your mistakes now and wish for me to let him go? That could be arranged, provided you agree to become my 300th concubine," young Master Lin replied, licking his lips. Upon hearing his words, Lu Rian's eyes began to redden. "Humph, unwilling to comply? Wang Bao, incapacitate him." "No, I agree. Please spare him," Lu Rian urged frantically. "Ha ha ha, splendid, splendid." Young Master Lin's laughter abruptly halted. Suddenly, he and the 10 guards he had brought clutched their heads in agony and collapsed to the ground. The unexpected turn of events startled Lu Rian, who quickly took shelter behind Luo Ping'an. Earlier, she had bravely stood in front of him, feeling responsible for the turmoil. But this strange occurrence brought her back to her senses. "Ha ha ha, Miss Rian, do not be afraid. They will soon become our allies," Luo Ping'an explained. No sooner had he spoken than the previously writhing young Master Lin and his entourage rose from the ground and knelt before Luo Ping'an. "We pay our respects to our master. Rise, and wait at the entrance of Zuaxian Pavilion. I will summon you when needed." "Yes, master." They quickly exited the private room and closed the door behind them. Witnessing this bizarre scene, Lu Rian was left astonished, her mouth agape. Luo Ping'an took her hand and seated her on a nearby chair. "You were so brave just now. What has frightened you?" "That is not, young master, I. No need for explanations. Join me for a drink. Your melodies are particularly enchanting, and I wish to hear your story." "Very well, young master." After a moment's hesitation, Lu Rian acquiesced. With a few cups of fine wine consumed, she gradually began to reveal her heart to Luo Ping'an. As it turned out, Lu Rian was a woman of misfortune. Her parents had been ordinary disciples of the Blood Shadow sect, and her life had been relatively pleasant. However, when she was 6 years old, her parents embarked on a mission and never returned. Her uncle, while ostensibly adopting her, secretly coveted the substantial inheritance left behind by her parents. After acquiring her inheritance, her uncle sold her to a brothel. Not long after her arrival, her beauty caught the attention of the proprietor of the Zuaxian Pavilion. Shortly thereafter, Her musical talent was discovered. Anyone who heard her sing was deeply moved by her voice. Consequently, the Zhuaxian Pavilion began to cultivate her into a singer. For the next decade, Lu Ruyin diligently practiced her musical skills, fully aware that this was her opportunity to alter her destiny, and she never allowed herself to become complacent. Through her extraordinary talent and relentless effort, she ultimately became the most renowned female singer of the Zhuaxian Pavilion. Your voice is truly exceptional. It has the power to purify the soul, indicating that you have reached the threshold of comprehending the laws of the soul, Luo Ping'an remarked. What are the laws of the soul? Lu Ruyin inquired with curiosity. The laws of the soul are one of the fundamental laws of the realm. Alongside the laws of time, space, life, death, and fate, collectively known as the six supreme laws of the realm. Their recent peculiar transformations were manifestations of the laws of the soul, Luo Ping'an explained. I see. Young master, you are remarkable. I was truly in despair. That Lin Gongzi is a beast, not human at all. I have heard that everyone he abducts to become a concubine ends up being toyed with to death. That is why I have been avoiding him, and I never expected to nearly implicate you today, Lu Ruyin confessed, feeling embarrassed. No matter, you performed admirably just now. There is no need for concern. As for that Lin Gongzi, he will no longer be able to commit evil from today onward. Grateful for his intervention, she expressed. I wish to sing another song for you, young master. Then I shall trouble you, Miss Ruyin. Her melodious and graceful voice resonated within the private room, while Luo Ping'an swiftly enveloped the entire space with his spiritual energy, shielding it from external probing, and surrendered himself to the enchanting melody. Chapter 46, Taming the Lord of Jiangnan City. It was not until the following afternoon that Luo Ping'an, feeling refreshed, emerged from the Zhuaxian Pavilion with Lu Ruyin. The previous night, both had indulged in drink, and Luo Ping'an had spent the night listening to Lu Ruyin's songs, which purified his mind and spirit. The proprietor of the Zhuaxian Pavilion, a formidable master at the 9th tier of the Lord level, named Yun Shi, had been the one to nurture and protect Lu Ruyin over the years, allowing her to thrive as a singer. However, faced with Lin Gongzi this time, she chose not to extend her usual protection to Lu Ruyin, recognizing that Lin Gongzi was not someone she could provoke, and opted to observe from the sidelines. Her initial intention in purchasing Lu Ruyin from the brothel had been to reap rewards from her, viewing her years of nurturing and protection as an investment. Therefore, when Lin Gongzi appeared, she felt a sense of anticipation that her long-term investment might finally yield returns. Yet, upon learning the next afternoon that Luo Ping'an intended to take Lu Ruyin away, she nearly lost her composure. All her years of effort seemed destined to go to waste. In a desperate bid, she rushed to confront Luo Ping'an, intending to greet him warmly. Luo Ping'an promptly halted her impolite behavior. Luo Ping'an directly employed his mastery of soul control to subdue Yun Shi, compelling her to kneel and confess her wrongs. With a mere gesture, he signaled his forgiveness, for he was not one to bear a grudge when logic prevailed. Subsequently, Luo Ping'an escorted Lu Ruyin out of the drunken immortal pavilion, and the two strolled through the vibrant streets of Jiangnan City. He had recently acquired information regarding the Lord of Jiangnan City from a newly acquired servant. Hence he felt no urgency and chose instead to relish the outing with Lu Ruyin. The afternoon in Jiangnan City buzzed with activity. Market stalls lined the streets, offering a plethora of goods, many of which Luo Ping'an had never encountered before, piquing his curiosity. For Lu Ruyin, this marked her first excursion in many years, and she found everything refreshingly novel. As they meandered through the market, indulging in the local delicacies and visiting renowned landmarks of Jiangnan City, they also purchased an array of clothing. This day was a pinnacle of joy for Lu Ruyin. She felt liberated, no longer confined to the small confines of the drunken immortal pavilion, nor burdened by the anxiety of her past. She had found solace in the presence of someone who offered her security. Alas, sweet moments passed swiftly. Night soon fell, and Luo Ping'an returned Lu Ruyin to the drunken immortal pavilion, instructing 12 servants to ensure her safety before vanishing from sight. He then hastened towards the Lord of Jiangnan City's residence, encountering no interruptions along the way, and swiftly arrived in the vicinity of the manor. From Yunshi, Luo Ping'an had learned that the Lord of Jiangnan was a recently appointed realm lord, possessing commendable cultivation talent. Though he had only integrated a single piece of divine blood crystal due to insufficient accumulation, and was not a mental energy master, his soul lacking in strength. Coming from humble beginnings, he had often witnessed the injustices faced by the lower echelons of society in his youth, which fueled his ambition to create a more equitable city. Diligently, he pursued cultivation, ultimately rising to the rank of realm king and founding Jiangnan City not long ago, attracting many like-minded individuals. Under his thoughtful governance, the city flourished, and its citizens enjoyed a strong sense of well-being and security. After hearing of the Lord of Qingyan's endeavors, Luo Ping'an harbored a quiet admiration for his character. Initially contemplating an alternative target, he soon realized that such a managerial talent would be invaluable for his own aspirations in establishing the Blood Alliance. With this in mind, he resolved to recruit him into the Blood Alliance, utilizing his skills to manage its affairs, and when the opportunity arose, he would extricate him from the confines of the divine blood world, allowing him to explore the multiverse freely, liberated from his indigenous identity. Luo Ping'an, resolute in his decision, gradually extended his mental faculties, and within moments, the layout of the Lord of Qingyan's manor became vividly clear in his mind. There was a realm king of the 2nd tier, 29th tier Lord-level experts, and 15th tier Lord-level experts, a formidable assembly, yet within the bounds of his expectations. The realm king present in the cultivation chamber was likely the Lord of Qingyan himself. The Lord of Qingyan is undoubtedly a genius, having ascended to the 2nd tier of the realm king level in such a short time. Although the defensive forces of the Qingyan Lord's Manor are not as formidable as those of the Fire Lord's Manor, it is quite remarkable given that the Qingyan world has only recently been established. Luo Ping'an, with a mere thought, materialized within the training chamber. The Lord of Qingyan, sensing something amiss, heard a voice echoing through his soul like the decree of heaven itself. Soul control. Gripped by agony, the Lord of Qingyan clutched his head, struggling to harness the power of the world to slay the young man who had suddenly appeared and attacked him. However, he soon realized that he was utterly powerless. That terrifying force of soul energy had completely invaded his soul sea, causing him to collapse to the ground in torment. Luo Ping'an had preemptively shielded the training chamber from external perception with his mental energy. After a brief moment, the Lord of Qingyan regained consciousness from his suffering. Upon recognizing Luo Ping'an, he immediately knelt in profound respect. Qingyan pays homage to my master. Rise, Luo Ping'an commanded. Yes, master. The Lord of Qingyan stood before him. Noticing the red S-level loyalty emanating from the Lord of Qingyan, Luo Ping'an felt relieved. After all, it was his first time employing soul control on a Realm King level expert. Witnessing the Lord of Qingyan's resistance and struggle had instilled a flicker of fear regarding potential failure. The Lord of Qingyan was precisely the managerial talent he sought, and fortunately, his own soul power had significantly strengthened before this endeavor. Otherwise, he would have had to abandon the formation of the Blood Alliance. I can now only control those at the 1st or 2nd tier of the Realm King level with this soul control, Luo Ping'an mused internally. Beyond that, unforeseen complications may arise. Thus, he shifted his focus, resolving to target only those Realm Kings of the 1st or 2nd tier, thereby increasing his chances of success and minimizing exposure to risk. By the way, Qingyan, do you have any contact with the Immortal Temple? Luo Ping'an suddenly recalled certain matters and inquired. Indeed, master. Periodically, I report to the Immortal Temple regarding any anomalies within the jurisdiction of the Qingyan domain. How do you communicate with the Immortal Temple? Master. This wristband serves as a communicator. I use it to maintain contact with the Immortal Temple, Qingyan replied, pointing to the wristband adorning his arm. When asked if he should remove it, Luo Ping'an shook his head, knowing it was likely equipped with a tracking device, which would expose his identity if he took it. He then began to ponder whether he had inadvertently revealed his identity during his last visit to the Fire City, recognizing the necessity for caution regarding security matters. Chapter 47. Completion of the Blood Alliance Plan. After contemplating for a while without arriving at any conclusions, Luo Ping'an decided to inquire further. Qingyan, has the Immortal Temple contacted you recently? Reporting to you, Master, not long ago, an envoy from the Immortal Temple conveyed a message to me, instructing me to be vigilant for anyone resembling your current attire appearing in Jiangnan City and to report any findings immediately. It appears that my identity has been exposed. It seems I cannot linger here any longer. Allow me to entrust you with a matter. Master, please proceed. From this day forth, the Blood Alliance shall be formally established. I shall assume the role of leader, while you will be my deputy. I also intend to establish branches of the Blood Alliance in other realms, and you shall secretly recruit and manage the personnel for the branch in Jiangnan City. It is essential to select individuals in whom you have complete trust, preferably those of exceptional talent. After swearing their allegiance, assign them daily tasks to hunt savage beasts, rewarding those who successfully complete their missions. Understood, Master. Luo Ping'an presented a star ring to Qingyan, containing various cultivation resources he had previously exchanged from the system's marketplace. Once he had conveyed his orders, Luo Ping'an departed from the Lord's Manor in Jiangnan City and returned to the drunken Immortal Pavilion. Subsequently, accompanied by Lu Ruyan and 12 servants, he exited the city of Qingyan. The group soared directly toward the nearest savage beast mountain range. After a period of flight, they arrived at the edge of the mountain range, on a deserted small hill. Produce all the divine blood crystals you possess. Luo Ping'an commanded the 12 servants. Understood, master. The servants complied, revealing their divine blood crystals. Among them, young Master Lin possessed the most, with 20 crystals provided by his father, the Lord of Jiangnan City. The other 11 servants collectively presented 20 crystals. Luo Ping'an nodded in satisfaction and instructed, from this moment onward, you shall venture deep into the savage beast mountain range to hunt. Aim to hunt 5 spirit domain level beasts or 30 cloud spirit level beasts daily. Return for supplies once your provisions run low. Yes, master. The 12 servants responded in unison and took flight toward the mountain range. Watching them depart, Luo Ping'an focused his thoughts and, holding Lu Ruyan, vanished from the spot. In an instant, they materialized at an altitude of 1 million kilometers, leaving Lu Ruyan awestruck by the rapidly changing scenery before her. Ruyan, this is the technique known as the divine movement art, Luo Ping'an explained. Husband, you are incredibly impressive. Is this the cloud layer? It is so beautiful, Lu Ruyan exclaimed. The night and day of the divine blood continent are governed by the circulation of clouds above the land, and the clouds of the continent are particularly unique, offering a magnificent view up close. Indeed, we are currently flying above the divine blood continent, and ascending further will take us into the atmosphere, Luo Ping'an said as he held Lu Ruyan and continued to ascend. Before long, they reached the 29th layer of the atmosphere. With a thought, Luo Ping'an summoned an F-class spaceship from his storage ring, and in the next moment, they found themselves in the control room of the F-class ship. Lu Ruyan gazed at the oddly shaped spaceship with curiosity. Ruyan, this is an F-class spacecraft. I will take this opportunity to enlighten you, my lady, and impart the universal language and some common knowledge of this realm to you. In the astonished gaze of Lu Ruyan, a virtual figure materialized within the spacecraft, emanating waves of mental energy. Ruyan, this is the intelligent life form Lu Yifei, here to pay respects to you, my mistress, Lu Ruyan. Yifei. I greet you, my mistress. Greetings, Yifei. Lu Ruyan curiously examined this unfamiliar intelligent being. The technological advancement in the divine blood continent was relatively primitive, and she had yet to encounter any sophisticated technological devices. However, every adult in the divine blood continent possessed at least stellar-level strength, and Lu Ruyan had already reached the 3rd tier of stellar strength. Assimilating this knowledge was not a daunting task. Within half a day, she had comprehended and mastered all the information presented. Yifei, set course for Jiangnan City. Understood, mistress. The F-class spacecraft once again disguised itself as a meteorite and commenced its accelerated flight. 20 days later, Luo Ping'an had successfully established the preliminary framework of the Blood Alliance. Aided by 10 sovereign-level servants, he acquired 500 divine blood crystals. During this time, he imparted several secret texts to Lu Ruyan, including the secrets of the Fallen Star Warriors, secrets of the Fallen Star Mental Energy, Soul Control, Soul Shield, Fallen Star Soul Forging Technique, Soul Impact, and Soul Tides. He also procured various cultivation resources from the system's marketplace, allowing her to cultivate within the spacecraft, which remained suspended in the atmosphere of the divine blood continent at the 29th layer. Each time Luo Ping'an reached a target location, the spacecraft would hover there until he completed his task, at which point it would return to the spacecraft and then proceed to the next destination. The divine blood continent was vast. Without the spacecraft, traversing the expanse would consume an exorbitant amount of time. Despite Luo Ping'an's limited rest during these 20 days, his gains were substantial. Observing the steadily increasing attribute points, a smile unconsciously spread across his face. The peaceful martial arts school on Earth had amassed some attribute points for him over the years, but the accumulation was dwindling. With the rise of humanity on Earth, the number of monsters had decreased, consequently diminishing the influx of attribute points. Once he returned and fused the divine blood crystals, he planned to make a trip back to Earth to bring everyone to Silver Dragon Star, allowing them to connect with the realms. The completion of the Blood Alliance plan could effectively resolve the issue of attribute point income, and the variety and abundance of savage beasts on the divine blood continent were ideal for the expansion of the Blood Alliance. Returning to the control room of the spacecraft, Luo Ping'an observed Lu Ruyan engrossed in her cultivation and chose not to disturb her, instead taking a seat on a sofa. He began to formulate his next steps in his mind. With the Blood Alliance plan reaching a conclusion, the task of acquiring divine blood crystals remained unfinished. Solely relying on obtaining blood crystals from those sovereigns and powerful lords seemed a waste of time. The most abundant source of divine blood crystals was the indestructible Divine Hall, located within the ruins of the gods. Perhaps a venture to the ruins of the gods could yield greater opportunities, as dealing with small-time sellers is rather uninteresting. Luo Ping'an mused inwardly. With a determined goal in mind, he instructed Lu Yifei to set the spacecraft's course for the ancient god ruins. A few days later, The F-class spacecraft appeared at the periphery of the divine ruins, hovering at the 29th layer of the atmosphere. At this moment, Luo Ping'an was clad in a silver battle suit, meticulously prepared for him by 10 sovereign-level servants, which was the typical attire of the local peak cloud spirit natives. He soared from the spacecraft's cabin and plummeted earthward like a shooting star. As he descended to the 20th layer of the atmosphere, he observed that the surrounding air had turned a deep crimson. This must be the aura of slaughter emanating from the divine ruins, indeed potent enough to spread such a distance. Far more terrifying than nuclear radiation, Luo Ping'an mused. He then accelerated further downwards, soon breaking through the clouds. Gazing downward, he was met with a bizarre sight that left him utterly astonished. The surrounding mountains had been utterly flattened, the ground fissured, remnants of ancient walls scattered about, rivers dried up, and the soil exuding a thick, sanguine miasma. In the distance, the desolate plains were riddled with numerous enormous craters, each exceeding several thousand kilometers in diameter. Truly, the divine ruins lived up to its name. This battlefield of the divine was indeed terrifying. The goddess blood continent, with its seemingly indestructible surface, had been nearly shattered, and even after so many years, the air still thick with the essence of slaughter lingered. The divine ruins is an expansive wasteland with a diameter exceeding 50,000 light-years, vast enough to encompass multiple Earths. Only a supercontinent like the goddess blood continent could withstand such a cataclysm. Amidst the dense aura of slaughter, Luo Ping'an felt relatively unaffected, for he had integrated 20 goddess blood crystals, rendering this level of malevolence comparable to the impact of merging a few of those crystals upon his soul. As for his physical body, he sensed that it could subtly absorb the surrounding aura of slaughter, transforming it into pure primordial energy and slightly enhancing his corporeal strength. While this place might be a den of blood demons for others, corrupting the souls of all who approached, Luo Ping'an perceived it as a veritable sanctum for cultivation. With a determined thought, he gravitated toward the area where the sanguine energy was most concentrated. Half an hour later, he arrived at the edge of a colossal pit. Staring into the unfathomable depths of the chasm, which exuded an almost liquefied aura of slaughter, Luo Ping'an felt an overwhelming urge to leap into its abyss. The intensity of the aura here was so profound that it could slightly affect him. He surmised there must be numerous goddess blood crystals within. Without further hesitation, he expanded his mental domain and leaped into the pit, descending like a meteor. Approximately 15 minutes later, Luo Ping'an sensed a powerful presence rising from the depths. A being at the pinnacle of lordship was swiftly approaching him. With a mere thought, he halted his descent. Moments later, a towering figure, exceeding 5 meters in height, clad in blood-red armor and emanating a bloody glow, with flames licking at his horns, appeared before Luo Ping'an, wielding a massive axe. In the next moment, a crimson domain swiftly unfurled around the colossal figure, who wielded a massive axe with fervor. A terrifying wave of bloody energy surged towards Luo Ping'an. Have I encountered a madman? Luo Ping'an mused, somewhat bemused, channeling the divine movement technique. He deftly evaded the dreadful crimson blade of energy. Subsequently, he clenched his right fist and thrust it forward with great force, unleashing a formidable golden punch that cleaved through the void, aiming directly at the giant. As the giant prepared to harness the power of his domain, he was struck with disbelief. His 9-layered crimson domain had been shattered by the overwhelming golden punch. A mouthful of blood erupted from him, and both his axe and the sanguine armor he donned were reduced to mere fragments. How is this possible? He is merely at the pinnacle of the cloud spirit level. How could he breach my crimson domain with a single punch? The giant thought, aghast. Before he could react, the terrifying punch engulfed him in a blinding flash, causing his form to disintegrate inch by inch. Just as the punch was about to shatter the core of his life essence, an immense force from the world abruptly manifested, whisking his life nucleus away at an astounding speed. A master at the peak of the realm king level. Luo Ping'an's brow furrowed slightly. A commanding and sinister voice, imbued with overwhelming world power, echoed in Luo Ping'an's ears. Ha ha ha, my dear young brother, such keen perception. No wonder you could obliterate the glutton with a single blow. As the words faded, the air trembled, and an extraordinarily towering figure materialized, surpassing 10 meters in height. Clad in a blood-red battle robe, he radiated an intense aura of slaughter, his eyes resembling blazing red stars, shining with a resplendent and fervent light that distorted the surrounding void. Impressive, Luo Ping'an silently marveled. He withdrew all his mental energy to resist the surrounding, terrifying aura of carnage. I have encountered Lord Blood Demon, he said, bowing slightly in deference to the formidable presence. As he approached the divine ruins, Luo Ping'an had already gleaned from 10 realm king-level servants that the periphery of the divine ruins was guarded by the blood demon guards, with the leader being none other than the blood demon himself. Currently, The Blood Demon was at the pinnacle of the Realm King level. Yet his true power had long surpassed that of an ordinary Undying level expert, nearing the level of a sealed general. Before entering the Divine Ruins, Luo Ping'an devised a plan. Seeking the assistance of Lord Lin Tian to write a letter of recommendation, he aspired to join the Blood Demon Guards. For only by doing so could he approach the Undying Temple. You possess remarkable potential. I sense an extraordinary aura within you. Would you be willing to join my Blood Demon Guards? I am willing, Luo Ping'an replied earnestly. It appeared that the previously prepared letter of recommendation would no longer be necessary. Ha ha ha, splendid. Your talent is commendable, and your strength is noteworthy. You are qualified to serve as the captain of a Blood Demon Guard squad. From this day forth, you shall be the captain of the 9th squad, codenamed Huyan. The Blood Demon proclaimed with a hearty laugh. Yes, my lord. Luo Ping'an responded with delight. With a mere sweep of his sleeve, the Blood Demon restored the once diminished Taotai to its former glory, now vibrant and whole. Thank you, Lord Blood Demon. Taotai exclaimed as it knelt before the Blood Demon in the void. Rise and introduce Huyan, commanded the Blood Demon. Yes, my lord. Instantly, an overwhelming force surged forth from the Blood Demon, causing him to vanish into thin air. We bid you farewell, my lord. Both Luo Ping'an and Taotai bowed in unison. No sooner had they spoken than 88 figures emerged from all directions, converging before Luo Ping'an and Taotai in mere moments. Each shadow bore a crimson battle armor, exuding an aura of formidable might. The strongest among them had already reached the 3rd stage of the Realm King level, while the weakest were at the 8th stage of the Lord level. Captain Huyan, the assembly greeted Luo Ping'an warmly. After all, he was favored by the Blood Demon and had just dispatched Taotai with a single blow. Such prowess was rare. Fewer than 5 individuals in the Blood Demon Guard possessed such strength, making him worthy of their respect. Introduced by Taotai, Luo Ping'an acquainted himself with each member, including 3 captains of the Realm King level and his own 9 team members. The Blood Demon Guard comprised 90 individuals, and the previous captain, Qiongqi, had tragically perished during a special mission, leaving the position of the 9th captain unfilled until Luo Ping'an's unexpected elevation to that role, where he was bestowed the codename Huyan, an evident testament to the Blood Demon's high regard for him. Congratulations, Captain. The 9 team members expressed their heartfelt wishes, recognizing that they would soon be under his command and eager to make a favorable impression on their leader. Thank you. After engaging in light conversation, the group dispersed. Under Tao Ye's guidance, Luo Ping'an approached a colossal crimson palace. Chapter 49, The Blood Demon Palace. This blood-red palace radiated an intense aura of slaughter. Any ordinary warrior who ventured too close would likely succumb to madness, transforming into a mere creature of violence. Towering 10 stories high and stretching nearly 100 kilometers wide, it resembled a sinister demon lying in wait at the bottom of a pit. Brother Huyan, this is the headquarters of our Blood Demon Guard, the Blood Demon Palace. Taotai explained to Luo Ping'an. Indeed, the Blood Demon Palace is truly magnificent. Luo Ping'an marveled. Ha! The Blood Demon Palace is an ancient edifice with countless years of legacy. Let us enter. Guided by Taotai, Luo Ping'an stepped into the vast Blood Demon Palace. Not far into their journey, a guard unit numbering nearly 1,000 materialized before them. Yet, no discernible aura emanated from these guards. Their faces were grotesque, with blood-red eyes filled with a murderous glint, each wielding a massive axe, resembling beasts poised to unleash their fury. Brother Huyan, these are the blood slaves nurtured by our Blood Demon Guard. In life, they were all warriors of the spirit domain level, but as blood slaves, they are left with only a fragment of their combat instincts. As soon as the words left his mouth, Taotai produced a blood-red token from his pocket. This was the Blood Demon Order, crafted personally by Lord Blood Demon. By wielding the Blood Demon Order and infusing it with his own murderous aura, one could command these blood slaves, Taotai elucidated. Subsequently, a brilliant crimson light erupted from the token in Tao Ye's hand. Stand aside, he commanded. Before the last syllable escaped his lips, the group of blood slaves obediently retreated to the sides, revealing a vast blood-colored passageway. Brother Huyan, this is the passage leading to the higher echelons of the Blood Demon Palace. Each floor is guarded by 1,000 blood slaves. We shall proceed, he continued. After traversing the crimson passage of the first floor, the two quickly ascended to the second floor of the Blood Demon Palace. Upon entering the second floor, Luo Ping'an was immediately struck by an intensely acrid scent of blood. They ventured a short distance further and beheld countless enormous blood pools, bubbling and emanating a pervasive aura of sanguine energy. Within these pools, innumerable blood slaves reveled in their immersion, frantically absorbing the essence of the blood. Brother Huyan, these are the blood pools that nurture the blood slaves. From the 2nd to the 8th floors, these pools serve as their dwelling places. Our quarters are on the 9th floor, while the 10th floor houses Lord Blood Demon's chambers, Tao Tai explained. Luo Ping'an nodded slightly, recognizing the formidable power of the Blood Demon Palace to sustain such a multitude of Lord-level blood slaves. Without lingering, they swiftly ascended to the 9th floor. Upon entering, it felt as though they had stepped into an entirely different realm. The foul stench was replaced by a subtle, refreshing fragrance. A grand corridor unfurled before them, flanked by blood-colored flowers, from which the delicate aroma emanated. Inhaling this fragrance, Luo Ping'an felt an overwhelming sense of comfort, the discomfort from the blood pools now entirely purged. Observing Luo Ping'an's curiosity towards the blood-colored flowers, Tao Tai remarked, "These are blood god flowers, unique treasures of our divine ruins, capable of emitting a soothing scent that greatly benefits our cultivation." "Truly remarkable," Luo Ping'an exclaimed. "Ha ha, I share your sentiments. It was my first time on the 9th floor as well. This 9th floor is the abode of my blood demon guards, comprising a total of 150 rooms, numbered from 1 to 150. Rooms 1 to 15 belong to the squad leaders of the blood demon guards. My room is number 5, and yours will be number 9. Thank you, Brother Tao Tai. No need for gratitude. We are brothers now. Brother Kunping, feel free to seek me out for any needs you may have." "Understood, Brother Tao Tai." After bidding farewell, Tao Tai returned to his chamber, while Luo Ping'an swiftly located his room, number 9. As he approached the door, it opened automatically. A red laser illuminated Luo Ping'an. "Identity verification successful." A chilling mechanical voice echoed throughout the room as Luo Ping'an stepped inside, causing the door to seal shut behind him. Before him stood a rather comical blue robot, which held a tray adorned with a blood-red battle armor and a wrist communicator. "Having met Lord Kunping, I am your domestic steward, the robot Doryman." The whimsical robot bowed deeply to Luo Ping'an. Curiously, Luo Ping'an scrutinized the blue creature before him. He shook his head, nearly convinced he had traversed into another realm, as a surge of long-buried memories assailed his mind. "Arise, Doryman. What are the items upon the tray?" "Yes, Lord Kunping. This is the Blood Origin Battle Armor and the Communication Wristband. Allow me to provide a brief overview of these items." "Certainly, Lord Kunping." The Blood Origin Battle Armor, upon bonding with its master through a drop of blood, enhances defensive capabilities based on the concentration of one's murderous intent. The greater the intent, the higher the defense. Moreover, it can morph into various styles at will and can swiftly repair itself even when damaged. In the Divine Blood Continent, only the Blood Demon Guards possess such an exceptionally rare defensive treasure. The communication wristband functions as a standard communicator, allowing the wearer to connect with other Blood Demon Guards and with Lord Blood Demon himself. Additionally, Lord Blood Demon can ascertain the wearer's location through this device. "I comprehend. I am quite intrigued. Who is your creator?" "Lord Kunping. I was conceived by the illustrious inventor Lord Brooks of the Immortal Temple, who drew inspiration from the technological advancements of extraterrestrial civilizations. Indeed, this Brooks is a genius." "Absolutely, Lord Kunping." Luo Ping'an seized the Blood Origin Battle Armor and the communication wristband from the tray and made his way towards the training chamber in room 9. "Doryman, you may withdraw for now. I shall summon you if necessary." "Understood, Lord Kunping." As Luo Ping'an approached the doorway of the training chamber, it opened automatically. Remarkable. The Blood Demon Palace is equipped with the most advanced technology across the Divine Blood Continent, nearly rivaling that of Earth. Alas, such innovations are reserved for the elite and have not been disseminated throughout the entire Divine Blood Continent. Luo Ping'an mused inwardly. Finding a mat within the training chamber, he seated himself, donned the communication wristband, and commenced the blood bonding process with the Blood Origin Battle Armor. Before long, the armor successfully recognized him as its master. He donned the Blood Origin Battle Armor and began channeling the divine blood power within him. Instantly, the armor radiated an intense aura of murderous intent, illuminating the chamber with a blinding crimson glow. Luo Ping'an clenched his right fist and struck the Blood Origin Battle Armor. The terrifying force of his punch was consumed in an instant by a mysterious divine blood power upon contact with the armor. "The Blood Origin armor that adorns my form serves a purpose far superior to that which it fulfills on the body of the gluttonous beast. Astonishingly, it has devoured the first strike of the boundary-breaking fist, a treasure truly tailored for me." Within, Luo Ping'an felt an immense surprise. It appears that joining the Blood Demon Guard has proven to be an exceedingly astute decision. I have indeed come to the right place in the Blood Demon Palace. Furthermore, the dense aura of slaughter here greatly aids Luo Ping'an's cultivation. Next, he must seek an opportunity to acquire the Divine Blood Crystal, as all is progressing favorably. No longer hesitating, Luo Ping'an devotedly activated his cultivation technique, absorbing the rich aura of slaughter surrounding him. Chapter 50. The choice. Luo Ping'an sat cross-legged within the training chamber, having cultivated for half a month, only to discover that he had reached a bottleneck. The aura of slaughter here no longer provided him any enhancement. During this fortnight, no one had come to disturb him, for every newcomer to the depths of the pit, after a period of cultivation, could swiftly elevate their prowess with the aid of this potent aura. Thus, the blood demon guard adhered to an unwritten rule. Each new member is granted a period of training during which they are not to be interrupted. As Luo Ping'an exited the training chamber, the communication wristband upon his arm illuminated. Pressing the answer button, he was greeted by the hearty laughter of the gluttonous beast. Ha ha. Brother Kuanping, I trust one have not interrupted your cultivation? Brother gluttonous beast, I have just emerged from seclusion. Is there something of great importance? Lord Blood Demon requests all captains to gather at the meeting hall on the 10th floor. We shall await you at the passageway on the 9th floor. Understood. Brother gluttonous beast, I shall be there shortly. Luo Ping'an soon arrived at the passageway on the 9th floor, where 8 captains awaited him. My apologies for keeping you all waiting. Luo Ping'an expressed with a hint of embarrassment. Brother Kuanping, we have only just arrived. No need for such formality. The captain of Team 1, Qinglong, replied. He was a towering figure, standing 8 meters tall, his muscular form wielding a pair of blood-red giant hammers. Clad in crimson armor that exuded an intimidating aura of slaughter, his eyes glowing red. Indeed, Brother Kuanping, we are all good brothers here. There is no need for such politeness, echoed the captain of Team 2, Baihu. Baihu, slightly younger than Qinglong, presented a stature and presence that were somewhat lesser, brandishing a golden broadsword, though he bore no significant differences otherwise. Now that everyone has gathered, let us proceed and not keep our lord waiting, proposed Zhuke. Captain of Team 3. Zhuqi's attire was similar to that of Qinglong and Baihu, yet he was notably shorter and younger, wielding a silver spear, his eyes glimmering with a hint of wisdom. Luo Ping'an sensed an aura emanating from him that was even more perilous than that of Qinglong and Baihu. Indeed, the group responded in unison, and they all entered the teleportation passage on the 9th floor together. Not long after, the assembly found itself within a grand conference hall. At the highest and most central position sat the formidable blood demon, his presence exuding an aura of terror, while to his left lingered a venerable elder with white hair, whose essence felt as deep as an abyss. The gathered individuals stood in orderly formation below, awaiting the blood demon's pronouncement. Suddenly, the white-haired elder rose from his seat, unleashing a terrifying pressure that erupted from his being, causing the surrounding space to rumble and tremble. The assembly felt as though this immense force, akin to a colossal celestial body, bore down upon them. In an instant, many found themselves knelt to the ground, caught off guard by the overwhelming might. An indomitable level powerhouse. A surge of dread coursed through Luo Ping's heart, judging from the elder's oppressive force. It was evident that his strength had ascended to the level of an immortal general. At that moment, among the squad leaders, only Qinglong, Baihu, Zhuke, and Luo Ping could still stand, while the others were forced to the ground, rendered immobile by the pressure. Seeing his objective achieved, the elder retracted the overwhelming force, causing those who had knelt to collapse heavily onto the ground, gasping for air, their bodies drenched in sweat. Ha ha ha, blood demon, your discernment remains as keen as ever. This newly appointed captain of the 9th squad is indeed remarkable, managing to withstand part of my pressure with his peak cloud spirit level strength. The elder laughed heartily. Ha ha, Elder Tianqing, my judgment has always been astute. I could tell at a glance that this Kuanping is extraordinary. The blood demon responded with pride. This is Elder Tianqing of the Immortal Temple. What are you all waiting for? The blood demon continued to explain to the assembly. Greetings, Lord Blood Demon. Greetings, Elder Tianqing. The crowd responded in unison, bowing respectfully. Ha ha, it has been a long time since I left the temple. Today's gathering fills me with optimism for the future of our blood spirit continent. Allow me to bestow some rewards upon you, he declared. As his words fell, 9 storage rings flew from Elder Tianqing's hand, landing accurately in the hands of the assembly. Thank you, Elder Tianqing, for your generous gifts, they expressed with deep bows of gratitude. Next, focus on your cultivation. In a month, I will return to select some of you to participate in the divine seed selection of the temple. Do not let me down, he concluded. As soon as his words echoed, Elder Tianqing vanished into thin air. Farewell, Elder Tianqing. The assembly bowed once more toward the void. Rise, commanded the blood demon. Yes, Lord Blood Demon, they responded, reforming their ranks. In a month, the divine seed selection, held once every 100,000 years on the blood spirit continent, would commence. All talents under the age of 10,000 would participate in this event. Except for Qinglong and Baihu, who had surpassed that age, the others were eligible to take part. Henceforth, they were to diligently cultivate, aspiring to stand out in the divine seed selection and let the world know of the Blood Demon Hall's renown. As the words of the Blood Demon echoed, 9 storage rings flew from his hands, landing precisely in the hands of the assembled. "Yes, thank you, my lord," they exclaimed joyfully in unison. "Now depart. Focus on your cultivation, especially you, Huyan Bo. In a month's time, I hope to see your strength elevated to the spirit domain level." The blood demon gestured dismissively. "Yes, my lord." They bowed deeply once more before exiting the 10th floor conference hall and returning to their respective chambers. Upon entering room number 9, Luo Ping'an made his way to the cultivation chamber. Once the door closed behind him, he retrieved the 2 newly acquired storage rings. A sweep of his mental energy across the rings startled him. Both contained divine blood crystals, totaling an astonishing 600. The Elder of the Starry Sky had indeed been generous, bestowing 500 crystals, while the blood demon had contributed 100 crystals and a blood demon token. This divine blood continent truly seemed to be a land of fortune. Having entered not long ago, he had already amassed numerous treasures, including the enchanting Yuyan. Now, with over 1,000 divine blood crystals in his possession, he contemplated whether to secure his gains by seeking out the blood demon for the 2 metals or to take a gamble and participate in the so-called divine seed selection. His heart was torn. This expedition to the divine blood continent had yielded bountiful rewards, yet the divine seed selection was a rare event held once every 100,000 years, promising substantial rewards. Notable figures like the Azure Dragon and White Tiger, seasoned sovereign-level powerhouses, were barred from participation. If he entered, he could reap considerable benefits. He resolved to first elevate his strength to the Lord level, then delve into the second layer of the divine movement technique. Should danger arise, he could still retreat. With his decision made, Luo Ping'an no longer hesitated. He exited the cultivation chamber. The oppressive atmosphere of slaughter had ceased to enhance his progress. Moreover, within the Blood Demon Palace, every action was under the Blood Demon's watchful gaze. To advance in rank, he would need to enter a perilous area within the divine ruins, the vortex of slaughter. Chapter 51, Breaking Through to Lord Level. Luo Ping'an retrieved the Blood Demon token and swiftly exited the Blood Demon Palace. Before leaving room 9, he had instructed Doryman to convey his intention to enter the vortex of slaughter for his breakthrough to the Blood Demon, a decision that received the demon's approval. Although the vortex of slaughter was fraught with danger, its atmosphere was imbued with a far more potent essence of slaughter than the outside world. At the very core of the vortex, the concentration of this essence surpassed that of the Blood Demon Palace by tenfold. It was critical to note that the concentration of slaughter energy within the Blood Demon Palace was already several times greater than that of other areas surrounding the divine ruins. A martial artist who had not fused 3 divine blood crystals would succumb to madness upon reaching this place, ultimately becoming a blood slave. As Luo Ping'an exited the Blood Demon Palace, he expanded his mental energy and swiftly located the teleportation passage leading to the Vortex of Slaughter. The Vortex of Slaughter has existed for countless years, and the Blood Demon Hall was established here precisely because this vortex can provide an unending stream of murderous energy to rapidly enhance a warrior's cultivation speed. Upon entering the teleportation passage, Luo Ping'an felt his body plummeting swiftly. After a period of transmission, Luo Ping'an found himself hovering above a colossal crimson vortex. With a mere thought, he stabilized his form and gazed downward. Before him, a blood-red vortex, reminiscent of a giant red star, spun furiously, emanating an immensely terrifying aura of slaughter that devoured everything in its vicinity. This was merely the periphery of the vortex, yet the intensity of the murderous energy was already 3 times that of the Blood Demon Hall. One could scarcely imagine the horrors that lay at the center of the vortex. Perhaps even the celestial elder would dare not approach, Luo Ping'an mused. This is not my limit. I shall descend further, he resolved, gradually lowering himself. 1 kilometer, 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers. Upon reaching his threshold, Luo Ping'an halted. With his current strength, he could only venture downwards to a depth of 100 kilometers. Descending further would be perilous, as the murderous energy here was already thrice that of the periphery, and it was beginning to take on a liquid-like quality. Luo Ping'an fully expanded his mental domain, unleashing an invisible mental force that surged forth like a deluge, swiftly spreading in all directions. Soon, he retracted his mental energy. Glancing at his wristband, he found it devoid of signal. This place should be safe. I detected no anomalies with my mental energy. We are already quite distant from the Blood Demon Hall, and the world power of the Blood Demon cannot possibly probe this far. Nonetheless, for precaution, I shall activate the system's shielding function, he murmured to himself. System, activate the automatic shielding detection function, Luo Ping'an mentally commanded. Ding, the automatic shielding detection function has been activated. The melodious system notification resonated in his mind. With a flicker of thought, Luo Ping'an stored all his equipment and belongings into the infinite system space. Without further hesitation, he settled cross-legged in the void, fully channeling his cultivation method to absorb the surrounding murderous energy. At that moment, the two black holes at the centers of the star clouds within Luo Ping'an's body began to generate a terrifying gravitational pull. Instantly, they devoured the surrounding microplanets. And as the black holes expanded, they ultimately consumed the entire star cloud. They transformed into two super black holes, voraciously engulfing everything around them. Luo Ping'an's body also exuded a formidable attractant force. Countless streams of murderous energy surged into him like a flood breaching a dam, and upon entering his body, they were immediately swallowed by the two super black holes. Unbeknownst to him, an indeterminate amount of time had passed. Within a 100-kilometer radius of Luo Ping'an, the aura of slaughter had become exceedingly rarefied, a stark contrast to its previous intensity. Meanwhile, the black hole within Luo Ping'an continued its relentless consumption and expansion. With a mere thought, he descended another 100 kilometers, and the once alluring vortex of slaughter was now entirely counteracted by the gravitational pull of two supermassive black holes. Countless tendrils of slaughtering energy surged into Luo Ping'an's being like a torrential flood, only to be swiftly devoured by the supermassive black holes. After an extensive period of this consumption, the black holes' gravitational pull gradually diminished, as if they had reached satiation, and their appetite for slaughtering energy waned. At a certain moment, the two supermassive black holes ceased their consumption and expansion, only to erupt in a cataclysmic explosion. In the midst of this splendid detonation, Luo Ping'an's form vanished entirely. Half a month later, a resplendent, colorful life crystal began to coalesce in the void. Within half a day, this life crystal solidified, subsequently expanding continuously until it reached twice the size of its original nebula form before finally halting. Suddenly, this vibrant life crystal radiated a magnificent brilliance. The dazzling, multicolored light warped the surrounding void, and then, miraculously, Luo Ping'an's form materialized out of thin air. With a deep exhale, Luo Ping'an released a breath of pent-up tension. By the heavens, I almost met my end. Had it not been for the formidable strength of my soul, I would have been utterly finished. The force of that black hole explosion is truly terrifying. My physical form, having assimilated the essence of 20 divine blood crystals, barely endured for an instant before it was obliterated, he lamented. I must refrain from economizing on attribute points in the future. The risks of such breakthroughs are significant. With a thought, his body transformed once more into that of a Huyan, and he retrieved all the equipment he had previously stored in the system space. Adorning himself with it, he activated the system panel. Host, Luo Ping'an Realm. First stage of Lord-level combat power. Pinnacle of Ordinary Realm King level attribute points. 100 trillion, quite satisfactory, he mused. My current strength has ascended to the pinnacle of the Ordinary Realm King level. It seems my audacious risk in forcing this breakthrough was not in vain. I now possess a greater assurance in the upcoming selection for the Divine Seed. Upon glancing at the time, he realized that nearly a month had elapsed. Time had flown by, and it appeared to be the moment for his emergence. With a mere thought, a mirror flew forth from the infinite system space. Luo Ping'an inspected his reflection, finding no flaws, and thus returned the mirror to its place. System, disable the automatic detection shielding function, he silently commanded. Beep. The system's automatic detection shielding function has been disabled. The melodious system prompt resonated in Luo Ping'an's mind. With a mere thought, he descended another 100 kilometers, unleashing a powerful suction from his palm, which instantly gathered the surrounding aura of slaughter into his grasp. With a flick of his hand, he harnessed the power of space to transport this malevolent energy back to the places he had previously devoured. After half an hour of diligent effort, Luo Ping'an restored the vortex of slaughter to its original state, though the radiance of the crimson giant star at its core had dimmed slightly. Of course, only those who frequented this place would notice such subtle changes. Having completed this task, Luo Ping'an nodded in satisfaction. With another thought, he materialized at the teleportation exit of the vortex of slaughter. Chapter 52, The Selection of Divine Seeds. Upon teleporting from the vortex, Luo Ping'an returned to room 9 on the 9th floor of the Blood Demon Palace. He instructed Doryman to prepare a sumptuous feast. After dining, he retreated to the training chamber to contemplate the second level of the divine movement technique, the wandering souls in the void. The following morning, Luo Ping'an's communication wristband lit up, revealing a call from Tao Tai. He pressed the answer button and was greeted by Tao Ye's hearty laughter. Ha ha ha, Brother Huyan. Lord Blood Demon has summoned us to the conference hall on the 10th floor. Very well, Brother Tao Tai. I shall be there shortly. Luo Ping'an exited the training chamber and swiftly arrived at the passageway on the 9th floor, where he found that, aside from Qing Long and Baihu, the other 6 squad leaders had already gathered. After a month apart, each of them radiated a significantly more potent aura. With everyone assembled, They proceeded together to the conference hall on the 10th floor. Moments later, in the conference hall, they lined up neatly below and noticed that Lord Blood Demon and Elder Tianqing had, unbeknownst to them, taken their seats at the highest dais. Ha ha. You all have done remarkably well. Over the past month, your progress has been substantial, especially you, Huyan. You have indeed not disappointed me, having broken through to the spirit domain level. Well done. Lord Blood Demon exclaimed with a hearty laugh. You have all exceeded my expectations. Let us set forth. I eagerly anticipate your performance in the selection of divine seeds. Elder Tianqing added with a slight nod and a smile. Do not resist. Enter my heavenly realm, and I shall transport you. Yes, Elder Tianqing. Before their words could fully escape their lips, Elder Tianqing waved his hand, and their forms vanished from the conference hall. Many thanks, Elder Tianqing, Blood Demon said, rising to bow respectfully. Ha ha ha, Blood Demon, when did you become so courteous? Elder Tianqing laughed heartily, and then he too disappeared from the hall. After a while of heavenly transportation, the group arrived before an ancient, towering palace. Surrounding this palace were 10,086 vortexes of slaughter, each comparable in size to the vortex beneath the Blood Demon Palace. The 10,086 swirling vortexes are distributed around the palace in a peculiar manner, resembling a colossal ancient formation that safeguards this venerable edifice. Ha ha ha. This ancient palace is none other than the Eternal Shrine. Upon my first arrival here, I was equally astonished, just like you all. Let us proceed within. Elder Tianqing remarked with a grin, observing the astonished faces of the crowd. Indeed, Elder Tianqing, the group, under Elder Tianqing's guidance, swiftly entered the ancient palace. Spanning over 10 million kilometers, this ancient palace is cloaked in a deep crimson hue, its surface etched with countless intricate ancient inscriptions that emanate a chilling aura of sanguine slaughter. At the grand entrance of the shrine, a battalion of guards clad in black armor stood sentinel, each warrior possessing the strength of a first-stage realm king. It is noteworthy that while a realm king in the outside world may assume the role of a city lord within a domain, here at the Eternal Shrine, they serve merely as gatekeepers, underscoring the overwhelming might of this sanctuary. Elder Tianqing led Luo Ping'an and the others through the shrine's grand entrance. After a brief flight, they arrived at a vast teleportation plaza, already thronged with individuals, each towering and exuding a robust presence. After escorting Luo Ping'an and his companions to the plaza, Elder Tianqing offered them words of encouragement before departing. Suddenly, a resounding roar, reminiscent of an ancient beast, reverberated through the air, silencing the previously boisterous plaza. A formidable figure, exceeding 20 meters in height and cloaked in an aura of terror, appeared, riding upon an ancient colossal beast. This was a being of the eternal sovereign level. Luo Ping'an marveled inwardly. Before he could ponder further, a resonant voice, akin to thunder, echoed throughout the vast plaza. Esteemed participants, I am Gu He, the protector of the Eternal Shrine. The venue for this divine seed selection is within the celestial realm of a deceased eternal deity of our shrine. Step into the teleportation array ahead, and you shall be transported to the realm of that eternal deity. There is but one rule for this selection. Seize the blood decree tokens from the other participants and survive until the end. The final 100 survivors will be directly transported out, and the shrine will rank participants based on the number of blood decree tokens they possess. The rewards for the top 100 are exceedingly generous. Each will receive the shrine's utmost cultivation, paving their path to becoming an eternal deity. As his words faded, Gu He casually waved his hand, and a blood-red token materialized in the hands of each participant. As they stood in astonishment, Gu He gestured once more, and they were uncontrollably propelled into the immense teleportation array. What formidable strength Gu He possesses. This divine seed selection is akin to nurturing a gu, selecting 100 geniuses from 1,000,000. Luo Ping'an reflected as his body was involuntarily drawn into the teleportation array. In the next moment, he found himself upon an ancient continent. Without hesitation, Luo Ping'an unfurled his realm of mental power, the intangible force radiating outward. 10 kilometers, 100 kilometers. Someone was rapidly approaching, possessing strength at the 3rd tier of the king realm. Luo Ping'an was taken aback. After all, this ancient continent was vastly larger than Earth. And with only 1,000,000 participants in this divine seed selection, it could be likened to a single drop of water in an ocean. The teleportation array was also random, so it surprised Luo Ping'an that someone appeared so quickly near him. Before long, a towering young man, 6 meters tall with a fair complexion, chiseled features, and a crown of purple gold, wielding a square halberd and exuding a palpable aura of slaughter, materialized not far from Luo Ping'an. Ha ha! A true man living in this world cannot languish beneath others for long. Once I become a divine seed, Blood Demon, I vow to slay you. Boy, you are one of Blood Demon's minions. Encountering me today is indeed a stroke of bad luck. In your next life, keep your eyes open and avoid associating with the likes of that old rogue. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his halberd. Wait, who are you? Luo Ping'an asked, bewildered. My name remains unchanged, and my surname is unaltered. I am Luo Feng. Goodness, I've encountered a three-surname lackey. Luo Ping'an retorted. Boy, you seek death. As soon as the words left his mouth, he swiftly swung the halberd, unleashing a terrifying beam of halberd light. Imbued with the power of divine blood and the force of the world, swiftly aimed at Luo Ping'an. Luo Ping'an activated his movement technique, evading Luo Feng's attack with a swift motion. The menacing halberd light cleaved through the distant mountains, flattening them effortlessly. This vast realm of the indestructible divine spirits is far too expansive. Searching for individuals alone is overly exhausting. It would be wise to gather some formidable subordinates to form teams for me, while I find a place to cultivate my movement technique. An ideal plan indeed, Luo Ping'an mused. Having formulated his strategy, Luo Ping'an hesitated no longer. A terrifying surge of soul power erupted from his soul sea, the invisible force flooding into Luo Feng's soul sea like a deluge. This is a soul attack. How is this possible? You are merely at the first tier of the soul domain. How can you possess such formidable soul power? Luo Feng exclaimed in disbelief, clutching his head. In merely a moment, Luo Ping'an noticed a red S-grade loyalty marker appearing above Luo Feng's head. Upgrading is exhilarating. I can now enslave even higher tier beings to work for me. Chapter 53, Establishing a Genius Legion. Luo Ping'an reveled in his success as Luo Feng, resembling an old dog, humbly knelt before him. Your subordinate, Luo Feng, pays respects to the master. Rise. Yes, master. Luo Feng stood beside Luo Ping'an. Feng, tell me, what grievances do you hold against the blood demon? Indeed, my master, that nefarious blood demon took advantage of my absence to abduct my childhood companion, Pan Xiaoyan. I can only lament my lack of strength that prevents me from avenging this profound grievance, Luo Feng said through gritted teeth. It is evident that this blood demon is no benevolent figure. After all, how could one who controls so many blood slaves be virtuous? His interest in me is merely a form of investment. And the fact that he offered us no warnings regarding the perilous selection of divine seeds reveals that he is not someone with whom one should form deep ties. Luo Ping'an reflected. Indeed, my master, he is a great fiend. It is solely due to his considerable strength and aptitude that he was recruited by the Eternal Divine Hall to establish the Blood Demon Hall, Luo Feng elaborated. Let us proceed, Feng. If you follow my lead diligently, your strength will undoubtedly surpass his, Luo Ping'an encouraged. Yes, master, Luo Feng replied joyfully. Luo Feng's potential is indeed remarkable. At such a young age, he has cultivated to the 3rd level of the King realm, his power nearing that of the 9th level, placing him among the elite of the 100,000 prodigies. Had fortune favored him differently, he might have become one of the final 100 divine seeds. Instead of encountering Luo Ping'an at the outset and falling victim to a soul attack that led to his immediate control, the two soared forward along the severed mountain range. And after approximately 10 minutes of flight, they encountered a genius at the 9th level of the Lord Realm. Without requiring Luo Ping'an's intervention, Luo Feng dispatched the genius with a single thrust of his spear, subsequently presenting the genius's storage ring to Luo Ping'an. Upon receiving the ring and probing its contents with his mental energy, Luo Ping'an was pleasantly surprised to find not only the divine blood order, but also 50 divine blood crystals along with various cultivation resources, a splendid yield. His earlier decision proved prudent. With 100,000 geniuses in the mix, just how many divine blood crystals could there be? Luo Ping'an's heart swelled with excitement. However, with so many individuals, if any formed alliances, it could complicate matters. Thus, he resolved to establish a force of his own, naming it the Genius Legion. Those of formidable strength would be directly enslaved, while those of lesser prowess would be compelled to surrender their storage rings and pledge their allegiance to the Genius Legion, thereby working for him. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, 6 months had elapsed. With the assistance of his subordinates, Luo Ping'an promptly founded his Genius Legion, amassing 210 King Realm slaves and 2,000 Lord Realm subordinates. He structured the Genius Legion into squads of 10, with every 100 forming an independent battalion, each squad led by a King Realm slave, and each independent battalion commanded by a high-level King Realm slave. The members of the Genius Legion were tasked daily with seeking out and capturing other participants in the divine seed selection. With the rules firmly established, Luo Ping'an chose a suitable peak to serve as the Legion's base, instructing them to execute their plans accordingly. As he entered the cultivation chamber he had carved out within the mountain, Luo Ping'an activated a mental barrier, and with a thought, a meditation mat emerged from the boundless system space. Luo Ping'an settled into a cross-legged position and subsequently opened the system marketplace, having achieved a breakthrough for quite some time. He had yet to find a suitable opportunity to explore the treasures updated within the system marketplace following his ascension to the Lord level. A soft azure light curtain materialized before Luo Ping'an's eyes, presenting a diverse array of treasures. He swiftly searched for the newly added items. Star Soul Essence, a fourth-tier original spirit liquid from the plains, imbued with Star Soul power. Warriors from Lord level 1 to 8 can consume it to elevate their strength by 1 tier, with no adverse effects. Price, 40 billion attribute points. Star Soul Fruit, a peculiar fourth-tier fruit from the plains, containing special energy. Warriors at the 9th tier of the Nebula level can consume it to break through to the 1st tier of the Lord level, with no adverse effects. Price, 40 billion attribute points. 4th level of the Chaos Divine Wood Technique, Enlightenment Pearl, a top-tier wood-based cultivation technique from the plains, comprising 10 levels. Suitable for use by warriors of Lord level and above. Upon fusion, it enhances the user's comprehension of the wood laws, increasing their affinity and control over plant life, and possesses a unique effect of healing the souls of others. Price, 30 billion attribute points. 3rd level of the Chaos Golden Transformation Technique, Enlightenment Pearl, the ultimate gold-based cultivation technique from the plains, comprising 10 levels. Suitable for use by warriors of Lord level and above. Upon fusion, it deepens the user's understanding of the gold laws, augmenting their affinity and control over metals. Price, 30 billion attribute points. 3rd level of the Chaos Soul Refinement Sutra, Enlightenment Pearl, the premier soul-based cultivation technique from the plains, comprising 10 levels. Suitable for use by warriors of Lord level and above. Upon fusion, it enhances the user's comprehension of soul laws and accelerates the recovery speed of their soul power. Price, 50 billion attribute points. 3rd level of the Chaos Void Technique, Enlightenment Pearl, the foremost space-based cultivation technique from the plains, comprising 10 levels. Suitable for use by warriors of Lord level and above. Upon fusion, it enhances the user's understanding of space laws, increasing their affinity and control over spatial dimensions. Price, 60 billion attribute points. Divine Level Concealment Technique, Enlightenment Pearl, the premier concealment technique from the plains, suitable for warriors of Lord level and above. It allows the user to mask their own aura, presenting a warrior level lower than their actual strength. Price, 1 trillion attribute points. Chaos Gauntlets, a level-less divine artifact gauntlet that amplifies in power in accordance with the host's realm, for host use only. When detecting the host's realm at the Lord level, the amplification factor is 1,000 times. For each major realm upgrade of the host, the amplification increases by 9 times. Price, for trillion attribute points. Original God Set, a level-less divine set that enhances defense in line with the host's strength, for host use only. When detecting the host's realm at the Lord level, the defense is equivalent to 1,000 times that of an ordinary peak realm king. For each major realm upgrade of the host, the defense increases by 9 times. Price, 5 trillion attribute points. Gazing upon the myriad treasures of system updates, Luo Ping'an swallowed hard, astonished to discover artifacts and divine-level techniques for concealing one's presence. Regrettably, with only 120 trillion attribute points at his disposal, he could do naught but admire them from afar. Instead, he resolved to purchase a spatial enhancement and a soul enlightenment pearl, as these would expedite his mastery of the divine movement technique. System. Acquire 1 Chaos Soul Refinement Technique 3rd level enlightenment pearl and 1 Chaos Void Technique 3rd level enlightenment pearl, he murmured inwardly. Ding. Consumed 110 trillion attribute points to purchase 1 Chaos Soul Refinement Technique 3rd level enlightenment pearl and 1 Chaos Void Technique 3rd level enlightenment pearl. All items have been dispatched to the infinite system space. Please collect them, host. With a mere thought, Luo Ping'an activated the system's shielding probe function, retrieving the 2 pearls from the boundless space, and commenced their fusion. 2 days later, he succeeded in merging them, subsequently diving into the 2nd level of the divine movement technique. Now, he need only periodically emerge to collect the captured Lord-level powerhouses as his subordinates. Chapter 54, 5 years. The hopes sown in the morning light swiftly crumbled into dusk, even shadows unable to keep pace with the relentless passage of time. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had elapsed. Through these 5 years, the Genius Legion had burgeoned into a colossal force upon this undying continent. During this period, a prodigy well-versed in team command, Han Xin, joined the ranks. Luo Ping'an hastened to emerge from seclusion to welcome him into their fold, appointing him as the vice commander of the Genius Legion. With Han Xion's integration, the Legion entered a phase of rapid advancement. After 5 years of growth, the Genius Legion expanded from a mere 2,000 members to an impressive 510,000. Among them, 4 68 million held the rank of Lord, while 200 were of the king level. Presently, the total number of participants across the Undying Continent had dwindled to 110,000, with the Genius Legion alongside two other factions, the Avengers Alliance and the Bloodthirsty Legion. The smaller factions and lone wolves had been eradicated over these years by the three dominant forces. Due to the overwhelming strength of the Genius Legion, the Avengers Alliance and the Bloodthirsty Legion had forged a coalition, establishing a shared encampment to prevent being dismantled by the Genius Legion's relentless assaults. At the peak of the Legion's command, within a vast training chamber, Luo Ping'an sat cross-legged upon a mat, eyes closed. Suddenly, a violent surge of soul energy erupted, and in the next moment, 10,000 manifestations of Luo Ping'an materialized within the expansive chamber. As one, these 10,000 entities opened their eyes, unleashing a terrifying soul pressure that compelled all members of the Genius Legion nearby to kneel in reverence. With a mere thought, Luo Ping'an dismissed the 10,000 soul manifestations, allowing the oppressive aura to dissipate, enabling the members of the Genius Legion to rise once more. The commander has grown even stronger. Indeed, over the past few years, the soul pressure emanating from the commander had become increasingly formidable, eliciting awed murmurs from the legionnaires. At long last, I have successfully mastered the second level of the divine movement technique. As long as a formidable opponent of the invincible king level does not come to seize me, I believe I can escape without being caught, thought Luo Ping'an, his heart brimming with joy. With a mere thought, he retrieved the treasures he had amassed over the years from his storage ring, extracting them from the infinite system space. Gazing upon the towering heap of storage rings, Luo Ping'an's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It was time to unveil the hidden treasures within. He picked up the first storage ring and infused it with his mental energy. Not bad, he mused, discovering a divine blood order, 60 divine blood crystals, and various cultivation resources. Thus, after half an hour of diligent effort, Luo Ping'an completed the unveiling of the storage rings before him. From each ring, he extracted only the divine blood orders and divine blood crystals, carefully placing them into a separate storage ring in the infinite system space. This haul was extraordinary. The divine blood orders alone numbered an astounding 600,000, while the divine blood crystals reached a staggering 20 million. The Undying Temple truly reigns supreme over the divine blood continent, and the sheer quantity of divine blood crystals emerging from the divine seed selection process is astonishing. No wonder that esteemed Elder Tianqing effortlessly produced thousands of them without a hint of hesitation. Having profited immensely from this endeavor, Luo Ping'an relished in the completion of the second level of the divine movement technique. Escaping was no longer a concern. He yearned to conclude this divine seed selection and put an end to his ascetic existence. After dismantling the mental and system barriers, Luo Ping'an summoned Han Xin to his presence. Shortly thereafter, a towering man, standing at 5 meters tall, with a robust physique and strikingly handsome features, entered the training room. His deep-set, bright eyes sparkled with intelligence beneath a cascade of lustrous black hair. Subordinate Han Xin, at your service, my lord. Han Xin announced as he entered the training room and knelt before Luo Ping'an. Rise and speak. Luo Ping'an commanded. Yes, my lord. Han Xin replied, standing attentively, awaiting his master's inquiries. Han Xin, enlighten me about the current state of the Genius Legion. Certainly, my lord. The Legion currently comprises 500 independent battalions and 20 inspection battalions, totaling 520,000 members. Excellent, you have done well. Now, provide an analysis of the current situation on the Undying Continent. Yes, my lord. Presently, the Undying Continent is dominated by 3 major factions, the Genius Legion, the Avengers Alliance, and the Bloodthirsty Legion. The Avengers Alliance consists of individuals who escaped from our Legion and united 4 years ago, now numbering 30,000. The Bloodthirsty Legion, led by a formidable powerhouse at the pinnacle of the realm's spirit level, known as Bloodthirst, was established 3 years ago and currently boasts 290,000 members. At this juncture, these two factions have formed an alliance. While we possess superiority in high-end combat power, they hold the advantage in numbers. 2 years ago, I arranged for 20 independent battalions to covertly integrate into their ranks, and for the past 2 years, they have consistently reported on the activities of both factions. Should you choose to launch a full-scale assault, they can disrupt their ranks at a critical moment, significantly influencing the outcome of the conflict. Splendid. Han Xin, you have performed exceptionally well. Luo Ping'an praised joyfully. Thank you for your commendation, my lord. Make arrangements for an all-out assault in 3 days. The battle will commence, and I shall intervene discreetly to control some of their key commanders. Yes, master, I shall make the necessary preparations, Han Xin replied before exiting the training chamber. Luo Ping'an nodded slightly, recognizing Han Xin's exceptional capabilities, which had been evident since he began his strategic planning 2 years prior. Indeed, matters of expertise ought to be entrusted to those proficient in their fields. With time still at his disposal, he could endeavor to merge the divine blood crystal. Luo Ping'an extended his mental energy and established a mental barrier within the training room, subsequently activating the system. With a mere thought, a stunning divine blood crystal appeared in his hand. It began. The divine weapon, a small sword, swiftly cut a wound into the palm of Luo Ping'an's left hand under his mental command, and crimson blood flowed forth. Without hesitation, he placed the divine blood crystal upon the wound. As soon as the exquisite crystal made contact with his blood, an invisible and peculiar energy erupted from it, akin to a ferocious beast sensing the scent of blood, surging into Luo Ping'an's body. Thunderous, an overwhelmingly fierce soul descended directly into the sea of his spirit. Kill! 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 The cacophony of battle cries and roars echoed within Luo Ping'an's soul sea, as a formidable spirit barreled toward him like an avalanche, leaving him momentarily stunned. He withstood the impact, experiencing a surge in his level. Indeed, he felt a significant enhancement across various aspects. Luo Ping'an, filled with exhilaration, transformed his spirit into a golden giant hammer, which then smashed the fierce soul into oblivion. Thunderous, as the formidable spirit shattered, the extraordinary energy of the divine blood crystal erupted fully. This energy transformed into countless crimson tendrils, swirling chaotically within Luo Ping'an's body, ultimately merging with every cell, enhancing the intricate crimson mysterious patterns that adorned his form. Chapter 55, Preparations Before Battle. With the successful fusion of the 21st divine blood crystal, the 22nd soon followed suit without delay, and Luo Ping'an embarked on his grand endeavor of fusion. In the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed, during which he successfully fused 47 divine blood crystals. Continue. The fusion of the 48th crystal was accomplished. The process was as painful as the initial fusion of the 10th crystal, resulting in an even more intricate tapestry of crimson patterns covering his body. The 49th crystal was successfully integrated. The agony experienced during this fusion was intensified by a factor of 1, complicating the patterns further still. Exhaling deeply, Luo Ping'an steadied himself. Though the fusion of the 49th crystal was successful, the process inflicted a pain twice as intense as that of the 48th. Yet, feeling on the verge of his limits, Luo Ping'an resolved to attempt the fusion of the 50th crystal, hoping for success. With a mere thought, a resplendent divine blood crystal materialized in his hand. Proceeding without hesitation, the small sword of the divine weapon, under Luo Ping'an's mental command, swiftly carved a wound into his left palm. Instantly, crimson blood flowed forth from the gash. Without a moment's pause, Luo Ping'an pressed the divine blood crystal against the wound. As the crystal made contact with his blood, an invisible and extraordinary energy surged forth from it, akin to a ferocious beast sensing the scent of blood, charging into Luo Ping'an's body. Thunderously, an immensely fierce soul descended upon his soul sea. The cries of kill, 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 reverberated throughout, as this formidable spirit collided with Luo Ping'an's own essence, rendering him unconscious. After the fierce soul knocked him out, the power of the divine blood surged within him for a while before erupting from his body, coalescing into yet another beautiful divine blood crystal. The fusion of the 50th crystal had failed. Before long, Luo Ping'an regained consciousness. My soul power is comparable to that of an indomitable level expert, and yet I have failed. It seems I must continue to enhance my soul strength, he mused. He accessed the system panel. Host, Luo Ping'an. Realm, first level of Lord class. Combat power, 9 times that of an ordinary pinnacle realm king. Attribute points, 700 billion. Not too shabby. My current strength has reached the level of a pinnacle realm king at 9 times the ordinary capacity. I am more assured for tomorrow's decisive battle. Luo Ping'an remarked with a smile. Closing the system panel, he resumed his training in the 2nd level of the Breaking Boundary Fist. Time swiftly passed to the following morning. Luo Ping'an emerged from the training chamber and soon found himself hovering above the military lord peak. 5 years had elapsed since he had chosen this mountain, which had now been transformed into a super military base. As he gazed down, he beheld over 50,000 prodigies assembled in the square below, each clad in blood-red armor, exuding a palpable aura of lethality. Luo Ping'an nodded inwardly, recognizing Han Xian's adeptness in military affairs. With a thought, he descended upon the square of the military base. Upon his arrival, the members of the prodigious military legion knelt, speaking in unison. We have seen the military lord. Their resonant voices echoed throughout the entirety of the prodigious military base. Rise, everyone, he commanded. Yes, military lord, let us depart. The formidable legions of the Genius Corps, under the leadership of Luo Ping'an and Han Xian, surged forth towards the encampment of the Avengers Alliance and the Bloodthirsty Legion. Luo Ping'an refrained from delivering any platitudes to uplift morale, for he held a steadfast belief that, with himself and Han Xian at the helm, the Genius Corps would effortlessly secure victory. After a period of flight, the Legion arrived at the designated resting point. Luo Ping'an instructed everyone to rest in place and summoned Han Xian to his side. Han Xian, how far are we from the headquarters of our two factions? Master. Approximately 50 million kilometers, Han Xian replied, producing a map crafted from beast hide and presenting it to Luo Ping'an. This map was yet another testament to Han Xian's achievements over the years, depicting the terrain of the immortal continent with clarity, marking the locations of the three factions' headquarters, as well as the enemy's troop deployments with precision. After studying the map for a moment, Luo Ping'an committed its details to memory. Excellent. You shall lead them in resting here. Await my return before proceeding. Yes, master. As his words faded, Luo Ping'an's form vanished. In the next instant, he materialized within the headquarters of the Avengers Alliance. Upon his arrival, he unfurled his psychic domain, swiftly locating the strongest member of the Avengers. According to Han Xian's intelligence, this King-level 7th stage powerhouse in the Cultivation Chamber was none other than their leader, Han Bing. With a mere thought, Luo Ping'an appeared within the Cultivation Chamber. Just as Han Bing sensed something amiss, a voice, resonating with the authority of celestial law, echoed within his soul's sea. Soul control. Han Bing, in agony, clutched his head, struggling to harness the power of the world to eliminate the young man who had suddenly appeared and attacked him. Yet, he found himself utterly powerless, as the overwhelming force of Luo Ping'an's spiritual energy had thoroughly invaded his soul's domain, causing him to collapse in torment. Luo Ping'an had preemptively shielded the cultivation chamber from external perception. After a moment, Han Bing regained consciousness from his anguish. Upon recognizing Luo Ping'an, he immediately knelt with utmost reverence. Han Bing, at your service, master. Rise, Luo Ping'an commanded. Yes, master. Han Bing stood before Luo Ping'an. Observing the crimson S-level loyalty radiating from Han Bing, Luo Ping'an felt reassured. After all, he was a prodigy, having reached King-level 7th stage at such a young age, surpassing the pinnacle of ordinary King-level strength. Go and bring your second-in-command to the cultivation chamber, informing him that there is a treasure whose usage is uncertain and requires his assistance for consultation. Yes, master. In a brief moment, Han Bing returned with a silver-haired powerhouse into the cultivation chamber. Once inside, Han Bing closed the door, and as the silver-haired figure detected an oddity, the celestial voice once again resounded in his soul's sea. Soul control. The silver-haired warrior clutched his head, collapsing to the ground in agony. Han Bing, what are you doing? He cried out in pain. Luo Ping'an had already utilized his mental prowess to shield the cultivation chamber from external perception. After a brief moment, the silver-haired warrior regained his senses, and upon recognizing Luo Ping'an, he immediately knelt in utmost reverence. Chapter 56, A Great Victory. Before Luo Ping'an stood the 6th-tier king-level silver-haired man, who humbly declared, I am Feng Qingyang, paying my respects to my master. Rise, Luo Ping'an commanded. Yes, master. He then instructed the two of them to replicate the process, luring the top 5 powerful members of the Avengers Alliance into the cultivation chamber. Soon, with the assistance of his servants, Luo Ping'an successfully subdued 3 additional Avengers Alliance warriors, Wang Lin, Tang Hao, and Lu Tang. Each of these 3 individuals was also formidable, being 5th-tier king-level experts, having reached the pinnacle of their realm. Their survival through the selection of the divine seed indicated that none were weaklings, had they not encountered Luo Ping'an, a prodigy with soul power reaching the indomitable level. They would undoubtedly have qualified as part of the 100 seeds. Once he had subdued the 5, Luo Ping'an commanded his 5 servants to guard him in the cultivation chamber. Lacking a seat, Luo Ping'an felt his soul power waning and recognized the necessity to cultivate and restore it. He settled onto a mat, assuming a lotus position to meditate. After half a day of cultivation, Luo Ping'an's soul power returned to its peak. Following the fusion of the 3rd layer of the chaotic soul refining scripture with the cultivation comprehension pearl, his recovery speed accelerated significantly. Upon opening his eyes, a faint aura of soul pressure emanated from him, causing the 5 servants to immediately kneel in respect. Shortly, I shall lead the Genius Legion to assault the Bloodthirsty Legion. You will feign leading the Avengers Alliance to provide support, and when we approach, you will launch a surprise attack from the rear. Yes, master. No sooner had the words left his lips than Luo Ping'an vanished from the cultivation chamber. In the next instant, he reappeared at the temporary resting point of the Genius Legion. Upon witnessing Luo Ping'an's return, Han Xian excitedly flew to his side. I have seen the master. Han Xian, command the Legion to advance and attack the Bloodthirsty Legion from the right flank. Understood, master. Han Xian responded before departing to relay the orders. Soon after, the Genius Legion set off once again, and before long, under the leadership of Luo Ping'an and Han Xian, they found themselves within the territory of the Bloodthirsty Legion. Attack! Yes, my lord. With a single command from Luo Ping'an, the Genius Legion executed a comprehensive assault on the Bloodthirsty Legion according to the meticulously crafted plan laid out by Han Xian. 100 independent squads, all adept mentalists, unleashed a barrage of ranged attacks upon the Bloodthirsty Legion. The terrifying mental weapons struck like nuclear warheads, instantly obliterating the military base of the Bloodthirsty Legion. Following the deployment of an additional 400 independent battalions, divided into 2 legions, a fierce charge was launched from 2 directions against the Bloodthirsty Legion. The cacophony of battle cries shattered the clouds above the immortal continent. The intense conflict commenced, and after a brief period of chaos, the Bloodthirsty Legion, under the direction of their higher command, began to organize a counterattack. However, due to the disparity in numbers and strength, Bloodthirsty felt immense pressure and promptly contacted Cold Ice, requesting his assistance. Upon receiving the message, Cold Ice immediately responded, assuring him that he would gather his troops to provide support. With Cold Ice's affirmative reply, Bloodthirsty exhaled in relief. The combat prowess of this Genius Legion was formidable, far beyond what the Bloodthirsty Legion could withstand alone. Brothers, hold on. The Avengers' support is on its way. Bloodthirsty bellowed. At that moment, a terrifying spear light surged towards him, infused with the dreadful might of the world and divine blood. Bloodthirsty hastily swung the colossal hammer in his grasp to defend against the oncoming attack. Boom! The dreadful spear light collided with the radiant gold emitted by the hammer, resulting in a tremendous backlash that sent both Bloodthirsty and Luo Feng reeling. The collision unleashed a massive energy storm, engulfing all living beings within 100 kilometers in an instant. Indeed, the assailant was Luo Feng, whose 5 years of combat experience had elevated him to the 5th tier of the Realm King level, with his true strength surpassing that of an ordinary peak Realm King. Observing the terrifying energy storm produced by their battle, the two exchanged a knowing glance and instinctively flew away. Continuing the fight here would result in the loss of numerous allies due to the ensuing turbulence. Luo Ping'an silently watched from a distance, having no intention of intervening. He felt he had done enough, and now it was up to the Genius Legion to demonstrate their capabilities. As he heard the notification of system attribute points being credited, a smile of satisfaction spread across Luo Ping'an's face. This was indeed the proper way to effortlessly secure victory in the Divine Seed selection. Soon, he would be crowned MVP again, which was simply delightful. Just as Luo Feng and Bloodthirsty were engaged in their fierce battle, the forces of the Avengers Legion arrived. Bloodthirsty noticed this development mid-battle, a smile breaking across his face as he instinctively wielded his heavy hammer with renewed vigor. The other members of the Bloodthirsty Legion also wore expressions of astonishment. Reinforcements had finally arrived, and the offensive power of the Genius Legion was overwhelming. In the midst of their elation, Cold Ice suddenly raised his right hand, and instantly, the armor of the 10,000 troops surrounding him transformed into a silvery hue akin to that of the Genius Legion. Following this, with a commanding shout, Cold Ice ordered the 10,000 troops to launch a fierce assault against the Bloodthirsty Legion members, who were already struggling to hold their ground, resulting in devastating casualties. This abrupt and significant shift on the battlefield left both the Bloodthirsty Legion and most members of the Avengers Legion in disbelief. Cold Ice, you treacherous scoundrel. You have betrayed us, and may you meet a dire fate. Bloodthirst detected the Bloodthirst Legion and, enraged by the betrayal of Ice, let out a roar that resonated like thunder across the battlefield, amplified by the power of the world. Ha ha ha, Bloodthirst, the Genius Legion shall reign supreme over this undying continent. You, with your meager strength, dare to resist? Such folly is tantamount to seeking death. Ah, you beast. Just as Bloodthirst was consumed by fury, he inadvertently fell victim to the spear of Luo Feng, which struck his arm, shattering it instantly and causing the colossal hammer he wielded to clatter to the ground. In shock, Bloodthirst summoned the power of the world to restore his severed limb, and with a swift motion, he caught the fallen hammer, retreating once more. Ha ha, to engage in battle with me, Luo Feng, and allow yourself to be distracted. Luo Feng mocked as he observed the disheveled retreat of Bloodthirst. You. Bloodthirst spat blood from his mouth, the blow having inflicted significant harm, draining color from his face. At that moment, the authoritative voice of Luo Ping'an suddenly boomed across the battlefield. Lay down your weapons and surrender. You shall not be harmed. In an instant, half of the coalition's members cast their weapons to the ground. What had begun as a promising confrontation devolved into a one-sided affair following Ice's defection, Bloodthirst's injuries, and the surrender of half the forces. Moreover, the internal agent planted by Han Xian also turned against them at this critical juncture, extinguishing any remaining hope for a balanced conflict. Luo Ping'an instructed Han Xian to deliver all spoils to the Genius Legion's headquarters for safekeeping after the battle concluded, and then departed the battlefield. Han Xian, being a remarkably astute individual, readily comprehended Luo Ping'an's intentions. Chapter 57. Arrangements upon returning to the training chamber at the headquarters. Luo Ping'an settled onto a mat, cross-legged, and began to contemplate the subsequent arrangements. The selection of divine seeds was now firmly under his control, and he estimated that, following this great conflict, approximately 80,000 would remain on this undying continent. These 80,000 souls belonged to his Genius Legion, and it would be a pity to let them slaughter one another. After all, they were high-quality recruits that he had painstakingly gathered, capable of enhancing his attributes and safeguarding Earth. However, how could he transport them? Suddenly, it dawned upon him. How could he have forgotten about the system? He was a man endowed with an infinite system space. He could simply gather them all within it. Upon returning, he could have them register their dimensional identities on his silver dragon star, thus elegantly resolving the matter. From this group, he would select 99 of the most talented servants to serve as the divine seeds. Furthermore, these 99 servants would secretly assist him in developing the Blood Alliance and gathering divine blood crystals. Perfect. He was truly a genius. Luo Ping'an mused to himself, filled with delight. With everything meticulously planned, he closed his eyes and began his training in the second level of the Breaking Boundary Fist. 5 days later, Han Xian returned with the Genius Legion to the Genius Base. He promptly made his way to the headquarters to seek an audience with Luo Ping'an. Luo Ping'an slowly opened his eyes. With a mere thought, the door to the cultivation chamber swung open. Han Xian entered respectfully and knelt before Luo Ping'an. "I pay my respects to my master." "Rise and speak," Luo Ping'an commanded. "Yes, master," Han Xian replied, standing as he presented a storage ring to Luo Ping'an. Upon receiving the ring, Luo Ping'an inquired, "After this battle, what is the casualty count of the Genius Legion?" "Reporting to you, master, 3,000 dead and 5,000 wounded." "And what is the current total number of our forces in the Immortal Continent?" "There are still 82,500 remaining." "That aligns with my expectations. You may leave now. Have the surrendered king-level powerhouses brought to the cultivation chamber in batches, 2 at a time." "Understood, master," Han Xian responded before departing to organize the tasks. Before long, the bloodthirsty general and his deputy were brought in, both unconscious from the relentless assault they had endured, having depleted their worldly power and sustained grievous injuries. Luo Ping'an directly initiated soul control over them, and they were utterly defenseless, yielding to his influence swiftly. Drawing from prior experience, Luo Ping'an embarked on his endeavor to recruit servants. 6 months later, he successfully garnered 300 king-level servants. Simultaneously, other lord-level surrendered forces, orchestrated by Han Xian, pledged allegiance to the Genius Legion. In the cultivation chamber, Luo Ping'an, having just emerged from his meditative state, gradually opened his eyes. The Genius Legion was now firmly under his control. He resolved to arrange for them to take turns digging pits. As long as they were sufficiently deep, he believed that even immortal beings could not discern their whereabouts. Luo Ping'an murmured to himself, summoning Han Xian through the communicator. He instructed him to organize all members of the Genius Legion to begin excavating in the nearby mountains, ensuring the pits were wide enough to accommodate 100,000 people, with depth being of utmost importance. The orders were promptly executed. Although many were bewildered, in the Genius Legion, the commander's commands were absolute, and none dared to defy them. Each possessed strength of at least lord level, while the king-level powerhouses, with their internal worlds, could efficiently manage the earth they excavated. After issuing his commands to Han Xian, Luo Ping'an entered a state of cultivation once more, determined to master the second level of the Breaking Realm Fist before emerging again. Half a year later, Luo Ping'an finally attained mastery over the second level of the Breaking Realm Fist. This second level indeed proved more challenging than the first. Now that he had time, he could examine his gains. With a slow blink, Luo Ping'an activated the system's probe shielding function. With a thought, he retrieved the storage ring that Han Xian had previously handed him from the infinite system space. He infused his mental energy into the ring, inscribing his spiritual mark upon it before adorning it on his finger, subsequently releasing all other storage rings contained within. Gazing at the towering pile of storage rings, Luo Ping'an's eyes gleamed with excitement. It was time to unveil the mystery boxes. He picked up the first storage ring, allowing his mental energy to permeate within. Not bad at all. The later stages yielded a plethora of equipment. 100 divine blood orders, 600 divine blood crystals, and an assortment of cultivation materials. On to the next one. Thus, after 10 minutes of diligent effort, Luo Ping'an completed the unpacking of the storage ring mystery boxes before him. From each ring, he extracted only the divine blood orders and divine blood crystals, depositing them into a separate storage ring and the infinite system space, respectively. This was a lucrative venture. The divine blood orders alone amounted to 400,000, while the divine blood crystals reached a staggering 15 million. Upon tallying his gains, Luo Ping'an retrieved 1 million divine blood orders, dividing them into 100 portions, the first consisting of 100,000 and the last containing 2,000. He then placed these 100 portions into 100 storage rings and stored them away. As for the first prize of the divine seed, I shall forego it and allow my subordinates to claim it. Although the rewards may be substantial, they would undoubtedly attract considerable attention, making it unwise to linger. Furthermore, my primary objective on this journey was the divine blood crystals, which I have now secured. I shall settle for the reward of the 100th place. Next, I must acquire 2 medals, and once I have done so, I can depart from the divine blood continent, Luo Ping'an contemplated. Meanwhile, the Genius Legion had been excavating for a full 6 months, having dug trenches that exceeded half the thickness of the immortal continent. Shortly thereafter, he vanished from the training room, only to reappear at the bottom of the deep pit excavated by the Genius Legion. Observing the diligent efforts of his comrades, he nodded in satisfaction. They were indeed executing his orders with earnestness, not in vain for the risks he had taken to bring them out of the divine blood continent. Upon his arrival, the workers ceased their labor and knelt on one knee in unison, exclaiming, "We greet you, Lord Commander." "Rise," he commanded. "Yes, Lord Commander." They stood at attention, awaiting Luo Ping'an's orders. Luo Ping'an expanded his mental domain, selecting 99 of his most talented and capable servants, then distributed the storage rings he had just prepared among them. Once the rings were allocated, he instructed these 99 individuals to stand opposite the remaining members. He then commenced the alteration of their memories. With his soul power and mental energy, modifying their recollections was not a daunting task. He had to proceed with utmost caution, for should anyone attempt to soul search one among them, his carefully laid plans would be irrevocably compromised. After a considerable period, the memory modification was complete. Luo Ping'an instructed the 99 servants to return swiftly to the Genius military base. Once they had departed, he summoned Han Xian, handing him a storage ring and instructing him to distribute the cultivation resources within to everyone shortly. Within the storage ring, there lay the spoils of Luo Ping'an, acquired from the indestructible continent, containing a plethora of cultivation resources ample enough to sustain their training for an extended period. Subsequently, I shall transport you into the treasure of the cave realm. Do not resist. "Yes, my lord," the crowd joyfully replied. Who among them wished for death when survival was at hand? Many had been deceived into this predicament, and upon arriving at the immortal temple, they had been unceremoniously thrust into the teleportation array without consent. No sooner had the words left his lips than Luo Ping'an drew them into the infinite system space. Chapter 58. The medal obtained after gathering everyone from the talented legion into the infinite system space. Luo Ping'an found himself directly transported away from the indestructible continent. As the scene shifted, he reappeared in the teleportation square of the immortal temple, accompanied by an additional 99 servants. While the crowd was still in astonishment, a commanding voice resonated within their minds. Simultaneously, the guardian, Gu He, manifested above the teleportation square. "Congratulations, everyone, on becoming the top 100 in this divine seed selection. You shall henceforth be the divine children of the immortal temple. Now, please follow me to the grand hall of the immortal temple for a collective homage to the divine beast." "Yes, Lord Gu He." The crowd followed the guardian and soon arrived at the grand hall of the immortal temple. Upon entering, they beheld 13 colossal statues of ancient divine beasts adorning the center of the hall. Each statue depicted a fearsome creature, its body cloaked in terrifying scales, exuding an aura of immense dread, with every scale inscribed with intricate golden secret patterns. Guided by an elder priest, the assembled crowd assumed a peculiar stance. Once they were positioned, Gu He respectfully bowed before the ancient divine beast statues. Salutations to the divine beasts. The crowd followed suit, bowing deeply towards the statues. After the homage concluded, Gu He led them to another hall. Upon entering, they observed 100 individuals seated along the sides, clad in the ceremonial attire of the immortal temple elders, emanating an aura of formidable power. These were indeed formidable beings, each a general of the immortal rank or higher. The might of the immortal temple was truly awe-inspiring, Luo Ping'an mused inwardly. At that moment, Gu He's authoritative voice echoed once more within the hall. "Present the divine blood orders you have obtained during this divine seed selection to the elders for tallying." "Yes, Guardian Gu He." The crowd responded in unison. They then handed over the storage rings that Luo Ping'an had previously prepared for them to the elders in the hall. Soon, the results of the tally were forthcoming. Once the guardian of the ancient river confirmed everything, he waved his hand gently, and 100 blood-red medals inscribed with the emblem of the eternal temple were bestowed upon the chests of the gathered individuals. Each medal, apart from its unique serial number, was identical. The medal adorning Luo Ping'an bore the number 100, while the others ranged from 01 to 99. This is the emblem of the divine seed, symbolizing your identity within the eternal temple. By wearing these, you may freely enter and exit the temple, the guardian explained. Then, with another wave of his hand, an ancient ring appeared in each person's grasp. This is the reward for this selection of divine seeds, containing ample resources to enable your cultivation to the eternal level. The guardian continued. As his voice faded, a formidable figure suddenly materialized at the highest point of the grand hall. The onlookers focused their gaze and beheld an elder, towering at 20 meters, clad in a gray robe, with muscles bulging and emanating a terrifying aura. His eyes sparkled with a palpable murderous intent that sent chills down the spines of those present. Is this a being of the esteemed planar level? Luo Ping'an thought in astonishment. Subsequently, both the guardian and the elders knelt on one knee in reverence, proclaiming, "We pay our respects to the Vice Lord." Luo Ping'an and the others followed suit, kneeling and bowing in respect. "Ha ha ha, rise," commanded the Vice Lord. "Yes, Vice Lord." The assembly stood, awaiting his words. "You have done well, Ancient River. These 100 divine seeds possess commendable strength and exceptional potential. The top performer will become my personal disciple. Thank you for your kind words, my lord." The guardian replied with a respectful gesture. The crowd cast envious glances at Dong Qing, who wore the emblem marked with the number 01. Dong Qing, the former vice commander of the Bloodthirst Legion, was undoubtedly among the top 5 in terms of both potential and cultivation among the participants. As the Vice Lord's words settled, he departed with Dong Qing. The focus of the assembly returned to the hall, where the guardian spoke again. "Now, I invite the elders to select their preferred disciples." "Yes, guardian." The elders bowed respectfully before beginning their selections. Luo Ping'an stood in place, hoping that the one who came to collect him would not be excessively powerful. Just then, a familiar figure approached him. "Greetings, Elder Tianqing." Luo Ping'an greeted the approaching elder with a bow. "Ha ha, Kuanpeng, you have done well. You have survived until the end with your first-level spirit domain cultivation and obtained 2,000 divine blood orders. I have not misjudged you. Are you willing to follow me in your cultivation?" Elder Tianqing exclaimed with a hearty laugh. "I am willing." Luo Ping'an replied with enthusiasm. "Ha ha ha, splendid. Let us depart." Under Elder Tianqing's guidance, Luo Ping'an soon found himself hovering above a magnificent palace. "Kuanpeng, this palace is my residence, and the adjacent side hall has been prepared for you." Elder Tianqing, gesturing towards a magnificent palace not far away, addressed Luo Ping'an. "Thank you, esteemed teacher." Luo Ping'an expressed his gratitude. "As master and disciple, there is no need for such formality," Elder Tianqing replied with a slight nod. The two entered the side hall, where the steward and guards promptly knelt in reverence. "We pay our respects to Lord Tianqing and the Divine Sun. Rise, and henceforth serve the Divine Sun diligently, understood?" "Yes, Lord Tianqing." Without further delay, they proceeded into the reception room of the side hall, and each took a seat. "Teacher, to be candid, I have already fused with 10 blood crystals. Could you enlighten me on how to obtain the Spirit Blood Medal and the Divine Blood Medal?" Luo Ping'an inquired of Elder Tianqing. "Ha ha, I knew it. Without becoming a divine warrior, it would be impossible for you to ascend to the status of Divine Son." Elder Tianqing chuckled heartily. With a wave of his right hand, 2 blood-red medals materialized in Luo Ping'an's grasp. Luo Ping'an examined the medals closely. One bore the character for spirit, while the other displayed the character for divine. The reverse side of both medals was identical, featuring an image of an indestructible temple. Observing Luo Ping'an's curiosity, Elder Tianqing reminisced, "The first time I acquired these 2 medals, I was just like you." "Thank you, Elder Tianqing. Becoming a spirit warrior and a divine warrior has always been my aspiration, and now it has finally come to fruition." Luo Ping'an bowed deeply once more in gratitude. Elder Tianqing, pleased with his accomplishments, acknowledged the sentiment, noting that in the realm of divine blood, no young person aspired to be anything less than a revered spirit warrior or divine warrior. Chapter 59, Return. After a brief discussion in the reception room regarding the rules of the indestructible temple, Elder Tianqing took his leave. Luo Ping'an entered the training room of the side hall, closed the door, and seated himself on a mat, retrieving the storage ring bestowed by the guardian of Ancient River. As his mental energy permeated the ring, he inscribed his spiritual mark, successfully claiming it as his own. The rewards were indeed bountiful. With a staggering 10,000 blood crystals and an abundance of other training resources, No wonder Elder Guha claimed it was sufficient for everyone to cultivate to the indestructible level. Luo Ping'an thought joyfully. 3 days later, he bid farewell to Elder Tianxing, hoping for no unforeseen events. Time swiftly passed to that fateful day. On that morning, Luo Ping'an emerged from the training room and, under the steward Lai Fu's arrangement, enjoyed a sumptuous feast from the indestructible temple. Afterward, he exited the side hall and approached Elder Tianxing's quarters, seeking an audience. Guided by a guard, Luo Ping'an soon arrived at an expansive reception room adorned with opulent decorations. Seated at the head of the room, Elder Tianxing curiously observed Luo Ping'an as he entered. "I pay my respects to you, esteemed teacher." Luo Ping'an bowed respectfully before the elder of the celestial star, seated upon the throne. "Ha ha ha, Kunpun. Do you have any matters to discuss?" "Master, since my arrival at the Divine Ruins, I have not returned home. It has been many years, and I long to visit my parents and loved ones." "Ha ha, what a dutiful son you are. Now that you have become a part of my eternal temple, it is indeed a joyous occasion, worthy of sharing with your family." "Very well, there are no pressing matters at hand. You may return for a time. Remember, you must return here in 6 months." "Understood, master." Luo Ping'an bowed once more to the elder of the celestial star. With a wave of his hand, the elder bestowed upon Luo Ping'an a storage ring. Inside, "I have prepared some cultivation resources for you, along with a map of the eternal temple. Be sure to remember it well, lest you disturb the other elders during their training." "Thank you, master." Luo Ping'an bowed again in gratitude. Go on. I have great expectations for you. Though you are young, focus on your cultivation. After bidding farewell to your family, devote yourself to your training under my guidance." "Yes, master." Luo Ping'an bowed deeply before exiting the grand hall. Luo Ping'an infused his spiritual energy into the elder's ring, engraving his spiritual mark upon it. With a mere thought, a map crafted from animal hide materialized in his hand. After committing the details of the map to memory, he soared towards the outskirts of the Divine Ruins. 3 days later, Luo Ping'an finally emerged from the confines of the Divine Ruins. He exhaled a breath of relief. For days, he had been on high alert, fearful that the Eternal Temple might detect his anomaly and send experts to capture him. "I managed to escape. I am fortunate I did not claim the first-place reward, for I cannot fathom what might have transpired," he thought to himself, relieved. At that moment, the spiritual mark he had left within Dongqing's sea of consciousness surged with intense vibrations. Without hesitation, Luo Ping'an triggered an explosion of Dongqing's soul. Soon, an uncomfortable sensation washed over him. Dongqing was no more, yet the ancient being that sought to seize his body was gravely wounded. The first-place reward truly is a trap. Those aged beings, nearing the end of their lifespans, resort to such despicable tactics, directly seizing the bodies of talented individuals for their own use. It is indeed a treacherous game, Luo Ping'an mused, still shaken. Resolute, he moved swiftly, channeling the utmost power of the divine movement technique, and in the blink of an eye, found himself within the control room of the F-class spacecraft. "Yifei, set course and accelerate the ship to maximum speed. We return to the Devouring Heaven Palace." "Yes, master," Lu Yifei replied gleefully. Luo Ping'an had not returned in several years, and during this time, she and Lu Rian had remained aboard the F-class vessel. At this moment, Lu Ruoyan emerged from her meditation, swiftly rising to embrace Luo Ping'an. Over the years, she had been honing her skills aboard an F-class spaceship, and now her mastery had ascended to the 6th tier of stellar rank. Luo Ping'an enveloped Lu Ruoyan in his arms, and together they departed the control room of the spaceship, making their way towards room 1 of the F-class vessel. It had been a long time since he had heard her sing, and he was determined to reclaim all the lost moments. Soon, the melodious and enchanting sound of Lu Ruoyan's voice reverberated through room 1 of the F-class spaceship. 3 days later, the F-class ship successfully arrived at the Shutian Palace. The Shutian guards, upon recognizing the return of His Highness Luo Ping'an, escorted him to the mission hall. Luo Ping'an instructed Lu Yifei to notify Sanzong to come and receive him, and Lu Yifei promptly received a reply from Sanzong, indicating he would arrive shortly. Upon entering the mission hall, Luo Ping'an, with the assistance of the staff, completed the submission of his task. Following the submission, Lu Yifei received a notification regarding the credit of 1 million points. "At last, I have completed this perilous cultivation task," Luo Ping'an exclaimed. With a mere thought, Luo Ping'an transformed back into the attire of an earthling and exited the mission hall. Outside, Marshal Sanzong awaited him silently. Upon seeing Luo Ping'an emerge, he inclined his body slightly. "I have seen the Highness. You have worked hard, Marshal Sanzong. It is my duty. Let us return, Marshal." "Very well, Your Highness." As the words fell, Marshal Sanzong waved his hand gently, causing Luo Ping'an's figure to vanish, followed closely by Sanzang's own disappearance from the Shutian Palace. After a period of celestial transportation, the two returned to Manor 111. As for Lu Ruoyan, She had been stored within the infinite system space. Initially, he intended for her to register at the Shurtian Palace, but upon reflection, he deemed it prudent to forego that plan, as it could potentially lead to complications. What if the company forbade him from taking individuals from the Divine Blood continent? He would then face the prospect of separation from Luo Ruoyan once more. Thus, the day before reaching the Shurtian Palace, he had safely secured Luo Ruoyan within the infinite system space. Upon returning to the reception hall of Manor 111, he encountered Weina, who had grown increasingly captivating over the years. After expressing his gratitude to Marshal Sanzong, Luo Ping'an led Weina back to his villa. Once inside his room, he established a mental barrier. Subsequently, they embraced tightly, exchanging little in the way of words, and immediately commenced an intense and friendly sparring session. Chapter 60, Ruler of the Galaxy. Within the confines of the room, Luo Ping'an and Weina engaged in a month-long battle, culminating in Weina conceding defeat and pleading for mercy. They then spent 2 days within the room, recounting their respective experiences from the years they had spent apart. Luo Ping'an confided in Weina about Luo Ruoyan's situation. To his surprise, Weina did not react with anger. She, being European rather than a traditional citizen of the Great Xia, found such matters quite commonplace in her culture. She requested Luo Ping'an to ensure that she would accompany him to every friendly sparring session henceforth. Once their relationship was restored, the two ventured into the virtual realm together, where they utilized all their points to purchase 151 soul fruits from the treasury before exiting the virtual space. Following this, they simultaneously submitted requests for assignment outside the company. Their approvals arrived swiftly, and they were dispatched together to the Qinghong realm as inspectors. With the assistance of Sanzong and Monica, they soon commenced their duties in the Qinghong realm. As Luo Ping'an and Weina grew accustomed to their responsibilities, they became more hands-off, delegating most tasks to their appointed aides, except for significant matters requiring their involvement. One day, with the help of Sanzong and Monica, they teleported back to Silver Dragon Star. At that moment, the Lord's mansion, under the expansion of the Bailong royal family, had become considerably more opulent. Guided by guards and servants, they quickly familiarized themselves with the mansion's environment. They then instructed Sanzong and Monica to return to the company estate, promising to call them if needed. Once the two left, Luo Ping'an released Luo Ruoyan from the system space. He arranged for the head of the Bailong Empire's administrative building on Silver Dragon Star to come to the Lord's mansion to assist Luo Ruoyan with her nationality registration and the issuance of her imperial resident ID. As prominent figures in the Qinghong realm, Luo Ping'an and Weina commanded respect from the Bailong royal family. The formalities were soon completed. The three gathered at the Lord's mansion for a hot pot meal to celebrate Luo Ruoyan's arrival, after which they retreated to a room to practice together. 3 days later, the trio boarded an F-class spaceship bound for Earth. Traveling at the speed of the F-class vessel, they arrived on Earth 2 days later. Luo Ping'an expanded his mental realm and found no anomalies at the Ping and Martial Arts School, which relieved him greatly. 5 minutes later, the spaceship landed on the school's landing pad. The Ping and Martial Arts School had expanded 20-fold since his last visit, with a significantly larger number of students. Luo Honghua, Gong Xinlan, and Hong Heilation, along with the students, eagerly awaited their arrival. At that moment, a remarkably poised young boy rushed towards Luo Ping'an. He embraced the boy warmly. "Uncle, you're finally back. My father has been talking about you every day. Ha ha ha. Little brother, welcome back. This is Xiao Feng. Before you left, he was still in his mother's womb." Luo Ping'an affectionately ruffled Luo Feng's hair. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, everyone, we have returned. I will take you to explore the realms. Prepare yourselves. We depart in 3 months. Yay, that's fantastic. Uncle, I have no rivals here on Earth. I can finally battle alongside extraterrestrial geniuses." Luo Feng exclaimed with excitement. Indeed, under the auspices of the Ping and Martial Arts School and endowed with his formidable talents, Luo Feng has ascended to the 9th level of the stellar realm, acquiring a domain that surpasses even Hong and the Thunder God. "Xiao Feng, you have excelled. Shortly, I shall present you with some gifts." Splendid. In the warm embrace of the crowd, Luo Ping'an and his companions returned to Villa 002. Following a grand banquet, Luo Ping'an retreated to his chamber with Weina and Luo Ruoyan. 2 months later, he received delightful news from both women. They were expecting, marking the impending arrival of his fatherhood. Overjoyed, Luo Ping'an hosted a lavish feast and distributed numerous cultivation resources as rewards. 3 months later, from the infinite system space, he summoned Han Xin and 10 realm king-level servants, assigning them the duty of guarding Earth and protecting Luo Ruoyan and Weina. After ensuring all was in order, Luo Ping'an boarded the F-class spaceship with the members of the Ping and Martial Arts School. In 2 days, they arrived at Silver Dragon Star. After the steward arranged accommodations for everyone, he sought out Hong and the Thunder God. gifting each a storage ring filled with ample resources for their cultivation to the Realm King level, along with a letter of recommendation. This was a token of appreciation for their contributions to Earth's protection and an invitation to join the Great Axe martial arena. Subsequently, he approached his elder brother, entrusting him with numerous cultivation resources to continue managing the Ping and martial arts school, and informed him that the school on Silver Dragon Star was nearing completion. 3 days later, the 9th princess of the White Dragon Empire, Luo Ling, personally visited Luo Ping'an. She conveyed that the White Dragon Empire had traced Earth's location and information from his ship stationed at Silver Dragon Star. This visit bore no malice. Rather, it was a gesture of goodwill, as the White Dragon Empire bestowed the Milky Way and its dominion upon Luo Ping'an. Ha ha ha, the White Dragon Empire is indeed thoughtful. I graciously accept this gift, Luo Ping'an remarked with a smile, gazing at the graceful Luo Ling, before lifting her aboard the F-class spaceship. With everything arranged, he looked forward to the forthcoming days on Earth, anticipating the birth of his children and their upbringing. 2 days later, the F-class spaceship returned to the Ping and Martial Arts School on Earth. In the ensuing life, Luo Ping'an enjoyed a tranquil existence, spending each day with the 3 women in Villa 002. A year later, Weina and Lu Ruyan each gave birth to a son and a daughter, bringing him immense joy. For he had finally embraced fatherhood in this lifetime. He named them Luo Yuning and Luo Zhaoning. 2 years later, Luo Ling bore him a daughter, whom he named Luo Waning. 10 years hence, Luo Ping'an broke through to the 1st level of the Realm King. 30 years later, he ascended to the 9th level of the Realm King, promptly visiting the ancient civilization ruins of number 30, where he took the Ant Queen, Yilingna, under his command. 50 years hence, Luo Ping'an successfully fused 999 divine blood crystals and exchanged them within the boundless realm of the infinite system for the origin god set, the Chaos Gauntlets, and the essence pearl of the supreme concealment technique. 8 decades later, Luo Ping'an ascended to the indomitable level, his combat prowess having reached that of a master of ordinary realms. No longer content to remain idle, he plunged directly into the battlefield of interdimensional races, wreaking havoc and earning the title of Sovereign of the Galaxy, amassing countless attribute points and subjugating numerous alien servants. 3 centuries later, harnessing an immense reservoir of attribute points, Luo Ping'an transcended to the level of eternal, indomitable, true God. He commenced challenging the mightiest beings of the paramount powers across dimensions, causing a stir among the races, as their strongest champions were utterly incapable of withstanding even a mere strike from Luo Ping'an. Following this campaign, the moniker of Sovereign of the Galaxy resounded throughout the cosmos once more. Luo Ping'an boldly proclaimed the establishment of the Ping'an Martial Arts Academy across the dimensions, mandating that every life-bearing planet must erect a Ping'an Martial Arts Academy, allowing every talent the opportunity to join. The various races yielded, acknowledging Luo Ping'an's formidable strength. An epoch later, Luo Ping'an's realm had transcended to the Chaos God King level. He departed from the primordial realm, entering the vast sea of dimensions, subduing the most powerful beings of various realms, and acquiring numerous servants. Subsequently, he instructed these servants to establish Ping'an martial arts academies within their respective dimensions, disseminating the teachings of the Ping'an Academy. 10 epochs later, the consciousness of the primordial realm sensed Luo Ping'an's overwhelming power and sought to expel him, only to be subjugated by him instead. After 100 million epochs, the primordial realm began to show signs of aging. With but a thought, Luo Ping'an drew the primordial realm into the infinite system space, departing from the sea of dimensions and embarking on a quest for origins.